Chapter 1. The Fifth Prince, Chen. In the land of Yin State, towering mountains rise majestically. 1,000 peaks stand like spearheads, while 10,000 cliffs unfurl like brocade. As early autumn descends, the dew thickens, demanding garments. In the serene maple forest, the streams flow gently, leaves are subtly stained, and the rain is clear and tranquil, bringing a refreshing chill. Beneath the misty veil of rain, a procession of black-armored guards intrudes into the gentle drizzle of the royal city of Diyu, shattering the tranquility of early autumn as they hasten towards the imperial palace. Keep up! Hurry, hurry! The heavily guarded sentinels outside the palace catch sight of the black-armored warriors from a distance and block their path. Stop! This is the imperial palace. Intruders must halt. We are the Black Feather Guard under Fengzhou City, sent here to deliver the last survivor of the Wuchen Sword sect and the relevant relics of the sect to His Highness, Prince Chen. Upon hearing this, the leader of the palace guards scrutinizes the group of Black Feather Guards with piercing eyes. His gaze ultimately settles on a young man who appears dazed and lifeless, clad in tattered garments stained with blood. Has the Wuchen Sword sect been annihilated? Yes, here's my identity insignia. The leader of the Black Feather Guard presents a token along with a dispatch order from Fengzhou City. The palace guard nods solemnly. Please wait, I shall report to the prince immediately. With that, the guard strides into the palace. Soon, he arrives before a palace named Zhengxian. Your Highness, Prince Chen, the Black Feather Guard from Fengzhou City requests an audience. With the sound of footsteps, a graceful figure wafting the fragrance of flowers approaches. Dressed in a sky-blue gown, with her hair styled in a dignified yet youthful manner, a few strands cascade over her crescent-shaped brows, accentuating her sparkling, expressive eyes. Her beauty is striking, imbued with a regal aura cultivated from years of companionship with the Dragon Prince. The visitor is none other than Lan Yun, the personal maid who grew up alongside Prince Chen. Mississippi. The guard bows slightly, respectfully presenting the dispatch order to Lan Yun. Lan Yun takes the letter, scanning it closely, her expression subtly shifting. If her memory serves her correctly, the Wuchen Sword sect had allied with their faction through the Wanxia Gate 6 months prior. Please lead them into the main hall. I will seek the prince's guidance. Understood. With swift strides, Lan Yun enters the inner chamber and soon catches sight of a figure, solitary as the lofty winds, yet tranquil as an ancient pine. He remains seated by the lotus pond in a pavilion, quietly engrossed in an ancient tome. Barring any unforeseen events, he would remain there for an entire day. This master of hers is unlike the other princes. He does not seek to cultivate relationships with wandering heroes like the third prince, nor does he indulge in wine and pleasure as the second prince does. He shows no affinity for schemes and intrigues like the sixth prince, who meticulously calculates every move, revealing his brilliance at every turn. He always prefers solitude, quietly engaging in his passions. In contrast to the other princes, her master possesses an unusual stillness, or perhaps an air of maturity, akin to an adult who does not engage with a child. His sole interests lie in martial arts and literature. With merely an ancient book, a pot of tea, and a plate of pastries, he can occupy himself for an entire day. This routine persists year after year, 8 tea times. Lan Yun finds herself questioning whether her own rigidity and lack of charm have led her master to such an unconventional demeanor. Yet, it is evident that the fifth prince, Chen, possesses an innate distinctiveness. This is particularly apparent in his ever-growing aura of mastery that deepens with each passing year. Lan Yun cannot comprehend how the mere 20-year-old prince exudes a presence akin to that of venerable masters in their twilight years, radiating an air of aloofness that seems to elevate him above the mundane world. Merely by sitting there, he appears ethereal, as if transformed into a celestial being traversing the heavens, enveloped in an innate sense of distance. While Lan Yun is reluctant to disturb him, the affairs concerning the Wuchen Sword sect are of significant consequence. On one hand, it may merely be the aftermath of a skirmish among martial factions. On the other hand, it could signify a declaration of war from other forces aiming to target their noble prince. Lan Yun suspects that she may be overreacting, perhaps allowing her suspicions to run rampant. However, when it comes to matters concerning her prince, she finds it prudent to err on the side of caution. Your Highness, the Black Feather Guard from Fengzhou City has been dispatched with the sole survivor of the Wuchen Sword sect, along with the belongings of those who perished, she stated, apprehensive that her master, who typically disregards such trifles, might be unaware of the connection between the Wuchen Sword sect and their royal lineage. The Wuchen Sword sect pledged allegiance to our royal house under the auspices of the Falling Clouds sect 6 months ago. Though merely a third-rate faction, they have consistently offered tribute to us during this time, demonstrating clear intentions and commendable loyalty. Within the serene confines of the Lotus Pool Pavilion, Lu Chen, the fifth prince, turned the pages of an ancient tome, his cool voice finally reaching Lan Yun's ears. Who is responsible for this? According to the dispatch from Fengzhou City, it is likely the handiwork of the Taiping sect. Likely? Yes, there are certain ambiguities. Relay the information. Understood. Upon receiving the royal decree from Lu Chen, the members of the Black Feather Guard proceeded into the Zhengxian Palace. I pay my respects to His Royal Highness, the Prince of Chen. Long live Your Highness. Be at ease. Thank you, Your Highness. After completing the formalities, the leader of the Black Feather Guard raised his head, fortunate to glimpse the most enigmatic royal scion among the princes. His visage resembled polished jade, strikingly handsome, with cascading black hair adorned by jade dragon hairpin, casually resting upon his shoulder and framing his broad chest, complementing his tall and robust physique perfectly. With elegant yet cool crescent-shaped brows and profound starry eyes akin to cold constellations, clad in a black python robe embellished with intricate patterns, he exuded the distinguished elegance befitting a royal prince. Lu Chen, the fifth prince, perfectly aligned with the leader's stereotype of noble offspring being exceptionally handsome. However, diverging from the stereotype, there was an unsettling chill about him that transcended mere regal stature. This chill was neither unapproachable nor indifferent, rather. It conveyed an incomprehensible sense of distance, akin to the gulf between a foundational martial artist and a master of the Golden Core. As the leader of the Black Feather Guard pondered this, he noticed that the fifth prince's gaze, sharp as a cold star, had been fixated on the day's survivor of the sword sect from the very beginning. He explained, Your Highness, this is the sole survivor of the Wuchen sword sect. When we discovered him, he was hiding within the sect's shrine, repeatedly mumbling about unclean entities within the sword sect. Unclean entities? Lan Yun's gaze grew peculiar. Thanks to the interests of the fifth prince, Lu Chen, as a personal maid, Lan Yun occasionally indulged in the tales of dubious folklore. Among these were accounts of unclean entities. However, whether true or false, there existed a common principle regarding those supernatural phenomena. If such entities truly exist, how could one who is not a master of profound martial arts perceive them? Indeed, thus I suspect that the massacre by the Taiping sect has provoked him, leading to some sort of illusion. The leader of the Black Feather Guard recounted the events that had transpired at the Wuchen sword sect. Meanwhile, Lu Chen calmly regarded the day's survivor. It was only when a shadowy whisper echoed in Lu Chen's ear, Can you see me? That he raised a cup of tea and savored a sip slowly. The stories that Lan Yun had perused were predominantly fabricated tales of the common folk. Yet, one truth resonated within them. Martial arts masters indeed possess the ability to perceive that which eludes ordinary eyes. Chapter 2. The elusive technique of the 11th layer of Azure Sky. Can you see me? Before Lu Chen, a monstrous entity, exuding a chilling aura and bearing a grotesque visage, fixed its blood-red, hollow eyes upon him, seemingly seeking to ascertain whether Lu Chen truly perceived its existence. You see me, right? Right. The creature brandished its claws and emitted a chilling, inhuman wail that reverberated throughout the Zhengxian Palace. Yet, the guards outside and the Black Feather Guardians appeared utterly oblivious, neither seeing nor hearing the spectacle, continuing instead to report on the grim tidings surrounding the annihilation of the Wuchen sword sect. In recent years, following His Majesty's pronouncement, the leader of the Black Feather Guardians hesitated for a moment, casting another glance at Lu Chen. The implications of His Majesty's decisions are profound, and the populace is yet to comprehend them fully. Consequently, there exists considerable discontent among the people towards RDU court, thus fostering the malevolent influence of the Taiping sect. Over the past month, numerous factions allied with RDU court within Fengzhou have met with brutal extermination. It is likely that the Wuchen sword sect was one such victim. In matters concerning the royal family and the suppression of its influence, the Taiping sect invariably spearheads the assault. Even if the Wuchan sword sect was not directly annihilated by them, they would still seek to claim the credit. Furthermore, the obliteration of a third-rate sect like the Wuchan sword sect hardly qualifies as a significant event. Conflicts among martial arts factions are commonplace. The stance of Feng Zhou is straightforward. As long as one does not oppose the court or provoke major incidents, they will be treated with indifference. It is simply beyond their capacity to manage every situation. The dispatch of the Black Feather Guardians to convey this information merely pertains to the fifth prince, the current scion of the imperial lineage, and the formidable power of the Liu family, protectors of the Huahua sword sect. The fifth prince is known for his discretion, and his entourage is relatively small. While the Wuchan sword sect may be insignificant, its affiliation with the fifth prince elevates its importance. A misstep could incite the wrath of a prince, and with the crown prince yet to be established, the individuals in Fengzhou harbor no desire to offend any royal. Moreover, Fengzhou serves as the stronghold of the Liu family, the fifth prince's maternal clan, a venerable giant among sects, possessing abundant resources and influence. However, it is well known that the Taiping sect leaves no survivors when targeting the imperial family, and in their quest to expand their ranks. They thoroughly pillage the sects they annihilate. Yet, the Wuchan sword sect has seemingly left survivors, and treasures remain within its confines. Lan Yun glanced at the two large crates of relics brought in by the Black Feather Guardians. Rather than being the handiwork of the Taiping sect, it appears that certain factions have utilized the Wuchan sword sect as a pretext to declare war against the lineage of Prince Chen. The leader of the Black Feather Guardians felt a chill run down his spine. The declaration of war against Prince Chen's lineage, who would dare to target him? Aside from the lawless rebels of the Taiping sect, is it not merely the competing factions aligned with the various princes in their quest for power? This so-called faction is nearly named. Could he dare to respond? The struggles among princes are fraught with treachery, where ordinary lives are but trifles, easily squandered. He had no desire to be ensnared in such a turbulent maelstrom. Let him not be put in a difficult position. He immediately nodded, following Lan Yun's lead to steer the conversation back to the mission. As the young lady had rightly pointed out, this was indeed the crux of the case. Thus, we were promptly dispatched to report to His Highness, Prince Chen, and seek his personal judgment. After relaying this, the leader of the Black Feather Guard respectfully bowed his head, awaiting the instructions of the fifth prince, Liu Chen. However, Liu Chen remained silent, his expression unchanged, as if nothing had transpired, merely listening to a brief tale, and gently waved his hand, signaling the Black Feather Guards to withdraw and report back. The leader let out a sigh of relief. Yes, this subordinate takes his leave, he said, leading his contingent of Black Feather Guards out of the Zhengxian Palace. Once the crowd had departed, Lan Yun cast a glance at the now dazed survivor, her earlier composure fading. After hearing the detailed account from the Black Feather Guards, an instinctual worry began to take root in her heart. Your Highness, I fear that the Wuchan sword sect may be part of a scheme against you by other princes, or perhaps they intend to incite discord between you and certain princes. You must remain vigilant. It was no wonder Lan Yun was so concerned. As a prince, some matters, even if you do not provoke them, will inevitably come knocking at your door. Such is the burden of being born into royalty. In response, Liu Chen simply smiled softly and calmly replied, Do not worry. There is no need for excessive concern. Lan Yun was not surprised. Her master had always been this way. Regardless of the situation, he maintained an air of tranquility, like a serene lake or a gentle breeze upon a snow-capped mountain, exuding a steadiness that was reassuring. Liu Chen then glanced again at the dazed youth. Investigate whether he has any surviving relatives. If so, provide them with compensation and facilitate their reunion. Yes, Lan Yun acknowledged before departing. In the main hall of the Zhengxian Palace, only Liu Chen remained, accompanied by the grotesque creature that continued to shriek and wail. You can see me. Indeed. You can see me. Ha ha ha. You know that boy's time is short, right? You cannot hide. The creature, with a twisted visage and blood oozing from its eyes, emitted a boisterous, reckless laughter. I will kill you. I will kill all of you. Ha ha. The creature's cackling was abruptly silenced. Suddenly, the noble scion, who had been perusing a tome, lifted his head, revealing a pair of indifferent, icy eyes that bore into the creature. This gaze struck fear even into the heart of the monster. Immediately thereafter, a massive hand engulfed in azure flames reached out toward it, pressing down with an overwhelming force upon its skull. The inferno of azure flames seemed capable of incinerating the very soul, swiftly enveloping its entire form. In that instant, the monster's vacant pupils constricted sharply, spilling forth more black blood. Qing Tian Shenyan. You are a golden core master. With a resounding crash, its head was crushed, the intensely heated azure flames reducing it to nothingness, leaving not a trace behind. Lu Chen then picked up a silk cloth to wipe his hands, calmly stating, in the past, perhaps. But now, that is not the case. In the path of martial arts, one must first forge the body, then refine the qi, and finally comprehend the essence of spirit to grasp the subtleties of vitality, ultimately condensing the golden core of martial arts to achieve the realm of mastery. And this step, Lu Chen had already transcended a decade ago. Now, he has reached an unfathomable realm. Thus, he is not merely an ordinary individual. This is precisely why Lan Yun remarked that despite being only 20 years old, he already resembles a master of a sect. As for his unconventional nature, it is indeed true that adults seldom engage with children. Possessing the soul of an adult, he finds it challenging to relate to his royal brothers of the same age. Lu Chen is a transmigrator. He is fortunate to have been born into a favorable circumstance in his second life, becoming the 5th prince of the Yu Dynasty, endowed with a script of unparalleled fortune. As a prince, he possesses an abundance of resources, including the finest martial arts. His princely status has granted him the pinnacle of beginnings in this life, while his innate talent serves as the most optimal fuel propelling him from this starting point to his ultimate destination. In this new life, Lu Chen is uncertain whether his soul has undergone a transformation or if it is a characteristic of transmigrators. He possesses an extraordinarily formidable comprehension and root constitution. This terror is unequivocal. Even the so-called peerless prodigies, who are said to emerge once in a millennium, pale in comparison to his gifts. Not to mention other aspects. Simply considering the Daiyu royal family's ancestral martial art, the Qingtian Baiju, no one in the contemporary royal lineage has been able to cultivate it to the highest level. The 9th layer of Qingtian Bai. Yet, Lu Chen reached the summit at the tender age of 12. Now, as his cultivation deepens and his understanding of martial arts grows clearer, this royal family's signature technique has been extrapolated by him to an unprecedented 11th layer, surpassing the highest realm by a full 2 levels. If the Qingtian Baiju is thus, one can only imagine the superiority of other martial arts. Chapter 3. Terrifying talent in Lu Chen's eyes. The martial arts of this world resemble the most fundamental arithmetic problems, intuitive and transparent at a glance. Similarly, in comparison to his astonishing comprehension, his root constitution is equally impressive. Lu Chen's root constitution can be described as flawless, favored by heaven and earth. Not only is he capable of absorbing any elixir or spiritual material with complete efficacy, but the natural spiritual energy of the universe is also inherently harmonious with him, allowing him to constantly bask in a spiritual spring with inexhaustible magical power at his disposal. With such a constitution and comprehension, it is no exaggeration to characterize Lu Chen's talent as terrifying. Thus, he has never been concerned about the so-called struggles among princes. Instead, he finds himself more intrigued by the existence of the Taiping sect and the nightmares. The Taiping sect, as its name suggests, is a faction in opposition to the Yu Dynasty. To discuss the origins of the Taiping sect, one must inevitably mention Lu Chen's father, the emperor. The world often refers to the old emperor as a tyrant. Since his ascension to the throne, he has indeed implemented a reign of folly, indulging in pleasure and extravagance, while squandering vast resources to construct his leisure palaces, thereby increasing the burden on the populace. Furthermore, he is known for his cruelty, relishing in the sight of conflict, particularly when two sides are locked in a brutal struggle, where blood is shed and lives are lost, which brings him immense delight and prompts him to bestow great rewards. Consequently, the Daiyu court frequently organizes various martial competitions, where victors not only receive the old emperor's accolades, but also gain promotions and titles. The turbulence among the populace has notably intensified, giving rise to acts of violence and fostering an atmosphere rife with malevolence. The officials of the court have endeavored to counsel the old emperor, yet he is inherently resistant to advice. The more they implore him, the more he resorts to bloodshed and chaos. Take, for instance, the matter of the princes, such as Lu Chen, being conferred titles and establishments. Some ministers suggested that since the princes have reached adulthood, as per ancestral customs, they ought to be granted titles and govern a province. Titles were indeed bestowed, but they were merely nominal. The emperor refrained from mentioning any governance of provinces. The princes were free to remain within the palace, and those wishing to venture outside could do so at their discretion. Moreover, the titles were assigned rather arbitrarily, using the names of the princes themselves, a practice that has never been sanctioned by tradition and is inconsistent with established rights. Yet, the old emperor embodies the law. He is the very essence of the Great Yu. Should anyone dare to invoke protocol in his presence, he would not engage in discourse about the conventions created by man. To him, he himself is the embodiment of law. One word: execution. The emperor's tyrannical nature is thus vividly illustrated. Consequently, the Taiping sect emerged under such circumstances, garnering considerable popular support. Under the banner of overthrowing the tyrannical emperor and restoring peace to the realm, they caused widespread unrest throughout the Great Yu, presenting significant challenges to the imperial court. Presently, this unrest has burgeoned amidst the growing discontent among the populace, reaching a level that demands the Great Yu to brace itself for potential threats, with signs of the Taiping sect's disturbances evident across various regions. Until the Taiping sect is eradicated, even if the imperial throne were offered to you, your reign would be precarious. As for the existence of the enigmatic entity known as Yuan, Lu Chen rose and cast his gaze upon the sun in the sky. His discovery of Yuan occurred unexpectedly after he entered the realm of martial mastery at the tender age of 10. Initially, Lu Chen believed that his ability to perceive the duality of the world and the souls of the deceased was a result of condensing his martial essence. However, he later discerned that Yuan is not the soul of the departed. Fascinated by this peculiar phenomenon, accessible only to those of martial mastery, Lu Chen undertook an in-depth study of Yuan's existence. He found that the cycle of life and death, marked by separation, does not give rise to Yuan. Even those who met untimely ends, harboring resentment or bitterness, do not manifest Yuan. Rituals performed to summon souls or invoke rebirth after 7 days yield no Yuan. Unlike malevolent spirits, Yuan represents an exceedingly rare and distinct entity. Its mechanism of emergence remains unclear, possibly random or governed by some universal principle. Its rarity is such that, despite Lu Chen's diligent search, he has uncovered fewer than 10 instances to date. His knowledge of Yuan is predominantly derived from fragments found in ancient texts, some of which may be embellishments, while 2 particular accounts hold veracity. The first asserts that martial masters can perceive Yuan and inflict harm upon it. Conversely, Yuan does not harm those who cannot see them, unless an individual, akin to the Wuchen sword sect, inadvertently perceives their presence. In early autumn, the gentle rain can never obscure the brilliance of the sun. Its light remains radiant. The creature known as Yuan, who typically shuns the daylight, now boldly embraces it. Journeying from the Wuchen sword sect to the imperial city, this distance is no trifling matter. Lu Chen withdrew his gaze from the sun, pondering whether any significant events had transpired recently. Within the imperial city, a well-equipped and meticulously trained detachment, gleaming under the sun's glare, advanced towards the palace. However, unlike the previous day, the palace guards did not sternly obstruct their path. Instead, they approached with deference, respectfully addressing the silver-armored youth leading the group, General Luo Feng. Acknowledging them with a nod, the silver-armored youth dismounted with agility and instructed some of the guards standing outside the palace's perimeter to proceed into the inner city to arrange accommodations. The others were to remain in place. After relaying his orders to the silver-armored guards, Luo Feng removed his helmet and sword, entrusting them to a palace attendant before entering the palace. In the Zhengxian Palace, a guard paused, glancing at Lu Chen, who was engrossed in ancient texts. Lan Yun gently waved her hand and approached to whisper to the guard. Moments later, a hint of a smile graced her face as she strolled to Lu Chen's side. "Your Highness, General Luo Feng has arrived." Luo Feng, the son of Lu Chen's uncle, represents the future heir of the Luo family of the flourishing sword sect, a powerful force in Fengao. Due to familial ties, Lu Chen shares a close bond with him. The Luo family served as Lu Chen's greatest support during his childhood. When Lu Chen was still an infant, his mother tragically passed away. In the depths of the palace, a baby without maternal protection faced an uncertain fate, surrounded by cold indifference. Fortunately, during that time, the pregnant consort Yuan took him in as her own. Consort Yuan also possessed Luo family blood, being a cousin to Lu Chen's mother. It was for this reason that she nurtured Lu Chen, providing him with care and protection. Furthermore, Lu Chen's uncle, Luo Xiu Yuan, a distinguished master of the Golden Core level and a celebrated figure in Deyu, frequently challenged the top experts on the celestial rankings to establish his might, sending a clear message. Though his sister was gone, her brother, Luo Xiu Yuan, still stood strong. In the absence of a mother, a maternal uncle became paramount. And during those years, his uncle exerted considerable effort on his behalf. Chapter 4. The martial arts tea gathering. It was through the protection of his uncle Luo Xiao Yuan and consort Yuan that Lu Chen was able to flourish. Otherwise, despite any remarkable talent he possessed, as an infant, he would have been vulnerable to the whims of fate. This gratitude has always been etched in Lu Chen's heart. Setting aside the ancient tome, Lu Chen's tranquil eyes sparkled with a touch of delight as he prepared some refreshments. Yes, Lan Yun had readied the snacks when Luo Feng entered the hall. Upon entering, he swiftly bowed, declaring, "I, Luo Feng, pay my respects to His Highness, Prince Chen. Long live the prince." Lu Chen sighed. "Brother, there are no outsiders here. Such formalities are unnecessary between us." Luo Feng shook his head resolutely. Etiquette must not be disregarded. Lu Chen was first the crown prince, and only then was he his cousin. The late emperor is now his kin. This fact has been indelibly etched in Luo Feng's mind over the years. Given that the Luo family had once taken action, deciding to plunge into the vortex of this imperial power struggle, they must adhere to the decorum of sovereign and subject until the end. If Lu Chen cannot be swayed, so be it. It appears that my elder brother's arrival is not without significant implications, suggesting that some turmoil has arisen outside. Luo Feng solemnly nodded and reported to His Highness. The latest news from the front indicates that the Taiping sect has breached Hongchuan County in Baiyang Prefecture, wreaking havoc, committing murder and plunder, and leaving no atrocity uncommitted. This group of rebels seems to have taken some sort of stimulant, as their recent actions have grown increasingly audacious. If we consider the worst-case scenario, it won't be long before they march in full force to conquer Baiyang, ultimately merging with the Taiping army invading from other prefectures. His father, fearing a significant upheaval, ordered my urgent withdrawal last night, dispatching 200 silver-armored guards in batches into the imperial city as a precaution against any unforeseen changes. Upon hearing this, Lan Yun pressed her lips together and asked with concern, "With Hongchuan fallen, has Baiyang not dispatched troops to quell the Taiping rebels?" Luo Feng shook his head, stating, "The rebels are merely a disorganized mob. Suppressing them is not difficult. The real challenge lies in prevention. Currently, there is widespread dissatisfaction among the populace and even within the court regarding current affairs. They are all potential Taiping adherents. Coupled with those treacherous officials with ulterior motives seeking to benefit from the chaos, we cannot even discern who among the people of Baiyang are truly loyal to our Great Yu and who are spies for the Taiping sect." Luo Feng clenched his fists and remarked bitterly, "For the Taiping sect to rise from nothing to its current stature, I refuse to believe there isn't covert support from certain prominent families behind the scenes." Clinking sounds filled the air as Lu Chen rinsed a teacup with hot water, then poured 2 cups of tea, pushing one towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng's assertion held merit. The upheavals across 5,000 years of dynastic changes have already illustrated this point. Each shift in dynasty often begins with internal collapse, and the ultimate victors are frequently those aristocratic families. True instances of individuals rising from humble origins to the throne are exceedingly rare. "Let us sip some tea and converse," he suggested. "This year's top-grade tribute tea from the Tea Mountains can nourish the spirit and invigorate the mind. Your Highness has graciously offered tea. I dare not refuse." Luo Feng lifted the cup and drank it in one go. "What a delightful tea. Thank you, Your Highness." Though the tea was rich and refreshing, Luo Feng's mind was not occupied with its flavor. After offering his praise, he continued, "Your Highness, if I am not mistaken, we can expect the Taiping sect to engage in minor maneuvers in the near future, especially with the martial arts tea gathering approaching." Although the martial arts tea gathering was not directly instituted by the late emperor, it bears a connection to the martial competitions he organized. Since the old emperor initiated various contests, the practice of martial exchanges has gained popularity among the populace. The martial arts tea gathering is one such event, emphasizing camaraderie through martial arts and philosophical discussions over tea, which is comparatively gentle and refined compared to other more grotesque competitions. Thus, it has attracted many talented youths from prominent families and sects to participate. The aged emperor, accustomed to scenes of bloodshed and brutality, found a rare curiosity in the notion of a martial arts tea gathering, viewing it as a diversion from his tedium and an opportunity to witness the remarkable talents flourishing in the realm of Diyu. Thus, he incorporated the concept of the martial arts tea assembly into the imperial framework, designating its annual occurrence in early autumn, spearheaded by various states and counties. with two distinct local formats, state and county gatherings. The top 3 participants from each county tea assembly would qualify for the state event, and the top 3 from each state gathering would proceed to the final imperial tea assembly in the royal city. The rewards have traditionally been abundant. Indeed, this initiative fostered a spirit of healthy competition among the youth of DU to a certain extent, and it stands as one of the few benevolent achievements of the old emperor, albeit not stemming from his original intent. Consequently, the martial arts tea gathering garnered the attention of various royal factions. For these princely factions, this congregation of DU's youthful prodigies represented a splendid opportunity to recruit followers and expand their networks. As the maternal clan of Lu Chen, the Luo family had been diligently managing Lu Chen's connections over the years, sending their own representatives to court and broadening their influence beyond. Naturally, they would not overlook such an opportunity as the martial arts tea gathering. The martial arts tea assembly in Wanqing City of Qingshan County, overseen by the Chen family under the Luo banner, was strategically located near the royal city and boasted a higher caliber of participants. Thus, they invited Lu Chen to preside over the event and win the hearts of the attendees. Lu Chen was quite fond of this activity, often staying in Wanqing City for several days during the tea gatherings. On one hand, it provided a refreshing respite from his tranquil seclusion, infusing his life with a touch of enjoyment. On the other hand, it allowed him to observe the esoteric martial arts of other esteemed families, thus broadening his own understanding. Knowledge, especially the most profound, has always been the prerogative of a select few. This is particularly true of martial arts techniques. The martial arts of the Yu Dynasty correspond to the realms of the martial practitioners. Body forging techniques transport vital energy and hone the physical form. Qi transformation techniques cultivate the innate energy, nurturing the true essence. The techniques of intent manifest profound mysteries, transcending the ordinary, each carrying its own unique martial truths. Imbued with formidable spiritual pressure, often representing the deepest heritage of each clan. As for the transcendent level of mastery, the Golden Elixir Grandmaster, they embody the essence of martial enlightenment. Each martial Grandmaster possesses the extraordinary ability to leverage the forces of nature, with lifespans exceeding mortal limits, reaching up to 300 years. Thus, Golden Elixir martial arts transcend conventional definitions, earning the title of mysterious arts. Each volume of these esoteric techniques is among the rarest in the Yu Dynasty, serving as the lifeblood and exclusive identifiers for various noble families. Consequently, these esoteric techniques are both precious and intimate, seldom seen in the world. Yet, within the martial arts tea gathering, one can find both techniques of intent and mysterious arts. This is why Lu Chen attends year after year. It is also the sole occasion when this enigmatic Prince Chen, seen through the eyes of the common folk, makes an appearance. Chapter 5. 2 Decades of Seclusion, Unyielding Confidence. The times have changed. The recent momentum of the Zhao Taiping sect suggests they will not miss such a splendid opportunity to engage in the upcoming martial arts tea gathering. At this very moment, the city of Wanqing is undoubtedly already infiltrated by their hidden agents, a brewing crisis lurking, awaiting your appearance. After all, you are a prince. Should the traitors of the Taiping sect manage to seize you, they could instill fear in the hearts of those in Feng'o, keeping them under their thumb. Furthermore, such an act would strike a blow to the dignity of the royal family. Thus, as Luo Feng advised, I believe it would be prudent for you to postpone your attendance at the martial arts tea gathering in Qingshan County. Regardless of how refined this event may be, it ultimately hinges upon the true prowess displayed in combat. Blades and swords are merciless should an unforeseen incident occur at the tea gathering, or if there are hidden traitors among the competitors waiting for the opportune moment to strike. We would be at a disadvantage, seeing only the surface while they operate in the shadows. As Luo Feng spoke, he observed Lu Chen calmly sipping his tea, his demeanor as tranquil as a still pond. Pouring another cup of tea for Luo Feng, he remarked, "Let them come. I too wish to see what manner of individuals the Taiping sect comprises, who have stirred our DU into such turmoil." The 2 decades of Lu Chen's secluded training were not in vain. Perhaps it was the fearlessness that comes from being a traveler from another realm. Or perhaps it was simply the nature of being ensconced within the royal vortex. For these 20 years, Lu Chen's life has revolved solely around martial pursuits. Outsiders often remark on his quiet existence within the palace, absorbed in his training, detached from worldly affairs, indulging in neither pleasure nor the expansion of his influence through alliances. External forces are always transient. They may depart for a multitude of reasons. However, One's own strength is an indelible asset, impervious to theft. Possessing such extraordinary talent and potential, Lu Chen deemed it far better to invest his time in studying martial arts to enhance his own capabilities rather than waste it on trivialities. True strength lies in self-empowerment. Once you grow strong, the flowers will bloom, and the butterflies will naturally gravitate towards you. Today is the moment to seize. After 2 decades of diligent training, he now possesses the unwavering confidence to observe the rise and fall of the world, to master the ebbs and flows of fortune. May the Taiping sect prove to be less than dull. Gazing upon Lu Chen's serene and composed visage, Luo Feng found himself momentarily speechless, his thoughts drifting back to that summer when his father bestowed upon him the Luo family's secret technique, the blossoming sword point. Eager to forge a closer bond with his royal cousin, he believed that with his cultivation having reached the realm of qi transformation, he could engage Lu Chun under the pretense of sharing insights. After all, the fifth prince, Lu Chun, was renowned for his passion for ancient texts and martial arts. Thus, they had engaged in a brief sparring match. It was during that encounter that Luo Feng truly realized the extent of his royal cousin's formidable prowess. In that duel, save for his most lethal techniques, Luo Feng had exerted nearly all his strength, yet they ended in a stalemate. He distinctly remembered his own disheveled state contrasted with Lu Chen's effortless grace. He could confidently assert that Lu Chun had been holding back. At that time, Lu Chun was merely 12 years old, while Luo Feng was 20. Since that day, Luo Feng had refrained from sparring with Lu Chen again. For as long as they did not clash, he remained undefeated. Reflecting on these memories, Luo Feng ceased his discourse, feeling his concerns might be unfounded. After all, the martial arts tea gathering Lu Chen intended to attend was merely a local affair in Qingshan County. How perilous can a county's tea party be? Luo Feng, undaunted, is even less concerned than His Highness, the inscrutable Prince Chen. It stands to reason that unless the forces of the Taiping sect are pressing upon them, with the strength of Prince Chen and the terrifying prowess of the imperial family's Qingtian Bai technique, there is nowhere in this vast realm he cannot traverse. Thus, as the conversation drew to a close, Luo Feng merely advised caution, remarking that the recent momentum of the Taiping sect has indeed been quite formidable. He refrained from further discussing the martial arts tea party. Lu Chen nodded gently, then inquired, "Has the Taiping sect's sudden aggression perhaps been triggered by some significant event recently?" Upon hearing this, Luo Feng hesitated, for indeed, there was something substantial at hand. The movements of the Taiping sect were likely connected to this. Yet, he was uncertain of the veracity of this news. "Oh." Luo Feng glanced around before leaning closer to Lu Chen, lowering his voice. "According to whispers, it is said that the emperor's health may be failing." At this revelation, ripples of surprise flickered in Lu Chen's calm, starry eyes, and he paused with his teacup in hand. "When did this occur?" "Perhaps just a couple of days ago," Luo Feng replied, rubbing the silver armor on his arm. "In the palace, some news, no matter how much one attempts to conceal it, cannot remain hidden. Outsiders are often more informed than those within the palace walls. I suspect that upon learning of this, the rebellious faction of the Taiping sect has grown increasingly reckless. With the emperor's ailing health, the central court is left leaderless. At this juncture, those behind the Taiping sect need only to exert a little influence to bolster their forces, striking with the ferocity of a tiger." Luo Feng's fingers traced the silver armor, and a glimmer of the ruthlessness born from years in military service shone in his eyes. The consequences, should such a scenario unfold, would be dire. As for the truth of the news, once it has begun to circulate, there is likely some basis to it, though perhaps not as grave as it seems. His father and others have received word that the Gongsun family, the Linhai royal family, and the San Yi sword sect, among other factions of the princes, have begun to consolidate their power. The recent downfall of the Wuchan sword sect, I fear, cannot be easily explained. Your Highness, whether to counter the uprising of the Taiping sect or to prepare for the future power struggles among the princes, we must act promptly. Indeed, Lu Chen replied. You may proceed with the preparations. Your command shall be executed. Luo Feng accepted the royal order and promptly went to arrange mobilization. Watching Luo Feng depart, Lu Chen's eyes narrowed, a cold glint forming within. Ailing health. Unlike the mortal dynasties, the longevity of the Yuhua dynasty, founded on martial principles, is relatively prolonged. Particularly within the illustrious Lu family of the Yuhua royal lineage, the Qingtian Bai technique serves as an unparalleled safeguard. Historically, the monarchs have generally lived to be around 150 or 60 years old before passing the throne to the next generation. with some exceptionally gifted emperors transcending to the realm of martial masters, extending their lifespans to 300 years. The late emperor was one such prodigious individual, a martial master in his own right. He ascended the throne at 79 years of age, and in his 6th year of reign, he fathered his 5th prince. If one calculates the time, he is now merely 105 years old, even after ascending to the throne and neglecting martial pursuits. Languishing in a state of debauchery to the detriment of his vitality, it is still rather early for issues to arise at the tender age of merely 100. In the tranquil halls of the Zhongxian Palace, the early autumn breeze carries a hint of chill. The trees beneath the courtyard walls whisper softly, shedding a yellowed leaf that drifts downward. Lu Chen reaches out to grasp the leaf, which, with a crisp snap, becomes encased in a chilling frost that seals away its final vestiges of life. Chapter 6. The Boundless Academy of Martial Arts. Autumn is a season of harvest. The citizens of Diyu, laden with the bounty of their labors, bask in the tranquility and satisfaction that follows a year of toil. Meanwhile, distant merchants are winding down their travels, hurrying homeward before the onset of winter to reunite with their families. In this gradually deepening autumn ambience, 3 days have swiftly passed, heralding the annual martial arts tea gathering of Qingshan County. Before the ancient and imposing gates of Wanking City, 2 detachments of guards are solemnly alternating their posts, fully armed, their weapons glinting ominously, scrutinizing every soul entering and exiting the city. Outside the gates, 2 scholars clad in azure robes, one elderly and the other youthful, arrive astride magnificent steeds. Bathed in sunlight, their noble horses exude a faint crimson mist, a sight to behold. They observe the changing guard with keen interest. "Master, why has this year's martial arts tea gathering become so stringent?" inquires the younger scholar. The elder, known as the master, strokes his grizzled beard. "It is not the gathering that is strict, but rather the state of the world. The hearts of men are restless. Chaos is on the horizon. Once this gathering unravels your heart's knots, we shall not descend the mountain again next year. Let us proceed." The elegant youth nods, somewhat understanding, as he follows the master to the city gates. The guards immediately take note of them. Their steeds stand out dramatically amidst the crowd. The bloodsteed, superior even to the standard flying steeds of Dayu's border forces, is said to be a rare breed, a hybrid born of ancient beasts and horses, revered as the ultimate mount for travelers, cherished among the martial community of Dayu. Yet, its rarity and high cost make it unattainable for many a financially constrained hero of the realm. The guards, casting a glance at the bloodsteed, approach the duo. "Are you two here to attend the martial arts tea gathering?" The owner of the bloodsteed is assuredly a person of wealth or nobility. It is evident that such individuals have come to Wanking City at this time for the gathering. "Indeed, here are our invitations," the master replies, presenting the invitation scroll. Upon inspection, the guards discover it is from the Boundless Academy of Martial Arts. "My apologies," they exclaim, and after confirming the authenticity, one of the guards adds, "Please follow me. The prince has prepared a banquet at the 2 worthies' residence to welcome the participants of the gathering. Thank you for your kind assistance." The master responds graciously. The guards lead the 2 to the 2 worthies' residence, where the sky darkens with the approach of evening. Inside the residence, adorned with antique charm and elegant decor, candles flicker brightly, and the sounds of laughter and conversation resonate from within. As they enter, they find the hall already bustling with a substantial number of attendees. "Ah, Master Yan, after several years, you still appear remarkably robust." Master Yan maintained a subtle smile, inquiring about the gentleman's identity. "Ah, for years ago, I sought knowledge at the Wui Academy. At that time, 3 examiners judged me. 2 believed my temperament too fierce for the academy, but you, esteemed sir, graciously gave me a chance." Master Yin continued to smile. Such matters were hardly retained in his memory. The very occurrence might even be debatable. Yet, it was of no consequence. He had grown accustomed to similar dialogues and scenarios, having encountered them far too often. As the esteemed master of the Wui Academy, many sought to ingratiate themselves with him. It is indeed regrettable. For the gentleman's presence at the martial tea gathering signifies he is one of the renowned talents of Qingshan County. My failure to bring him into our fold back then was undoubtedly a loss for the Wui Academy. Ha ha, Master Yin, you jest. My modest achievements are hardly noteworthy. By the way, I presume this is one of your esteemed disciples? The young scholar paid him no mind, instead finding a seat for himself, creating an awkward atmosphere. Master Yin could only chuckle, explaining that his young disciple had traveled a long way and was feeling somewhat unwell, thus requesting the gentleman's understanding. No worries, please. Master. Master Yin sat beside the young scholar, adopting a relaxed demeanor while observing the many unfamiliar faces within the gathering. This tea assembly seemed far more complex than last year's. With that, Master Yin glanced at the young scholar, keeping a distance from the unfamiliar attendees. Once you resolve your inner turmoil, we shall depart. Let us not invite misfortune upon ourselves. The Wui Academy is not yet prepared for worldly affairs. The young scholar looked at the boisterous and seemingly uncouth individuals present, stating, I have no desire to engage with such vulgar company. It tarnishes the dignity of scholarship. I disdain to associate with them. Master Yin shook his head, amused. True scholars always approach learning with a sincere quest for knowledge, devoid of inherent bias. What you perceive as vulgarity may be precisely what others seek as refinement. Our studies can encompass both highbrow and common knowledge. Unwarranted prejudice will only cloud your judgment and lead to a lack of decorum, obscuring the clarity of the world's complexities. Such wisdom cannot be gleaned from the tomes of the Academy. The path ahead remains long for you. The young scholar nodded, neither refuting nor fully absorbing the words. Perhaps dismissing them as tedious instruction. He remained fixated on the prominent seat at the highest point of the gathering. Historically, the tea assembly commenced immediately following the evening banquet in Qingshan County, as the influx of attendees made it impossible to adhere to the usual schedule within a single day. Consequently, this evening, he would have the opportunity to meet the esteemed Prince Chen. Observing this, Master Yin chose not to elaborate further, with the young scholar's inner conflict unresolved. Words would bear little weight. He could only hope that this occasion would be sufficient to illuminate the disparities before him. The two fell into silence amidst the raucous revelry outside. The young talents traversing between the two residences engaged in lively discourse, forging new friendships and rekindling old connections. The atmosphere was vibrant and lively, a true reflection of the martial arts tea gathering, where beyond mere discussions and contests, the essence lay in the cultivation of connections. This fundamental aspect is the primary reason why the martial arts tea gathering has been fervently embraced by various factions since its inception. For the youth of smaller sects, the adage more friends, more pathways holds particularly true, serving as an excellent stepping stone for their advancement. Among the counties of Fengzhou, the martial arts tea gathering in Qingshan County stands out as particularly unique. Numerous young talents from beyond Qingshan County travel vast distances to attend, resulting in a crowded venue and prolonged proceedings. The draw of this gathering? None other than the fifth prince, Lu Chen. Chapter 7. The arrival of the fifth prince in the grand realm of Dayu. Few can rival the status and prestige of a prince. Many strive tirelessly to align themselves with the prince's faction, seeking to ascend the ranks and bask in glory. However, being of royal blood, Lu Chen is not someone one can simply meet at will. Furthermore, he resides within the palace, leading a reclusive life, preferring tranquility. Thus, the martial arts tea gathering in Qingshan County becomes the singular opportunity for most to encounter this noble scion. Naturally, discussions among the attendees predominantly revolve around him. I merely consider myself fortunate. Last year, I received a few words of guidance from His Highness Prince Chen, which fortuitously led to my breakthrough. This is all thanks to His Highness. Indeed, His Highness possesses exceptional wisdom. I had thought my family's inherited technique, the radiant sword art, had matured, yet he effortlessly pointed out my flaws. I am truly humbled. My friends, let us not be modest. The talent of His Highness far surpasses what we ordinary folks could ever hope to compare with. While the crowd sang praises of Prince Chen, the underlying tones were often laced with flattery. For them, the prince was defined solely by his royal identity. In comparison to this exalted status, attributes like talent and cultivation levels seem trivial. After all, no matter how gifted or accomplished Prince Chen may be, none would dare to challenge the dignity of the royal family. With a mere command, countless skilled individuals would eagerly rush to fulfill his bidding, rendering his personal involvement unnecessary. As the crowd engaged in such conversations, a young scholar smiled knowingly, as if to say, how superficial. Indeed, when it comes to a ruling dynasty as vast as the royal family, the nuances of talent may seem inconsequential. Yet, if his gifts transcended the mundane, that would be of great significance. Just as the founding emperor of Dayu, Emperor Lu Xinghe, and his successor, the revitalizing Emperor Lu Xingxi, once stood as pillars of strength in tumultuous times, capable of steering a nation back from the brink of collapse. While comparing the fifth Prince Lu Chen to such illustrious figures may seem exaggerated, The young scholar firmly believes that Chen possesses remarkable potential for growth. He vividly recalls last year's martial arts tea gathering, where he emerged victorious, claiming the top honor. In accordance with tradition, he had invited the fifth prince, the host of the gathering, to offer a few words of commentary, expecting little more than perfunctory praise. After all, as a prodigy of the Wire Academy, he had already reached the pinnacle of the Qi transformation realm at the tender age of 19, mastering the profound art of the Wire Zhengqi book to its fifth level. Among the younger generation, only a handful could match his prowess, leaving no peers to guide him. Yet, to his astonishment, the fifth prince indeed articulated profound insights. Each word was a gem, pinpointing his weaknesses, some of which he had not even realized himself. Particularly in the comprehension of the Wire Zhengqi book, the fifth prince exhibited a deeper understanding than this true heir of the academy himself. In that moment, the young scholar nearly succumbed to inner turmoil, questioning his own legitimacy as the academy's successor. Thus, he devoted himself even more diligently to the study of the Wire Zhengqi book, striving to present his strongest self at the upcoming tea gathering, eager to discern the gap between himself and the esteemed fifth prince, Chen. He tightened his grip on the jade flute, growing increasingly eager for the arrival of Prince Chen. The flickering candlelight cast shadows as time swiftly passed within the two virtues' residence. Participants continued to arrive from outside the city. Finally, as night fell, the banquet hour approached. The sound of synchronized footsteps echoed outside the two virtues' residence, accompanied by the rumble of carriages. Formations of well-trained silver-armored soldiers swiftly arranged themselves, encircling the residence and clearing a broad path. A magnificent carriage came to a slow halt outside. At this moment, all activity ceased, and every gaze turned toward the entrance. From the carriage emerged a strikingly beautiful maiden clad in blue, her beauty unparalleled in Woking City. She surveyed her surroundings before bending slightly to pull back the curtain, graciously inviting forth the noble figure seated within. The individual was draped in a dark black python robe, adorned with a jade dragon hairpin, with long, flowing hair as dark as a waterfall. His tall, upright stature and piercing gaze emanated an undeniable air of nobility. Yet, more than his royal bearing, it was his enigmatic aura of cold indifference that rendered him inscrutable, evoking a sense of lofty solitude akin to the frigid Tianshan snow. Among the princes, he stood as a transcendent presence. There could be no doubt that this was the low-key and mysterious fifth prince, Chen. The crowd swiftly bowed their heads in deference, showing respect to the noble family. Once the esteemed prince took his seat, the assembly paid their respects. "We pay our respects to His Highness, Prince Chen. May His Highness live 1,000 years. Amidst the chorus of reverence, Chen cast a brief glance over the attendees. "No need for formalities. Please take your seats." "Thank you, Your Highness." The crowd complied and settled in. Chen continued, "This evening's banquet is to welcome you all and to wish you success at the upcoming tea gathering. Please enjoy yourselves." Lan Yun raised a wine jug, filled Chen's cup, and presented it to him. Chen lightly lifted his cup in acknowledgement to the gathering, then drank, signaling the commencement of the feast. The others, accustomed to his demeanor, understood that Prince Chen was always succinct in speech. He had little patience for superfluous formalities and abhorred idle chatter that wasted everyone's time. Thus, he drained his cup in response to Prince Chen, marking the official commencement of the banquet. After paying their respects to the prince, the guests engaged in spirited conversations with their neighbors, sharing insights on their cultivation experiences while subtly gauging potential adversaries, all in preparation for the ensuing tea gathering. The banquet was brief. Meals could be enjoyed at any time, yet the tea gathering was an annual affair, capturing their primary focus rather than the feast itself. After 3 rounds of wine, they harmoniously set down their chopsticks and cups, entering a state of tranquility to adjust themselves for the upcoming tea event. Observing this, Chen gestured for the maidens to clear the dining arrangements and prepare for the tea gathering. The resonant chimes of an ancient bell echoed through the hall. Within the chamber, fragrant incense burners were arranged upon the table. The delicate scent wafted through the air, enveloping the guests in a soothing embrace that invited relaxation and indulgence. At the head table, the maidens lit the purple gold incense burner for Chen, as soft tendrils of smoke ascended gracefully. Chen glanced at the drifting incense, a hint of cold starlight flickering in his eyes. "Is this it to begin?" "Your Highness, allow me to prepare the tea for you," came the gentle reply. "Very well." Lan Yun meticulously arranged the tea set, as was customary in the palace, selecting only the finest essence from the leaves to pour a cup for Chen. Discarding the remnants, She instructed the maidens attending the chamber to fetch 2 more cups. Understood, Mississippi. Once Lan Yun returned with the prepared tea, she delicately fanned away the steam, pouring a small sip, ready to partake. As Lu Chen's personal attendant, she was vigilant in inspecting all external items to prevent any malevolent intentions against her lord. However, just as she raised the cup, Lu Chen discreetly halted her, remarking, "It has been some time since I last enjoyed this tea. Let us switch to the lotus seed tea upon our return." Lan Yun nodded in acquiescence. Meanwhile, the subtle aroma of incense wafting through the space caught the attention of Master Yin, who instinctively sensed something amiss. He furrowed his brow, unable to pinpoint the source of his discomfort, but his innate acuity as a peak practitioner of Ming compelled him to remain vigilant against anomalies. It wasn't tea until a young scholar nearby stirred the tea, releasing a fragrant aroma that filled the air, that he realized the peculiarity. Hastily, he reached beneath the table to gently grasp the scholar's arm. The young man turned slowly, his expression one of confusion as he met Yin's gaze without uttering a word. "Maintain your composure. This tea gathering includes many formidable figures. Do not underestimate them, lest you fall into their trap," Yin cautioned. "Indeed, Master, your teachings are wise," the young scholar acknowledged, understanding the gravity of the situation. "There is something amiss with this tea." He discreetly shielded his cup with the broad sleeve of his robe, feigning that he had consumed the tea. Upon finishing, he jested, "The royal family indeed possesses abundant wealth to offer such exquisite tea for mere gatherings." Yin smiled knowingly, and the two adopted a facade of nonchalance as they scrutinized their opponents at the tea gathering. After a moment of silent observation, they remained poised, ready for whatever might unfold. In the heart of the esteemed residence of the two worthies, 10 cups of exquisitely brewed tea were quietly arranged upon a specially crafted long table, signifying that the ceremonial preparations for the tea gathering had been completed. The clear, ringing sound of an ancient bell echoed once more. Lu Chen's voice, as cold and ethereal as the wind, resonated from the head seat. As per tradition, the 10 cups of pure ancient tea are to be claimed by those who possess the ability. The time extends until sunset on the following day. You may commence. The surrounding attendees, abruptly emerging from their meditative states, turned their gazes toward the 10 cups of ancient tea that beckoned enticingly. After a brief moment, the first brave soul stepped forward. He first offered a polite, sweeping gesture toward the assembly, then proclaimed, "I am Lu Chen, a resident of Wanha County, age 21. A disciple of the Wanha sword sect at the Qi transformation stage, proficient in both swift and deliberate sword techniques. Allow me to warm the atmosphere with this first cup of tea. If any of you gentlemen harbor differing opinions, step forth and challenge me." With that, Lu Chen strode to the center of the gathering. As he planted his feet, a contrasting voice emerged from the opposite side. "I too wish to partake in this first cup. Lu Chen, my apologies for the imposition." A young man, exuding a bold demeanor and clad in attire reminiscent of a wandering knight, stepped into view, radiating an aura of the martial world. Those who possess the ability should claim their prize. How could this be seen as an imposition? "My good fellow, I implore you." With the final word uttered, the two unsheathed their swords, leaping into battle with a grace reminiscent of a soaring phoenix. The clash of metal rang out, a symphony of sounds. With blades gleaming in the air, both combatants displayed their utmost prowess, channeling their vital energies into their blades, aiming for a decisive strike. As the duel unfolded, the brilliance of their swords flickered, and their fists struck with the force of thunder, creating a tempestuous atmosphere within the spacious two worthies' residence, stirring the incense smoke into a frenzy. The onlookers were entranced, meticulously observing the techniques of both fighters, pondering how they might respond if they were in their place. Unbeknownst to them, the intensity of the duel escalated, and their fervor turned into a fiery determination. "Come, receive this blow." The initially restrained energy surged forth, and the once controlled strikes transformed into a full-blown confrontation, resembling a clash of true titans. The sounds of blades clashing quickened, akin to a rapid drumbeat, resonating in the hearts of those present. Only Lu Chen, seated at the head, withdrew his scrutinizing gaze and lifted his teacup. Endless sword rain. "Die? Too slow. Get out of my way." With a powerful horizontal strike, Lu Chen sent his opponent flying, deflecting a potentially lethal attack. "Splendid. What exceptional swordsmanship." The crowd cheered, reveling in the spectacle. Yet, at that moment, an unforeseen incident occurred. The young knight, seemingly overtaken by madness, unleashed a torrent of vital energy. Swinging his sword with reckless abandon, unable to rein in his force, and struck toward Lu Cheng with wild abandon. The trajectory of the strike was none other than toward the position of the esteemed host. Prince Chen, this is dire. Foolish scoundrel. Wake up and sheath your sword. Quickly. Protect His Highness. Be cautious, Your Highness. The frenzied Lu Cheng was roused from his bloodlust by the shouts of the onlookers. Upon glancing across, a chill gripped his heart. It was over. He hurriedly pursued, utterly oblivious to the murderous intent that had surged within him during that last strike. At this moment, rushing to intervene in the minor clash at the two virtues' abode, with such proximity and the sudden ferocity of his sword, how could he possibly halt it? Lu Cheng cursed under his breath. What had begun as a measured sparring session had inexplicably ignited his fury, and he had lost all restraint. It was finished, utterly finished. Lu Cheng could already envision the dire consequences that awaited him. Regardless of whether it was accidental, attacking a prince was undeniably a capital offense. In that fleeting instant, the rogue youth, with his blade shimmering with azure energy, thrust towards Lu Cheng. Yet Lu Cheng remained unperturbed, as calm as still water. He raised the teacup to his lips without casting a glance in the direction of the impending danger. This only intensified the crimson glow in the rogue's eyes, and the ferocity of his blade escalated. Death. It seemed imminent. In the next heartbeat, clank, crash, the rogue's sword shattered as he lunged forward. The moment his blade approached within 3 feet of Lu Cheng, it abruptly disintegrated, as if colliding with an invisible wall of energy, rendering his furious strike impotent. Furthermore, the fragments of the shattered sword appeared to be drawn by some mysterious force, suspended in midair. Then, with a resounding thud, an invisible wave surged forth, sending the shards piercing through the rogue youth and crashing him heavily to the ground, leaving a long trail of blood that ended at Lu Cheng's feet. In an instant, silence fell. The sudden eruption of the rogue youth and his equally abrupt demise left the onlookers momentarily stunned, their minds blank. It took them a while to comprehend what had transpired. Trembling, they glanced at the unscathed Lu Cheng at the head of the table, then at the lingering, faintly azure distortions surrounding him. This was the protective energy barrier. Chapter 9. The tea is problematic in that moment. Many felt their pupils quake, their eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. What kind of martial artist could possess such a protective barrier? Golden Core. Master. Was the fifth Prince Lu Chen a martial arts master? Within the two virtues' abode, silence reigned. If they recalled correctly, Lu Chen was merely 20 years old this year, right? A martial arts master at 20? Was that even conceivable? The scholars from Waya Academy stared wide-eyed, engulfed in confusion, as if they had stepped into a realm of delusion. Lu Chen was a martial arts master? What differences were left to ponder? Was this disparity not enough? They should just pack up and leave. He could not discern, truly could not discern. His bewildered gaze turned towards Master Yan. Master, is he truly a martial arts master? Master Yan's uncertain gaze shifted from Lu Chen. Even he could not ascertain the answer to that question. However, what was it? Master Yan gazed deeply at the faintly azure aura surrounding Lu Chen, his voice laden with emotion as he spoke. The royal technique, the Qingtian Baiju, stands unparalleled throughout the ages. For generations. As long as the royal offspring cultivate this technique to the 6th level, they can manifest the Qingtian divine aura, achieving a protective effect akin to that of a martial arts master's body shield. Upon hearing this, the scholarly youth's eyes brightened with the realization. Could it be that Lu Chen had merely reached the 6th level of the Qingtian Baiju? My wise Hanky Shu is also nearing the 6th level. It appears that the gap between them may not be as vast as I once thought. With this contemplation, the youth's gaze gradually regained its clarity. Unbeknownst to him, Master Yin sighed inwardly. Alas, foolish child, the 6th level of the Qingtian Baiju is not to be conflated with the 6th level of the wise Hanky Shu. The royal descendants, accustomed to high status, rarely venture into the martial world except in times of chaos. Perhaps the world has forgotten the true implications of the Qingtian divine aura at the 6th level. This aura is far more formidable than the protective energy of a martial arts master. Meanwhile, in the depths of the crowd, a profound darkness concealed beneath an ostensibly astonished facade. They gazed at Lu Chen, who sat immovable like a mountain, exuding the demeanor of a master. As their fingers instinctively tightened, the tension in their hearts reached a breaking point until they observed Lu Chen casually downing his tea once more, at which point they slowly relaxed, biding their time. In the hushed atmosphere of the two virtues pavilion, Lu Chen's cold voice shattered the tranquility. Two guards swiftly approached to drag the young rogue away. Upon seeing the limp body, Lu Cheng's legs turned to jelly, and he fell to his knees with a thud. What had he done? He had attacked a prince? Moreover, a prince who could potentially be a martial arts master? It was over. This was utterly disastrous. Your Highness. Lu Cheng had no intention of committing such a grave offense. It was truly an unintentional blunder. I beseech your Highness for mercy. Your Highness, I implore you. Lu Chen replied with indifference. Whether it was intentional or not, I shall decide after the tea gathering. Proceed. Lu Cheng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Life and death remained uncertain, which was preferable to an immediate demise. Yes. He glanced around, still shaken, and asked, "Is there any other brother here who wishes to spar with me? If not, I shall take my first cup of tea." Wait, I shall. Another flying sword suddenly appeared. Lu Cheng immediately engaged in combat. However, due to the earlier incident, he fought with trepidation, cautious of provoking further misfortune. He found himself restricted at every turn, struggling against his opponent. Moreover, having just fought a battle, his vital energy was depleted. In a matter of moments, Lu Cheng was defeated. Brother Lu, I concede. Lu Cheng shook his head. Concede? Not a chance. He now only hoped to survive the tea gathering. Returning to his seat, he sipped his tea in silence. The others continued to observe the unfolding situation, analyzing the disparity between enemies and allies, and considering whether they could maintain a winning streak until the end. Thus, they determined whether to intervene or wait for the second or third cup. The essence of the tea gathering lay in this. Participants must not only assess their adversaries, but also judge the overall situation. As the gathering progressed further, the stakes continued to rise. The tense atmosphere within the Two Virtues residence has somewhat abated, and the tea gathering has returned to its former fervor. Spectacular contests unfold one after another on the stage. During this time, no further attempts on the prince's life occur, and no one engages in genuine combat. All participants exhibit restraint. It seems that the earlier disturbance was merely an unfortunate mishap. As time progresses, the teacups on the table diminish cup by cup, from the second to the third, until the fourth cup arrives at the midnight hour. Suddenly, chaos ensues once more. A sharp sound pierces the air as a deep gash appears on a participant's arm. The opponent exclaims in shock, hastily retracting his sword. Are you all right, my friend? I apologize for my clumsiness. No, it's not your fault. I've been feeling rather unwell. Just moments ago, my inner energy unexpectedly became chaotic. At this revelation, many present raise their eyebrows in intrigue. You feel it too? You all do? At this moment, Lu Cheng steps forward. No, it's not merely a disturbance in energy. I also sense it dissipating, leaving my limbs weak and an inexplicable rage simmering within me. Until now, I managed to suppress it, but as my energy wanes, that violent sensation intensifies. Now I understand why I lost control during the first contest. You too? I thought it was just my issue. Fortunately, I restrained myself earlier. Otherwise, what? The room erupts in astonishment. One person having a problem may be trivial, but if many are afflicted, it signals dire consequences. The gathering promptly halts their debates and begins to meditate, assessing their physical condition. However, the more they focus, the more grave their expressions become. Undoubtedly, they have all fallen victim. They turn to each other, exchanging glances, searching for the source of this treachery and the point of failure. Who is behind this? It is I. Suddenly, a dozen individuals emerge from the crowd, strolling leisurely as if unaffected, gazing down at everyone with mockery, as if ambling through their own garden. You're only now realizing? It may be a tad too late. The attendees' gazes converge upon this group. It was you. What are your intentions? To poison the royal tribute tea at a court event. This is a crime that warrants extermination of your entire clan. Extermination? Thanks to that wretched emperor. We have long been without a home to be confiscated. You are followers of the Taiping sect? Indeed, to save the world, only we, the Taiping, prevail. The followers gather at the center of the Two Virtues residence, carelessly lifting the ancient tea from the table and pouring it onto the ground. Tea. There is something wrong with the tea. Chapter 10. The realm of the hidden sword amidst blossoms. You dare to tamper with the royal tribute tea. In an instant, all eyes turn sharply to Lu Chen, seated at the head of the table. The royal tribute tea, a highly secretive and meticulously protected commodity, is exclusively reserved for the royal family, accessible only to its core members. As the prince of the Great Yu, Lu Chen could never conspire with the Taiping sect to poison the tea. Thus, there exists but one possibility. The influence of the Taiping sect has infiltrated the very heart of the imperial court. What are you staring at? Hurry and express your gratitude to His Highness, the Prince of Chen. Were it not for our esteemed prince, How could you mere mortals ever hope to partake in the meticulously crafted Miyuan San of our sacred order? This tasteless and odorless elixir is potent enough to incapacitate even the most skilled masters of the Ming-Yi realm, and using it on you is indeed a waste. Yet, fortunately, the outcome is pleasing. His Highness has consumed a full 6 cups of the Miyuan San. Initially, I feared that a single cup might not suffice to incapacitate one such as you. Suspected to be a master of martial arts or perhaps a practitioner of the celestial divine qi. But with 6 cups of Miyuan San, coupled with the prolonged inhalation of the bewitching soul incense, regardless of whether you are a martial arts master or have attained the celestial divine qi, you shall submit to my will. Having spoken, the gray-haired youth, seemingly the leader of the group, reveled in his moment of triumph. Basking in the condescension reflected in the gazes of those around him, he remained oblivious to the pitying eyes of Lan Yuan, who stood beside Lu Chen. Although she lacked profound understanding of martial principles, she was well aware of her lord. From the beginning, he had never regarded these brigands of the Taiping sect with any seriousness. She understood that her master had dismissed these individuals as nothing more than a troupe of foolish jesters. Yet, the jesters, still unaware of their own folly, continued to indulge in their self-congratulation, looking down upon everyone present. The attendees of the tea gathering glared at him, indignant. A group that only knows how to employ treachery and poison from the shadows. You wretched scoundrels, dare you not face us in a fair contest? The gray-haired youth, raising his hands in feigned exasperation, countered, such words are misguided. I hold the utmost sincerity towards the talented individuals of Qingshan County present here. I earnestly invite each of you to join our Taiping sect, to rise against the tyrannical reign of the Dog Emperor and restore peace to this realm. The current state of suffering brought upon us by the Dog Emperor is plain for all to see. He commenced his impassioned speech on justice. Are you content to live under such a despotic regime? To endure the oppression of the Dog Emperor? Silence enveloped the room. The gray-haired youth surveyed the crowd, then continued. I understand that many harbor fears regarding the court, for they are the rulers of this dynasty, wielding formidable power. But we, the Taiping sect, are not to be trifled with. He turned his gaze toward Lu Chen, mockingly stating, I shall spare you the empty rhetoric. Look with your own eyes. Even a prince of the realm has become a captive of our Taiping sect. This alone is testament to the strength we possess. With Lu Chen in our grasp, the conquest of Fengzhou is but a matter of time. The overthrow of the foolish monarch is within our reach. Lu Chen remained unperturbed, his calm gaze sweeping over the assembled crowd. Not receiving the reaction he sought, the gray-haired youth grew bored and turned his attention elsewhere. Finally noticing the 2 individuals from the Wire Academy who had remained silent and uninvolved. I nearly forgot about you, Mr. Yin. I have always held profound respect for esteemed sages like Master Yin. It is with great anticipation that we address you, Master Yin. He chuckled softly, shaking his head in response. You have chosen the wrong adversary this time, the Taiping sect. The gray-haired youth was about to utter another remark when Master Yin continued, facing death yet remaining oblivious. Although Master Yin was uncertain of Lu Chen's exact realm, he was aware of one undeniable fact. Even he could discern the peculiarities of the tea and incense. How could a paragon, who had cultivated the azure sky divine power, be unaware? Evidently, Prince Chen had orchestrated this from the outset, enticing the serpents from their lairs, compelling the thieves of the Taiping sect to reveal themselves, thus sparing the trouble of sifting through for traitors. The results were now unmistakable. They had all emerged. The gray-haired youth's expression grew increasingly grim. What do you mean? Master Yin. Without uttering a word, Master Yin merely inclined his body in a respectful gesture towards the individuals behind him. The attendees at the tea gathering fell silent, the atmosphere thick with an eerie stillness. Feeling this, the gray-haired youth's heart raced with an unsettling premonition. After waiting so long, he had hoped for some formidable figures. A cold, aloof voice suddenly pierced the air. The gray-haired youth's pupils constricted, and he swiftly turned his head. To his astonishment, Lu Chen had silently appeared behind him, seated in the principal position. This is dire. He retreated hastily, distancing himself from Lu Chen by several paces, preparing to launch hidden weapons in search of an opportunity. However, the moment his feet found stable ground, a powerful, pristine hand gently rested upon his shoulder, rendering him immobile as though crushed by a divine mountain. Your schemes are indeed more extensive than I had imagined. The bitter winds from Tianshan swept past the gray-haired youth, chilling him to the core, as if he were plunged into an icy abyss. Yet, to think that such insignificant beings would dare to overthrow my grand Yu. He was drenched in cold sweat. the size of a bean, forming on his forehead. Such delusions. As his thoughts crystallized, a cataclysmic sound erupted. Bang! The gray-haired youth felt a surge of divine power radiate from his shoulder, followed by a sharp pain in his knee, causing his vision to plummet in tandem with the agonizing torment in his lower body. The gray-haired youth emitted a heart-wrenching scream. His lower half crushed into the ground. You. He painfully gazed at the members of the Taiping sect. What are you waiting for? Act swiftly. He had inhaled so much of the soul-entrapping incense and the annihilation powder that he was now at his limit. Capture him. The Taiping sect members, receiving his command, hesitated no longer. They promptly swallowed crimson pills, and a fierce aura erupted within the chambers of the two sages. Experts at the pinnacle of Qi transformation surged towards Lu Chun, alongside several initial stage Ming intent practitioners, weaving a net of celestial and terrestrial entrapment. A chill ran through the hearts of the tea gathering attendees. So many Qi transformation masters and Ming intent powerhouses? This is troubling, given our poisoned state. Today may be our doom. An ominous realization dawned upon them all. Beside them, the scholarly youth of the Endless Academy hesitated, addressing the master. Yet the venerable teacher paid him no heed, instead fixating intently on Lu Chun, ensnared within a web of adversaries. Lu Chun merely cast a fleeting glance at the throng of Taiping cultists, a glimmer of cold light flickering in his eyes. Suddenly, the air around him warped and shimmered into an ethereal haze. With a resounding clang, invisible sword energies erupted from the void, piercing through the atmosphere with uncanny angles, invading the eyes, nose, ears, heart, and limbs of the intruders. The formless sword energies intertwined, penetrating flesh and bone, howling violently as they sliced through the air, producing a harsh, piercing sound reminiscent of a sword cutting through the void. One by one, the blood-soaked, mangled corpses fell like scattered petals, crashing heavily onto the ground of the hall of the two sages. Blood painted the earth, a sight of utter desolation. The once mighty Taiping cultists, who had flaunted their bravado, were now utterly vanquished, devoid of life. The air thickened with a dense fog of blood, suffusing the entire hall with a nauseating stench. Chapter 11. Drag them away. Behead them. A palpable stillness enveloped the tea gathering, the air heavy with the scent of coagulated blood. For an eternity, no one dared to speak. Finally, someone with great difficulty swallowed, glancing at Lu Chun, then at the multitude of lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. A collective gasp escaped the crowd. How could so many adept masters of Qi transformation and bright intent fall to a single strike from the Prince of Chen, reduced to mere fragments, akin to the most inconsequential of creatures? Such power, and reflecting on the earlier display of protective energy, there was no doubt that Lu Chun was indeed a genuine master of martial arts. With this realization, many of their previous doubts dissipated. It was no wonder that the young prince exhibited such extraordinary maturity and composure, coupled with an air of solitary nobility akin to the cold, desolate peaks of the Tianshan Mountains. A martial arts master at the tender age of 20. If it were they, could they possess a solitude and aloofness surpassing that of the prince? Yet, he was merely 20 years old. Was this not utterly absurd? Meanwhile, Master Yin inhaled deeply, closing his eyes to mask the tremor within. Others may not recognize it, but as the teacher of the Endless Academy in Fengzhou, how could he mistake the renowned technique of the illustrious Luo family from the Blossom Sword sect? It could not be mistaken. What Lu Chun had just executed was none other than the 8th realm of the Blossom Sword's unseen sword domain. Within the entire Blossom Sword sect, only a handful of venerable elders, including the illustrious Master Luo Shiyuan, had attained this level, and they were all septuagenarians or older, seasoned figures in Fengzhou. Yet Lu Chun, a tempest surged within Master Yin's heart. At merely 20 years of age, he had not only mastered the 6th layer of the Qingtian difficult art, but had also cultivated the Blossom Sword to its 8th realm. What might he achieve by the age of 30 or 40? A celestial being of martial prowess, a terrestrial immortal? Was the Lu family of Daiyu truly destined for greatness? In times of impending calamity, there always arises a prodigious talent to rectify the tides, to continue the legacy of the Daiyu nation. Master? Yin glanced at the scholarly youth, inquiring if he comprehended the magnitude of the revelation. The youth, with a bitter nod, acknowledged the truth, choosing not to contest further. Once the tea gathering concludes, I shall return, for there are matters that I must deliberate upon with the sovereign. The Taiping sect and the Yu Dynasty may no longer pose a dilemma for my boundless academy. Procrastination will only lead to a display of corpses at the city gates. Lu Chen's indifferent voice reverberated within the somber confines of the Two Virtues residence, shattering the prevailing silence. The guards promptly commenced the task of clearing the battlefield, dragging away the rebels of the Taiping sect who had perished beneath the intangible sword aura. The Two Virtues residence was significantly emptied. Lu Chen approached the gray-haired youth once more, standing sideways before him, his calm and aloof gaze instilling a sense of trepidation within the youth's heart. The formidable mental pressure felt almost tangible, pricking at his skin with discomfort. Impossible. After such a substantial dose of the annihilation powder and several hours of the soul-dulling incense, how could you still wield your true energy? This cannot be. Lu Chen had no time to entertain his grievances. Who sent you to assassinate me? The gray-haired youth faltered. Initially, he had been gripped by fear, but upon hearing Lu Chen's words, his trepidation dissipated somewhat, even giving way to a flicker of self-satisfaction. He suddenly felt an almost perverse sense of accomplishment, as if he had managed to gain the upper hand over Lu Chen in some regard. Perhaps since the destruction of his family, he had indeed become twisted. To him, witnessing the royal family bow in submission and witnessing their fall from grace was of paramount importance. A smirk crept upon his lips. Ha ha. So the exalted royalty also seeks my assistance in betraying the Taiping sect? Boldly, he remarked, in the presence of his royal highness, how dare you act so brazenly? Among the crowd, Lu Chen, who had been ruminating on how to preserve his own life, suddenly found his eyes gleaming with hope upon hearing this. An opportunity to safeguard his life had presented itself. He quickly rose to reprimand the gray-haired youth, offering himself as a solution. Your royal highness, allow me to take him. Lu Chen had numerous methods to deal with such a tough adversary, and he was confident he could extract all the information regarding the Taiping sect's operations in Wanqing City from him. Humph. The gray-haired youth scoffed at this. Having dared to disrupt the tea gathering and attempt to assassinate the crown prince, he would not be intimidated by such underhanded tactics. Just wait. As long as I am not killed, you shall all eventually fall into the hands of the Taiping sect. You dare not take my life. Such were his thoughts. Yet, a seemingly casual remark from Lu Chen swiftly plunged him from the heights of arrogance into the depths of despair. Drag him out and execute him. What? The gray-haired youth's eyes widened in disbelief. Lu Chen intended to execute him? Did he not desire the intelligence regarding the Taiping sect? Was he not afraid of the list of prominent members that the youth could divulge? The guards clad in silver armor seized him from either side, dragging him toward the door. Even as they reached the threshold, the gray-haired youth could not fathom why he would dare to take his life. After all, he was the leader of these individuals. Did he not wish to know how the soul-dulling incense and tribute tea had been tampered with? As he was on the verge of being expelled, he noticed one of the silver-armored guards drawing a long blade. With a gleaming flash, the blade shone brightly. Lu Chen's indifferent gaze remained unchanged as he inquired, seemingly without concern, "Is it merely a casual inquiry?" The gray-haired youth was completely flustered, utterly panicked. He could not afford to die just yet. He had yet to witness the day when the Great Yu would be overthrown. Wait, I say. The silver-armored guard halted his blade and turned to look at Lu Chen. However, Lu Chen showed no signs of retracting his command. The actions of the Taiping sect in disrupting the tea gathering and attempting to assassinate him were hardly clever. They had sent only these inconspicuous figures who could unleash their combat prowess solely through the power of medicinal pills. Clearly, this plan was not deemed significant by the Taiping sect, perhaps merely a diversion to shift their attention and conceal their true intentions. This so-called leader was unlikely to possess much core information. Rather than waste efforts on him, it would be wiser to investigate the matter of the tribute tea, following the clues to their source. In fact, Lu Chen was not particularly concerned with the so-called plans of the Taiping sect, for there was no need. To him, regardless of their schemes, the outcome was predetermined. Thus, if this individual had been willing to divulge information from the outset, Lu Chen would have been happy to indulge in the entertainment. But should he consider this as leverage to threaten Lu Chen, he was merely courting his own demise. Casting a final glance at the gray-haired youth, Lu Chen turned and returned to his seat of authority. No. Swish. Thud. The massive head fell, rolling twice before coming to rest with its face skyward. Until his last breath, disbelief lingered in his eyes. The scent of blood within the chamber of two sages grew even more pungent. The attendees of the tea gathering fell into a stunned silence, each recoiling in trepidation, afraid to utter a word. Could it be that the Taiping sect had infiltrated with only this handful of individuals? Were there more lurking in the shadows? Better to be safe than sorry. They could hardly ensure their own safety. To be tainted by association with such treasonous elements before a prince, no matter the circumstances, would not end well. Moreover, this prince was a master of martial arts, an unparalleled powerhouse. Should he desire it, none present would escape unscathed. Thus, they remained silent, silently praying that Prince Chen would not direct his wrath toward these innocent bystanders. At that moment, the voice of flattery shattered the oppressive silence of the chamber of two sages. Everyone turned to see Lu Cheng attempting to save himself. This fellow, understanding the unspoken cue. They all mimicked Lu Cheng, exclaiming, "Prince Chen is mighty. How dare these mere thieves display bravado before his highness? They truly know not the heights of heaven or depths of earth." The scoundrels of the Taiping sect could never comprehend the might of Prince Chen, regardless of their schemes. They were futile against his highness. Lu Cheng surveyed the crowd, his expression remaining unchanged throughout. This stirred a sense of unease among those present. Fortunately, the tranquility did not endure for long, as Lu Chen spoke again. "Did any of you recognize those thieves?" The crowd exchanged hesitant glances, uncertain whether to speak. If they did, would they not be branded as accomplices of the Taiping sect? "Do not worry, speak the truth without fear. I am not one to confuse right with wrong." After such words were spoken, a voice emerged from the crowd. "Your Highness," among those individuals, "there are a few commoners I recognize, though only from having crossed paths and met on several occasions." "Indeed," he said, "those individuals are recent rising stars in the Yuping area, gaining momentum swiftly, having defeated several seasoned veterans upon their debut. They were previously rather inconspicuous in their respective sects, only to suddenly blossom, with many locals claiming they are late bloomers who have finally found their calling. In hindsight, it seems they may have joined the Taiping sect and benefited from its covert nurturing." Lu Chen nodded. "Is there more?" Another person stepped forward, stating, "Your Highness, as far as I know, many of these rebels hail from the same organization, seemingly called the Purity Society. Initially, someone from this Purity Society invited me to join, claiming it was an organization for sharing intelligence and cultivation resources. Through contributions to the organization, one could exchange for various cultivation elixirs and rare sect information, even advanced techniques. I was tempted at first, but ultimately declined, partly because I possess a profound sect inheritance and do not require the Purity Society's assistance, and partly because I suspected there might be some unsavory hidden agenda behind their generosity. I never expected that the Purity Society would be tied to the Taiping sect." "Indeed, that is correct. The information I possess aligns closely with what both of you have stated. It appears that we, in Wanhe, also have an organization called the White Lotus Society. Could it be related as well?" Once the conversation began, several others stepped forward to share what they knew, but their accounts were largely similar. This was indeed the case. Whether it be the Purity Society or the White Lotus Society, when rebellious forces initially recruit members, do they ever reveal their intentions to revolt? Only once one is truly involved do they discover that the ultimate authority lies with the Taiping sect, and by then, it is too late. Summon the attendants. "Your Highness, investigate the foundations of the White Lotus Society and the Purity Society, and ascertain who recommended those rebels' tea gatherings." "Yes. By the decree of the Lonely King, from this moment forth, entry into Qingcheng is permitted only, while exit is forbidden. Those who defy the order shall be executed." "Understood." After issuing the commands, Lu Chen glanced at the teacup in his hand and calmly stated, "Change the tea and incense burner. The tea gathering shall continue at sunset tomorrow." With that, Lu Chen rose and departed. "We bid farewell to your Highness." The crowd quickly stood to see him off, remaining bowed until Lu Chen boarded his carriage and the guards departed, at which point they straightened up and exhaled in relief. Phew. Though Prince Chen appears quite distant, he surprisingly proves to be rather approachable in conversation. Yet, recalling the earlier scene and his formidable strength, the pressure on us intensifies. As if a stone weighs heavily in our hearts, stifling our words and leaving us hesitant to speak freely. Now that Lu Chen has left, we immediately begin to chatter excitedly. Goodness, who would have thought? Who could have imagined that Prince Chen, who rarely reveals himself, is already a master of martial arts at merely 20 years of age? TSK, were it not for the audacious schemes of the Taiping sect, we would likely remain oblivious to the true countenance of Prince Chen. From the very beginning, I have heard whispers that the fifth prince, known for his modesty, possesses a penchant for martial arts and literature, suggesting he is a fervent devotee to the martial way. Naturally, his prowess could not be trifling. Yet, who could have anticipated that he would attain the realm of a martial arts master at such a tender age? In the annals of Daiyu, Who is the youngest martial arts master ever recorded with certainty? 35 years. Here we have a stark contrast, one at 35 and another at merely 20. A staggering gap of 15 years. The Liu family of Dai is poised to witness the emergence of another formidable figure akin to the founding emperor and the Renaissance emperor. May the heavens bless Dai. Meanwhile, within a luxurious carriage, Lan Yun furrowed her brow, seemingly lost in contemplation. Her surprise was not at Lu Chen's formidable strength. Since she was assigned as his personal maid at the tender age of 6, the two have shared 14 years of companionship. She had long since grasped her master's exceptional skills, which, despite having surpassed her expectations today, were not the source of her concern. Rather, she was preoccupied with the band of Taiping scoundrels at the tea gathering. Why the persistent frown? The voice of Lu Chun broke her reverie. Your Highness, she said. I was merely pondering that the attack at the tea gathering seemed overly simplistic. I do not mean to suggest that it is without merit, but do you think it possible that the Taiping sex disruption was merely a fade? Perhaps the true orchestrators aimed to divert our attention towards the Bailian Society and the Jingshi Society, thereby concealing their actual intentions? Your insight is commendable, Lu Chen replied. At his words, Lan Yun's bright eyes sparkled with delight, like a crescent moon. Having perused so many texts alongside Your Highness, I occasionally find myself contemplating in intricate layers. Your Highness, given this possibility, should we not alert the city lord and others to prepare in advance? Yet Lu Chen simply stated, it is of no consequence. He has always had a disinclination for convoluted matters. He would rather devote his time to the study of martial arts. Thus, if they can investigate, then so be it. If not, it matters not. Whether the Jingshi Society serves as bait or the Bailian Society as a trap is irrelevant. They will inevitably come. In this land of Dai, the path cannot stray far from him, the Prince of Chen. He merely needs to stand at the finish line and await their arrival. Any sights along the way are but a diversion, a source of amusement. Under the silvery moonlight, the opulent carriage glided gracefully towards Lu Chun's residence in Wanqing City. Chapter 13. The Eye of Life and Death at the Hour of the Tiger, in the Chun family estate of Wanqing City. Bang, bang, bang. Master, master, something terrible has happened. The head of the Chun household, Chen Xiao, was roused from a deep slumber, irritation surging within him. He impatiently hurled his pillow towards the door. Who dares disturb my peace at this hour? You've shattered my dreams. Begone. Whatever calamity has befallen can wait until morning. The butler, frantic, implored. What time is it to still be sleeping? If you were to sleep through this, you might never awaken again. Master. It was Prince Chen Wang who was ambushed at the tea gathering. Thud. The sound of a heavy object crashing to the ground echoed throughout the room. Rapid footsteps echoed, and with a loud bang, the door swung open. Chen Xiao, disheveled, rushed out, his face drained of color. What did you say? Prince Chen Wang was attacked? He seized the butler by the collar, his eyes wide with fury. This is dire. This is catastrophic. The prince was actually ambushed in Wanqing City. The sky is falling. My life is at stake. Where are the guards of Wanqing City? What of the Liu family's armored guards? What on earth are they doing? Are they all incapacitated by poison? Chen Xiao's face twitched in agitation. At that moment, the butler added, but the prince is unharmed. He single-handedly defeated all the assailants. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao let out a sigh of relief. Thank heavens. Thank heavens. For goodness sake, why not just say that directly instead of gasping for breath? The butler's voice trembled even more. But our Chen family is in trouble. The preparations for the tea gathering were solely our responsibility. After the poisoned tea was transported from the royal court, it has been handled entirely by our Chen family. What did you say? Poisoned tea? The butler immediately recounted the events of the tea gathering in detail. After listening, Chen Xiao's face turned ashen. He felt numb. Prepare the horses. Capture those tea servers and bring them to me for punishment. Hurry. Yes, yes. The butler swiftly went to ready the horses and investigate all Chen family members involved with the tribute tea. This was bad. This was truly disastrous. Chen Xiao quickly returned to his room to dress. At the bedside, a charming voice inquired, My lord, what is all this commotion about? Aren't you going to sleep? Sleep? How can I possibly sleep? Chen Xiao slammed the door as he left. After taking a few steps, he turned back to rummage through a hidden compartment, retrieving a heavily sealed tome. In his flustered state, he almost forgot this crucial item. Grasping the book, he burst through the door once more. Go, go. The urgent sound of hooves echoed in the stillness of the night. A fleet of swift horses raced through the darkness, slicing through the moonlight. They galloped swiftly to Lu Chen's residence. Inside, Lu Chen was meditating in a small courtyard when he received word from his subordinates. Convey the message. Yes. Before long, hurried footsteps sounded outside, and several figures entered in succession. Kneel. Everyone kneel. Chen Xiao, accompanied by a group of Chen family members, arrived at the estate. Upon entering the courtyard, Chen Xiao abruptly dropped to his knees before Lu Chen. My lord, Chen Xiao is guilty. I implore your forgiveness. Lu Chen opened his eyes and glanced at the kneeling Chen family members. What crime do you commit? Chen Xiao, tears streaming down his face, lamented that it was entirely his fault for not being meticulous enough when receiving the tribute tea, which led to the prince's peril today. He felt immense shame towards the prince and sorrow for his mother's dying wish. Chen Xiao's mother was a sister to Lu Chen's mother, making her the prince's concubine. Such is the foundation of a prince's faction, woven together by blood ties, extending outward to establish a core network of alliances, which then expands into secondary and tertiary relationships. Currently, Chen Xiao is a secondary branch that has extended from the Luo family. However, compared to other secondary branches, the Chen family is relatively close. After all, Lu Chen visits Qingqing annually to host tea gatherings, and naturally, familiarity grows over time. When Chen Xiao mentions her deceased mother, the purpose is clear. Lu Chen sighs, advising her not to shoulder burdens that do not belong to her. The Chen family's involvement in the Taiping sect's conspiracy will be investigated independently. Rise, he commands. Thank you, Your Highness. Your discernment is appreciated. Chen Xiao quickly bows in gratitude. She then stands and gives each of the Chen family's younger members a kick. You lot. Hurry and report to His Highness all matters concerning the tribute tea truthfully. Should you dare to conceal anything, I will not spare you. Yes, yes. The Chen descendants hurriedly recount their entire process of preparing the tea, from receiving the tea to serving it. Your Highness, on that day, we followed the usual protocol at the secret hall of the Chen family to receive the fragrance and tea sent from the imperial court for the tea gathering. There was nothing unusual, it was just like previous years. Lu Chen cast a glance at them before closing his eyes to rest, inquiring, did the imperial envoys exhibit any odd behavior? The imperial envoys were no different. They were the same people as in previous years. Continue. Yes. Subsequently, we locked the tribute tea and the imperial incense in the secret hall according to the regulations, with us taking turns to guard it day and night without any negligence. It was only when the tea gathering commenced that we retrieved it and delivered it to the tea gathering at the Two Virtues residence. We reported truthfully, without any concealment. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao remarked, Your Highness, since the transfer and storage of the tribute tea were flawless, could it be that this batch of tea and incense was poisoned when it left the imperial court? Chen Xiao's words were not meant to absolve the Chen family, though they had a slight stake in it. Yet, Chen Xiao was certain that the Chen family would never be at fault. As a secondary bloodline of the fifth prince, they were backed by the prince and the flourishing sword sect, wielding significant influence in Feng Prefecture. They would have to be quite foolish to conspire with the Taiping sect, a group of no repute. Lu Chen remained silent, simply waving his hand to indicate they could withdraw. Yes, Chen Xiao quickly ushered the younger Chen family members out, remaining in the estate herself. Is there anything else? Chen Xiao glanced around before pulling out a book from her robe, softly saying, Your Highness, please take a look at this. Oh, a martial arts manual, presented so mysteriously. Lu Chen took the manual she offered and casually flipped through a couple of pages. A faint, enchanting glow sparked in his eyes, which he quickly concealed. Where did this come from? Seeing this, Chen Xiao's face brightened. It seemed her intuition was correct. This was indeed a valuable item. She eagerly explained, not long ago, after the demise of the Wuchan sword sect, the Black Feather Guard in Feng Prefecture conducted a preliminary investigation and handed the matter over to our people for further inquiry. This item was discovered by our personnel after thoroughly investigating the Wuchan sword sect, found hidden in a secret compartment of their ancestral hall. As I casually flipped through the pages, I found this object to be profoundly enigmatic, imbued with an air of mystery that rendered it utterly incomprehensible. Reflecting on the abrupt annihilation of the Wuchan sword sect, and the last survivor who managed to evade disaster within the ancestral hall, I surmised that this calamity was likely connected to the item in question. It seemed evident that this artifact was far from ordinary. It could very well be a long-lost treatise on arcane arts. Thus, I hastily concealed it. Initially, I intended to send a disciple of the Chun family to deliver it to the palace for you, but reconsidering, I realized that if the Wuchan sword sect was indeed destroyed because of this, Any rumors leaking during the journey could lead to unfavorable consequences. Therefore, it was only upon your arrival in Wonking City that Chen presented it, hoping for your understanding. Chapter 14. A time of turmoil. Lu Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Your thoughtfulness is appreciated. Your Highness, I am relieved you are satisfied. With that, Chen curiously glanced at the tome, questioning if it truly contained esoteric knowledge. Esoteric knowledge? Lu Chen replied, this artifact is far more complex than mere esoteric arts. Its name is the Eyes of Life and Death. In ancient times, the Eyes of Life and Death was renowned, a legend known to all. It is said that a young girl, blessed by celestial beings, was born with divine eyes capable of perceiving the essence of life and death, wielding powers beyond human comprehension to alter fate itself, thus earning the fervent adoration of the local populace, who revered her as a saint. This saint, indeed, utilized her mystical vision to bring prosperity to her domain, becoming a formidable force in ancient times and establishing a sacred territory. The Eyes of Life and Death were the supreme technique she created, derived from her divine sight, enshrined as a legacy of the sacred land. With this art, the sacred territory flourished, commanding nature and dominating the ancient world. However, such prosperity was not destined to endure. One fateful day, the saint inexplicably succumbed to the dark path, wreaking havoc upon her realm. The practitioners of her art likewise fell into madness, engaging in brutal infighting, leading to the catastrophic collapse of the once mighty sacred territory, lost to the annals of history. In later years, descendants of the sacred land sought to reclaim the supreme art, yearning to revive its former glory. Yet, as they began their quest, they were beset by hysteria, teetering on the brink of madness, ultimately resorting to blinding themselves in a desperate bid to survive, forsaking the practice of the divine technique. Nevertheless, the descendants, undeterred by the ominous legacy, insisted on attempting it once more, only to succumb to madness, with none escaping unscathed. It was then that they grasped the grim truth. The saint's legacy was cursed. Whoever gazed upon it would invite misfortune. Thus, this once revered art became a despised malevolence, and the divine eyes transformed into cursed orbs. Ultimately, it faded from history, buried in the past, seldom ever spoken of again. Had it not been for Lu Chen's vast erudition and extensive readings, he would have remained ignorant of the origins of the Eyes of Life and Death. Moreover, this was merely a fragment of the text. It was entirely reasonable that Chen could not comprehend it at first glance. Fortunately, he merely glanced at it and stowed it away without delving deeper. Otherwise, he too would have fallen prey to the curse, much like the descendants of the sacred land. It could very well have been another instance akin to the Wuchen sword sect. Do you recall the content you encountered at that time? Lu Chen remarked. Whatever can be forgotten should be forgotten. Do not dwell upon it. Chen Xiu's expression shifted slightly. Could there be an issue with this technique? Yet, for you, my lord. The malevolence of the death and life magic eye is indeed lethal to most, but not to Lu Chen. The death and life magic eye, a coveted artifact from ancient legends, had once caught his attention during his own cultivation journey, but alas, he found nothing. Now, however, it had come to him without effort. You may leave. Yes. Lu Chen, filled with excitement, began to peruse the remnants of the death and life magic eye. This artifact would require considerable thought to deduce and complete its secrets. The courtyard was enveloped in silence, the moonlight heavy and still. The following day, the imposing Wonking City gate became a scene of unusual commotion, with a throng of people gathered around. They chattered animatedly as they gazed up at the towering gate. Over a dozen grotesque and mangled corpses dangled from the city wall, displayed for all to see. The practice of hanging the bodies at the city gate has always been reserved for those who have committed heinous crimes, traitors and rebels whose transgressions are deemed unforgivable. This served as a grim reminder of the fate that awaits every insurrectionist. Squads of silver-armored guards patrolled around the bodies, scrutinizing every individual who entered Wonking City, particularly those who whispered furtively about the corpses. The assassination of Prince Chen was a crime that these remnants of a peaceful era truly deserved. The world is indeed a harsh place. The actions of the peaceful sect cannot be dismissed. However, justice must be served. The current state of affairs is not the doing of our esteemed Prince Chen. On the contrary, life in Wonking City has improved significantly under his leadership, finally offering some semblance of tranquility. Yet, the malice of the people cannot be ignored. From the moment the peaceful sect rebelled, whether Prince Chen is virtuous or not, he has become a formidable enemy that they must eradicate. It is said that Hongchuan County has already fallen to their assault. Could Wonking City be next? Alas, These are troubled times. The populace murmured about the treachery of the peaceful sect and remained vigilant for any hidden adherents within Woking City, fearing ulterior motives. In a flash, their sense of security was shattered. The tranquility of early autumn was disrupted, giving rise to a surging undercurrent within Woking City, poised to unleash a tempest. At the back of the crowd, two merchants, dressed as traders, listened intently to the discussions while observing the hanging corpses. A fleeting shadow of gloom crossed their eyes, and their fingers clenched tightly beneath their voluminous sleeves. Ultimately, however, they merely exchanged a solemn glance at the corpses, as if to etch their visages into their memories, before turning to enter Woking City. After taking a lengthy and circuitous route, they finally entered a concealed chamber. In the darkened room, a dim oil lamp flickered, casting shadows upon a few ordinary wooden chairs. "You all have arrived. Did you see the bodies at the city gate?" One scoffed. "Lu Chun is truly insufferable. Murder is merely a matter of striking the head to the ground. Why must he humiliate us by hanging the corpses at the city gate? That dog. One day, I shall make him pay dearly." "Calm yourself. Such impatience will not lead to great accomplishments. Have there not been enough incidents like this?" The attempt to assassinate Lu Chun and disrupt the tea gathering was inherently a risky endeavor. If it succeeds, splendid. If it fails, it will serve as a trap to lead them towards investigating the White Lotus Society as a rebellious force opposing the vast imperial court. The situation of the Taiping sect is thus. They have risen through a series of attempts. As long as their foundational principles remain unshaken, they can pursue any plan. Should they fail, they would merely accumulate experience and create confusion. If they succeed, it would be a joyous outcome for all. Initially, we approached this endeavor with a resolute acceptance of death. The chamber fell into a deep silence for a considerable time. Eventually, someone broke the stillness, inquiring about the next steps. Should we adhere to the original plan? Attempting does not equate to courting death. Lu Chun has already demonstrated the prowess of a golden core master. How could a mere handful of us contend with a formidable master who has cultivated the golden core? Moreover, he is a practitioner emerging from the legendary Qingtian Baiju, the foremost divine art since ancient times. Upon uttering these words, silence once again enveloped the chamber. As a faction at odds with the imperial family of Dayu, which has long engaged with royal experts, it is not lost on the Taiping sect the overwhelming power of the Qingtian Baiju. This royal exclusive divine art is not mere boast. It is a supreme reputation forged through the blood and valor of generations of Dayu's imperial masters. What does Qingtian Bai signify? The Lu family, the imperial lineage of Dayu, represents the very essence of Qingtian, unchanging and eternal. Therefore, we shall abandon all plans for the time being, seeking to evade the tempest and await directives from our higher-ups. With Lu Chen's remarkable talents, this individual must not be allowed to persist. The Lu family must not witness the emergence of another Gengshi Emperor Lu Xingxi. I am confident that the sect will soon dispatch true experts, or even gather a formidable army to quash Lu Chun. We shall bide our time. Chapter 15. The conclusion of the tea gathering. As the sun began to set, the martial arts tea gathering resumed. This restart proceeded seamlessly, devoid of any incidents akin to those of the previous day. There were no signs of the Taiping sect's interference. It seemed that yesterday's actions constituted all their arrangements within Qingqing. Until the following day, as the sun set once more, the martial arts tea gathering concluded without incident. Lu Chun had observed all the participants' displays, yet from his current vantage, none presented anything novel, merely a trifling diversion. This year, the only visitor, Xiangong Wuyo, stood before Lu Chun with Master Yin, both bowing respectfully. "Your Highness, we must take our leave. Such a rare occasion. Shall you not exhibit your skills?" The scholarly youth bowed respectfully to Lu Chun. "No need. I am grateful for your Highness enlightening me on the existence of realms beyond our own." With this descent from the mountain, Wenju had resolved his inner turmoil, ready to return and study the classics. Otherwise, he would miss the forthcoming autumn examination. Oh, the Wuyo Academy is participating this year? In this time of upheaval, it is precisely when Wenju can showcase his learning and serve in the court. Should fortune favor him in the autumn examination, allowing him to enter the court, he hopes your Highness will not deem him lacking in talent. Take care, your Highness. Master Yin and Wenju mounted their bloodsteed and bid farewell to Lu Chun before galloping away. With a gentle breeze stirring, the sunlight was just right. In the ensuing days, tranquility reigned, with neither wind nor waves. During the journey, news arrived regarding the outcome of the Taiping rebels' recent activities. All information was gathered through conventional means, yet any suspicious occurrences were swiftly silenced, leaving no trace to investigate. The tumult surrounding Walking City had yet to commence, and thus it subsided. For several consecutive days, there were no reports of disturbances caused by the Taiping sect. It appeared they had retreated in deference to Lu Chen, abandoning their plans against Walking City. The gentle autumn breeze enveloped the city, ushering in a season of tranquility. On this day, amidst the soothing autumn zephyrs, Luo Feng had completed the arrangements for the Blossom Sword sect in Fengzhou City. He arrived in Walking City, while Lu Chen, who had awaited for days without any sign of activity from the Taiping sect, prepared to return to the palace. At the moment of parting, Luo Feng cast a glance at Chen Xiao, reminding him of the poison tea incident as a cautionary tale. The matter with the Taiping sect was far from resolved, and he should not allow himself to become complacent. Faced with Luo Feng's admonition, Chen Xiao dared not retort, merely responding, "Next time, I shall personally oversee everything, ensuring a thorough inspection and guarantee no mistakes. Do you even anticipate a next time?" Chen Xiao lowered his head in resignation. Strangely enough, despite being the eldest among the three peers at the age of 43, he found himself bowing to the esteemed Prince Lu Chen, who commanded respect regardless of Chen Xiao's age. Furthermore, Luo Feng, the legitimate heir of the Luo family and the future master of the Blossom Sword, was also beyond his reach. This left Chen Xiao, the eldest, feeling like a younger brother. Noticing Chen Xiao's downcast demeanor, Luo Feng shot him an exasperated glare. "Do not dwell on your ancestral legacy. Your life is still long ahead. Once this battle is concluded, you will have ample time to indulge. The lifespan and physical prime of martial artists far exceed those of ordinary individuals, coupled with the advantages of a naturally robust physique. It is rare for martial artists to establish families or have children in their teenage years. Most begin to consider such matters in their 20s or 30s, often waiting until their 60s or 70s to welcome their first child. Yet, Chen Xiao, at merely 43, was already the father of 37 children, a figure that almost surpassed his own lifespan. In Luo Feng's eyes, Chen Xiao epitomized self-sabotage, a perfect representation of someone who could not rise above their circumstances. Chen Xiao quickly assured, Yes, rest assured, I will personally oversee this and ensure there are no oversights." With a nod, Luo Feng took the lead at the front of the group, heading back to the palace. On Qiang Mountain, the ancient Blossom Sword sect stood proudly. A middle-aged man, radiating an aura of strength and vitality, was meticulously studying the route from Walking City to the imperial city of Yenzhou. His piercing eyes, filled with fierce determination, could instill trepidation in anyone who dared to meet his gaze. This man was Luo Shuyuan, the master of the Blossom Sword. "Brother, according to the timing of the messages received, Chen should have already arrived at Qingxia Pass. If I depart now and exert myself fully, I should reach Baiqing in time to meet him," remarked another middle-aged man beside Luo Shuyuan, his hair tinged with gray, as he pointed to Baiqing on the map. Although Chen Er himself is a master of the Golden Core, capable of handling troubles along the journey, he is still quite young. To prevent the desperate minions of the Taiping sect from resorting to reckless measures, it is prudent for me to make a trip. Given Chen Er's exceptional talent, they are unlikely to relent. On the road back to the imperial city, they will undoubtedly seek another opportunity to strike. Luo Xiuyuan gazed at the map, shaking his head. "Third brother, Chen Er's strength far exceeds our imagination. At his age, he has already mastered the realm of the blossoming unseen sword domain. His other abilities are beyond comparison. It is likely that even you may not stand a chance against him." Luo Xiaoming, the third son of the Luo family, is also a well-known master of the Golden Core. Upon hearing this, he paused momentarily. "The realm of the blossoming unseen sword domain," he chuckled, shaking his head. "I have yet to recover from the shock. Although I was aware of Chen Er's extraordinary martial talent, I never anticipated it would reach such heights. The blossoming unseen sword domain is second only to the supreme essence of the undying blossoming sword body. Throughout the history of the Luo family, those who have comprehended this realm were all exceptional masters who had immersed themselves in the Golden Core path for many years and made significant breakthroughs, and none were younger than 70 or 80 years of age. Even the most gifted among them was in their 40s. But look at Lu Chen, only 20. Luo Xiaoming could scarcely fathom it. When he first heard this news, it left him utterly astounded, and even now, he had yet to fully grasp the implications. He continued, "Yet it is precisely for this reason that we must ensure absolute certainty. If he can comprehend the blossoming unseen sword domain at just 20, What will he achieve by 30? He will undoubtedly reach the ninth realm of our Luo family's ancestral teachings, mastering the undying blossoming sword body and transcending the martial path. The return of our family's celestial-level martial arts is within sight. Just imagining it was exhilarating, such a celestial being, with the stature of a celestial. Even in the face of unforeseen calamities, one would possess a place in this world and live freely. Luo Xiao Yuan remained silent, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the map repeatedly. Luo Xiao Ming, growing anxious, exclaimed, "Elder brother, he is our family's prodigy, your own nephew. What are you contemplating?" Luo Xiao Yuan, still focused on the map, slowly replied, "I am merely considering where I would strike if I were a member of the Taiping sect, and what kind of force I would employ to ensure a fatal blow. What do you think, third brother?" Chapter 16. Yenzhou, Dingwei Road. Luo Xiao Ming frowned. The spies of the Taiping sect are pervasive. Our Luo family may have received some intelligence, but the Taiping sect will not be far behind. They likely know about Chen Er's status as a martial arts master and his mastery of the blossoming unseen sword domain. Thus, I must at least send an experienced master. But such individuals are few and far between, all renowned figures. If we are to mobilize, we must ensure a decisive strike. Otherwise, we risk exposing our formidable influence unnecessarily. Aside from that, we could deploy a well-equipped and trained army to form a military formation, but that is impractical. The assembly of a large force would be too conspicuous and grand, making it difficult to achieve success unless we are in the midst of siege or plunder. Moreover, I shall exclude Fengzhou, for it is the territory of our flourishing Jin sect, and my family, the Luo clan, is always prepared to offer assistance. The success rate is contingent upon. Luo Xiaoyuan abruptly interrupted Luo Xiaoming, asserting, "No, you have overlooked a crucial detail regarding the candidates." Luo Xiaoming, taken aback, inquired, "Overlooked? Have you forgotten the existence of the nightmare?" To ordinary warriors, the nightmare is but an ethereal legend. Yet for Golden Core masters, this sinister entity is indeed a tangible reality. Should an average warrior encounter it by chance, their demise is all but guaranteed. Some nightmares even pose a significant threat to Golden Core masters. Fortunately, such entities are rare, and often, one might not even recall their existence unless specifically mentioned. The unpredictability of these nightmares leads me to doubt the competence of the Taiping sect to command such malevolent forces. Luo Shuyuan clasped his hands together, stating, "Better to be overly cautious than to face unforeseen calamities. Chen possesses extraordinary talent and is undoubtedly a thorn in the side of the Taiping sect. We must remain vigilant." Luo Xiaoming pondered this reasoning, agreeing that it was wise to consider every angle, lest they unwittingly provide the Taiping sect with an opportunity. He too examined the map, tracing various locations with his finger. After a moment, he noted that Chen and his team were formidable, utilizing the finest flying smoke steeds. If they exert themselves, they could leave Fengzhou and reach Yenzhou by nightfall. The nightmares exhibit two distinct strengths, one by day and another by night. To ensure success, an evening strike is imperative. By nightfall, Chen and his team would reach the designated Yenzhou Dingyue path. Beyond this point, they could directly access the imperial city. This represented their singular opportunity to act. Luo Shuyuan nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, our thoughts align. The Dingyue path is sparsely populated, coinciding with nightfall and situated beyond Fengzhou, away from the influence of my Luo clan, making it the optimal site for action. Third brother, you shall proceed to the vicinity of Dingyue path to lie in wait for an opportune moment, ensuring not to alert the enemy, in case of any unforeseen changes. I will arrange for the fourth to oversee matters here in Fengzhou." "Understood. I shall depart at once," Luo Xiaoming replied, promptly making his way to Yenzhou's Dingyue path. Once Luo Xiaoming had departed, Luo Shuyuan took a moment, then retrieved a specially treated scroll from his sleeve. This was a mysterious document he had received not long ago, hidden beneath his bowl during a meal. It ominously bore the words, "Beware of the nightmare, Yenzhou, Dingyue path." Luo Shuyuan caressed the scroll, his fingers rhythmically tapping the table as a flurry of faces flashed through his mind, those aligned with the fifth prince. Who could possibly be aiding them? As night fell, Lu Chen's team arrived at Yenzhou Dingyue path. Leading the way, Luo Feng turned his blood-smoked steed towards the opulent carriage, announcing, "Your Highness, just ahead lies Dingyue path. Once we pass this checkpoint, we will proceed directly to the grand courtyard and reach the imperial city. However, the Dingyue path is known for its vastness and sparse population, making it a haven for bandits and thieves, We may encounter some obstacles ahead. As the Luo family's carefully nurtured future heir, Luo Feng possessed a keen sense of the prevailing circumstances. If the Taiping sect is to make a move, the moment at Mount Dingwei would likely be their most opportune time, as proceeding further would lead them into the very heart of Yenzhou and directly to the imperial city, where any chance for action would be irrevocably lost. We shall proceed with assurance, came the calm voice of Lu Chun from within the carriage. Luo Feng nodded in agreement, then moved to patrol the flanks of the convoy, instructing everyone, stay alert and vigilant. Yes, as Luo Feng conducted his rounds. At a location concealed from his view atop a distant peak, tendrils of ominous black mist continually emanated from a fearsome and grotesque figure. Drip, drop, black blood, imbued with lethal malice, dripped persistently from its fingers, swiftly corroding the rocky summit. The sinister mist spread forth, withering the flora, draining the life from all in its path. An aura of terrifying hatred and resentment radiated from it, casting an unsettling silence over the night. He. In the darkness, it emitted a bizarre cackle. Its pitch-black eyes, devoid of any light, fixated intently upon the luxurious carriage. It approaches, it thought, rubbing its claw-like bloodied hands together with a metallic clang, chewing on something unseen. Suddenly, the curtain of the carriage was drawn aside, and a pair of eyes, cold as distant stars, met its gaze. It grinned widely, distorting its face into an exaggerated grimace, revealing a terrifying smile. You see me? Yet, as it chuckled, the eerie laughter abruptly caught in its throat, halting in astonishment. The grotesque grin vanished in an instant. Within its obsidian eyes, the hatred and resentment dissipated, replaced by two resplendent flames of pure azure. The celestial blue flame. The accursed celestial blue flame. It let out a heart-wrenching scream of terror. Upon seeing the carriage once more, it appeared as if it had encountered some otherworldly horror, and without a second thought, it fled in haste, moving as if propelled by the winds of fear, desperate to escape a fate worse than death. Whoosh! A strange, ominous wind swept in front of Luo Feng and his companions. The horses beneath them neighed in fear, their hooves faltering as they instinctively recoiled. However, the malevolent wind was fleeting, passing as swiftly as it had come. Where did that strange wind originate? Luo Feng furrowed his brow, expanding his senses to thoroughly investigate the surroundings. Once assured of their safety, he waved his hand, signaling the convoy to continue onward. Remain vigilant. Yes, unbeknownst to them, the shadowy wind carried with it the disheveled flight of the nightmare. The fleeing specter was also oblivious to the flicker of resplendent azure flame that had quietly taken root within its being. In another dark corner, Luo Xiaoming, who had already reached his destination and lay in wait, sheathed his blade. What could have caused that creature to flee in such a panic? Chapter 17. Celestial blue flame, has it detected my presence, fearing the alliance between myself and Chen? Luo Xiaoming pondered, but he chose not to dwell on it further. The entity known as the Yuan cannot be perceived through the lens of ordinary human understanding, nor can its actions be rationalized by conventional logic. Who can fathom the significance and behavioral patterns of their existence? Perhaps it is for the best that it has fled, sparing one the exertion of confrontation. Thus, Luo Xiaoming cast his gaze upon Lu Chen's entourage. The noble from the royal carriage turned to acknowledge him with a nod. Luo Xiaoming momentarily stood in astonishment, then broke into a silent laugh. How time has aged us. Within the carriage, Lu Chun lowered the curtain. A flicker of light gradually emerged from his profound eyes. Once again, the Yuan had appeared. Has its frequency of emergence been excessively high of late? As Lu Chen's procession gradually receded into the distance, Luo Xiaoming watched from afar until they entered the grand courtyard of Yenzhou, reaching the heart of Deyu, at which point he concealed his presence and vanished. On the fringes of Fengzhou, in a realm cloaked in darkness, the fleeing Yuan arrived. It glanced back, still trembling with trepidation, fearful of encountering that blinding inferno once more. Fortunately, it had not pursued. How did it fare? Success? From behind came a cacophony of voices. The Yuan, having narrowly escaped, felt a chilling rush of black blood seep from its dark pupils. It turned, baring its gaping maw, and cackled, "Success? You shall soon learn what true success entails." Yet, the Yuan's grotesque laughter faltered, its exaggerated grin fading. Unbeknownst to it, a flicker of azure flame had emerged within the darkened space, radiating warmth. Simultaneously, those behind it displayed expressions of terror, hastily retreating. They beheld the sudden brilliance of the azure flame enveloping the Yuan. What is this? The divine azure flame. You, Before the words could fully escape their lips, a resounding explosion echoed. A colossal hand, conjured from the blazing azure fire, erupted from within the Yuan-esque form. With a swift motion, the hand seized all present, grasping their necks as if sealing their fates. Burn with divine flames. Their anguished cries were swiftly extinguished, consumed as fuel for the divine fire, transforming the area into an endless inferno. The fierce flames enveloped the Yuan, incinerating its lower half. In its final moments of life, flashes of memories from the Dingyue path surged through the Yuan-esque mind. It seemed to once again behold those cold eyes reflecting the divine azure fire. It is over. The azure inferno consumed all wickedness, burying the past entirely. In the deep of night, Lu Chen's entourage returned to the palace. Upon arriving at the gates of the Zhengxian Palace, a group of palace maids joyfully called out from within, "Your Highness has returned." As soon as the words left their lips, a melodious voice rang out from within the palace. "Chenner." Lu Chen hastened forward, and a graceful, elegant woman, draped in resplendent attire that exuded nobility and poise, approached him with a light-hearted stride. Upon encountering Lu Chen, she enveloped him in a warm embrace, her face etched with profound concern, reminiscent of a weeping willow. "Let me see, have you been injured?" This beautiful woman was none other than Lu Chen's adoptive mother, the esteemed concubine Mu Jintang. Lu Chen replied, "I am unfilial, causing mother to worry." As he spoke, Lu Chen cast a glance at a young man in a python robe who followed Mu Jintang, conveying a silent message. This young man was none other than Mu Jintang's biological son, the sixth prince, Lu Huan. Lu Huan inherited the best traits from both his mother, Mu Jintang, and the late emperor, possessing a strikingly handsome visage coupled with a hint of melancholy, a perfect blend of masculinity and gentleness. Receiving Lu Chen's unspoken cue, Lu Huan shrugged helplessly. The two brothers, close in age and raised under Mu Jintang's guidance, shared a bond so profound that a mere glance sufficed to understand each other's thoughts. Since childhood, they had always supported one another in silence. Lu Chen's gaze clearly reproached him for not concealing their mother-esque worries. Yet, how could such matters be hidden? He shot Lu Chen a knowing look. "Do you not realize the magnitude of your own actions? It is impossible to keep this from her." Mu Jintang scrutinized Lu Chen with a heart full of tenderness and concern. "You, running about recklessly during such perilous times. I have heard about your exploits in Fengou." She gently caressed Lu Chen's face. "It must have been exceedingly dangerous. You have endured so much to reach this point." Indeed, she regarded Lu Chen as her own flesh and blood. While others spoke of Lu Chen's achievements with admiration, praising the fifth prince's extraordinary talents, Mu Jintang felt only heartache. The saying goes, a mother worries for a child traveling 1,000 miles. Success does not come without sacrifice. The path Lu Chen traversed to attain his status as a grandmaster in martial arts was fraught with hardship. Reflecting on Lu Chen's lifelong fascination with various martial arts tomes and ancient texts, it became evident that he had never truly felt secure. She lamented her inadequacy as a mother. Tears welled in her eyes as she pondered this. Understanding his mother-esque thoughts, Lu Chen quickly reassured her. "My love for studying and martial arts is a natural inclination, unrelated to your influence. Please, do not overthink it." With that, he deftly shifted the topic. "Autumn has deepened, and the nights grow colder. Mother, you should return to the palace and rest." Mu Jintang nodded, following Lu Chen into the Zhengxian Palace, yet her expression remained troubled. Lu Chen gently patted her hand, reassuring her, "Do not worry, I am fine." Mu Jintang shook her head. "What concerns me now is your rising prominence. It may invite trouble. With your father's edict issued, your royal siblings are undoubtedly eager to make their moves." "Edict?" Lu Chen glanced at Lu Huan. Lu Huan then spoke up. "Brother, during your absence from the palace, our father, the emperor, has unexpectedly issued a decree to us princes, stating that it has been far too long since we gathered together. He desires us to partake in the upcoming martial arts tea gathering in the imperial city, to observe the talents of today's world and discern who among them may be of use. Historically, the old emperor has never required us princes to attend such events, nor has he ever uttered anything regarding the potential utility of certain individuals. Yet now, he speaks in such a manner. You must have heard the rumors circulating outside." Lu Huan turned to Mu Jintang, who sighed deeply, his expression laden with concern. He nodded and remarked, "The rumors are indeed true. Your father is experiencing health issues. He is not as he once was." Chapter 18. Days of Inactivity. What does the imperial physician say? He claims that excessive indulgence in wine and pleasure, combined with neglecting martial prowess, has harmed his vitality. Furthermore, his reckless attempt to break through the Qing Tianbu Yiju has led him to deviate from his path and compromise his foundation. Your father has always been obstinate. In his prime, he may have had a chance to ascend to the 8th level of the Qing Tianbu Yiju. Yet now, I do not know whose misguided counsel he has heeded or which treacherous minister has led him astray, compelling him to attempt it once more, resulting in his current state. The Qing Tianbu Yiju demands an exceptionally high level of aptitude and comprehension, and your father, being a member of the Liu clan, should be well aware of this. Throughout the annals of the imperial family, those who have succeeded in breaking through to the 8th level can be counted on one's fingers. Yet he persists in his stubbornness. Considering the worst-case scenario, within 6 months, your father may. Mu Jintang sighed again, refraining from continuing. Lu Chun understood the implication. As the foremost martial art in the realm, the Qing Tianbu Yiju is matched only by its formidable difficulty, imposing rigorous requirements in terms of resources, comprehension, aptitude, and temperament. Each level surpasses the last in challenge. As royal offspring, each prince is the progeny of various noble families intertwined with the imperial lineage. Thus their innate talents are traditionally commendable, coupled with the abundant resources provided by the royal family. They naturally begin with a high starting point in their pursuit of the Qing Tianbu Yiju, enabling them to overcome most obstacles. Nevertheless, even with such advantages, royal descendants often find themselves struggling with this profound skill. Historically, approximately half of the direct descendants of the royal family have spent their entire lives unable to break through the 6th level, failing to master the Qing Tian divine barrier. An additional 30% become stuck at the 6th level, while only a mere 20% of royal descendants attain the 7th level, achieving the Qing Tian divine flame. As for the 8th and 9th levels, they are even rarer. Throughout the history of the Great Yu Dynasty, those who have reached such heights can be counted individually. This is still the version that was revised and optimized by the legendary emperor, the founding emperor Lu Xingxi, 3,000 years ago, which reduced the cultivation difficulty. Had it not been for this improvement, the Qing Tianbu Yiju would have been a technique exclusively tailored for true prodigies. After all, this martial art was conceived by the founding emperor of the Great Yu, Lu Xinghe, who single-handedly brought an end to the chaotic era of antiquity. If one were not a true paragon of excellence, how could they ever be deemed worthy of cultivating his technique? The old emperor, in such a frail condition, dared to forcefully challenge the 8th realm, which was indeed reckless. Yet, could such an act truly diminish a genius martial arts master to a mere 6 months of life? He found that hard to believe. When it comes to the understanding of the Qing Tian Bai technique, even the illustrious Emperor Lu Xingxi from 3,000 years ago pales in comparison to him. For Lu Chun had already attained the pinnacle of this martial art, achieving an unprecedented breakthrough into the 11th layer. As his cultivation progresses daily, his comprehension of various martial arts deepens remarkably, and the 12th layer of the Qing Tian Bai technique has begun to take a vague shape in his mind. He is acutely aware of the drawbacks of the Qing Tian Bai technique and the consequences of a forced breakthrough. The old emperor's sudden decline must have other underlying causes. He pondered the increasingly audacious movements of the Taiping sect, which had even dared to tamper with the imperial tribute tea. This matter, he suspected, was inextricably linked to the Taiping sect. It was only reasonable to assume that his father had begun contemplating the establishment of a successor. Lu Huan continued, and at that moment, his brother appeared. Lu Chun, a 20-year-old golden core master and prince. Such prowess and talent. Who could ignore him? On the path to succession, Lu Chun would undoubtedly pose a significant obstacle for every prince vying for the throne. The struggle for the throne has always been fraught with treachery and cunning, with various factions sparing no effort to undermine one another. At this juncture, Lu Chun's emergence was akin to a flourishing tree drawing the wind's ire. This was precisely the concern of Lu Huan and Mu Jintang. Lu Chun was too exceptional. Exceptional enough to become a thorn in the side of those who would wish to see him removed without delay. However, if it were merely internal figures coveting him, it could be expected, for such occurrences have existed throughout history. Yet, it was not just internal factions that were fixated on Lu Chun. The Taiping sect lurked in the shadows, insidious and omnipresent. Compared to the princes, the rebellious forces of Taiping were even less inclined to witness the rise of such a genius within the royal family. Countless individuals harbored intentions to eliminate him. Nonetheless, some matters cannot simply be wished away. Lu Chun calmly accepted a cup of freshly brewed tea from Lan Yun and poured 2 cups for Lu Huan and Mu Jintang. Lu Huan lifted his teacup and took a sip. For the moment, they could only hope their father would take some precautionary measures. Their father, despite his shortcomings, could not stand idly by while his son, a son of such exceptional talent, became the object of such envy. With your abilities, brother, I am certain our father will summon you to the Cloud Palace tomorrow, Lu Huan said. At that time, there should be some opportunity to address the situation. The courtiers shared the same sentiment. However, to everyone's astonishment, the following day, the old emperor did not summon Lu Chen. The third day, the fourth day, the same occurred. Without even a special edict. It seemed he was indifferent to the existence of such a genius son. This left the courtiers utterly incredulous. Even setting aside Lu Chen's talents and strength, he had eradicated the Taiping sect's rebels during a recent expedition, which was a tangible achievement. At the very least, the emperor should have uttered a few words of praise and rewarded him with some treasures. However, there was nothing at all. It truly beggars belief. Could it be that this foolish monarch has lost his senses entirely? It was only when someone mentioned a certain incident in the history of the Lu family that everyone suddenly came to a realization. The old emperor must be wary of Lu Chen. At times, the formidable prowess of the Lu family prince can cause considerable distress to the emperor of the Lu clan. This is because there has been a most shocking patricide in the annals of Lu history, an event that cannot be overlooked. The protagonist of this grim affair was none other than the legendary Emperor Gengshi, Lu Xingxi, who is immortalized in the annals of the Great Yu Dynasty. The exceptionally gifted Gengshi emperor could not abide his father's egregious incompetence that led to chaos in the realm. Thus, he instigated a coup, committing patricide to seize the throne and restore order. Now, looking at the present, the old emperor exhibits the same folly, and the realm is in a similar state of turmoil. Moreover, Lu Chen possesses equally remarkable talents. How strikingly similar this is to the coup of yesteryear. It seems as though history is poised to repeat itself. How could the old emperor not be on guard? This revelation caused many to secretly breathe a sigh of relief, even finding a measure of schadenfreude in the situation. No matter how extraordinary Lu Chen's gifts may be, encountering such a father and a forebear like Lu Xingxi with a notorious past is indeed unfortunate. Thus, a tide that should have surged within the palace gradually quieted down. Days passed without incident. Chapter 19. The imperial city tea gathering. A few more days passed. The autumn air grew increasingly pronounced. The lingering warmth of summer was wholly dispelled by the coolness of autumn. The weather in the imperial city began to turn brisk. The Zhongxian Palace, perhaps in sync with the deepening autumn, returned to its usual desolation. In the days immediately following the announcement of Lu Chen's ascendance to the rank of Golden Core Master, various ministers sent envoys to visit Lu Chen, bestowing gifts that enlivened the previously quiet Zhongxian Palace. However, this lively atmosphere soon dissipated, leaving the palace once again shrouded in tranquility, tinged with an air of solitude. It seemed that this year's winter would arrive earlier than in years past. Lan Yun had already gone to the embroidery workshop to fetch some exquisite silk and woolen materials. Luo Feng, stationed outside the palace and always on standby, also delivered a batch of rare furs. Lan Yun selected some of these materials and settled beneath the trees, which were gradually turning yellow, to weave a great cloak for Lu Chen's winter attire. The items crafted by her own hand always bore a touch of care and security, and every year she prepared them ahead of time for Lu Chen. Are you weaving winter garments? Indeed, autumn has deepened, and the weather has turned a bit chilly. This year's winter may come earlier. Just in time, General Luo Feng has also sent a batch of rare furs, so I thought it prudent to prepare in advance. As she spoke, Lan Yun retrieved the half-finished cloak she had been working on. Your Highness, what do you think? Does it look good? Lu Chen nodded. Your hands have always been quite skillful. Thank you for your kind words, Your Highness. Upon receiving Lu Chen's praise, the sparkle in Lan Yun's bright eyes shone like a crescent moon. She skipped back to the yellowing tree, humming a little tune as she continued her needlework. At that moment, a guard came to report. Your Highness, the 10th Prince has arrived. Let him in. Soon, the youthful 10th Prince, still bearing the innocence of youth, arrived at Zhongxian Palace. Fifth brother. Lu Chen nodded. Lan Yun, please brew a pot of tea. No, it's unnecessary. I have other matters to attend to. I merely passed by the Zhongxian Palace to visit my elder brother and to inform him of a trivial matter. The 10th Prince remarked, a few days ago, I heard that the Wuchan sword sect was annihilated, and it seems that our elder brother and the 3rd Prince's entourage passed through that vicinity. That is all I have to say, dear brother. Please take care. With that, the 10th Prince departed from Zhongxian Palace. Lu Chen cast a fleeting glance at the 10th prince before redirecting his gaze, dismissing the matter entirely. He was well aware of the circumstances surrounding the demise of the Wuchan sword sect. The 10th prince harbored certain thoughts, yet his attempts at manipulation were rather immature. Silence enveloped Zhengxian Palace, interrupted only by the autumn breeze caressing the yellowing leaves, producing a gentle rustling sound. Days passed, and the young talents selected from the martial arts tea gatherings across various states gradually arrived at the imperial city. The Bureau of All Things, responsible for organizing the event, welcomed the participants into the grand training grounds of the palace, where the annual martial arts tea gathering would unfold. Su, good to see you again. Zhou, last time I lost by a hair's breadth. This time, I have prepared thoroughly to reclaim my honor. Do not underestimate me. Otherwise, even if I win, it will taste bland. Ha ha ha. Su, after a year apart, your words remain as sharp as ever. I hope your sword proves as resilient as your tongue. Let us await the outcome. Please, after you. The crowd entered the training grounds in an orderly manner, gathering together. Familiar faces from last year mingled with newcomers. They engaged in lively conversation, reminiscing about the past while discussing the present. Surrounding the training grounds, the Imperial Guards formed multiple layers of protection, their iron armor reflecting the sunlight with a blinding gleam. Their serious and solemn gazes scrutinized every individual present, monitoring their every move. Before long, the princes arrived. The first to enter the training grounds was the first prince, Lu Yun. As the eldest son of the late emperor, born of the queen before his ascension to the throne, he had endured countless hardships alongside her. He was the eldest and had spent time in the military, exuding the commanding presence of a seasoned general. Next came the second prince, plump and jovial, embodying a life of indulgence. Over the years, he had remained unchanged, reveling in wine and luxury, resembling a mere glutton, likely a trait inherited from their father. Following him was the third prince, Lu Lang. With his refined features, gentle expression, and elegant demeanor, he bore a closer resemblance to their mother than to his more martial siblings, appearing more like a scholarly gentleman. Grasping a folding fan and adorned with a piece of white jade at his waist, he spoke with a soft and courteous tone, embodying the grace of a cultured individual. Indeed, Lu Lang was known for his benevolence, understanding, and respect for talent, earning a reputation for his kindness and attracting numerous allies from the martial world. Among the princes, he was one of the most formidable contenders for the throne. Your Highnesses, I pay my respects. Your Highness, may you live for 1,000 years, 1,000 years more. Esteemed guests, please remain seated. Today is a celebration dedicated to you. Indulge yourselves without concern for us. I wish you all prosperous martial endeavors and the opportunity to showcase your talents. The three individuals graciously acknowledged the crowd, welcoming them warmly. Before them stood a group of remarkable young talents from the Great Yu Dynasty, brimming with potential. If they could be brought under their wing, they would undoubtedly serve as invaluable allies in the future. This was precisely the reason why the emperor had summoned them to this gathering. Of course, the prerequisite was that these individuals were untainted. The assassination attempt at Lu Chen's martial tea gathering was not an isolated incident. This year, like previous ones, the princes who attended the tea meeting had encountered similar circumstances. However, unlike Lu Chen, who possessed both unparalleled skill and the powerful golden core cultivation, their influence did not resonate as widely, preventing the situation from becoming as sensational as the incident at the Wanqing City tea gathering. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that the Taiping sect had infiltrated the martial tea meeting, embedding their agents within. Yet, no one could ascertain how many pawns the Taiping sect had positioned within the royal city's martial tea gathering. It was entirely possible that a traitorous spy was concealed among them, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. At present, the Great Yu Dynasty found itself surrounded by foes, making it impossible to discern loyalty from treachery, with some wavering between allegiance to the Great Yu and the Taiping sect, drifting with the wind. Thus, the most prudent course of action would be to cancel this year's royal martial tea gathering. But could they voice such thoughts? Chapter 20. Deconstructing Martial Arts. It is well known that the old emperor cherished martial prowess and relished witnessing combat. Although the martial tea gathering lacked the brutality of bloodshed, it attracted a considerable number of talented youths from esteemed sects, significantly enhancing its prestige compared to other events, thus piquing the old emperor's interest. Anyone who dared to suggest the cessation of the tea gathering would likely find themselves in disfavor. To oppose the old emperor at such a critical juncture, when the heir apparent was to be selected, would render their years of preparation futile. They could only remain vigilant and cautious, hoping for no substantial issues to arise. "Thank you, Your Highness." After greeting the three, the attendees resumed their conversations with those beside them. Other princes arrived, but mere acknowledgement sufficed. Among the emperor's 13 princes, not all were remarkable or worthy of attention. It was only when the fifth prince, Chen, made his entrance that the atmosphere shifted. His distinct, ethereal presence set him apart from the crowd, making it difficult not to notice him. After all, he was the youngest and most gifted golden core master in the realm. "We pay our respects to Prince Chen." Chen inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement. Among the princes, some exchanged pleasantries with him. "Fifth brother." Chen responded with a mere nod, showing little inclination to engage in further conversation, leaving the other prince somewhat awkward. Observing this, the first prince, Yun, chuckled heartily and remarked, "Ha ha ha, my younger brother is typically reticent, especially after the recent troubles outside the palace. Best not to disturb him." Indeed, it was a lapse in judgment on the part of the younger brother. Thus, the moment was gracefully smoothed over. Yun nodded slightly at Chen, which sufficed as a greeting. At that moment, he bore a resemblance to the elder imperial brother. As the princes took their seats one by one, outside the arena, the maidservants brought forth incense burners and specially supplied tea leaves, distributing them to each position. This batch of incense burners and tribute tea was new, meticulously inspected by the palace's adept, ensuring no repeat of the previous mishap at the martial arts tea gathering. Following the earlier incident, the imperial court conducted a thorough investigation of the tribute tea and incense. However, the intricacies involved were so convoluted that it was impossible to pursue. Those implicated were either favored courtiers of the late emperor or high-ranking officials, leaving the princes with considerable frustration. Once they ascended the throne, a significant overhaul of the imperial court was imperative. If not addressed, the grand imperial city of Dayu would soon resemble a sieve, allowing the winds to blow through. The maidservants busied themselves, and soon the incense burned quietly, tendrils of smoke curling gracefully. The aroma of tea wafted through the air, enticing and lingering in the senses. Preparations for the tea gathering were complete. Before long, a sharp voice resonated throughout the arena. The elder emperor had arrived. Everyone promptly bowed. "Sons, pay their respects to Father Emperor." "We pay our respects to Your Majesty." "Long live the emperor." The elder emperor took his seat upon the dragon throne, surveying all present before declaring, "Rise." "Thank you, Father Emperor." The assembly replied, rising to meet his gaze. However, as they did, all were struck dumb. The once vibrant hue of the elder emperor's face had faded, replaced by a pallor that sent shivers down their spines, as though he might depart this world at any moment. He appeared to have aged decades in an instant, losing the vigorous demeanor he once possessed. No longer youthful, no longer heroic, no longer brimming with spirit. He had transformed in a manner that left the princes in disbelief. Had they truly not seen their father in such a state for just a few days? Was the backlash from forcibly breaking through the 8th layer of the celestial ascension technique truly so severe? The participants of the tea gathering also stood momentarily taken aback. Although whispers of his condition had circulated earlier, the stark contrast to the emperor they had witnessed the previous year was astonishing. No wonder the Taiping sect had become so aggressive of late. After a brief moment of shock, the assembly regained their composure, acting as if nothing had transpired, their expressions remaining unchanged. Those who had distinguished themselves from various provinces to arrive here were certainly not ordinary individuals. The rules of the Imperial City Martial Arts Tea Gathering remained unchanged. The proceedings were to continue until sunset. Upon entering the arena, the elder emperor refrained from superfluous remarks, getting straight to the point. "I shan't say much more. I am sure you are all eager. I too cannot wait to witness the talents of this generation of Dayu's sons." He glanced at the princes, pausing slightly when he saw Chen, before swiftly moving on. "Sons, observe closely. Discern who among these individuals possesses true potential." "Understood, Father," they responded. "Then let us begin," declared the elder emperor, announcing the commencement of the tea gathering. Soon, a figure leapt forth. He first bowed to the old emperor and the princes, then pointed to one individual at the tea gathering, Brother Zhou, and exclaimed, "What are you waiting for? Let us begin with this first cup of tea. You and I shall warm up the atmosphere together." With that, the scene of the tea gathering abruptly transformed into an illusion. In an instant, it reappeared with a sword lunging towards Suyu. Such trivial skills ought not to be paraded. Suyu unsheathed his sword, unleashing a formidable aura that swept across the venue. A visible arc of white blade energy, imbued with a chilling presence, shattered the sound barrier, emitting a piercing whistle. The wind howled, stirring waves that rustled the garments of those present. Yet, the old emperor and the participants remained unfazed. Such was the nature of the Imperial City Martial Arts Tea Gathering. Those who made it this far were the elite prodigies from various provinces. Each individual present bore a profound mastery of the profound realm, and thus, even if they exercised restraint, the commotion was unavoidable. However, the expressions of the princes shifted. This was their inaugural participation in the Imperial City Martial Arts Tea Gathering. If this continued, should there be an undercover agent from the Taiping sect harboring ill intentions? They glanced at the old emperor, who was engrossed in the spectacle. Alas, the princes suddenly felt a headache coming on. Only Chen, like the old emperor, watched with keen interest. He observed Su Yu in the arena. The 9 styles of heavenly calamity from the dominant blade sect held a certain intrigue. A glimmer of insight flickered in Chen's eyes as he began to deconstruct the 9 styles of heavenly calamity. Chapter 21. The Emperor has truly grown old. To commence with the 9 styles of heavenly calamity, Brother Su indeed holds me in high regard. Overawed by Su Yu's overwhelming blade energy, another participant swiftly altered his stance. He positioned his sword before his chest, gently pressing his finger against the tip, channeling his vital energy until it surged into the azure essence at the sword's tip, extending to the hilt. With a thrust, the sword was unleashed. The sword emerged without form. The sword control technique. Su Yu reversed his blade, countering with the sword control technique. Having previously suffered from this maneuver, he was eager to see how Su would counter it this time. The dominant blade roared as it spun, producing an ear-piercing metallic hum. Break. A colossal arc of blade light spanned in all directions, its overwhelming might akin to a stampede of thousands, devouring all in its path. The 5th style of the 9 styles of heavenly calamity. Witnessing this, the opponent swiftly changed tactics again. The sword control technique, reflection of light. A radiant azure flying sword shot forth, circling around Su Yu in a spiraling dance. The clash of blade and sword was intense. Boom. A ferocious tempest surged forth, creating waves upon waves of force. The tiles of the training ground trembled, producing a rattling sound. The princes observed with wide eyes, their hearts racing. Was it truly wise to proceed in this manner? The eldest prince, Yun, could not resist summoning a royal guard. Is this how the Imperial City Martial Arts Tea Gathering has always been? The guard replied solemnly, not at the outset, for in the palace, all participants were quite restrained. His Majesty was greatly displeased, stating that they were meandering like cowards, and thus instructed them to unleash their full potential without hesitation. Only then did they gradually begin to fight freely. Upon hearing this, Yun's lips twitched slightly. He glanced again at the old emperor, who was clapping his hands in delight. The Imperial Guards, aware of Yun's thoughts, reassured him, "Your Highness, rest assured, all present here are the elite of various factions. They and their respective powers would not dare to commit any outrageous acts that would provoke the wrath of our Great Yu Dynasty. Moreover, His Majesty himself is a martial arts master with years of experience, and collectively, these individuals are no match for him." Yun sighed inwardly. In the past, this might have been sufficient. However, the Taiping sect had become particularly radical, their methods exceedingly fierce. They even dared to engage in treasonous acts such as besieging cities and assassinating princes. What else were they incapable of? With the Taiping sect lurking nearby, certain sects might not fear the Great Yu Dynasty as they once did. Furthermore, the current emperor was not the same as in years past. Yun glanced again at the emperor's pallid face devoid of color, his hair now entirely silver. He was far too old. Alas, one could only hope that he was merely overthinking. With these thoughts in mind, Yun dismissed the Imperial Guards, turning his gaze towards the attendees of the tea gathering, his eyes filled with vigilance. The other princes shared similar sentiments. Beyond observing the duel between Su Yu and the others, a sense of caution began to rise within them. Among those present, perhaps only the old emperor and Chen retained any enthusiasm. This father and son duo shared a penchant for watching combat, albeit for different reasons. The old emperor found amusement in it, while Chen sought to glean insights from their techniques. The sword control technique, a renowned skill of the sword control mountain, was not inferior to the 9 styles of heavenly calamity from the blade sect, both being celebrated martial arts. However, it was regrettable that this individual lacked mastery. The sword control technique emphasized intent over form, yet he focused solely on the latter, rendering further observation futile. Indeed, Before long, Su Yu's blade broke through the defenses of the sword control technique, the blade's edge poised against his opponent's neck. Brother Zhou, it appears my heavenly calamity is superior to your sword control technique. The other man's expression darkened. I admit my skills are lacking, and I have fallen short against Brother Su, much to your amusement. The implication was clear. It was not that the heavenly calamity was superior, but rather that he had yet to master it. It was acceptable to declare him inadequate, but to claim the sword control technique was wanting would be a slight against the sword control mountain. Su Yu chuckled dismissively, the atmosphere lightening. Well played. With the competition concluded, he turned to the others, inviting any challengers to step forward. No one responded. The power of the Blade Sect's heavenly calamity ranked among the finest in the Great Yu's martial arts. Every disciple of the Blade Sect possessed formidable strength, rarely encountering rivals of equal standing. Given that they had just witnessed their own sword control technique's defeat, why would they seek further distress? Competing against him was simply unwise. Thus, after the first cup was graciously offered to him, Su Yu drank the exquisite clear heart ancient tea in one gulp. He then paid his respects to the emperor and the princes before returning to his seat. Next came the second cup from the Yunxiang sword sect and the Gung family of Mushi. Please. The two individuals exchanged a few words before they immediately engaged in battle. A formidable aura erupted swiftly. However, with Su Yu's brilliance preceding this encounter, the spectacle and intensity of the match were somewhat diminished. This caused a collective sigh of relief among the princes. The old emperor still watched with considerable interest, though his enthusiasm was not as fervent as when he observed Su Yu's performance. Lu Chen, on the other hand, welcomed all comers, for he was not merely watching people, but rather the intricate movements of martial arts. Before long, the second match concluded, leading into the third and fourth. Time passed swiftly. As the sun shifted from its zenith, the tea gathering had already reached its midpoint. Amidst the series of confrontations, it became unclear whether it was the emperor's age or the increasing monotony of the tea party that rendered him somewhat weary. Another duel commenced, featuring two cultured individuals who spoke in elegant phrases, wielding flutes and zither as their weapons. Their performance was far less blood-pumping than a clash of blades. Waves of melodic sound emanated, resembling not a contest, but rather the heartfelt appreciation of kindred spirits, harmonizing in musical dialogue. A gentle sound of breathing emerged from the dragon throne. The crowd turned to see that the old emperor had, unbeknownst to them, propped himself on his arms and fallen asleep. With each pleasing wave of sound, his slumber deepened, and his breathing grew ever more steady. Their father, indeed, had aged. His vitality was no longer what it once was. The elder eunuchs attending to him remarked that he now slept significantly more than in previous times. The princes withdrew their gazes, some toying with their fingers, others bowing their heads, lost in their own thoughts. The atmosphere turned subtly tense. In this delicate ambience, the two cultured individuals concluded their duel. Given the circumstances, it seemed they might even wish to collaborate in a duet. Brother Chen, let us discuss music theory another time. Should this continue, I fear the audience may grow restless. Let us settle this with a single move. Indeed. Please. With that, the strings shifted their melody, filling the air with an enchanting resonance. The tumultuous notes cascaded forth as if they were physical entities, surging like a flood breaking through its dam. Amidst this torrent, the flute's melody persisted, penetrating every corner, painting a vivid scene of rivers and streams, clashing against the onslaught of the overwhelming sound waves. Chapter 22. The reappearance of divine flames. In that moment, dissonance prevailed, and the cacophony infiltrated the minds of all present, leaving their ears tingling. Hence, their aversion to dueling with such cultured individuals. It was either pretentious displays of talent or this kind of auditory pollution. Irritating. The crowd had no choice but to muster their strength to shield their ears. At that juncture, amidst the throng at the tea gathering, several shadowy gazes covertly turned toward the slumbering old emperor. This was the perfect opportunity. Worth a try? Seizing the moment while everyone was distracted and perturbed by the discordant melodies, several dark glimmers surged forth, blending seamlessly with the waves of magical sound, racing toward the emperor upon the dragon throne. In the eyes of the onlookers, these shadowy streaks brushed past the corners of their vision. At that instant, it felt as though time itself stood still. Suddenly, the attention of the crowd shifted, revealing several shadowy blades aimed at the old emperor. Under the sun's radiant light, the blades glinted ominously, their sharp tips emanating an eerie green glow. Alarm bells rang. Bold thieves, quickly protect His Majesty. Panic ensued among the crowd as everyone unleashed their abilities, attempting to deflect the concealed weapons hurtling towards the emperor. Yet, the cunning assailants moved with a speed that outmatched their frantic efforts. Boom! From within the throng, a surge of oppressive force erupted. Some of them turned their aggression on those attempting to save the emperor, hindering their rescue efforts, while others lunged towards the emperor, launching a second wave of attacks to ensure his demise. Clang! The air was filled with a cacophony of clashing blades and swords. The tea gathering descended into utter chaos, with everyone consumed by their own peril, creating a tumultuous scene. In a desperate moment, the thieves prepared to direct their weapons at the slumbering emperor. Just as calamity seemed imminent, a streak of azure light suddenly surged forward, intercepting the assailants' hidden weapons. Bang! The luminous arc sliced through the air, deflecting all the concealed weapons back towards their senders. The thieves hastily leaped into the air to evade the returning projectiles. At that moment, the azure light landed gracefully, producing a crisp sound. As the crowd focused their gaze, they discovered it was merely a teacup wielding such extraordinary power. Everyone quickly turned to the source of the teacup's trajectory. There stood the sixth prince, Lu Huan, alongside the fifth prince, Lu Chen. The teacup from Lu Chen's table had vanished without a trace, confirming he was the one who had thrown it. Well done, Lu Chen. You must pay for this. The thieves fumed in frustration. Meanwhile, the rest of the onlookers breathed a sigh of relief. Capture all of them. Those audacious scoundrels must be apprehended. A portion of the Imperial Guards swiftly advanced to detain the thieves, while others positioned themselves protectively around the old emperor. The emperor appeared utterly exhausted. Having lost all vitality with age, the commotion failed to rouse him from his deep slumber, leaving him oblivious to the peril he had just narrowly escaped. Observing the guards encircling the emperor, the crowd began to subdue the audacious thieves. Han Song, do you not wish to live? How dare you conspire against His Majesty? And you, Zhu Zhang, our esteemed imperial court has always treated your Lingyun sect generously. When did you turn to the Taiping sect? Han Song and Zhu Zhang offered no response, merely displaying disdain in their expressions. A band of fools. You. The silence from Han Song and Zhu Zhang persisted. Yet their peripheral gazes remained fixated on the emperor's vicinity. Several astute princes, including Lu Yun, instinctively sensed something amiss. The next moment, realization struck them. Oh no, they are stalling for time, intentionally diverting attention. The real threat lies with those who charged towards the emperor to protect him. Quick! Before the warning could fully escape their lips, a bear-like roar erupted. Suddenly, an intense heat enveloped the entire training ground. A cerulean flame, reminiscent of glass, filled the void, transforming the surroundings into a domain of fire, scorching the earth and suppressing all malevolent spirits. Before one's eyes lay a distorted and oppressive mirage of extreme warmth. The princes narrowed their eyes in shock. This is unbearable. It burns. From the direction of the dragon platform, anguished cries echoed. Yet, the suffering did not persist for long, abruptly ceasing and dissipating into nothingness. The onlookers turned their gaze, witnessing armored figures melting away in the blazing cerulean divine fire, ultimately transforming into azure smoke, vanishing into the void along with their master. The cerulean divine fire remained eternal and indestructible, burning within this fiery domain, much like its master, whose solitary figure stood resolute like an ancient pine tree, commanding all within this realm and quelling the restless hearts of those present. Within the fire domain, silence reigned. After what felt like an eternity, someone finally spoke hoarsely. The celestial divine flame. The celestial divine flame, the seventh tier of the royal family's profound techniques. Only those of exceptional talent may cultivate it. Only those of unwavering resolve may cultivate it. Only those of extraordinary comprehension may cultivate it. Moreover, only those attuned to the celestial beings may cultivate it. Much like the flowering sword domain of the Luo clan from the Blossom Sword sect, achieving mastery in it is reserved for the pinnacle of masters. Yet, even those at the peak may not attain the flowering sword domain. The celestial divine flame is no less demanding, if not more so. To master the seventh tier of the celestial unyielding technique, one must reach a wondrous realm known as the communion with celestial beings. This communion is the sublime transcendence sought by golden core masters through their utmost cultivation. Only upon entering this extraordinary state can one catch a glimpse of the martial celestial beings who surpass even the golden core masters. This realization struck the crowd as they beheld Lu Chen, the sovereign of the fire domain, leaving them parched with anxiety. This is dire. The celestial divine flame. At that moment, the old emperor, seated upon the dragon throne, awoke unbidden. He gazed intently at Lu Chen, ensconced within the boundless divine flames. And deep within his seemingly unfathomable eyes flickered the ephemeral images of a blazing sun and a crescent moon, vanishing in an instant. My son has indeed stepped into such a realm. How splendid. I, his father, was oblivious, causing my sovereign father distress. Lu Chen retracted the celestial divine flame and met the old emperor's gaze, speaking calmly. The old emperor appeared momentarily stunned, as if bewildered by the unfolding events. What do you mean, my son? He inquired, glancing around at those present, only to suddenly grasp the situation. In an instant, his royal countenance darkened with fury. Scoundrels! You wretched traitors dare to conspire against me! He thundered. Damn it! You all shall pay. Enraged, he rose and kicked over the dragon table before him. What is the Internal Affairs Office even doing? What of the royal guards? And how is the mirror platform monitoring the realm? This is rebellion. Utter treachery. Chapter 23. I only trust my son's father. Please calm your anger. Do not let it harm your royal health. Your Majesty, please, restrain your wrath. Calm my wrath. The old emperor's brows quivered with fury. How can I quell my rage? Look, just look. The flowing cloud sect, once a recipient of numerous favors from my imperial court, now dares to turn against its benefactor and conspire to assassinate me. I never anticipated that even my palace guards would plot my demise. Who can I trust now? The entire palace is on the verge of becoming a sieve. The old emperor, consumed by rage, struck the dragon throne, twisting and deforming the dragon heads on the armrests. Cursed traitors! Cursed rebels! Is there truly no loyal minister left in our Grand Yu Dynasty? As the emperor's furious roars echoed, everyone lowered their heads, afraid to utter a word, yet inwardly they could not help but murmur. The palace becoming a sieve is certainly a testament to your exceptional ability to discern character. Your Majesty. Noticing the silence, the emperor directed his wrath solely towards the rebellious figures, Han Song and Zhu Zheng. The traitors, undaunted by the emperor's fury, had never feared taking action within the palace. They boldly hurled insults at him, calling him a cursed dog emperor, a tyrant who had committed countless misdeeds. Just wait. The Lu family will one day face extinction. The crowd stiffened at their words, without the emperor needing to speak. They swiftly delivered resounding slaps to Han Song and the others. Slap! Slap! How dare you insult His Majesty? Strike again. The heavy blows rained down relentlessly, leaving Han Song and his cohorts bloodied and dazed. It was only when the emperor spoke that they ceased. Throw them all into the dungeons. Subject them to a thorough interrogation. I demand to know who orchestrated this conspiracy. I shall uncover the identities of those pulling the strings. Understood. The guards prepared to escort the rebellious figures to the dungeons. Just then, the emperor paused, casting his gaze upon the princes present. He lingered momentarily on Lu Chen before swiftly moving on. My sons, you are to handle this matter personally. In this palace, I only trust you. You must act impartially and conduct a rigorous investigation to root out the mastermind. The princes, invigorated by the opportunity to prove themselves, solemnly responded. We shall obey our father's command. Your Majesty need not worry. We will expose all treacherous ministers and rebels, restoring peace to the Great Yu Dynasty. The old emperor nodded in satisfaction. Very well. 3 days hence at the Grand Court Assembly, I await good news from you, my sons. Rising, he cast one last furious glance at the traitors. Drag them away and give them 50 more lashes. Understood. The emperor finally regained his composure, flicked his dragon robe, and departed for the palace. Your sons bid farewell to father. We bid farewell to your Majesty. Once the emperor left, the crowd straightened up, their gazes fixed intently on Lu Chen, filled with astonishment. Meanwhile, the other princes harbored deep-seated wariness and distrust. If Lu Chen had previously been viewed as an unstable factor threatening the throne, he now emerged as a formidable obstacle on their path to power. The distinction between a martial arts master at the age of 20 and a master of celestial perception at the same age is one of profound disparity. The former, while undeniably gifted, does not inspire the sleepless nights of anxiety that the latter does. After all, the ascension to the throne requires more than mere cultivation. It demands cunning, strategy, and the ability to govern. No matter how formidable a martial arts master may be, it is implausible for one individual to withstand the might of an imperial army. Throughout history, there have been princes who were martial arts masters, yet they ultimately found themselves relegated to the role of a border-defending lord rather than a sovereign ruler. For the royal lineage, innate talent and skill are merely embellishments, desirable, yet not essential. The imperial family has never lacked for formidable individuals. A mere command from the emperor is sufficient for the royal clan to rectify any deficiencies in strength. However, reaching the status of a master of celestial perception at the tender age of 20 signifies that one has traversed all the accumulations of the master realm and is on the cusp of transcending to the realm of martial arts divinity. What is a martial arts divinity, if not a person of celestial stature? This celestial designation aptly encapsulates the immense power of such beings. Moreover, Chen, this celestial master, has honed his skills through the unparalleled technique known as the Qing Tian Bui Ju. This strength is sufficient to supplant the majority of the roles fulfilled by the skilled members of the royal household, effectively compensating for any shortcomings Chen may have in terms of cunning, strategy, advisors, and governance. Strength can indeed obscure a multitude of flaws. At this moment, in the eyes of the emperor, Chen is likely the most radiant presence in the court. Contemplating this, the princes exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a shared understanding. Fifth brother, we owe you our gratitude. Without your presence, the consequences could have been dire. Despite our precautions, we never anticipated that even the Imperial Guard. The 10th prince took the initiative to speak to Chen. Chen remained silent, his gaze fixed on the departing figure of the old emperor. He suddenly felt that he had never truly known his father, who bore the infamous title of a tyrant. The timing of the old emperor's slumber and awakening was rather fortuitous. While the old emperor might have deceived others, he could not elude Chen's perception. Just moments ago, the fleeting glimmer of intense sunlight and clear moonlight in the emperor's eyes was unmistakably indicative of the Qing Tian Ryu Ming, a manifestation of the 8th layer of the Qing Tian Bu Ju. Furthermore, the proficiency with which the sun and moon transitioned revealed years of cultivation, not a recent breakthrough. His father certainly harbors deep secrets. Retracting his gaze, Chen glanced back at the other princes, offering a slight nod. He surveyed the other attendees of the tea gathering, regretting that he had not yet fully explored the depths of their discussions. With that, Chen turned and departed the training grounds, returning to the palace. Witnessing Chen's quiet exit, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. He left without a word? Even if he wished to disregard us, should he not at least investigate the matter? After a brief silence, the eldest prince, Yun, shook his head and remarked with a smile, "Our fifth brother is admirable in every way. He simply possesses a rather aloof demeanor. A touch of aloofness is quite commendable." The second prince chimed in with a grin. "Fifth brother has always been absorbed in martial arts. He is likely returning to his studies and training. How else could one attain the formidable realm of the Azure Sky Divine Flame at such a tender age? I am left wondering if I will ever reach the 6th level, to truly grasp the profound essence of my family's ultimate mastery. Meanwhile, my fifth brother has already ascended to the 7th level. It is truly disheartening. Nevertheless, let us shift our focus to those rebellious elements. For Father has granted us but 3 days. 3 days to investigate from the Imperial Guards all the way to the Ministry of Internal Affairs and the Shadow Mirror Pavilion is no simple task. Dear brothers. Let us each rely on our own abilities. I shall take my leave first." With that, a prince departed for the Shadow Mirror Pavilion. Yes, seeing this, the other princes also commenced their own endeavors. Some began their inquiries at the Shadow Mirror Pavilion, others at the Imperial Guards, while a few turned their attention to the participants of the various tea gatherings. They scattered in all directions. In an instant, a tempest of considerable magnitude began to sweep through the Imperial Palace. Chapter 24. The storm in the Imperial City 2 days later, as autumn deepened. The tempest that had engulfed the palace extended its reach throughout the Imperial City. Everywhere, people were abuzz with discussions regarding the events that transpired at the martial arts tea gathering within the palace. In the outer districts, the trees gradually turned golden, shedding a few leaves that danced in the wind. At the foot of the Imperial City, renowned for its exceptional quality and affordability, was the Drunken Immortal Inn. Luo Feng arrived on his blood-smoke horse. Upon entering the Imperial City, with nothing pressing on his agenda, he made his way to the Drunken Immortal Inn once more. This establishment was a favored gathering spot for those in the martial world, often serving as a hub for the most current and clandestine news from across the Great Yu territory, and occasionally offering rare potions and illicit goods. "Little Tiger." "Oh, Master Luo, you have arrived," exclaimed the innkeeper known as Little Tiger, who swiftly approached to take the horse, securing it in the stable. His gaze upon Luo Feng was akin to that of a devotee beholding a deity. This esteemed Master Luo was known for his generosity. It was said that he resided in the inner city and had connections with a significant figure in the palace. He certainly deserved to be treated with utmost respect. Master Luo, please, your usual spot by the window has been reserved for you, Little Tiger offered. Luo Feng casually tossed a silver ingot, rewarding him. Little Tiger's face broke into a wide smile, his demeanor growing increasingly respectful. Thank you, Master. He guided Luo Feng to the third floor of the Drunken Immortal Inn, clearing the table and arranging the tea set. Master, you have come at a fortuitous time. We have just opened a new barrel of Drunken Immortal brew. Its fragrance is exquisite and refreshing. Would you care for a couple of cups? Furthermore, we have invited the talented Hong Yu from the Warm Fragrance Pavilion to perform today. If you are interested, I can speak with the owner to arrange for her to accompany you. Luo Feng waved his hand dismissively. Wine leads to folly. Bring me a pot of clear heart and a pot of tranquil spirit. Understood, Master. I shall return shortly, Little Tiger replied, hastily descending to prepare the tea. Luo Feng, meanwhile, gazed through the railing of the third floor, observing the lively crowd below. They were fervently discussing. Were it not for the royal family's exemption from the world rankings, I would be quite eager to witness the sensation of those venerable masters being overshadowed by a mere 20-year-old. Ah, what a spectacle it must be. At only 20, he has already achieved celestial resonance and mastered the Azure Sky Divine Flame. Imagine what he will accomplish by 30. That fifth prince? I think he ought to be called the Martial Prince instead. The fifth prince and the Martial Prince. Indeed, it is as they say. Such a prodigy has not been encountered in the grand history of Daiyu for nearly a millennium. It is feared that within 2 decades, the entire martial realm of Daiyu will bow to this Martial Prince's supremacy. The title of the world's #1 is just around the corner. The Martial Prince, who has garnered much acclaim, is undoubtedly Lu Chen. As Luo Feng listened to the praises of Lu Chen, a slight smile crept across his lips. Not for any other reason, but because he had once fought to a standstill with this Martial Prince, who was deemed the best in the world. Sir, your tea has arrived. Xiao Hu served 2 cups of steaming tea to Luo Feng. Go about your business. Of course, sir. If you need anything, just call for Xiao Hu. Luo Feng lifted the cup and took a gentle sip. The tea today is exceptionally fragrant. He resolved that once he became the head of the Luo family, he would inscribe his encounter with the Martial Prince into the family genealogy as a guiding principle to be passed down. Perhaps it should also be etched upon my tombstone. As Luo Feng enjoyed his tea, he continued to listen to the exchanges among various martial artists, keeping an eye out for anyone dealing in illicit goods. This continued until dusk when he decided it was time to return. Just as he exited the Drunken Immortal Pavilion and mounted his blood-colored steed, 2 oddly dressed individuals, who did not appear to be from Daiyu, entered the establishment, brushing past him. Luo Feng furrowed his brow and glanced back. Upon turning, he sensed a potent and primal aura. It was members of the Wolf Clan. The relationship between the Wolf Clan and Daiyu has always been fraught with tension, often resulting in conflict. The citizens of both factions seldom cross paths unless absolutely necessary for trade. To encounter members of the Wolf Clan in the Imperial City was indeed a rarity. Innkeeper, bring me 2 jugs of fine wine. What? Just because they are from another clan, you refuse to sell? Not at all. It's simply that such foreign guests are scarce in the Imperial City. Please be patient. Esteemed guest, the wine will be ready shortly. Luo Feng observed the 2 Wolf Clan members for a while, noting that they did not engage in any suspicious behavior. They seemed merely interested in experiencing the culture of Daiyu and perhaps conducting some trade. He took a deep look at the 2 Wolf Clan members, memorizing their appearances, then rode his blood-colored steed back to the inner city. In the Imperial Palace, at the Mirror Shadow Pavilion, which is responsible for overseeing the Imperial City, inspecting the realm, and monitoring any unusual movements, the place had been thoroughly scrutinized over the past few days. The first prince had completed his inquiries, followed by the second prince. After the second prince, the third prince arrived. Just as the third prince departed, the first prince returned. This back and forth continued endlessly, gathering evidence with no conclusion in sight. Yet, the Mirror Shadow Pavilion dared not resist. This matter, involving an assassination plot against the emperor, was of grave consequence. Mishandling it could cost them their heads. Thus, the Mirror Shadow Pavilion was not only subjected to investigations by the various princes, but was also compelled to conduct an exhaustive self-examination to seek a path to self-preservation. However, this investigation unearthed troubling revelations. There were numerous traitors within the royal court, making it impossible to clean house. The entangled interests within were indeed complex, with officials protecting one another. If pursued, it could implicate several high-ranking individuals. The head of the Mirror Shadow Pavilion was nearly at his wit's end. With the Grand Court Assembly scheduled for tomorrow, how was he to report his findings? Should he simply offer a few scapegoats, waiting for those prominent figures to take action and suppress the situation? Times have changed. The princes, the future leaders of the Great Yu, are beginning to exert their influence. These princes are eagerly striving to impress the emperor. Unlike the emperor, who can be easily deceived, the Mirror Envoy, the Crown Prince, approaches. A subordinate reports his arrival. The Mirror Envoy's lips twitch slightly. He has come again. Hurry, please welcome him. Lu Yun arrives. I bow to His Highness the Crown Prince. May you live 1,000 years. Lu Yun remains silent, merely gazing at the Mirror Envoy, compelling him to kneel. After a prolonged silence, he finally speaks. Mirror Envoy, tomorrow marks the Grand Court Assembly. Given the current situation, your Mirror Shadow Pavilion cannot escape the charges of negligence and inattention, not to mention your sordid dealings behind the scenes. Your Highness, Lu Yun waves his hand. Clear waters have no fish. As long as your actions do not cross the line and you perform your duties well, I shall not hold that against you. Indeed. Thank you for your leniency, Your Highness. Lu Yun continues, on this final day, I shall not speak in vain. Let us get straight to the point. The entry and identity verification of everyone within the palace must pass through your Mirror Shadow Pavilion. I wish to know who among the palace guards was involved in the recent upheaval. Speak, and I shall speak a good word for you tomorrow, allowing you to redeem yourself. If you do not speak, behind Lu Yun, a wild swordsman with a long blade stands silently at the door. If you fear them, why do you not fear me? Or do you believe that in the realm of the Great Yu, certain individuals can truly dominate? Do not forget who the true masters of this world are. Lu Yun earnestly pats the Mirror Envoy's shoulder. The wild swordsman at the doorway sharpens his gaze in response to Lu Yun's words. The long blade in his hand glimmers ominously, emanating a chilling light. The oppressive aura, sharp enough to sever one's head, weighs heavily upon the Mirror Envoy. This is Lu Yun's retainer, a peak expert in swift blade techniques. In the investigation of palace traitors, to prevent certain individuals from acting out of desperation, Lu Yun has deliberately brought him along under the pretense of assisting in the investigation. Sometimes, brute force proves more effective than mere words. Feeling the weight of the hand on his shoulder, the Mirror Envoy beads with cold sweat. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Yun leaves the Mirror Shadow Pavilion with a grave expression. He gazes at the sky above. Though it is the season of crisp autumn, he feels an overwhelming gloom. Father, at the Zhongxian Palace, within the Lotus Pavilion, Lu Chen diligently studies the eyes of life and death. Surrounding him, wisps of black and white aura gently swirl. His left eye, filled with ash white, gradually transforms into a sacred white, symbolizing the vigor of life. The right eye, shrouded in gray-black, slowly becomes pure black, signifying the decay of death. Deep within the depths of the eyes of life and death, subtle traces of demonic light quietly bloom. Occasionally, an autumn breeze sweeps by, lightly dispersing the aura of life and death, settling gently in the garden. Some blossoms, vibrant and lush, exude an ever-increasing vitality, while others abruptly succumb to a pallid yellow, wilting and fading away. The rustle of falling leaves fills the air. Beneath the grand tree, Lan Yun, weaving a cloak, lifts her gaze as with a sudden gust, dry leaves cascade around her. They land upon her, chilling to the bone. Lan Yun rubs her hands together, shivering slightly. Lu Chen closes the eyes of his death and life demonic eye, shielding the transformations within and the concealed malevolence. This ancient technique, indeed, possesses extraordinary power, surpassing even the esteemed Blossom Sword Point of the Luo family's celestial martial arts. Among the many techniques Lu Chen has mastered, only the ancestral Qing Tian Bai Ju of the Lu family can contend with it. However, while this technique is formidable, its inherent darkness is equally unprecedented. Presently, Lu Chen has merely begun to refine the first layer, yet its malevolence is astonishingly immense. It is no wonder that this technique was ultimately rejected and buried by the descendants of the sacred land, lost to the annals of time. The sinister nature of this technique is not something an ordinary individual can manage. With closed eyes, a flicker of azure glass-like flame burns quietly within Lu Chen, dispelling the malevolence of the death and life demonic eye. The Qing Tian divine flame of the Lu family is the ultimate nemesis against all evil and misfortune. As the divine flame blazes, the darkness in Lu Chen's eyes gradually dissipates into nothingness. Your Highness, Prince Huan has arrived. A guard whispered softly at Lu Qing's ear while he was dispelling the malevolence. Lu Qing did not open his eyes, merely nodding gently in acknowledgement. He then proceeded outside the Zhengxin Palace. Moments later, the sixth prince, Lu Huan, hurriedly entered the hall. "Brother," he said, taking a seat beside Lu Qing, his tone grave. "We are in serious trouble." "Oh, what trouble?" Lu Huan continued. "In recent days, we have scoured the entire imperial city, investigating the martial arts tea party incident. The more we uncover, the more alarming it becomes. The depth of corruption within our DU imperial court is astounding. From the 5 departments of the royal court to the guards of the imperial city, not a single one is untainted. Our father truly possesses a discerning eye for talent." He added, "Moreover, several influential figures and prominent families are involved. Naturally, should our father wish to act, removing those powerful families would be no difficult task. Yet the dilemma lies with 2 individuals, or rather, 2 factions, who we fear our father might hesitate to confront." "Which 2? Lu Huan produced 2 volumes from his robe, detailing the personnel changes within the palace in recent years. One is the Department of Ceremonial Affairs, comprising those courtiers and close associates whom our father has personally elevated. We all know his temperament. If we dare to question the integrity of the Department of Ceremonial Affairs, it would be tantamount to openly accusing him of wrongdoing. An affront to the emperor's authority, and attempting to overthrow the department would likely require our father's approval." Lu Qing nodded, urging him to continue with the other. Just as Lu Huan was about to speak, he suddenly noticed Lu Qing had not opened his eyes even once. "Brother, what is wrong with your eyes?" "It's nothing. Please continue." "Ah," Lu Huan sighed. "The other matter is indeed the most troublesome. This matter pertains to our illustrious matriarch, Empress Dowager Wu, as well as the influential Wu family behind her. Like many princes, during their power struggles, the maternal clan invariably serves as the foremost ally. The late emperor was no exception. Upon ascending the throne, he received considerable support from the Wu family. It is only natural that the members of the Wu family were favored by the emperor, yet such favoritism has its limits. Should it exceed these bounds, it could lead to a dire consequence: the usurpation of power by the maternal relatives. Our father, the emperor, has always indulged in pleasures and neglected governance, entrusting many affairs to subordinates. Thus, the Wu family, bolstered by the Empress Dowager's support, has emerged as the greatest beneficiary. Over the years, the Wu family has entrenched itself deeply within the Grand Yu court, wielding significant influence, effectively dominating the political landscape. The challenges we face in our investigation can undoubtedly be attributed to the intentional obstructions and pressures imposed by the Wu family. It is likely that even the assassination we are probing has connections to them. Lu Huan does not conceal his malice towards the Wu family. Princes have never shown leniency towards maternal relatives. On one hand, each prince has their own maternal kin, and once they ascend, the previous generation's relatives become unstable factors that must be eliminated to elevate their own. On the other hand, the concentration of power among maternal relatives is not to be taken lightly. If left unchecked, it may culminate in one of them donning the imperial robe and claiming the throne for themselves, leaving the princes with no authority. Currently, the Wu family exhibits such a trend. Serving as a mere pawn to the emperor pales in comparison to the allure of being emperor oneself. Our investigation will inevitably encroach upon the interests of the Wu family. At tomorrow's Grand Court Assembly, I fear the Wu family will be the first to trivialize the matter, shifting blame onto scapegoats to minimize the repercussions. It is possible that the Empress Dowager may even intervene personally. To topple the Wu family in a short time frame is no small feat. Lu Huan senses that the situation is becoming increasingly troublesome. Faced with the Wu family and the imperial secretariat, even he, who typically delights in the intrigues of power, finds himself beset by a headache. Thus, a cautious, step-by-step approach is warranted. Chapter 26. On the floating world pavilion. Upon hearing Lu Huan's investigative findings, Lu Chen merely responded with an air of calmness. Lu Huan was momentarily at a loss for words. "Brother, your composure is remarkable. After all, you, at such a young age, have already attained the pinnacle of celestial resonance as a top-tier golden core master, having mastered the royal secret technique, the Azure Sky Divine Flame. Your combat prowess is equal to that of the renowned ancient powerhouses on the celestial rankings. Moreover, it is only a matter of time before you break through to the realm of the celestial martial artist, becoming another transcendent being." In Lu Chen's eyes, the Wu family and the imperial secretariat are no different from ordinary folk. The only distinction might be their consideration for the Empress Dowager Wu, their own matriarch. Lu Chen remarked that with the Emperor and the Empress Dowager present, any attempts to act against the Wu family must be approached with caution. There is no benefit in haste. It is far wiser to remain patient and wait for them to reveal their own missteps. Should the Wu family indeed harbor treasonous intentions and initiate an assassination, they would have no path of retreat. If you are anxious, they will be even more so. Lu Huan took a seat once more, acknowledging the wisdom in his brother's words. As he spoke, the malevolent glimmer in Lu Chen's eyes was entirely consumed by the divine flames of the azure sky. He opened his eyes, and tomorrow, all would be revealed. The following day, at the Grand Court Assembly of the Floating World Palace, the ministers bowed their heads, unwilling to meet the gaze of the aged emperor seated upon the dragon throne, radiating an aura of furious majesty. The attempt on the emperor's life was a taboo that no sovereign could tolerate. His wrath would not be extinguished without the sacrifice of many. Thus, a profound silence enveloped the palace, as everyone feared becoming embroiled in the consequences. The old emperor surveyed each member of the court with a frigid stare, itching to execute a few disobedient subjects to alleviate his ire. After a prolonged silence, he scoffed. What? Is no one willing to speak? You, who are usually so eloquent, have suddenly turned mute? When I express my thoughts, you inundate me with lofty rhetoric, yet now you choose to remain silent. The crowd lowered their heads even further. A bunch of useless fools. From the highest court officials to the guards of the imperial city, not a single one possesses any value. These assassins brazenly infiltrated my palace and colluded with my royal guards, and not one of you noticed. If not for my son, this imperial palace would have long since fallen into the hands of these traitors. You all deserve death. The old emperor's fury escalated as he seized an object from the dragon table and hurled it at an unfortunate soul. Thud. Blood flowed from the man's head as he quickly knelt and pleaded, Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Please, calm my anger? If I were to do so, this palace would be riddled with holes thanks to your incompetence. At this moment, the princes stepped forward. Your Majesty, I, your son, have matters to address. Father, I too have uncovered the true culprit behind this incident. The emperor's gaze softened slightly. My sons have not disappointed me. Very well. Speak. The eldest shall go first. At your command, Lu Yun promptly presented 2 pieces of evidence. Father, these are the records obtained from a thorough investigation of the Mirror Shadow platform and the guards of the imperial city, detailing the movements of the royal guards in recent years, along with the verification of their identities. The emperor perused Lu Yun's evidence briefly before slamming the 2 records onto the table. Well then, you have reached the depths of corruption within my imperial court? Mirror Envoy and City Guard, do you have anything to say for yourselves? Cold sweat drenched the brows of the Mirror Envoy and the City Guard. Lu Yun continued, Father, it is impossible for just the 2 of them to orchestrate such a grand scheme. There must be someone behind the scenes orchestrating it all. A greater protector is manipulating events from the shadows. Upon hearing this, Lu Chun was suddenly reminded of a few classic lines from his past life. If you do not take it, how can I? If I do not take it, how can Commissioner Geng? If Commissioner Geng does not take it, how can we progress? They were far too eager to advance. The emperor, upon hearing these words, widened his dragon-like eyes, a tempestuous fury brewing within. So, my son, you have already discerned some clues? Lu Yun nodded, stating that through meticulous investigation and various leads, combined with the Mirror Envoy's sincere desire for redemption, he had identified the insidious hand manipulating the Imperial Guard arrangements. He had ultimately discerned the Mirror Envoy and the vast web of conspirators lurking behind them. After delivering this revelation, Lu Yun surveyed all the officials present. Upon noticing the representative of the Wu family, the head of the Heavenly Punishment Department, Wu Zhan, he hesitated briefly but ultimately chose to overlook him. The Wu family was merely implicated in the buying and selling of official positions, without concrete evidence proving their treachery or intent to assassinate the emperor. Relying solely on such flimsy grounds, along with mere whispers and rumors, could not topple the Wu family, which stood in its prime. Should he provoke them unduly, Lu Yun would bear the consequences, allowing his other brothers to benefit from his missteps. Thus, Lu Yun bypassed the Wu family and pointed out several high-ranking officials within the court. Apart from the guards and the Mirror Envoy, he identified the head of the Department of Rights and the chief of the Heavenly Works, as well as the commander of the Heavenly Punishment Department. Each time he named an individual, they fell to their knees in terror, pleading for mercy. Spare us, Your Majesty. We were coerced. Lu Yun continued without pause, naming over a dozen significant officials, all of whom were implicated. He then presented a dossier containing the mirror invoice confession and the evidence he had uncovered regarding the sale of official positions. The old emperor merely glanced at it before erupting in fury. Rebellion. Truly, a rebellion. You wretches, what do you take this court for? A gambling den? A tavern? His gaze fell upon the kneeling officials, and his wrath surged uncontrollably. Look around. It is precisely because of such treacherous ministers that the palace has been infiltrated by rebels. With a thunderous clap upon his dragon throne, he bellowed, "Come forth." The palace guard stationed outside rushed in at once. "Your Majesty, drag these traitors out," he commanded. "Execute them. I will cleanse the filth of my imperial court with their blood." The guards swiftly seized the officials and dragged them outside the floating world hall. With a swift motion, they drew their gleaming blades. The officials, terrified, cried out in unison, "Spare us, Your Majesty. Please, have mercy." Chapter 27. I command you as the commander of the Imperial City Guards, we, your subjects, have served the Great Yu Dynasty diligently for over a decade. Though lacking in merit, we have endured hardship, and we beseech Your Majesty for compassion. Your Majesty, grant us one more chance for redemption. We would never dare to err again. Your Majesty, please do not execute me. I am the chief of the heavenly works. If I perish, chaos will ensue in the department, and the court will have no one left to rely upon. The officials lamented and begged for forgiveness before the old emperor, who was both furious and incredulous. A chance? Another opportunity to plant rebels and plot my assassination? And you, chief of the heavenly works, do you dare to threaten me? The emperor's eyes widened in fury, his murderous intent palpable. My Great Yu is brimming with talent. Can it not function without you? Are we to face national ruin? Come forth. Subject this vile creature to 1,000 cuts. No, 10,000. As you command. Outside the floating world hall, the sound of blades humming resonated continuously, followed by the chilling thud of a body hitting the ground. With a resounding thud, severed heads fell to the ground, and the acrid scent of blood enveloped the exterior of the floating world palace. A chilling breeze swept into the hall, causing the onlookers' hair to stand on end, their bodies succumbing to a sudden chill. The stench of blood lingered heavily in the air, accompanied by the anguished cries of the artisans from the Heavenly Works Department, who had been subjected to excruciating torture. "Ah, Your Majesty! Ah!" The wails echoed throughout the space. The old emperor cast a cold gaze around the room, and with each glance, the ministers squirmed uncomfortably, lowering their heads even further, fearful of being drawn into the maelstrom of chaos. It was not until the cries outside the palace grew faint and weak that the emperor finally felt a sense of relief. At last, a measure of tranquility returned to the atmosphere. He reclined comfortably in his dragon throne and addressed Lu Yun, continue speaking. "I am eager to hear how many more treacherous rogues remain hidden." Lu Yun shook his head. He had hoped to seize this opportunity to eliminate his rivals extensively, to name more individuals to clear the path for strengthening the faction aligned with the Crown Prince. However, some matters were not within his control. Apart from the Wu family, backed by the Empress Dowager Wu, the court was also rife with powerful factions such as the Luo, Wang, and Gongsun families. They were not to be trifled with. As Lu Yun sought to expand his influence, they too were keen on doing the same. "Your Majesty, time is of the essence. The individuals I have identified for now are these. However, following their leads will surely uncover further bureaucratic pests," he reported. The old emperor nodded approvingly. "Indeed. My son has grown in capability. Well done." Lu Yun replied with composure. "This endeavor is not solely my achievement, but the result of our brothers working diligently together, each conducting their own investigations. It is precisely because we stand united that we have uncovered the sordid dealings behind the tea gathering in such a short time." This was undeniably true. Once the other princes became aware of the individuals involved in the conspiracy, they realized that the core of the court had rotted to its very core, a complete debacle. Faced with such a predicament, their singular efforts would be insufficient to rectify the situation. Thus, they resolved to present a united front, removing certain figures to clear a space for those who could be trusted. Afterward, they would rely on their individual strengths. Otherwise, at the moment Lu Yun revealed the names, other princes' factions would have sent their prominent members to counter and apply pressure, exchanging evidence, creating chaos, and preventing any smooth resolution. It certainly would not have unfolded as seamlessly as it did now. The old emperor beamed with increasing delight. "My sons have matured. They can now alleviate the burdens of the state. My heart is greatly comforted." He repeated the word "good" thrice. At that moment, the third prince, Lu Lang, spoke up again. "Father, those traitors held significant positions in the court, Wielding considerable influence and commanding numerous followers, their reach extensive. This large contingent may no longer be of use. Even if they could be, they would not be trustworthy. The old emperor waved his hand dismissively. What difficulty is this? In our Great Yu Dynasty, can we not find a few capable pillars to rely upon? As the Golden Autumn examination approaches, this year's test will expand its recruitment quotas. It is essential to thoroughly investigate the backgrounds of candidates, ensuring that we recruit individuals of impeccable lineage and unwavering loyalty, thereby infusing our court with fresh talent. During the interim leading up to the autumn examination, the old emperor surveyed all present courtiers. Each one lifted their heads, projecting an image of loyalty and readiness to alleviate the burdens of the state. The old emperor was incensed by this display, muttering to himself about the uselessness of his subjects. He then summoned Lu Yun directly. "My eldest son," he said, "at this moment, apart from my closest kin, I trust no one else. Pay heed. During this period leading up to the autumn examination, you shall temporarily oversee the Department of Heavenly Punishment." Lu Yun promptly accepted the decree, affirming, "I shall not disappoint you, father." "Excellent," the emperor continued, turning his gaze to the second prince. "You shall preside over the Department of Heavenly Works." The second prince acknowledged the command. "I obey." "Third prince, you will manage the Department of Rights and Laws." As he reached the fifth prince, Lu Chen, the old emperor hesitated. Beneath his seemingly indifferent exterior, a fierce sun and a bright moon rose within him as he scrutinized Lu Chen once more, casting doubt on his historical lineage. The onlookers, concerned about the Lu family's notorious past, exchanged furtive glances filled with unspoken apprehension. The old emperor suddenly declared, "Fifth prince, as a master of the celestial realm, it seems beneath your talents to handle such trivial matters within the court. What do you say?" The crowd was momentarily taken aback by the implication that the emperor was genuinely wary of Lu Chen's potential. However, the next proclamation left all speechless. "Henceforth, I appoint you as the commander of the Imperial City's forces. You shall oversee all troops within the Imperial City, excluding the palace guards. Only a master of your caliber can ensure my peace of mind." Eyes widened in astonishment at the immense power bestowed upon Lu Chen. The title of commander of the Imperial City's forces carries significant weight, despite its modest troop size compared to larger armies, consisting of merely 10,000 soldiers tasked with routine patrols and maintaining order. Its implications, however, were monumental. The commander would control access to the city's gates, serving as the first line of defense for the entire realm. Those entering or leaving the Imperial City would have to pass through the guards under his command, thus placing the flow of goods and access to the city firmly in his grasp. In that moment, everyone was left in a state of disbelief, realizing the magnitude of this appointment. "Is this what you call mistrust of Lu Chen?" they wondered, reflecting on the privileges that Lu Xingxi could have had if he had received such recognition in his time. Immediately, voices began to rise in protest, asserting that the power of the commander of the Imperial City's forces was far too great. Should Lu Chen ascend to the position of the military leader in the Imperial City, the other factions would find themselves in an exceedingly precarious position. "This cannot be allowed. Your Majesty, have you forgotten the Blood Moon Rebellion instigated by Emperor Gingshi? It is imperative that you heed the lessons of history." The Blood Moon Rebellion was a coup orchestrated by Emperor Gingshi, Lu Xingxi, who committed patricide to seize the throne. In the court, few dare to mention this incident. Firstly, patricide and usurpation are undeniably disgraceful, marking a scandal for the Lu family. Secondly, to speak of the Blood Moon Rebellion and invoke historical warnings before the emperor is tantamount to challenging the reigning sovereign. Upon hearing these words, the old emperor's expression turned icy. The Blood Moon Rebellion? He cast a cold glance at the few ministers who had spoken out. Their hearts raced, realizing their folly. They had forgotten that the foundation of the Blood Moon Rebellion was a tyrant. "It seems that in your eyes, I am but a great tyrant." The ministers hastily knelt, proclaiming, "We dare not. We would never." One remarked, "I was merely overly concerned for your Majesty, which led to my indiscretion." Dare not. I see you are quite bold. Not only do you imply that I am a tyrant, but you also seek to sow discord between father and son. At the martial arts tea gathering, had it not been for my fifth son's timely intervention to protect me, would I still be alive? If I do not rely on my fifth son, do you expect me to depend on you worthless, gluttonous fools? A pack of insolent wretches. Drag them out and execute them. Your Majesty, spare us. Your Majesty, please. The guards once again brandished their blades. The hall fell into an even deeper silence. The old emperor's gaze returned to the court officials. A bunch of ineffectual fools. When it comes time for work, not a single one of you is competent. Yet you are the first to engage in intrigue. Worthless. Worthless. All of you are worthless. He berated them several times. Your Majesty, calm your anger. Calm your anger. The old emperor ignored their pleas and firmly declared, Fifth, I entrust the first line of defense of the imperial city to you. Anyone who dares to make a move shall face death. Lu Chen nodded, I shall obey. Good. Only then did the old emperor nod in satisfaction. For now, the subjects under my rule can rest easy. Excellent, excellent. Now for Lu Huan. Sixth, you shall oversee the Mirror Shadow platform, responsible for supervising the imperial city's secrets and monitoring the realm. Yes, I shall obey. The old emperor assigned duties to all 13 princes, filling the vacant positions in the court. With my sons holding the reins of the central court, my heart can finally find some peace. The court officials quickly echoed, Congratulations. Your Majesty, congratulations. With the bond between the emperor and his sons, our great you shall surely be able to restore the glorious prosperity of the era of the founding emperor and Emperor Gingshi. This flattery pleased the old emperor. He chuckled. At last, you have spoken words I delight in. After a hearty laugh, the old emperor seemed to recall something, and with a fierce demeanor, inquired, By the way, what has become of those rebel sects from the tea gathering? One minister replied, Your Majesty, the Miopha sect and the Luoyun sect have yet to respond. Other sects attributed their failure to a lack of vigilance, allowing the traitors of the Taiping sect to tarnish their own reputations. They vowed to rigorously investigate their ranks to prevent any further infiltration by the Taiping sect and to cleanse their disciples' minds. They were willing to extend their offerings by 3 years to compensate the imperial court for its losses. Why did the Miopha sect and the Luoyun sect remain silent? I have contacted the local government near the Miopha sect and the Luoyun sect to investigate. According to their reports, both sects have activated their mountain-protecting formations and entered a state of seclusion. Seclusion, you say? How intriguing. I shall see how you hide and evade. Come forth. Your Majesty. Convey my decree. Command the forces of Fengzhou City to shatter the shells of the Miopha sect and the Luoyun sect. Within 2 days, let it be known that all under the banners of the Miopha sect and the Luoyun sect shall be eradicated. Leave no one behind. As you command. After giving these orders, the old emperor discussed some trivial matters of the court before feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him. He yawned. I am weary. We shall conclude for today. Dismissed. I respectfully bid farewell to Father. We bid farewell to Your Majesty. The old emperor departed. The ministers present then animatedly engaged in discussions about the events that transpired in court, some fervently debating while others cast furtive glances at Lu Chen. Lu Chen, however, remained contemplative. To the average observer, the appearance of an assassin at the tea gathering followed by the princes investigating and cleansing the court seemed entirely logical. Yet Lu Chen sensed otherwise. From the moment he learned that his father had mastered the profound state of clear sky and bright moon, he understood that the world had never truly comprehended this seemingly foolish monarch. Clear sky and bright moon encapsulated a clarity of mind and vision, a transcendent state of perceiving the world with an enlightened heart. A master who could attain such a state would surely not be unable to discern loyalty from treachery. From the assassination plot at the martial arts tea gathering to the current upheaval within the court and the emergence of the princes to control the central governance. Perhaps all was under the old emperor's orchestration. Yet, among the 13 princes, it seemed the old emperor held a particular regard for Lu Chen. The title of commander of the imperial city appeared somewhat incongruous compared to the other princes' shares of power. Could it be that he intended to cast a line to catch a fish? Some ministers came to congratulate Lu Chen. Congratulations, Prince Chen, on your appointment as commander of the imperial city. Henceforth, the realm of the imperial city shall be under your dominion. Lu Chen merely nodded before departing from the floating world hall. Very well, he intended to discover just how grand that fish truly was. Upon seeing Lu Chen leave, the forces affiliated with the Luo family hastily followed, leaving behind a myriad of princes and ministers with varied expressions. Fengzhou, the blossoming sword sect. Luo Xiaoming entered the conference hall with enthusiasm. Brother, good news. Luo Xiao Yuan raised his eyelids, dispersing the condensed sword energy within him. News from the imperial city? Indeed. A personal letter from Feng, stating that Chen has been appointed as the commander of the imperial city by His Majesty. Luo Xiao Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. The commander of the imperial city? What of the other princes? The others are managing the 5 offices of the court, as well as the mirror shadow platform and other critical matters. Luo Xiao Yuan fell into silence for a moment. The disparity was indeed significant. Not long ago, It was said that Chen had fallen under the emperor's suspicion, fearing the resurgence of the Blood Moon Rebellion. Especially after Chen exhibited the celestial flame of azure sky, such extraordinary talent surpassed even that of the former Emperor Gingshi, Lu Xingxi. Logically, the emperor should have felt even more threatened by him. Luo Xiaoming nodded in agreement, acknowledging the reasoning. However, I have pondered this carefully, regardless of the circumstances. Assuming the role of the military commander of the imperial city brings numerous benefits without any detriment. Chapter 29, Year 37 of Tianfeng next. We must replace all the guards and sentinels at the 4 gates of the imperial city with the elite, trained by our Luo family. From then on, whether it be controlling the flow of entry and exit from the imperial city or preventing unforeseen incidents, we would hold the initiative, able to advance or retreat at will. Luo Shuyuan remained silent, contemplating for a moment before inquiring about the Wu family's actions during the recent Grand Court Assembly. This time, leveraging the emperor's assassination, many officials were purged and 13 princes were summoned to the court, thereby usurping some of the Wu family's authority. This undoubtedly encroached upon the Wu family's interests. They are unlikely to acquiesce easily. Luo Xiaoming shook his head, remarking that the Wu family had behaved unusually this time, remaining utterly silent during the assembly. When something is amiss, it often signals deeper issues. I suspect the Wu family harbors ulterior motives, afraid to let the emperor discern their true intentions. Alternatively, they might be deceiving the other princes, possibly plotting something nefarious behind the scenes. We must remain vigilant of them. Luo Shuyuan then said, "Third brother, you should mobilize a contingent of our Luo family's elite to the imperial city. With Chen assuming command of the military, it is crucial to supply his needs. We will draw from other regions as necessary." Understood, I shall proceed at once. Luo Xiaoming had just taken a couple of steps when he paused. By the way, what progress has been made regarding the matter of the nightmares? The nightmares were indeed anticipated to attempt an assassination of Lu Chen, and precautions had been taken. However, this revealed a troubling fact. The Taiping sect could manipulate such a peculiar entity, indicating at least some level of cooperation and communication between the two parties. This is a deeply alarming situation. The nightmares are enigmatic and uncontrollable beings, with their nature largely unknown to the Taiping sect. They lack understanding of how nightmares manifest, communicate, or what hidden traits they possess. Yet, the Taiping sect is capable of collaborating with them to fulfill their objectives. This implies that the Taiping sect holds a trump card, one that eludes the comprehension of the world at large and is exceptionally difficult to counter. Upon hearing the term nightmare, Luo Xiaoming halted, his expression grave as he shook his head. There are still no leads. In recent days, I have personally dismantled several of the Taiping sect strongholds and captured some significant minor leaders, yet yielded no results. It appears they are entirely oblivious to the existence of the nightmares. The knowledge of these creatures seems to be a closely guarded secret within the Taiping sect, accessible only to those of the rank of Hall Master and above. Not unexpected, Luo Shuyuan remarked. In recent days, I have also combed through the manuscripts and records of our Luo family's ancestors, dispatching individuals to scour various folklores in search of clues regarding the nightmares. Have you uncovered anything? Luo Shuyuan nodded, albeit with a shake of his head. There are some findings, I suppose. He produced a booklet. He gestured for Luo Xiaoming to come over and take a look. Upon glancing at the document, Luo Xiaoming's brow immediately furrowed. The 37th year of the Tianfeng era? Most people do not recall this year, but mention the Blood Moon Rebellion, and they instantly recognize it. The year following the 37th of Tianfeng marked the beginning of the reign of the Emperor Gingshi, Lu Xingxi. Such records from this significant year are not easily found. Luo Xiaoming's interest was piqued as he read about a peculiar incident. In the 37th year of Tianfeng, a great upheaval struck Jingzhou. A formidable nightmare descended from the chaos, slaughtering the military and civilians of 29 cities, consuming nearly 7 million souls for sustenance, becoming a dire calamity. Enraged, Emperor Tianfeng commanded the Night Hidden King and the Tian Dao King to confront this nightmare, leading a million-strong army through treacherous paths. The Night Hidden King and Tian Dao King, with their immense forces, battled the nightmare for 7 days and nights, leaving Jingzhou in ruins. Ultimately, the nightmare dissipated. Yet not a single soldier from the million-strong army returned, and the two supreme beings, the Night Hidden King and the Tian Dao King, vanished without a trace. Upon reaching this point, Luo Xiaoming began to doubt the authenticity of this secret record. What does it signify for a million-strong army to besiege a single province? Moreover, with the legendary leaders, the Night Hidden King and Tian Dao King, Commanding the forces together, such strength could easily have flattened several of the dominant sects of the era. Yet, this record suggests they perished in a mutual destruction with the nightmare. The most crucial detail is that according to the imperial accounts, the Night Hidden King and the Tian Dao King died due to internal strife. However, upon discovering that the recorder of this document was the founder of the Blossoming Sword sect, the illustrious Luo family celestial who created the Blossoming Sword finger, he could not dismiss it. Luo Xiaoming grimaced, astonished at the formidable nature of such nightmares. Then, could it be that the Taiping sect is? Luo Xiaoye shook his head, acknowledging the uncertainty of the situation. I can only hope that the strange occurrence recorded by our ancestors is merely an exception, otherwise, we shall face significant trouble. Having said this, Luo Xiaoye tucked the secret record away amidst a collection of ancient tomes, carefully wrapping it. When they traveled to the imperial city, they would bring this bundle of ancient texts to Chen, regardless of its authenticity. It is best to understand these matters beforehand to be well prepared. Very well, I shall instruct them accordingly. Indeed, Luo Xiaoye then produced a brocade pouch from within his robes, containing the very special parchment he had received that day, inscribed with the words "Beware of the nightmare." In recent days, he had considered every possible individual, yet could not fathom who might have knowledge of the Taiping sect's movements and issued a warning in advance. However, Lu Chen might hold a clue. Even if he lacked information, it was imperative that he be informed. The current situation is fraught with ambiguity, making it difficult to distinguish friend from foe. Only by knowing oneself and the enemy, understanding everything, can one formulate a comprehensive strategy. This pouch must be delivered to Chen. Remember, only he can open it. Not even Feng is permitted to see it. Not even Feng. Recognizing the gravity in Luo Xiaoye's tone, Luo Xiaoming immediately grasped the seriousness of the matter. Very well, I shall personally ensure this task is carried out. Go now. The following day, in the imperial city, at the Zhongxian Palace, Luo Feng brought forth several capable individuals from the silver-armored army, assigning them to stand guard at the gates of the Zhongxian Palace. Outside the palace, a cacophony ensued. Young general, this is a token of sincerity from my master. I humbly ask you to accept it. Behold, the finest goods. The renowned Prince Wu was met by a throng outside the Zhongxian Palace, all bearing gifts for Lu Chen. On one hand, their families, residing within the imperial city, inevitably dabbled in various dubious enterprises. Thus they were compelled to pay the protection fee to the palace guards. On the other hand, unlike the other princes, the old emperor had bestowed upon the fifth prince, Lu Chen, an exceptionally high-ranking position. Did this not suggest that in the emperor's heart, Lu Chen was the foremost candidate for the heir apparent? They had come to secure their positions in advance. Even if they could not secure a place, becoming familiar faces would still prove advantageous. Chapter 30. Empress Dowager Wu. In the face of the overly enthusiastic gift-bearers, the silver-armored guards maintained a calm demeanor, unwavering in their impartiality despite flattery. All matters were conducted with due formality. Outside the palace, the atmosphere buzzed with activity, while within, it felt like an entirely different realm. Lu Chen quietly perused a book, while Lan Yin continued to weave a cloak beneath a large tree, her pace quickening with the arrival of cooler autumn days. The palace had accumulated quite a stock of wool and silk threads. Once she completed the final stitch, Lan Yin tidied her tools and arranged the cloak's fur. Before joyfully approaching Lu Chen, "Your Highness, I have finished weaving. Do try it on and see if it fits." She draped the pure black cloak over Lu Chen's shoulders. The luxurious fur accentuated his tall figure, enhancing the regal aura of the dragon family prince, exuding a profound and mysterious charm that grew increasingly appealing to the eye. Lan Yun reached out, tenderly smoothing the cloak's fur and adjusting the creases in Lu Chen's attire. "How does it look?" Her eyes sparkled with eager anticipation. "Indeed, your skills have improved." Lan Yun beamed. "I am glad you like it. There are still many rare materials in the palace. I shall weave a few more garments while the day is still young. Select the finest ones to send to Mother Empress." "Yes, I shall attend to it immediately." Watching Lan Yin skip away, Lu Chen smiled knowingly, removing the cloak and placing it neatly aside. At his level of existence, the changing seasons held little significance. Clothing was merely clothing. The tranquility of Zhongxian Palace allowed Lan Yun some leisure time, and it was a rare delight for her to engage in activities she cherished to pass the time. Not long after Lan Yun departed, a silver-armored guard entered. "Your Highness, here is the list of gift-bearers." Lu Chen cast a brief glance at it before sending it to the inner city for Luo Feng. He knew what needed to be done. Understood. What arrangements have been made by the Luo family? Your Highness, the Luo family has received your orders, and their forces are en route to the imperial city. Lu Chen nodded. Very well, you may go. Yes. After the silver-armored guard exited, the Zhengxian palace returned to its customary tranquility. The autumn breeze whispered softly, conveying the serene whispers of the season. Lu Chen opened the death and life magic eyes and continued to deduce and complete his thoughts. An hour later, hurried footsteps echoed outside the Zhengxian palace. Your Highness, the Empress Dowager requests your presence. My grandmother? Indeed. Lu Chen closed the tome, questioning the reason for her summons. The Empress Dowager has not seen you for some time and longs to meet you. Is it just me? Yes. Longing to see you, yet only requesting your presence? Is it for the position of the military leader of the royal city, or perhaps for the sake of the Wu family behind her? He recalled the silence of the Wu family's faction during the Grand Assembly. Could it be that the Wu family seeks an alternative path? Or does grandmother have something of particular importance to convey? Prepare the carriage. Yes. In the Xuanqing Palace, within the garden, an elderly lady, frail yet unable to conceal her noble aura, was gently pruning the flowers. Grandson Lu Chen, I pay my respects to you, grandmother. Lu Chen's voice resonated from behind. This lady was none other than the mother of the late emperor, Lu Chen's beloved grandmother, Empress Dowager Wu. She turned, revealing the warm and gentle smile that Lu Chen cherished in his memories. His grandmother had always been kind-hearted, treating everyone with warmth and patience, especially her grandchildren, with great indulgence. Time has flown. My little Chen has grown so much. She reminisced. I remember when you and your cousins would eagerly help me prune the flowers, often to disastrous effect. You were quite the mischievous child, always occupying my thoughts. The Empress Dowager chuckled, gesturing to a bucket of flowers on the table. If you do not mind the toil, come and assist me in tending to these blooms. Of course. Lu Chen took the bucket and approached his grandmother's side. Having mastered the death and life magic eyes, he could keenly sense the faint aura of death surrounding her. Though skilled in martial arts, her expertise was limited, and her lifespan remained within that of an ordinary person. With the assistance of various royal elixirs, living beyond 120 years was already a remarkable feat, grandmother. You are nearing the end of your life. A wave of sentiment washed over Lu Chen. The question of longevity has troubled so many throughout their lives. Grandmother, please, rest more. The Empress Dowager shook her head, continuing to prune the branches. My time is short. While I still have some strength, I wish to tend to this garden, so I may meet the late emperor in the afterlife with peace. This garden is one of the few remnants left to me by the late emperor. Reflecting on the past, a wistful expression graced her features. This tree of tomorrow was planted by the late emperor and me together. We promised that when it bore fruit, he would reclaim the wolf tribe and take me to the Wolf Valley to witness the most beautiful sunset in the world. A sigh escaped her lips. Alas, before the blossoms could bloom, he departed from me. She continued, he was always so brilliant, with a spirit too impetuous. When angered, no words could persuade him. He was as willful as a child. Even as a grandmother, I sometimes found it vexing. Such stubbornness would inevitably lead to his downfall. The Empress Dowager spoke of the late emperor, who was Lu Chen's grandfather. His imperial grandfather, according to the royal records, succumbed to the perils of ambition, accumulating too much toxic essence and remnants of spiritual materials within his body, which ultimately led to his demise before reaching the age of 100. Empress Dowager Wu continued her discourse, lamenting the misfortune that befell him. She shook her head, expressing her sentiments before turning to Lu Chen. My dear Chener, let this serve as a cautionary tale. Never emulate that unlikable old man. With that, the dowager resumed pruning the flower branches. Before long, she coughed a few times, showing signs of fatigue. Lu Chen hurriedly supported the Empress Dowager, suggesting, Your Majesty should take a rest. He gently assisted her to a chair nearby. Alas, I have grown old and am of little use. I wonder how many days I have left to live. Your Majesty, please do not speak like that. The imperial physicians are all extraordinarily skilled and will surely restore your health, Lu Chen reassured her. The dowager chuckled. Oh, you are just trying to amuse your grandmother. I am well aware of my own condition. I have come to terms with it. It would be better to join that old man sooner rather than later. After all these years, he must be waiting anxiously. The Empress Dowager grasped Lu Chen's hand, patting it gently as she used to in his childhood. What troubles me most now is you young ones. The members of the Lu family are indeed unfortunate, she lamented. As she reflected, a contemplative silence enveloped her, lost in some distant memory. When Lu Chen glanced back, he found that she had fallen asleep, drifting into a dream. Chapter 31. The death of the emperor holds secrets. Chen gently withdrew his hand and summoned a palace maid, who laid a light blanket over the empress dowager. He then stood before the garden, meticulously trimming the flower branches. To his surprise, the dowager did not mention the Wu family, nor did she imply that Chen should take special care of them. There was no ulterior motive or ambition in her words. She simply engaged in casual conversation, sharing tales of the late emperor and imparting wisdom for him to heed. Yet, why did she need to meet with him alone? The dowager was not an ordinary person. She had weathered countless storms alongside the late emperor, serving as the matriarch of the imperial harem for decades. When the late emperor passed, she was the one who stabilized the situation, deftly managing the affairs of state and fortifying the empire. She had encountered more intrigue and political machination than many had consumed rice in their lifetime. Though she appeared to converse casually, her words were laden with references to the late emperor. One misstep can lead to great loss. You must learn from this and never imitate that unlikable old man. The members of the Liu family are indeed unfortunate. Reflecting on the late emperor's long-held secrets, Chen sensed that she was subtly warning him. There are mysteries surrounding your grandfather's death. Be cautious. After finishing the pruning, Chen set aside the flower bucket and surveyed the palace maids and eunuchs within Xuanqing Palace, noticing a radiant sun and a crescent moon quietly unfurling in his gaze. The skies were clear and bright. An unseen realm of profound intricacies instantaneously unfolded within Xuanqing Palace, exerting control over everything within its confines. At that moment, it felt as though the palace had been pressed with a pause button. The autumn breeze whispered softly, while the flowing water hung in the air. The fallen leaves from the trees lingered momentarily in the atmosphere, leaving only Chen, who quietly observed everything before him. After a brief interlude, the azure sky and the radiant sun began to fade, unnoticed by anyone. Turning his head, he saw his grandmother still peacefully slumbering. He then gently departed from the Xuanqing Palace and took a carriage back. To the palace he went. Indeed, the carriage rumbled along the path towards the Zhengxian Palace. At dusk, the elite members of the Luo family, having swiftly departed from the flourishing Fengzhou sword sect, finally arrived at the imperial city just before nightfall. Luo Feng stood at a distance by the eastern gate, ready to greet the commander Hu Ying, who was stationed there. Both Hu Ying and Luo Feng had trained together in the Longyin army, establishing a deep camaraderie. His family, the Hu clan, was also aligned with the Luo faction. During the recent purges within the Imperial Guard, only Hu Ying remained in his position at the eastern gate. Elder brother, Brother Feng, young master, the imposing elite of the Luo family called out as they spotted Luo Feng from afar. You must be exhausted after a day of travel. Not at all. We heard that His Highness has assumed command of the Imperial forces and requires our service. The brothers are all eager and ready, just waiting for His Highness's orders to strike. The members of the Luo family brimmed with enthusiasm, itching to mount their steeds and charge into battle for Chen. Luo Feng chuckled in exasperation. All right, calm yourselves. There will be plenty for you to do later. For now, let us head to the city tower and await our assignments. As he spoke, Luo Feng noticed his fourth brother signaling him discreetly. Understanding the cue, he dismissed the crowd and called his brother aside. Fourth brother, it's only been a month since we last met, yet you've certainly put on some weight. Have you not been practicing diligently? The two brothers embraced warmly. I've just returned from training in the Longyin army. I deserve a bit of relaxation, don't I? Indeed, you do. They strolled to a secluded corner, ensuring no one was watching. Luo Feng then inquired, so, what special instructions do our father and the others have for us? The fourth brother removed a bundle from his back. These items are specifically entrusted by our third uncle to be delivered to His Highness. He then produced a discreetly stored silk pouch. Especially this pouch, it must only be opened by His Highness himself. Neither of us is permitted to see its contents. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng grasped the gravity of the situation. If even he, the heir of the Luo family, was not allowed to view its contents, it must pertain to matters of utmost secrecy regarding His Highness, not to be divulged under any circumstances. Understood, he replied. Additionally, our uncle has cautioned us to be wary of the Wu family. They have wielded power in the court for many years, accustomed to their tyrannical ways. Having had their interests threatened, the Wu family has remained unresponsive. They are undoubtedly plotting something sinister, perhaps framing us for their schemes. Luo Feng nodded. First, help the brothers settle in. If there's anything you don't understand about the imperial city, consult Commander Hu Ying at the eastern gate. I will. Luo Feng accepted the pouch and bundle, then mounted his steed, blood smoke, preparing to enter the palace. Giddy up, as he crossed through the city gates. He noticed 2 members of the Wolf clan departing the imperial city, their cart laden with goods. Whoa! Luo Feng rained in blood smoke, glancing back. It was the same members of the Wolf clan he had seen at Zui Xianju. They transported a cart filled with wine and provisions, meticulously documenting and registering their goods in accordance with standard commercial procedures, while also submitting to inspections. The wine was commonplace, and the food equally unremarkable. Go. Turning around, Luo Feng rode his blood-red steed into the palace. I am Luo Feng, here to pay my respects to your highness. No need for formalities, my brother, Lu Chen replied. Have the sons of the Luo family arrived? Yes, they just arrived not long ago. I hasten to report to you immediately. As he spoke, Luo Feng removed a package from his back and placed it on the table. He then produced a silk pouch from his bosom, adding, This is something my father specifically instructed me to deliver to you. It requires your personal attention to open. Oh, Lu Chen took the pouch and opened it. A specially crafted scroll appeared before him, adorned with only a few brief words. Upon reading the contents of the scroll, an unexpected yet comprehensible figure emerged in Lu Chen's mind. This individual was none other than his father, the emperor. Lu Chen, devoted to cultivating his martial prowess and maintaining a low profile, had seldom engaged with the outside world, aside from his maternal clan, the Luo family. Thus, if not for the Luo family, who else possessed the means to forewarn about the actions of the Taiping sect, and without any apparent reason, extend such a warning? No one else could be responsible. Eliminating all possibilities, it could only be the old emperor. Of course, this conclusion was solely for Lu Chen. To others, the old emperor was regarded as a quintessential tyrant. Certain matters could not be orchestrated by such a ruler, who lacked the capability to do so. Before discovering the old emperor's true prowess rivaled that of the sun and moon, Lu Chen shared similar sentiments. However, it now appeared that his father had concealed his capabilities far too deeply. The intelligence regarding the assassination attempt on Lu Chen by the Nightmare was an absolute secret, confined to the upper echelons of the Taiping sect. The fact that the old emperor had foreseen this and hinted to the Luo family for timely assistance indicated that his influence extended even into the inner sanctum of the Taiping sect. Contemplating this, it seemed the recent Tea Party incident was not merely a coincidence, but rather a deliberate arrangement by the old emperor. His intent was likely to test the true abilities of the princes, observing their temperament and reactions in the face of various crises, while simultaneously purging the imperial court to facilitate the ascendance of the princes to power. Whether this was indeed the case, only his enigmatic father could ascertain. With a flourish, Lu Chen ignited the specially crafted scroll, reducing it to ashes. He then opened the package to inspect the ancient tomes within. Flipping through several volumes, he discovered they contained records of the nightmare and related events from ages past. Intrigued by this peculiar existence, Lu Chen began to peruse them with earnest attention. Interesting. Chapter 32. The mysterious case. On a crisp autumn night, the imperial city lay ensconced in slumber beneath the darkness. As the patrol team led by the Luo family traversed a tranquil residential area, they suddenly halted in their tracks. Wait, is that the scent of blood? The group furrowed their brows, a sense of vigilance rising within them. Be cautious, let us investigate. The patrol team cautiously advanced towards the source of the gruesome sounds. Upon arriving at a secluded alley, they were taken aback by the sight before them. Under the faint glow of the moonlight, the entrance to a mysterious estate stood ajar, revealing numerous blood-soaked corpses sprawled haphazardly across the ground. In the dim light, vague outlines were discernible. Each face appeared gaunt, as if drained of their very essence. One of the guards drew his sword and prodded a body, but it yielded no response. He then leaned closer to examine it intently. Moments later, his expression turned grave. The cadaver was nothing but skin and bones. They had all been completely drained. The methods of these fiends were truly horrifying. The others exchanged alarmed glances, realizing that such brutal malice could exist even within the imperial city. How audacious! You two, report this immediately to the commander. The rest of you, form groups of 3 and search for clues. We must unearth the culprit. A short while later, the team regrouped. What did you find? The group furrowed their brows and shook their heads in disbelief. It's too strange. I have never encountered such an unusual method of murder. There are no footprints, no signs of struggle, and not a single blade mark. There is even a complete absence of any indication that another person had been present. It is as if their flesh and blood were simply siphoned away from thin air. What kind of sorcery is this? It's bizarre, utterly bizarre. This fiend's capabilities may far exceed our means of confrontation. Just as the tension mounted, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. They turned to see another patrol team approaching. It's Team 17. What brings you here? As Team 17 began to speak, they were met with the horrifying sight of the corpses scattered throughout the estate. Their pupils dilated in shock. There are bodies here too? What does this mean? We must alert the commanding officer, quickly. The following day, as dawn broke, the fourth son of the Luo family, accompanied by others, arrived at the crime scene. Form a perimeter. No one is to approach. If any nearby residents inquire, simply state that a domestic dispute has occurred. Understood. Once the instructions were given, the fourth son entered the estate to meticulously inspect each corpse. After a prolonged examination, his brow furrowed deeply. This resembles the insidious techniques employed by dark practitioners to drain human vitality. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind, recalling various notorious dark sections. However, these sects were either located far from the imperial city or had long since vanished from the annals of history. Moreover, the thoroughness and lack of any trace left behind starkly contrasted with the methods of those dark sections. He activated the intricate sword technique, seeking to sense the surroundings with acute perceptiveness, yet still found no leads. Peculiar. The fourth son was baffled, as a direct descendant of the Luo family. He had never encountered such an extraordinary event. He glanced around. First, let us transport the bodies back to the city guard encampment. Yes, he then instructed. All patrol teams must intensify their vigilance tonight. Report any clues immediately. Yes. Another deep night ensued, shadowed by the eerie events of the previous evening. The guards of the imperial city have intensified their patrols throughout the outer districts. Well-equipped squads, illuminated by flickering torches, scour every corner of the city, seeking traces of malevolent beings to prevent the recurrence of mysterious incidents. Yet, regrettably, another such incident has struck, silent and stealthy. On the following morning, the scene of yet another enigma is surrounded by curious and terrified residents. They gaze, filled with dread, at the blood-stained courtyards. How could this happen? Rumor has it that the entire neighborhood has been slaughtered, silently. 11 households in total. Just the thought sends shivers down their spines. If it expands even slightly, it could very well reach us. And this is not the first occurrence. Another incident transpired just yesterday. What of the Imperial Guards? Are they indifferent? The guards have come, yet they have uncovered no culprit. Even the Imperial Guards are powerless? This is too perilous. I must retreat to the inner city for a few days. Brother Wang Lu, you are the strongest warrior in our area. What shall we do if you leave? Alas, in times like these, each must fend for themselves. Amidst the murmurs of the populace, Luo Feng and Huing have surveyed the scene of the incident. Brothering, having served in the imperial city for many years, you are familiar with the tactics of various families. Can you discern which family is responsible? Luo Feng's words pointedly accuse the noble families of the city. He is convinced this must be the work of the prominent clans. Otherwise, why would such a bizarre incident occur precisely at this critical juncture? Following the ascension of Prince Chen as the commander of the Imperial City's forces, is this not a direct affront to them? These traitorous rebels aim to exploit the mysteries to undermine the authority of the Imperial Guards, to tarnish the reputation of Prince Chen, and to present their grievances before the Emperor, inciting chaos within the Imperial Court. Such petty tricks. A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Luo Feng's eyes. Woe betide the family responsible should I discover their identity. I, Luo, shall reveal to you what a true enigma entails. Old grudges and new grievances shall be settled in one fell swoop. Huing gazed at the lifeless bodies on the ground for a long while, his brow furrowed. Lost in thought. At that moment, someone reported from outside, General Luo, envoys from the Heavenly Punishment Office have arrived. They claim the incident has far-reaching implications, and before it escalates, they wish to transfer the case to their office for investigation, to provide a prompt resolution for the public. Luo Feng scoffed derisively. The Heavenly Punishment Office? If it were the mirror platform of Prince Huan, I might afford you some courtesy. But what is the Heavenly Punishment Office to meddle in the affairs of the Imperial Guards? Let them leave. With the envoys dismissed, Luo Feng turned to Huing once more. Brother Ing, even you, a master at the pinnacle of clarity, cannot discern the path forward? Huing shook his head and finally spoke. It is not that I cannot see, but rather that it is too absurd. Absurd? Huing glanced at Luo Feng. You, hailing from the esteemed Luo family of Fengzhou, should know of a certain entity called Nightmare. Luo Feng's pupils constricted. listening to Hu Ying's words. I was struck by the uncanny resemblance between the bizarre case unfolding before us and the accounts of nightmares I had encountered in ancient manuscripts. Both exhibited no discernible traces. Both had their flesh and blood completely drained, and both occurred in utter silence. This particular case is chronicled in Ancient Ink Pavilion, Volume 3, which recounts the tale of Zhang Tu from Ningxiang County in Yongzhou, who returned home one night to find his entire family slaughtered, with no survivors. He promptly reported to the authorities, who discovered that the bodies had been reduced to mere skeletons and skins. Their blood and flesh mysteriously vanished. As the officials delved deeper into the investigation, a chilling wind swept in at night, and without any sign of struggle, all the soldiers perished. Recently, the palace had acquired a multitude of books, and in her leisure time, Lan Yun would often accompany Lu Chun in perusing a few. At this moment, she was engrossed in Ancient Ink Pavilion, Volume 3, meticulously leafing through the tales inscribed within. The story of Zhang Tu piqued her curiosity, as it defied the conventional folklore that dictated only martial masters could perceive nightmares, or that one must meet certain extraordinary conditions to encounter them. In this narrative, however, the nightmare broke the established rules and could actively target individuals, presenting a novel twist that intrigued Lan Yun, accustomed as she was to typical narrative conventions. Yet, this originality, if transposed into reality, would spell disaster for ordinary people. Outside the Zhengxian Palace, hurried footsteps echoed. The silver-armored guards exchanged apprehensive glances as they observed the swiftly approaching palace sentinels, sensing an ominous turn of events. With their master having taken up the role of the palace commander merely days prior, such urgency hardly boded well. Frowning slightly, one of the palace sentinels leaned close to a silver-armored guard, whispering urgent news from outside the palace. The guard's expression shifted, and he promptly entered the Zhengxian Palace. "Your Highness." Lu Chen kept his eyes closed. Within his gently narrowed gaze, wisps of black and white demonic energy swirled, hinting at boundless might that lingered. "What is it?" "Your Highness, General Luo Feng and General Hu Ying have sent urgent news regarding a bizarre incident in the outer districts. Nearly 100 individuals have fallen victim to a sinister fate. The manner of their deaths is peculiar, their flesh and blood entirely siphoned away, leaving only skin and bones. With no signs of struggle or any indication of a second party present at the scene." Startled, Lan Yun, who had been engrossed in her reading, gasped. "Why does that sound exactly like the story I just read?" The two generals stated that it appeared to be. "Could it possibly be a nightmare?" she asked, her voice tinged with disbelief. He nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the two generals deemed this matter of great significance and did not wish to make decisions without reporting to Your Highness. Their eyes turned toward Lu Chun. Still with his eyes closed, Lu Chun's expression bore a hint of surprise. "Another nightmare. This entity, which I previously sought to study yet could not locate, has recently emerged like mushrooms after a rain, appearing one after another. It seems the Taiping sect has indeed discovered a method to communicate and collaborate with nightmares. How intriguing." He was eager to uncover the truth. "Prepare the carriage. I shall exit the palace." "Very well." The autumn breeze whispered through the imperial city as an opulent carriage emerged from the palace, hastily traversing the bustling inner district, arriving at the lodging area of the outer city. There, waiting with bated breath, were Luo Feng and Hu Ying, who, upon seeing the carriage approach, promptly bowed their heads in respect towards the esteemed occupant within. The carriage came to a halt before them, and a charming young lady, as radiant as a flower, gracefully stepped out. Cautiously scanning her surroundings to ensure safety, she extended her pale, delicate arm to assist Lu Chun from the carriage. Upon his arrival, Luo Feng and Hu Ying refrained from making a sound, conveying their reverence solely through their actions. "Where's the body?" they inquired. "Please follow us." Luo Feng and Hu Ying led the way, conversing as they walked. "We did not wish to disturb your tranquility, but this matter is exceedingly peculiar. It might very well be the work of the rumored specters. Even if it is not, it could be a scheme devised by the influential families in the city to frame you. We felt it imperative to report this to you without delay." Lu Chen nodded, recognizing that their insights and skills could not ascertain the truth, indicating that there was indeed something amiss. As they spoke, the group entered a courtyard stained with blood. A grotesquely desiccated corpse lay scattered across the ground. "Behold, these are the remains," Luo Feng gestured. Lu Chun kept his eyes closed, at his level of mastery. He could perceive everything around him without the need for sight. A mere glance was sufficient for him to conclude that this incident was indeed instigated by a nightmare. as each body bore the unmistakable malevolent aura characteristic of such entities. In the entire realm, there existed only this singular manifestation. However, judging by the residual energy, this particular nightmare was not formidable. In comparison to others Lu Chun had encountered, it was rather feeble. Were it not for the fact that those below the master level could not perceive it, it would struggle to contend even with a practitioner at the Qi transformation stage. The martial aura of an ordinary warrior would suffice to compel it to retreat. Let us proceed to the next location. Yes, Luo Feng and Huing guided Lu Chun to another crime scene. Along the way, they were met with the anxious murmurs of the populace. The rumors of the eerie occurrences spread rapidly, and within just 2 days, an atmosphere of unease had settled over the outer district. We have already disseminated the news, claiming that a few death row inmates have escaped to this vicinity. Our city guards will soon apprehend them, the two reassured. As they spoke, Lu Chun suddenly halted, turning his gaze towards a house with its door firmly locked. Luo Feng instantly understood and approached to push open the gate. However, as his hand made contact, his demeanor shifted, a nauseating scent of blood wafted forth, accompanied by an inexplicable chill. With a forceful shove, he flung the door open, and what lay before him left him aghast. Inside the courtyard, several corpses lay in disarray, their conditions identical to those previously seen, drained of life, leaving only skin over bone. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The pivotal point was in the center of the courtyard, where a middle-aged man was suspended in midair by an unseen force, his neck tautly drawn upward. The flesh and blood of his body gradually dissipated, yet he remained unresponsive. As if entranced by some unseen force, his mind clouded. Opposite him lay nothingness, an empty void. However, the instinct of a martial artist informed Luo Feng that something existed there, though it remained invisible to his eyes. The bizarre scene before him sent chills down Luo Feng's spine, prompting him to swiftly raise his sword finger. His vital energy surged, rapidly channeling true energy to form several defensive sword chi. It was a nightmare. This was the first encounter for Hu Ying with this legendary and eerie entity. With a grave expression, he positioned himself protectively in front of Lu Chun, addressing Luo Feng. This creature fears the fiery vitality of martial artists and the sun during the day. He paused momentarily, pondering, does the nightmare truly fear the daylight? He glanced upward, noting that the sun was high in the sky, with night still far off. This was troubling. The ancient texts had misled them. This entity showed no distinction between day and night. Chapter 34. There is another one. Be cautious, Luo Feng. Huing was speaking when Lu Chun placed a hand on his shoulder. Step back. Huing understood Lu Chen's prowess. For an ordinary person, the nightmare might be a terrifying unknown, but for a master at the threshold of transcending into the realm of celestial beings, it was merely a trifling matter. Thus, he stepped aside, clearing the path. Lu Chen advanced to the center of the courtyard. The middle-aged man, who had been lifted by an invisible force, immediately fell to the ground upon Lu Chen's arrival. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through, fiercely brushing against the faces of those present. In a realm invisible to Luo Feng and the others, in the center of the courtyard, a menacing shadow, exuding an inky dark aura, bared its blood-red maw, expressing its displeasure at Lu Chen's presence. As its discontent grew, drops of pitch-black blood began to fall, corroding the bluestone of the courtyard and releasing a nauseating stench. Die! It roared, raising its black claws as if to pounce upon Lu Chun. Yet, its body suddenly became uncontrollable, frozen in place. The figure before it seemed to possess some terrifying power, rendering it immobile. All it could do was emit a series of anguished roars. It could only scream, lacking even the most basic awareness. This was weaker than Gu had anticipated. Was the Taiping sect merely offering a half-finished product? Lu Chen stepped closer, meticulously observing the grotesque, dark shadow before him. It bore no difference from those he had encountered before, except for its weakness. Yet, this feeble nightmare could move freely during the day, killing under the bright sun. Furthermore, it could disregard the rules of visibility, actively seeking to kill and devouring the essence and blood of its victims to enhance itself. Compared to the aura left at the previous scene, it had significantly strengthened after feasting on human lives. It seemed that, as recorded in the Luo family's secret text from Jingzhou, this nightmare, after consuming millions of souls, would evolve into a disaster for an entire province. Was this merely a unique case for this particular nightmare? Clearly, it was not. Reflecting on the phantoms previously witnessed, consider the one from the Dustless Sword sect, which could resist sunlight, and now, the current entity that defies visual norms to commit acts of violence. Their abilities appear to have intensified over time, or perhaps have been liberated from constraints. Turning around, with a decisive motion, Chen casually conjured a sphere of azure flames to engulf the phantom. A piercing shriek echoed as the phantom dissipated into nothingness. To Luo Feng and the others, it seemed as though a shimmering flame ignited in the void, searing the emptiness before them, an intangible blaze. Ultimately, as the flames extinguished, a faint outline could be discerned within the fire. Subsequently, the eerie winds that had swept through the courtyard ceased, and the sinister aura vanished. Luo Feng and Huang exchanged glances, a slight apprehension rising within them. This was perhaps the first time they had witnessed the existence of a phantom so directly. "Your Highness, it is our inadequacy that required your personal intervention." Chen shook his head, responding, "Do not blame yourselves. Such entities are not easily confronted by ordinary individuals. Even though this phantom may not be particularly formidable, some matters transcend mere strength. Without the prowess of a martial arts master, one cannot perceive what lies before them. The existence of a phantom is a rule unto itself. How can mortal power hope to contend with such a rule? They cannot obstruct the phantom's presence, nor can they prevent their emergence. Moreover, this phenomenon is likely to proliferate in the future as the frequency of phantoms appearing is on the rise. The Taiping sect has truly instigated a significant disturbance this time." Chen sighed inwardly. He himself was unconcerned, even if faced with the few phantoms, or even the formidable one recorded by the Luo family. He could easily send it back. However, should such occurrences become commonplace, it would herald a nightmare for the entire Great Yu Empire. "Let us return to the palace." "Yes." Chen and Lan Yun departed from the courtyard. Just as Chen was about to drive back to the palace, he felt a flicker of demonic light emanate from his closed eyes, ignited by the scorching, leally divine flames. He gazed towards the southern district. A surge of potent malevolence suddenly ascended into the sky. Additionally, in the imperial city, a young man erupted in fury. "Stop playing." He overturned the tables and benches before him. "I told you to stop playing." The young man clutched his head, his expression contorted in pain and rage. The entire gathering fell silent. The young ladies from various esteemed families quickly grasped their instruments and retreated to the sidelines. "Young master, what do you mean by this?" Sister Chen was playing beautifully. Why disrupt the gathering? Sister Chen's skills are extraordinary. Can they not please your ears? Other attendees reproached. "Chen, what is the meaning of this? Such disgrace to our culture." "Silence." The young man bellowed once more. "I command you to be quiet." He dashed toward the young lady, Sister Chen, glaring at her fiercely. "What piece were you playing just now?" "What?" "I demand to know what you were playing." The maid behind her hurriedly pulled her mistress away, shielding her from harm. "What is the intention of this young gentleman? If my lady's song has offended you in any way, please speak freely. There is no need for such." The maid's voice faltered, her expression gradually shifting to one of terror. "Your face." The young man touched his own visage, finding it enveloped in a thick, suffocating darkness. A drop of inky blood fell onto the carpet, emitting a hissing sound as it corroded the fabric. In an instant, his irises transformed into an abyssal black. A malevolent, watery darkness flooded his eyes. He chuckled ominously. "You have seen too much. I cannot allow you to live." With that, the young man lunged forward, his shadowy claws seizing the maid by the throat, transforming him into a grotesque figure radiating a sinister aura. "You! There is a ghost. Help! Help!" The noble ladies and young gentlemen present at the gathering scattered in panic, crying for assistance. Yet the demonized youth showed no mercy, still attempting to flee. With a mere wave of his hand, the windows and doors of the music hall were sealed shut. The fiend laughed maniacally, his gaze upon the crowd akin to that of a butcher eyeing his prey, sharpening his knives. "You all shall perish." He approached a young lady of noble lineage. "You shall be the first." Chapter 35. The Nightmare Cloaked in Human Skin. "Look at this tender flesh. It must be delectable." The malevolent youth cackled as he beheld the weaker, noblewoman before him. "No, please. Save me. Help." Despairing, she recoiled, gripping the arm of her maid tightly and glancing around at the surrounding young lords. Yet, how could they have witnessed such a scene? The prerequisite for heroism, the presence of a human, was absent in the face of this monstrous being. Their reactions were scarcely better than those of the noble ladies. How could such a creature exist under the rule of the imperial city? What in the world is this? "No, do not come any closer. Stay away." The entire music hall descended into chaos. Just then, amidst the turmoil, a clear, chilling voice resonated. Play that piece again. Huh. The sudden utterance caused everyone to pause in astonishment. The fiend's laughter caught in his throat. When had this occurred, he had been utterly oblivious. Turning his head, he beheld a figure, as solitary as the winds of the heavens, and as proud as an ancient pine, having appeared beside his sister, Chen. Eyes closed, he exuded an air of cold nobility, garbed in a dazzling royal robe. The prince of the empire. Hope surged within the hearts of the onlookers. The royal family members were all renowned for their unparalleled martial prowess. Cautiously, they began to move towards Lu Chen. As for the lady facing Lu Chen, she merely blinked in surprise at his sudden arrival before regaining her composure and responding graciously, yes. She appeared remarkably composed, though her pallor hinted at lingering fright. Yet, her refined upbringing and poise allowed her to maintain an air of calm and steadiness amidst the chaos, akin to an ethereal orchid flourishing in a tumultuous valley. She placed her fingers upon the strings of the zither. You dare! The malevolent youth bellowed in fury, directing his gaze at Lu Chen. Before he could utter a single taunt, he was met with the sight of his opponent's eyes snapping open. Instantly, two contrasting pupils, one black and one white, pierced through the darkness before him. In the void, two dragons of ebony and ivory surged skyward, unleashing their wrath. The malevolent youth was struck as if by lightning. Thud! Just moments ago arrogant and terrifying, he now found himself uncontrollably collapsing, kneeling before the ground, prostrating himself in abject submission. The onlookers exchanged glances, astonished. Just a single glance had brought such an imperious creature to its knees, utterly humbled. Who, then, was this king? Proceed, she commanded. The woman nodded. Resuming her seated position and arranging the zither, her fingers glided gently over the strings. A resplendent melody began to weave through the zither hall. Upon hearing this enchanting music once more, the malevolent youth felt an inferno ignite within him, his body itching with an unbearable sensation, yet he remained powerless. As if his very being were affixed to the earth, rigid and feeble. A tortured tremor escaped his throat. His body quaked uncontrollably. The exquisite melody sounded to him like a siren's call, a melody of doom that inflicted profound anguish. Lu Chen's gaze flickered momentarily. The music bore no extraordinary qualities, nor did the performer possess any celestial prowess. Yet, this simple piece was capable of inflicting such grievous harm upon the spectre. Was this yet another manifestation of specific rules? Intriguing. Faster, he urged. Very well. She accelerated her playing. The serene, flowing notes transformed into a torrent akin to a rushing river. Huh. The malevolent youth trembled violently, his form blurring. His entire spectral body began to warp and fracture, covered in numerous gaping wounds. Drip, drip, dark, festering blood flowed relentlessly from his injuries. His visage was marred by black, shattered lines, rendering him grotesque. Outside the zither hall, Luo Feng and Huang, along with other guards from the imperial city, arrived. They surrounded the hall, swiftly ascending the stairs. Upon opening the door, they beheld the malevolent youth at the center. A specter. Ayn. They were witnessing such legendary entities firsthand. Why? Alarm coursed through their minds. Halt! Lu Chen raised a hand, halting the pair. They understood and positioned themselves outside the zither hall, preventing any intrusions and ensuring the malevolent spirit could not escape. Moments passed. Beneath the urgent notes of the zither, the malevolent youth's form began to dissipate, struggling to maintain its shape. Ultimately, it succumbed, collapsing weakly, its dark aura dimming, visibly emaciated. You may cease. The woman halted her playing, turning to face the royal figure before her. What is the name of this composition? This piece is nameless. A fragment I fortuitously discovered from an ancient score. A fragment? Indeed, the young lady Chen, she would never dare to deceive His Highness, the Prince of Chen. Lu Chen cast a glance at Chen Shi. With her fair complexion, exquisite beauty, and an aura of serene elegance, she was undoubtedly a rare jewel of the Great Yu Dynasty. However, Lu Chen could not recall having encountered her before. Chen Shi quietly explained that there had been recent rumors circulating within the imperial city, causing the guards to become flustered. Over time, they would naturally report to the fifth prince, the Prince of Chen, who was responsible for the city's defense, allowing him to make the final decision. The most likely royal figure to appear in the outer city was undoubtedly the Prince of Chen himself. Coupled with your unique demeanor and formidable abilities, there was no one else in the entire imperial city who could match him. The mention of the Prince of Chen invoked astonishment. He was indeed the most sought-after figure in the imperial city, a prominent and illustrious hero. The expressions of those present shifted immediately, particularly among the young ladies of noble families, whose gazes towards Lu Chen sparkled with admiration. Lu Chen nodded and inquired, "Do you recall the origin of this fragment of music from which this melody derives?" She nodded and then shook her head, revealing the peculiarity of the matter. After acquiring that ancient score, she had practiced it only once, after which the remnants of the music vanished without a trace. Despite her searching, she could find no evidence of it and nearly believed she had experienced an illusion. Yet the melody lingered vividly in her mind. Given its enigmatic nature, she refrained from playing it again until this gathering, where she finally performed it for the first time. To her surprise, such an incident occurred. Lu Chen appeared contemplative and cast a glance at the entity known as Yan. A radiant white light erupted from his eyes, penetrating Yan's form, reversing yin and yang. In the next moment, Yan seemed to receive a surge of energy, regaining some vitality and the ability to breathe once more. He then turned his attention to the other noble young ladies. "Is it possible for any of you to play this piece?" The young ladies exchanged glances, and soon one, with admiration gleaming in her eyes, boldly stepped forward. "Your Highness, I have been familiar with music since childhood and possess considerable skill on the guqin. I might attempt to play the piece that Miss Chen just performed." Lu Chen nodded and addressed Chen Shi. "May I borrow your guqin?" "Of course, Your Highness." As she spoke, an invisible gentle force moved the guqin from in front of Chen Shi to the young lady. "Please begin." "Yes." Chapter 36. Sealing the imperial city. The familiar sound of the guqin resonated once more within the pavilion. Yet this time, the malevolent spirit remained unresponsive. There was no trembling, no tearing of wounds. The deadly notes that had once threatened its existence now seemed ordinary, devoid of any potency. Regardless of how the young lady played or showcased her skills, the music no longer held any enchantment. It appeared that the rules of this melody recognized its master, acknowledging only Chen Shi, who had absorbed it. "Stop," Lu Chen commanded. "Understood." The young lady, slightly disappointed, stepped back. The guqin returned to Chen Shi's hands. "Take it and bring it back," Lu Chen instructed. "Yes." At that moment, Luo Feng and his companion rushed in, apprehending Yan, who had regained some of his vitality. Lu Chen's indifferent gaze swept over everyone present. "Let today's events remain undisclosed. Continue with your gathering." With that, Lu Chen decisively led Luo Feng and another individual out of the Qin Hall. Awaiting them below was a carriage, which had been stationed for quite some time. Lan Yan promptly approached. Just as she was about to pay her respects, she caught sight of the grotesque creature captured by Luo Feng and his companion. Her pupils constricted. This was indeed alarming. Luo Feng and Huing were equally taken aback, having witnessed the creature's existence with their own eyes for the very first time. The nightmare, once a mere legend, had now materialized before them in vivid reality. Moreover, it appeared to have transformed from a living person into its current ghastly form. If this were an isolated incident, it would be manageable. However, if it were not, the implications were dire. This indicated that, unbeknownst to them, the nightmare had silently infiltrated the lives of ordinary people. Were it not for today's unforeseen incident, they would have remained oblivious. Contemplating this, they wondered how many more nightmares were disguised in human form around them. Luo Feng and Huing exchanged glances, each recognizing the gravity reflected in the other's eyes. In this world, with the external threat of the Taiping sect lurking and the internal havoc wreaked by the nightmare, the situation for De Yu was precarious. Take the nightmare to the imperial prison. Huing, you shall oversee it personally. No one is permitted to interrogate it except for His Majesty and the Emperor's decree. Understood. Lu Chen then turned to Luo Feng. Investigate that individual called Chen Shi thoroughly. Assign someone to keep a close watch on her. As you command. Let us return to the palace. In the Cloud Palace, the old emperor was indulging in pleasures, flanked by beautiful maidens on either side, savoring the fruits and fine wines fed to him by them. Your Majesty, allow me to refill your cup. Please, Your Majesty. Another maiden was massaging his shoulders. Your Majesty, is this pressure agreeable? Quite pleasant. Ah, these lovely maidens know how to serve. Excellent, excellent. I shall reward you all. Just as the old emperor reveled in his indulgences, an urgent voice echoed from outside the Cloud Palace. Report, report. The old emperor furrowed his brow. His murky eyes filled with displeasure. What trouble has arisen now? Sigh, you all are truly a source of worry. The maidens knew that whenever such reports were made, it usually signified bad news. The old emperor was particularly averse to such interruptions. Thus, the maidens hastily reassured him, Your Majesty, fret not. With your dragon sons in charge of Du, and the fifth prince, a martial genius, personally guarding the imperial city. What could possibly go wrong? It may even be good news from the front lines. The old emperor finally nodded in satisfaction. Proceed. A guard hurried into the cloud palace, his expression tinged with fear. Your Majesty, the Imperial Guard has reported that traces of the nightmare have been discovered within the Imperial City, poisoning the citizens. Nearly 100 victims have already fallen prey. Upon hearing this, the old emperor dismissively waved his hand. What a trivial matter. Is this the reason for your disturbance? A mere nightmare. Even if it is a peculiar creature, cannot possibly overturn the heavens, can it? With the presence of my loyal fifth prince. Vanquishing it is as effortless as turning one's hand. You may withdraw. Such matters shall no longer disturb me. The guard did not leave, Your Majesty. Is there something else? I must report, Your Majesty, that His Highness the Fifth Prince personally captured a lurking nightmare disguised among the citizens of the Imperial City. The commander of the Eastern Gate has detained it in the dungeon, awaiting further judgment. Upon hearing this, the elderly emperor's hand, which held the wine cup, momentarily stiffened. Though it quickly returned to normal, he expressed his surprise by inquiring, a nightmare disguised in human skin? How intriguing! I have never encountered such a notion before. Pray, elaborate on the details. The guard proceeded to recount the events in full. After absorbing the particulars, the old emperor erupted in fury. What did you say? Absurd. Truly absurd. The guard immediately bowed his head, trembling with fear as he insisted, I would not dare deceive Your Majesty. This matter is most certainly true. The nightmare was indeed captured by His Highness the Fifth Prince. It currently resides in the dungeon, awaiting judgment. The emperor's rage intensified. He kicked over the dragon table before him, sending wine and fruit scattering across the floor. Scoundrel! Scoundrel! An unforeseen incident has revealed a nightmare lurking within my imperial city. Does this imply there are even more undiscovered? Could such a creature exist within the very court of my Great Yu Dynasty? The old emperor laughed in anger. I wondered why there have been so many traitors of late, all opposing me. It appears that such creatures are instigating trouble from the shadows. Excellent. Excellent. Send forth my decree. Seal off the imperial city. From this moment on, the city shall allow no one to enter or exit. Not even a fly shall escape my grasp. Furthermore, summon all princes, concubines, and officials of the imperial city, regardless of rank, to gather at the Hall of Floating Worlds for a grand assembly tomorrow morning to publicly adjudicate the nightmare disguised in human skin. I shall see what treachery lurks among the officials of my Great Yu Dynasty. Understood. The guard hastily departed to convey the decree. The old emperor glanced at the beautiful maidens around him, his mood entirely diminished. You may also take your leave. As you command. Once all had retreated, the cloud palace fell silent. The old emperor sat alone upon the dragon throne, a rare clarity flickering in his murky eyes. Soon after, a long sigh escaped his lips. Throughout the palace, news of the nightmare spread. Passing eunuchs and maidens spoke of how General Hu Ying had escorted the nightmare to the dungeon. It cannot be false. I witnessed it with my own eyes. General Hu Ying of the Eastern Gate truly brought forth a figure resembling a malevolent spirit into the dungeon. Is it possible? Such creatures only exist in legends and folktales. Legends and tales must have their origins. Else, how could martial masters have seen them? Regardless, this matter is indisputable. His Majesty's wrath has already prompted the sealing of the imperial city. Chapter 37. The dungeon. What shall we do? According to folklore, encountering such beings is a certain death for us common folk. Why are you fretting so? The esteemed clan of Yu boasts numerous formidable experts. Should the sky fall, these towering figures will surely uphold it. After so many years, this moment is hardly consequential. Moreover, within our palace resides His Highness, the Prince of Martial Arts, known as Chen. It is said that he personally captured the elusive Yn. Indeed, I have heard that the prince was merely conducting his routine patrol of the imperial city when he instantly discerned the Yn amidst the crowd. The Yn attempted to flee but was subdued by the prince in 3 swift moves, rendered powerless. 3 moves? Nonsense. I have been told it was just a single move, a mere glance, and the Yn was immobilized. Remarkable indeed. I overheard them say that it was merely a gaze from His Highness that caused the Yn to kneel immediately. The palace eunuchs and maidservants whispered amongst themselves when they noticed someone approaching from a distance. Their expressions shifted slightly, and they quickly exchanged glances, signaling to one another to maintain silence and stand at attention. We pay our respects to His Highness, the Third Prince. Third Prince Lu Lang, known for his gentle demeanor, approached like a breath of spring air. He nodded lightly in acknowledgement and passed by the gathered maidservants, accompanied by his entourage as they made their way eastward, towards the royal prison. As they traversed past the palace attendants, Lu Lang waved his folding fan and remarked, "Did you hear? My fifth brother has only recently taken command of the imperial city's military, yet has already accomplished something earth-shattering." A middle-aged swordsman clad in white, who accompanied Lu Lang, pondered for a moment before responding. It is not surprising for a master of the celestial sense realm to possess such capabilities. However, governing a nation relies on more than mere martial prowess. Martial skills can only secure temporary advantages. You need not feel disheartened, Your Highness. Lu Lang chuckled softly and shook his head. Do you think I am so easily perturbed? I merely marvel at my fifth brother's extraordinary talent. In these tumultuous times for Yu, the emergence of such a prince of martial arts is indeed a blessing for our family. With a swift motion, Lu Lang opened his folding fan, his mind now more preoccupied with the YN. The YN, disguised in human form, suggests that there may be a second and even a third lurking in the shadows, hidden among the citizens of Yu, unnoticed by all. Their true intentions remain a mystery, and a deep concern clouded Lu Lang's eyes. What a time of tribulation it is. Indeed, a time of tribulation. Ever since he assumed control of the Mirror Shadow platform, there has not been a single day of respite. Sixth Prince Lu Huan paused his writing and closed the reports received from various regions that day. He gazed thoughtfully in the direction of the Cloud Palace. His attendant gently called out, Your Highness. Your Highness? What occupies your thoughts? Lu Huan shook his head. I was merely contemplating why our father bestowed such significant authority upon my brother, the military commander of the imperial city. Such an act is wholly uncharacteristic of him. Upon further reflection, he noted that prior to the appointment, the imperial city had remained peaceful. Yet, following the decree, mysterious cases and the appearance of YN, disguised as humans, unfolded one after another. What a coincidence! It is so fortuitous that it almost seems as though his father orchestrated this scenario deliberately, intending for his brother, the master of the celestial sense realm, to utilize his position as military commander to uncover and expose the truth. However, he shook his head, relinquishing the absurd notion. If the emperor truly possessed such cunning and means, the Great Yu would not have descended into its current state of internal strife and external threats. The old man was not that astute. Never mind. Let us proceed to the dungeon and see for ourselves what this legendary nightmare, visible only to martial arts masters, truly is. Indeed, the palace dungeon. Upon Lu Huan's arrival, he found Prince Lu Lang and others had already gathered, standing before Hu Ying, scrutinizing the weakened and confined nightmare. The nightmare, indeed, was as repugnant as described in the tales. Observe, its blood is thick and black. How could such a creature possibly survive? That is a question for this world. How were they created? Enough of this. Let us swiftly inquire about its purpose. The sooner we ask, the sooner we can conclude this, for the sight of it is quite revolting. Just as a prince was about to step forward to interrogate the nightmare, Hu Ying's imposing figure blocked his path. I beg your pardon for my impertinence, but may I inquire if your highness possesses the military command or the emperor's decree? The prince frowned slightly. As a prince, presiding over a department, am I not permitted to interrogate a condemned prisoner? Hu Ying's expression remained solemn and official. This nightmare is not ordinary. It involves significant matters. Without the military command and the emperor's edict, no one may conduct an interrogation. My duty is to uphold this, and I ask for your highness's understanding. You dare. A mere gatekeeper dares to offend me? A retainer beside him immediately stepped forward, glaring fiercely at Hu Ying, ready to assert dominance. Hu Ying, however, did not back down, subtly releasing his formidable aura at the peak of Ming intent. The sharp blade unsheathed, creating a stark division. He reiterated, the military command has issued orders. Without it, no one may interrogate. Should your highness insist on forcing your way and defy the military command, do not blame me for my rudeness. Boom. A powerful force erupted, clashing with the retainers of the seventh prince, creating a tense atmosphere. Observing this, Lu Huan whispered to the retainer beside him, go assist Hu Ying. If anyone dares to act, you may strike. Just as the retainer moved, the seventh prince seethed, You. Are you using Lu Chen to intimidate me? Very well, let us see how grand our fifth brother's authority is. One might think he has already ascended to the throne. The seventh prince surveyed his surroundings, initially planning to rally everyone against Lu Chen's tyranny. However, to his surprise, no one joined him. Only the third prince, Lu Lang, stepped forward. Old Seven, As the military commander of the imperial city, it is within Fifth Brother's jurisdiction to safeguard the city and prevent any malefactors from causing harm. You have gone too far. He continued. Since General Hu is fulfilling his duties, I shall not make it difficult for him. I take my leave. His courteous demeanor stood in stark contrast to that of the seventh prince. The seventh prince's face shifted from pale to red in anger. Humph. He could only flounce his sleeves and hastily depart the dungeon. As the others followed suit, the dungeon, now locked, was left with only Hu Ying and Lu Huan. Your Highness, Prince Huan. In dealing with Lu Huan, a prince with a unique relationship to Lu Chen, Hu Ying did not adopt a cold demeanor. After a moment's hesitation, he inquired, do you wish to conduct an interrogation as well? Although, given your connection to His Highness, it would be inappropriate for me to obstruct you. This matter is of great significance. Lu Huan patted Hu Ying on the shoulder, affirming, you are doing remarkably well. It is essential to maintain such an attitude. Chapter 38. A fortuitous incident. Even I cannot be an exception. Lu Huan cast a glance at the dazed Yin behind Hu Ying, then turned his gaze towards the dungeon door and the direction the others had departed. He continued, moreover, I must avoid any appearance of impropriety. Should an interrogation take place, it would lead to considerable complications. One of the attendants beside Lu Huan expressed confusion. Why is that? Lu Huan shot him a look of exasperation. You truly have become dull from your martial training. Consider this. If Yin had not been exposed and remained unnoticed, and suddenly one of its kind was skinned and imprisoned in the dungeon, would you not suspect that among those coming to interrogate Yin, there might be a companion of its kind? It is conceivable that they would resort to silencing it or attempting to rescue it, lest it divulge information that should remain undisclosed. In such a scenario, if I were to interrogate it, how could I maintain my innocence? The attendant finally grasped the situation, realizing, so Prince Chen has tasked Hu Ying with guarding Yin here, forbidding anyone from conducting an interrogation in order to flush out those spies? Lu Huan nodded and instructed him, you should conceal yourself outside the dungeon and cooperate with Hu Ying. Keep a record of anyone who appears suspiciously inquisitive around the dungeon. Understood. He quickly assented. With that, Lu Huan waved his hand in farewell to Hu Ying and departed from the dungeon. In the Zhongxian Palace, as autumn progressed further, the atmosphere within the imperial residence grew noticeably cooler. The crisp autumn breeze turned the leaves to shades of yellow, causing them to fall one by one. Luo Feng stepped upon the brittle leaves, their crunch echoing as he arrived at Zhongxian Palace. Your humble servant, Luo Feng, pays his respects to your highness. Lu Chen was engrossed in studying the tome on the death magic eye. As his cultivation deepened and his understanding of martial arts broadened, his grasp of martial theories became increasingly extensive, allowing him to assimilate techniques at a markedly accelerated pace. In less than half a month, he had already progressed to the third level and was now striving towards the fourth, achieving commendable progress. Do not stand on ceremony. Have you uncovered the origins of Chen Shi? Luo Feng replied. In response to your highness, Chen Shi hails from the Chen family in Ningzhou, Jiangnan. Her ancestors were prominent and affluent, with many family members serving loyally in the army or in the court of Diyu. Their lineage is untainted and verifiable. I have instructed my men to inquire about Chen Shi's local reputation and to collect her records. The feedback indicates that she possesses virtuous character, exemplifying grace and propriety from a young age, mastering poetry, music, chess, and painting, particularly excelling in both the arts and music. She enjoys a considerable reputation as a talented woman in Ningzhou, with some even referring to her as one of the three beauties of the city. The three beauties? Luo Feng nodded, explaining, the third beauty refers to her exquisite looks and figure, unrivaled in Ningzhou and captivating all of Jiangnan. She is hailed as the most beautiful woman in Jiangnan. What brings her to the imperial city? Her purpose is to participate in the musical gathering hosted by the noble families of the capital, an event where the daughters of these families come together to refine their musical talents and share intimate conversations. Events such as poetry gatherings and wine soirees serve as avenues for the younger generations of prominent families to foster communication and strengthen their bonds. The Qin gathering is not a novel occurrence. It has been held annually for many years. Chen Shi has also participated multiple times, having graced the imperial capital since the tender age of 14, making this her fifth attendance. Following the incident, I dispatched individuals to monitor her, yet she exhibited no peculiar behavior. After the Qin gathering, she engaged in lengthy discussions with several noble friends in the capital, occasionally alluding to the unexpected turmoil that transpired. Although she intended to return home, The emperor's decree to seal off the capital compelled her to remain. In light of these observations, I conclude that Chen bears no connection to the recent upheaval, which appears to be a mere coincidence. Chen inquired about the mysterious melody. I regret to inform you that I have uncovered no pertinent information regarding it. The world is replete with obscure ancient texts, and each prominent family possesses its own treasured collections, seldom shared with outsiders. There may indeed exist one or two enigmatic Qin scores related to such elusive entities. However, I have come across credible reports indicating that Chen has a penchant for collecting ancient Qin scores and exploring lost techniques. The origins of that mysterious piece likely align with her assertions. Chen nodded and closed the ominous eyes of death, the duality of light within gradually dissipating. Is there any news from the dungeon? I replied that many were inquiring about the situation there, with officials from various factions seeking information. Yet no one had taken decisive action. Only the princes had visited, with the seventh prince attempting to conduct a direct interrogation, only to be halted by Huang and subsequently reprimanded by the third prince before departing in frustration. Since then, there have been no further visits to the dungeon. They have shown remarkable restraint, Chen remarked, gazing skyward. Having concealed themselves for so long, they are unlikely to falter due to a single unforeseen exposure. Perhaps the entity knows little, and thus, does not mind its revelations. I shared his grave expression, confessing that I had not anticipated the existence of such entities within our Great Yu. Even within the annals of the Luo family, no records of such capabilities had ever been documented. Moreover, both this creature clad in human skin and those committing sinister acts in the outer districts possess the ability to operate in daylight, which deviates from the accounts found in ancient texts. This world is indeed becoming increasingly chaotic, and the motives behind their concealment remain a mystery. Chen remained silent, casting a glance towards the Cloud Palace, the location of the old emperor. The following day, before dawn broke, officials of every rank congregated in the floating world hall, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the grand court assembly. The princes and consorts arrived in succession, causing the once spacious hall to feel somewhat constricted, filled with silent heads. The emperor has arrived. The assembly hurriedly bowed, exclaiming, "Long live our emperor." The resounding voices reverberated within the hall. The old emperor took his seat upon the dragon throne amidst the chorus of reverence. "Be seated." "Thank you, your majesty." The ministers rose once more. The old emperor cast a sweeping glance and spoke. "You should all be aware of the purpose for which I have summoned you today. I trust you are also quite curious about the legendary entity known as the Nightmare. Bring it forth." At the emperor's command, the grand doors of the floating world hall swung open. Huang, escorting the fearsome Nightmare, entered the hall's center. Along the way, the ministers exchanged furtive glances, their expressions rife with uncertainty. Some of the less seasoned among them even took several steps back, seeking to avoid the ill fortune associated with such a ghostly being. Huang, pay my respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor. Rise. Thank you, your majesty." The emperor's gaze swept over the assembly once more, and he pointed at the Nightmare before him. "What do you think? Have you seen it clearly? Does anyone among you recognize this legendary specter?" Chapter 39, The Nightmare. Humanity. Xiao Taisher. The emperor singled out a minister. Xiao Taisher hastily averted his gaze from the Nightmare, declaring, No, I do not recognize it. I was merely curious and looked a bit longer." As the court historian, Xiao Taisher was well versed in ancient texts and had conducted some research on such mythical beings. He often sought to gather historical accounts related to them. However, he never imagined that such a creature truly existed, standing starkly before him. This realization imbued him with a surreal sense of achievement, as if the legends had stepped into reality, prompting his lingering gaze. Xiao Taisher shook his head in denial, and the other ministers echoed his sentiments, claiming ignorance. They harbored a curiosity about the Nightmare's existence, but would never dare to claim familiarity. Such a being was deemed inauspicious. According to folklore, anyone who laid eyes upon it would meet their demise. They were not martial masters with profound cultivation, wielding the power of golden elixirs. Who would dare to claim recognition? Even if one did, who would be bold enough to admit it at this moment? That would indeed be courting death. None of you are familiar with it, I see. It is best this way. Observing the minister's collective denial, the emperor turned his attention to the dazed Nightmare in the center of the hall. Huang, awaken it. Understood. Huang channeled his martial energy and delivered a resounding slap to the Nightmare's face. The heavy impact echoed throughout the floating world hall. Yet, the Nightmare remained in a state of confusion. With another swift strike, Huing aimed for it once more, but to no avail. Stop. Yes. The emperor regarded Lu Chen with a puzzled expression. Did you render this creature senseless? Lu Chen glanced at the nightmare, and his eyes shimmered with a spectral aura of black and white. Death and life magic eyes, reversal. In an instant, under Lu Chen's penetrating gaze, the bewildered nightmare began to regain its senses at a visible pace, its wounds healing rapidly as if time were reversing. The nightmare jolted awake, surveying its surroundings. Before it could utter more, a tremendous force struck from behind. Kneel. Huing delivered a powerful kick, forcing the nightmare to its knees. An overwhelming martial energy instantly suppressing it. The searing aura caused the nightmare great discomfort, eliciting pained growls and grimaces. Yet, at that moment, no one paid it any heed. Everyone stood in stunned silence, gazing at Lu Chen. Surely, they could not have misinterpreted what they witnessed? The prince had merely cast a glance at the specter. Just a single look, without any physical engagement or contact, and yet it was sufficient to heal its wounds and restore its consciousness. What sorcery is this? Even the most transcendent martial masters, those attuned to celestial phenomena, would not possess such extraordinary prowess, would they? Such an astonishing ability could only evoke a singular notion in their minds, a being of transcendent nature, a martial prodigy of merely 20 years. Could it be true? With a gulp, some courtiers struggled to swallow, grappling with their emotions. Upon the dragon throne, the aged emperor fixed a steady gaze upon Lu Chen, a flicker of profound shadow crossing his eyes. As silence enveloped the floating world palace, the malevolent spirit erupted into a sinister laughter, though scorched by the martial essence. It grinned with unabashed bravado. You seek information from me, do you? Ha ha ha. Allow me to enlighten you. Your human race is destined to lose this time. Even should both Lu Xinghe and Lu Xingxi return, your Great Yu and your kind are doomed to perish. Destruction is your inevitable fate. Though the specter's words were cryptic, the assembly discerned the chilling implications within. The annihilation of the human race, the simultaneous revival of Lu Xinghe and Lu Xingxi, those present, having ascended to their ranks, were no fools. They comprehended the dreadful insights concealed within those utterances. Nonsense. Deceitful words meant to confuse, retorted the emperor. Our Great Yu, blessed with treasures of heaven and earth, and the finest of talents, cannot be shaken by the likes of you wretched spirits. The old emperor's icy rebuke only incited the spirit's arrogance further. Ha ha ha. You speak of light, yet here I am, traversing freely beneath the sun. Right beneath your very noses, your guardian spirit can no longer protect you. You pitiful insects, how brazen. The audacity of the malevolent spirit roused the ire of the gathered nobles. How dare you, specter, to bark in this sacred court of Great Yu? To roar in defiance of imperial authority is a crime deserving of death. Huing accelerated the flow of his martial essence, the crimson aura transforming into tangible flames. Yet, the specter merely laughed derisively, its mirth dripping with disdain. The essence of martial blood is not our nemesis. You think this meager power can, suddenly. A resplendent azure flame enveloped the malevolent spirit, burning and flowing with a serene intensity. Yet, within its embrace, the spirit emitted anguished wails, contrasting sharply with the calm of the divine fire. No. What is this? The blue sky divine flame of the Lu family. It is the bane of all evil and filth, and against a malevolent being like me, its power is magnified. The very void surrounding the specter began to warp, twisted by the heat of the divine fire. Just a fleeting breath. The once arrogant and reckless nightmare writhed in agony, nearly driven to madness. Its entire being ached with an intensity that twisted its form. Do not burn me further. I yield, I concede. At last, the blazing azure divine flames ceased their relentless onslaught, gradually dissipating. The nightmare gasped for air, its breaths heavy and labored. The mocking voice of the old emperor resonated. It appears that my Lu family's azure divine flames are indeed the greatest nemesis to your kind. The nightmare is nothing but a mere shadow of its former self. As long as the imperial lineage of the Lu family endures, there shall never be a day for your wretched kind to rise. The emperor's derisive words fell like a reassuring balm upon the court, suppressing the ripples of discontent that the nightmare's words had stirred among the ministers. The nightmare merely bared its teeth in a grimace, offering no rebuttal. It had no desire to endure the torment of the azure divine flames once more. Mirror shadow platform. What have you uncovered? Lu Huan stepped forward, presenting a scroll. Father, this nightmare is known as Lu Yu, a distant relative of the Lu family from Yongzhou. Lu Yu was once an inconspicuous member of the Lu family, only of mediocre standing, until 2 years ago when he suddenly exhibited extraordinary abilities, thereby ascending into the core of the Lu family and gaining the authority to represent them in various engagements. This nightmare likely seized Lu Yu's body 2 years prior, usurping his identity. Its actions are presumably aimed at taking control of the Lu family, manipulating its members to instigate rebellion against our Great Yu imperial court at a crucial moment. This serves as evidence of Lu Yu's premeditated treachery. He has had multiple contacts with various treacherous officials and traitors involved in the Tea Party incident. The rampant chaos wrought by the Taiping sect over the years is surely not without the encouragement of such malevolent entities. The old emperor took the scroll handed to him by the eunuch and perused its contents. Moments later, he trembled with rage. Tear. He violently shredded the scroll into fragments. Monsters and phantoms. You disturb our Great Yu. You deserve death. You deserve death. Your Majesty. Lu Huan hastily interjected. Please, temper your anger. We are still unclear about our objectives concerning the nightmare, and it is imperative that we extract information from Lu Yu. Others quickly knelt in supplication, imploring the emperor. Your Majesty, please calm your wrath. They were all too aware of the emperor's volatile temperament, fearing that this foolish ruler might, in a fit of rage, execute Lu Yu on a whim. With such a critical lead at stake, it was essential to proceed with caution. The minister's entreaties eventually quelled the emperor's fury somewhat. Very well. I shall grant you a temporary reprieve. Lu Yu remained silent, his obsidian eyes fixed intently on the old emperor, his hollow gaze seemingly conveying disdain. The emperor, struggling to suppress his wrath, demanded, I ask you, how many of your kind still linger within the realm of our Great Yu? Lu Yu shook his head. I do not know. What did you say? It reiterated, emphasizing its ignorance. Impudent. You dare to presume we would not execute you? Do you think this is a place where you can act with such impunity? Lu Yu glanced at the assembly, a smirk splitting his lips, revealing a defiant smile. I speak only the truth. It is difficult for someone like me to articulate precisely how many there are. I can only convey that they exist both in your sight and beyond it. There is no need for me to deceive you, nor any advantage in doing so. Whether you are aware or oblivious, the impending tide of change remains unaffected. As I spoke, I caught the indifferent and cold gaze of Lu Chen, akin to that of a deity. My brazen smile immediately vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sensation of searing pain. Lu Yu's words startled the assembly. The old emperor inquired, Is the means by which you inhabit Lu Yu's body common to your kind? Lu Yu, casting a wary glance at Lu Chen, cautiously replied, You ought to direct that question to your emperor, Lu Xingxi. In his time, to combat the spread of fear and despair, he ordered the destruction of numerous texts and relics documenting our existence, preserving only a scant few as warnings for future generations. However, without Lu Xingxi's suppression, these records should have long since faded over 3 millennia. Even those with ancient family legacies are prudent enough to keep their knowledge to themselves. The old emperor turned to Qiao Taishe. What do you make of this specter's claims? Qiao Taishe responded, Your Majesty, I have previously compiled various accounts. During the reign of Emperor Tianfeng, tales of supernatural beings were prevalent. Yet, following the ascension of Emperor Gengshi, such accounts dwindled significantly, with folk narratives reduced to mere fragments, leaving much unknown. It seems that the truth aligns with what Lu Yu, the specter, asserts. Lu Yu grinned. In time, you will all come to know the truth. Why would I deceive you? The old emperor's expression darkened. What do you mean by in time? What is the implication? Lu Yu was about to unleash his characteristic cackle, reveling in his own satisfaction, but then he recalled something and promptly restrained himself. The equilibrium of yin and yang has been shattered, akin to the bizarre occurrences happening outside. The daylight oppression upon us has lessened to its nadir. We are no longer bound by the nocturnal rules of murder. Soon, we shall fully penetrate this land and manifest our forms. Such eerie incidents will not be isolated. They will become the norm. Your Great Yu will witness the arrival of my kin in every state and city. Ultimately, you shall fall utterly. Lu Yu's lips curled uncontrollably. Thus I feel no fear in revealing this to you. For the balance has been disrupted, and the course is set. Your human race is destined for annihilation. He glanced at Lu Chen, asserting that even the emergence of another Lu Xingxi could not alter this predetermined fate. I advise you to abandon resistance and submit to my kind. Enough. The old emperor interrupted Lu Yu's seductive rhetoric, rising to his feet. I could end your life in an instant or grant you mercy. Where are your kin? Could they possibly come to your rescue? A mere prisoner dares to speak so boldly. With a dismissive flourish of his sleeve, the old emperor regarded Lu Yu with cold disdain. I shall ask you one final time. What is the melody that reveals your true form? Lu Yu chuckled coldly, claiming ignorance. As the words left his lips, a familiar searing sensation surged through him once more. A heart-wrenching agony caused his body to tremble uncontrollably. I swear I speak the truth. He quivered as he glanced at Lu Chen, cautiously adding, I truly know not, for I am but a nascent nightmare, possessing a lowly status within my clan, and my knowledge is limited. Otherwise, they would not have allowed me to be interrogated by you. And what do you know? I only know that melody is a form of rule. Just as your Lu family's inexplicable celestial flame restrains my kind, that damned melody bears a similar essence. I know not what it is, yet upon hearing it, I become paralyzed, losing my ability to disguise and revealing my true form. A smile finally graced the old emperor's face. Excellent. Yet in the next moment, his expression turned frigid again. Drag him out and execute him. Chapter 41. The mandate of heaven. Lu Yu was not taken aback by the emperor's sudden shift in demeanor. From the moment his identity was unexpectedly exposed and he was captured by Lu Chen, he understood that his fate was sealed. His comrades would never risk exposure for the sake of such a mere pawn. The guards, brimming with vigor, dragged the nightmare away. Lu Yu fixed a steady gaze upon the old emperor, his eyes brimming with dark resentment. I shall await you below. With a thud, a blade imbued with scorching sunlight descended heavily upon Lu Yu's neck, and thick, black blood splattered across the steps before the Hall of Floating Worlds. Only then did the old emperor withdraw his gaze and begin to survey the gathered ministers. You have all heard the words of this nightmare. What are your thoughts, gentlemen? Speak freely. The ministers exchanged glances, apprehensively regarding one another. After a moment, one stepped forward and proclaimed, Your Majesty, according to the creature's claims, there are likely countless human nightmares concealed within the various clans of our Great Yu realm. Therefore, I suggest we conduct a thorough self-examination. He surveyed all present, urging them to ascertain whether any families had individuals akin to Lu Yu, those who had suddenly awakened, undergone drastic personality changes, or exhibited an extraordinary ambition. Should such individuals exist, they must be monitored and distanced from the court and the core of their respective families to prevent the nightmares from exploiting any vulnerabilities. The ministers nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom of his words. Indeed, this should be our course of action. Such treacherous beings have lurked silently for years, cunning beyond measure. We must be vigilant. At this moment, another voice arose. Your Majesty, as the nightmare indicated, upon hearing that melody, they lose control and reveal themselves. Why not disclose the melody to the public, enabling all citizens of the Great Yu to discern the nightmare's disguises? This would fortify our defenses. Standing behind Lu Chen, Luo Feng interjected, Your Majesty, I have already investigated the matter regarding this melody, and His Highness, Prince Chen, has confirmed it. The melody can only manifest its effects when in the hands of that woman. Others, even if they were to learn it, would merely produce the sound of music without the accompanying potency. The others exchanged bewildered glances. Luo Feng continued, as Lu Yu's nightmare suggested. Both the Azure Sky Divine Flame and this melody belong to the same category of rules. Consider carefully. How many individuals within our esteemed Yuan royal family can cultivate the Azure Sky Divine Flame? By the same token, it is not the case that everyone can harness the extraordinary power of that melody. This indeed presents a conundrum. Oh, a conundrum? The voice of the old emperor suddenly resonated. What trouble could there possibly be? To me, this is a harbinger of auspiciousness. The old emperor lightly tapped his dragon throne. Didn't that wretched creature mention it? The Azure Sky Divine Flame of the Lu family naturally restrains them. As for the Azure Sky Divine Flame, the emperor glanced at Lu Chen and remarked with a smile. The prowess of the fifth Divine Flame is undoubtedly on par with my youth. Moreover, he is merely 20 years old, at such a tender age. He has already reached this level of mastery. Such talent surpasses even that of the former Emperor Gingshi. If he could turn the tide, why can't my son continue the heavenly mandate? Furthermore, the moment the fifth assumed the role of military commander in the imperial city, he unearthed the schemes of the Nightmare clan. Admittedly, there is an element of serendipity involved, yet it is precisely this thread of coincidence that makes it all the more precious. Otherwise, that woman, who possesses the bane of the Nightmare clan, would not have played at this moment, allowing my son to discern it. What does this signify? It signifies that our Yuan is indeed destined by heaven. Even the heavens are favoring us. No matter the devious plots of malevolent spirits, they shall inevitably falter beneath the everlasting glory of our Yun. The old emperor spoke passionately, and a hint of color returned to his pallid face, as if Yun indeed enjoyed divine assistance, destined to prevail. The ministers promptly congratulated him, exclaiming, "Congratulations, your majesty. Long live the emperor." Yun for 10,000 years. Laughter and cheers filled the air, bringing immense joy to the old emperor. By the way, what is the name of the woman who wields the extraordinary melody? Luo Feng replied, "Your majesty, that woman is named Chen Shi, hailing from Ningzhou." Chen Shi, the morning sun? What a splendid name. The old emperor pondered for a moment before dispatching a team to ensure her safety, instructing them to inform her that she would need to temporarily reside in the imperial city to assist our royal family in the coming days. Upon hearing this, the ministers were stirred. They were eager to take on this task. Having more interaction with one who possesses an extraordinary melody could only be beneficial. However, before they could voice their intentions, the old emperor interjected, "This matter shall be handled by the guards of the imperial city. It will be your responsibility." Luo Feng promptly accepted the decree. This subordinate shall obey. After arranging for Chen Shi, the old emperor turned his attention to Lu Chun. Fifth, your contribution in unraveling the schemes of the Nightmare clan as the military commander of the imperial city is invaluable. I have always been clear in my rewards and punishments. Merit shall be rewarded. I recall, you have loved martial arts and literature since childhood, diligently collecting ancient martial texts. What can be found outside that compares to our own? He smiled and continued, our royal family, the Lu clan, possesses not only the Azure Sky unfaltering technique as our clan's foundational art, but also a wealth of extraordinary skills and insights from generations of royal experts. Each tome is a carefully curated gem, having withstood the test of history. Compared to other obscure martial arts, this one is vastly superior, enriched with annotations from generations of predecessors, significantly diminishing the difficulty of cultivation and minimizing the likelihood of errors. The old emperor's tone deepened as he continued, very well. I grant you unrestricted access to my royal collection. If you so desire, you may even bathe in it and slumber. Lu Chun discerned the underlying message in the emperor's words. The origins of the obscure martial arts were evidently recognized by his father, who had concealed his insights. Indeed, I am grateful, father. As long as you are satisfied. The old emperor then conferred a reward upon Lu Chun and addressed the courtiers. The threat of the Nightmare clan looms large. Our meeting concludes here. Return promptly to prepare defenses. After your return, scour the ancient texts for clues regarding the nightmares. Let us strive to uncover their weaknesses and eradicate them entirely, restoring tranquility to Yu. He urged the ministers to unite in this endeavor. Do not let me down. We shall obey. The ministers responded. The court is dismissed. With the courtiers' respectful send-off, the old emperor exited the floating world hall, a satisfied smile gracing his face. This assembly was perhaps the most gratifying one he had experienced in a long while. However, as he stepped outside, the smile vanished, replaced by a profound gloom. He made his way to the Xinshan Palace. As commanded. Chapter 42. The destruction of the mysterious sect in the floating world hall. After the emperor's departure, fervent discussions continued within the chamber. They debated various matters, expressing their astonishment at the sudden emergence of the hidden Nightmare clan, which appeared to have intricate connections with the Taiping sect, suspected of inciting chaos. This revelation sent a shiver of unease through the court, hinting at an impending storm. With the Taiping sect's involvement, and now the Nightmare clan, how many more unknown threats lurk within our realm? We are ill-prepared. If anyone possesses information regarding the Nightmare clan, let it be known. During these turbulent times, we must unite to confront the challenges ahead. One minister remarked, I have heard that these creatures fear sunlight and usually do not appear during the day. Moreover, they are deterred by the vital energy of martial artists. Should a powerful master be present, they would not dare approach. However, it is troubling that those two nightmares can move freely even in daylight. More concerning is the change in their rules for killing. Previously, mutual visibility was necessary to breach the rules and strike. Yet, as evidenced by recent strange occurrences, nightmares can now attack without regard for whether we can see them. This means they can assault us while remaining unseen, rendering even those with higher cultivation levels vulnerable to their aggression, which is utterly unreasonable. If this continues, it seems only martial masters could potentially vanquish the nightmares. But how many martial masters exist in Yu? What hope remains for ordinary people? It seems we have indeed witnessed Lu Yu. As the saying goes, the ship will naturally right itself when it reaches the bridge. Rather than fretting over those esoteric regulations, it would be more prudent for everyone to consider whether there are specters from the Nightmare clan impersonating your subordinates. Several ministers shook their heads. After Liu Yu's case, how many positions within our Great Yu are left vacant? Furthermore, we must guard against the incursions of the Nightmare clan. Alas, we are severely lacking in manpower. The ministers deliberated among themselves. The Crown Prince, Liu Yun, and others approached. Your Highness, Liu Yun nodded. I have heard your concerns, gentlemen. Our Great Yu has been continuously besieged by the backlash from the Taiping sect and the Nightmare clan, resulting in a notable deficiency in talent acquisition. Hence, I have conferred with my brothers and proposed to advance the Golden Autumn examination. Firstly, through this examination, we can swiftly recruit a cadre of innovative and capable individuals. Secondly, it will allow us to forge alliances with the academies and schools that these talents represent, thereby enhancing our control over various factions within the realm. Thirdly, this recruitment through the Golden Autumn examination will demonstrate our royal family's earnest quest for talent, helping to restore our reputation and guide public sentiment. What do you gentlemen think? This plan is indeed feasible. Your Highness's foresight is commendable. The ministers expressed their admiration, although some raised concerns regarding finer details. A lively discussion ensued in the Hall of Floating Worlds. Luo Feng leaned closer to Lu Chun and remarked, Your Highness, the situation has become increasingly unstable of late. Perhaps we should summon additional personnel and recruit a few skilled experts from the Chen family and the Falling Sunset sect as a precaution. Lu Chen replied casually, For the time being, I shall remain in the royal treasury. You may handle these matters as you see fit, and if you encounter any uncertainties, do not hesitate to send a message. Understood. Lu Chen exited the Hall of Floating Worlds and proceeded directly to the royal treasury. The royal treasury is the very foundation of the Lu family, fortified with numerous seals and guardians, and is not easily accessed. Even for a prince, entry is only granted when the profound technique of Qingtian Bai is passed down. At other times, unless significant merit is demonstrated or imperial permission is granted, entry is forbidden. This visit to the royal treasury was timely, as Lu Chen's deepening mastery of the Qingtian Bai technique had led him to a hypothesis that awaited validation. Observing this, other officials gathered around Luo Feng. The character of the martial prince is somewhat aloof, yet his subordinates are far from cold. Engaging with his subordinates is a strategic move. During today's court session, the old emperor's inclinations should not be too overt. The position of crown prince has been claimed by the fifth prince, Lu Chun, who has already distinguished himself through his exceptional talent and cultivation. Delaying any further may prove detrimental. Young Master Luo, it has been a while, greeted Luo Feng amiably, adept at navigating such social encounters as the heir of the Luo family. Your praise is unwarranted. It is all thanks to the guidance of our esteemed prince. Luo Feng replied modestly. The atmosphere in the Hall of Floating Worlds was vibrant and charged. In Fengzhou, the majestic Liang Mountains lay like a slumbering dragon. The armies of Fengzhou have breached the formidable natural defenses of the mountains, their thousands of iron hooves echoing across the vast expanse. The mystical gate leading to the summit of the mountains stands resolutely. With a thunderous gallop, the formidable lord of Fengzhou, Yan Lai, rides his swift steed, the blood-smoke horse, at the forefront of the army. With a blood-red spear, imbued with lethal intent, he strikes fiercely at the protective shell of the mystical gate. A resounding crash reverberates as the spear collides with the great protective formation, creating a gaping breach. The entire army is ordered, before the sun sets today. The mystical gate must be eradicated, leaving no trace behind. Those who vanquish the guardians of the mystical gate shall be promoted by 2 ranks, and those who slay the sect master and deputy master shall rise by 3 ranks. Let the command be clear. Kill. Kill. With a deafening roar, the army charges forward. The swirling clouds above the formation coalesce into a blood-red figure of a war deity, emanating a terrifying aura. They breach the protective formation of the mystical gate. Suddenly, the clattering of countless iron hooves comes to a halt. Where are they? Where have the traitorous disciples of the mystical gate vanished? Before the army, the mystical gate stands eerily empty. How could these rebels possibly escape right under our noses? It is inconceivable. Yan Lai's piercing gaze sweeps across the various buildings and courtyards of the mystical gate. They must still be here. Search. Dig 3 feet into the ground if needed to uncover their whereabouts. At once, the army surged into the mystical gate, conducting a thorough search. Soon, a report emerged. Lord of the city, we have discovered numerous bodies of the mystical gate disciples. Bodies. Yanlai paused. Take me to see. As he arrived outside the main hall of the mystical gate, he beheld the lifeless forms of the disciples strewn across the ground, desiccated and devoid of vitality. A single glance made Yanlai's expression grave. Blood and flesh had been entirely drained. Such a method. He immediately soared into the air, channeling his martial prowess to trace the remnants of the dark presence. They have fled. A heavy sensation settled in Yanlai's heart. Quickly, check the roster of the mystical gate for any survivors. My lord, we have already counted. Aside from the sect master, all the others have perished here. Chapter 43. Ancestral blessings. Given the circumstances, it appears they were deliberately gathered in the main hall of the sect. Several deputy generals surveyed the scene. There were few signs of struggle among the corpses. No conspicuous wounds remained to indicate a fight. They had died swiftly, with hardly any capacity to resist. Moreover, the absence of visible injuries suggested a ritualistic sacrifice, perhaps orchestrated by a sinister cult. Coupled with the notable lack of the sect master's body, it is likely that he is behind this. Even if he is not directly involved, he is surely implicated. A few seasoned deputy generals quickly pieced together the situation with minimal discussion. This fiend must have meticulously planned this from the outset. Ready to strike as soon as news arrived from the imperial city, employing the protective shell as a ruse to buy time. After all, the assassination of an emperor, regardless of its success or failure, is a capital offense. It would be wiser for him to take preemptive action for his own clandestine motives. This fellow is indeed ruthless. What shall we do now? Should we pursue him? Yanlai gazed into the distance and shook his head. It was futile to chase now. First, let us issue a bounty notice across the entirety of Fengzhou to apprehend the leader of the Miao Fa sect. Later, I shall explain this matter to the royal city. We will await further news from there. The intricacies behind this affair are far from simple. With that, Yanlai mounted his blood-colored steed. Leave a contingent to scour the Miao Fa sect, taking whatever can be carried away. The rest shall accompany me to the Lu Yun sect to rendezvous with the deputy city lord and others. Understood. Meanwhile, on the other side, within the Lu Yun sect, the deputy city lord furrowed his brow. He surveyed the corpses strewn across the ground, rubbing his temples in frustration. It had been years since he had encountered such a formidable supernatural entity. If it were to continue its feeding, it could very well lead to yet another turmoil in Jingzhou, with the Taiping sect lurking menacingly, and now this malevolent being observing in the shadows. It truly seemed that one crisis followed another. With a sigh, he commanded, "Relay my military orders. Effective immediately, Fengzhou is to be placed under total martial law. All military personnel must pay close attention to the bizarre cases and unsolved mysteries throughout Fengzhou, particularly regarding acts of rebellion such as massacres of villages or cities. Any discoveries must be reported immediately. Those who withhold information shall be executed." That night, an urgent dispatch hurriedly made its way to the royal city. A top-secret directive from the royal city also reached Fengzhou, disseminated to the city lords of the 36 prefectures of Daiyu. In the royal city, within the Lin family's splendid estate, the elder sister Chen said, "Your melody is truly beautiful. Could you teach it to me?" "Of course. I would love to learn." "Oh, you girls, it seems you are not merely interested in the music. I can see through your intentions. You are drawn to that esteemed martial prince of the royal city." "What are you saying, Madam Lin?" "Ha ha, you little girls. I have been around long enough to understand your thoughts. It is a timeless truth that beauties are enamored by heroes. A prodigious talent like Prince Chen, with both exceptional skill and looks, is truly unparalleled in this world. Especially in these tumultuous times, which maiden would not be captivated by a man like Prince Chen? If I were a few decades younger, I might feel the same way." Soon, the lively chatter of the young ladies in the Lin estate shifted to discussions about Prince Chen's selection of a bride. After all, Prince Chen is already 20 years old and has yet to choose a consort. His dedication to martial arts means he is indeed a bit delayed in such matters compared to others. It is rather late to be thinking about this, at 20. According to royal customs, he should be making decisions soon. "Ha ha ha," Madam Lin chuckled. "You silly girls, it may be a bit late to be pondering this now. So many eyes are fixated on the position of princess. Firstly, the prince's family, the flourishing sword sect, provides its daughters with far more opportunities to meet him, making them the early birds to catch the worm. Once again, it is the Mu family behind the favored consort Yuan, whose daughters are renowned for their gentle and graceful demeanor, much like our esteemed Yuan Guifei, who has always held the emperor's heart. Furthermore, the worthy matches from the households of the powerful ministers in the court are likely already inscribed in the selection list prepared for the crown prince by Yuan Guifei. Alas, dear mother, what more can we discuss after such words? Very well, I shall remain silent. Chen listened quietly from the side, observing with a subtle and gentle smile, refraining from dominating the conversation, as she was merely a guest in the imperial city, and it would be impolite to overstep. Outside the splendid residence, a servant reported, "Miss, the imperial city has lifted its blockade, and free passage is now permitted." Chen nodded and addressed those in the residence, saying, "Having borrowed this splendid land, I have overstayed my welcome. Now that the blockade has been lifted, it is best I take my leave." Sister Chen is leaving so soon? Please stay a few more days. Chen had been away from home for some time, and she feared her elderly parents were anxious. Thus, it was prudent to return to Ningzhou promptly to ease their worries. As she spoke, a steady and powerful sound of footsteps approached. "Miss Chen, please wait." It was announced that the emperor had commanded her to remain in the imperial city for a while longer, as there were matters requiring her assistance. "Rest assured, during your stay, our guards will ensure your safety. Should you have any requests, we will do our utmost to fulfill them. When the time comes, we will personally escort you back to Ningzhou without delay." Chen understood. Was it due to that melody? Luo Feng glanced around, indicating that this was not a suitable place for conversation. "I have prepared accommodations for you in the inner city. Please allow me to escort you there. Then I shall trouble you, General. After you." Within the Cloud Palace, the old emperor suddenly began to cough. He covered his mouth and nose with his hand. Upon raising it, he found a startling dark red stain in his palm. Gazing at the crimson hue, the emperor's eyes darkened with an undercurrent of profound concern for the future. "My time is short," he sighed softly, rising to enter the study behind the Cloud Palace. In the study, portraits of the illustrious emperors of the Liu family, filled with an imposing presence, adorned the walls, from the founding emperor Liu Xinghe to his father. As he gazed upon these images, a sense of confusion washed over him, lingering for what felt like an eternity. Finally, he closed his eyes, concealing the emotions within. Upon reopening them, they brimmed with resolve. "May our ancestors bless us." Chapter 44. Undercurrents. After casting one last glance at the portraits of Liu Xinghe and Liu Xingxi, the old emperor departed from the imposing study. Back in the Cloud Palace, he picked up a newly delivered scroll, upon which the name Chen was inscribed. The emperor meticulously examined the contents of the scroll. The royal treasury, the heart of the Liu family, housed all the martial arts secrets and insights amassed by the royal lineage since the founding of the nation. The essence of the imperial Liu family's dominion over the world and their unparalleled might lies within their profound heritage. Upon the arrival of His Highness Prince Chen, the elders of the royal family, gathered at the heavily fortified entrance to the secret treasury, bowed in reverence. "We have received His Majesty's decree. Henceforth, the royal treasury shall be entirely accessible to you. You may proceed without hindrance." "Very well," Liu Chen acknowledged with a nod, expressing his gratitude before stepping into the resplendent royal treasury. As he crossed the threshold, an overwhelming surge of martial will surged towards him, emanating from ancient tomes radiating a mysterious light, each inscribed with golden core seals of the royal family's martial arts. Liu Chen casually surveyed the room and soon noticed several prominent ancient texts at the entrance. The method to overcome demonic obsession and cursed martial arts. He picked one up and perused its contents. "The blue sky divine flame of the Liu family is the greatest nemesis of all evil and ominous forces. Should any descendants fall into demonic paths or succumb to nightmares, they must swiftly extricate themselves from the source of their madness and judiciously wield the power of the divine flame, constantly purifying their essence to eradicate the martial demonic nature." This was not mere suggestion, it was an explicit declaration. Liu Chen turned to glance in the direction of the Cloud Palace. If, previously, he had merely speculated that the old emperor was orchestrating events from behind the scenes, guiding the princes towards the right path and maintaining control over the court, it could now be stated as a certainty. His father was indeed a master of shadows. Not only did he conceal his true intentions with remarkable depth, but he also deceived everyone around him. The entire Du was shrouded in the emperor's appearance of incompetence. His assumptions were correct. Since the martial arts tea gathering, the old emperor had already begun assessing the various princes, including the current bizarre incidents within the royal city, which were likely orchestrated by him through the Taiping sect. He was systematically guiding the princes and the Du court to unveil those long-buried secrets. However, The unexpected emergence of Chen Shi's composition and Lu Yu's exposure seemed to fall outside his father's plans. Lu Chen could distinctly sense his father's urgency regarding the matters concerning Chen Shi and Lu Yu. The emperor was intent on cultivating a belief in destiny, convincing everyone that Lu Chen's appearance signified that the fate of De Yu should not be extinguished, just as Lu Xingxi had once reversed the tide to restore the imperial mandate. The arrival of Chen Shi, an unforeseen bane to the Nightmare clan, was a heavenly omen destined to assist De Yu, a testament that the fate of humanity should not perish. Just as Emperor Gengshi had once eradicated the traces of the Nightmare clan, dispelling fear and obstructing despair. Despair and fear? Lu Chen smiled silently, a hint of cold mirth in his eyes. He raised his hand to return the ancient text to its rightful place, his gaze turning as frigid as winter's harshest snow. With solitude as his ally, De Yu would remain undisturbed. In the ensuing days, De Yu basked in tranquility, with no further bizarre incidents or traitorous rebellions. Following a thorough purging of the court, in which numerous parasites were expelled and the 13 princes took control of the central authority, the De Yu court implemented a series of policies aimed at benefiting the populace, alleviating their burdens, and promoting the prosperity of the nation. The once fading dragon, gradually succumbing to centrifugal decline, seems to have finally awakened from a prolonged stupor, embarking on a path of restoration. Everything unfolds in an orderly fashion. Another splendid day of autumn winds brings forth delightful news from the imperial city. What? You say the grand autumn examination has been advanced. Moreover, the number of candidates has been increased while the eligibility criteria have been relaxed. Indeed, the 13 princes are fervently eager for talent, striving to rejuvenate the vitality of the court. They aim to ensure that no precious gems scattered across our vast lands are overlooked. Hence the modifications made to the autumn examination. It is evident that these 13 princes possess the hearts of wise rulers. Many of the previous benevolent policies originated from their hands. With their presence, the lives of the common folk in De Yu are bound to flourish, filled with hope for the future. Ah, Li the talented scholar, where are you headed? I am returning home to study. I cannot afford to miss this splendid opportunity of the grand autumn examination. You, who have failed year after year, might as well refrain from participating. I fear that should you attain an official position, you will bring shame upon our county. What are you saying? My previous failures were due to a corrupt court and a dark officialdom that values wealth over talent. This time, with the supervision of the esteemed princes and the presence of Prince Wu, a master of the highest caliber, who would dare to act recklessly, I shall not falter again. Just wait and see. I shall return home adorned in success. Ha ha ha, the customs across the regions have grown more sincere. The once dormant dragon rises, flourishing. However, beneath this calm facade, the increased patrolling squads in various provinces and their incessant inspections reveal the turbulent undercurrents lurking beneath the surface. At the Boundless Academy, Master Yin concluded a day of lectures. With the grand autumn examination approaching, further lessons would be temporarily set aside. It was time for you all to prepare. This year's examination is extraordinary, and its significance should be clear to you all. Here, I wish my students to soar high and achieve their aspirations, leaving no regrets for a lifetime. The students of the academy promptly responded, yes, we shall heed the master's teachings. Master Yin nodded in satisfaction and then exited the teaching hall. Old Yin, looking up, another master called out to him, his expression grave. A sense of foreboding gripped Master Yan's heart. What has happened? We must go to the main hall. The palace master has matters to discuss with us. The palace master? Master Yin furrowed his brow. Let us proceed. The two hurried to the main hall of the academy, where a considerable number of individuals were already seated. Almost all the masters had gathered. Palace master, the silver-haired, youthful-looking figure resembling an immortal, waved his hand, and 2 chairs appeared behind the 2 men. Please, take a seat. Once they were seated and all had arrived, the palace master spoke. I have summoned you for a matter of great importance regarding the future direction of our academy. Is it about the choice between De Yu and the Taiping sect? The palace master nodded. Indeed. Chapter 45. The true azure sky is not easily attained. Master Yin immediately responded, but have we not already decided to descend the mountain to support the imperial court? Moreover, all the regulations regarding the Golden Autumn Grand Examination have been duly communicated. The elderly palace master stroked his grizzled beard, reflecting on the unpredictability of fate. Certain matters must adapt to the times. This year, our Wui Academy shall abstain from participating in the Golden Autumn Grand Examination. The assembled scholars exchanged glances, perplexed. Esteemed master, This is rather inappropriate, is it not? As scholars, we uphold the principles of gentlemen and teach the righteous path. How can we act in such a contradictory manner? Especially since our Wui Academy stands as the paragon of literary excellence in Fengzhou, the beacon for scholars in the region. We have committed to participating in the Golden Autumn Grand Examination, and our word has been given. If we retract it now, what will the world think of our Wui Academy? How can we still claim to be the leaders of literary virtue and set an example for countless scholars? This is utterly unacceptable. Such an act would be a disgrace to our decorum and integrity. The scholars began to cite classical texts, arguing vehemently against the palace master's sudden change of heart. The elderly master allowed their commotion to unfold. After a time, as tranquility returned to the main hall, he spoke slowly. This decision is also that of the Literary Alliance. What? The Literary Alliance's decision? The Literary Alliance is a collective akin to a council formed by various academies within the realm of Daiyu. Initially, it served merely as a forum for academic exchange and collaborative discussions, similar to the martial competitions held by other sects, such as the Seven Schools Tournament and the Fengzhou Martial Gathering. However, as more academies joined, the alliance gained strength and became more formalized, entrusted with the maintenance of scholarly integrity and the direction of literary development within Daiyu. Now, with several premier academies participating, the relationships within the Literary Alliance have grown closer and more authoritative, enabling it to represent the entire literary and philosophical landscape of Daiyu, thereby holding significant sway. Typically, once the Literary Alliance reaches a decision, it is not subject to alteration. Upon hearing that it was the Literary Alliance's decision, the scholars' expressions shifted. The Wui Academy's sudden withdrawal, in contrast to the Alliance's resolution, represented a fundamentally different matter. The former could be rationalized as an unforeseen internal change, a temporary absence that might tarnish our reputation. However, the latter, consider this, the Golden Autumn Grand Examination was all set, and the various departments of the court were making corresponding preparations. Now, to suddenly announce that the academies would collectively refrain from attending. What does this signify? It is a blatant affront to the court. In that moment, the scholars exchanged glances, each at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, Master Yin sighed and, unwilling to relent, inquired, "May I ask, esteemed master, how many members of the alliance voted in favor of this proposal?" 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10. Were the few top academies involved? Apart from Zhengyang Academy, which abstained, the other 3 major academies all supported the resolution to withdraw from the Golden Autumn Grand Examination. That explains it, he mused. With 3 of the top 4 literary powers in Daiyu in agreement, how could the others possibly dissent? Understanding the outcome of the Literary Alliance's vote, Master Yin ceased his inquiries, recognizing that the matter had reached an irrevocable conclusion. As he made his way home, surrounded by the familiar academic environment, an inexplicable sense of estrangement washed over him. Alas, he sighed softly. Subsequently, he arrived at the study of his student, Mo Wenju. Master Yin. Mo Wenju turned around and immediately discerned the complex and solemn expression on Master Yan's face. With his agile mind, he swiftly recalled the earlier incident when all the masters had been summoned to the main hall. "Master, please do not inform the student that our Wire Academy has suddenly reconsidered." Master Yin gazed at Mo Wenju, his eyes reflecting an extreme complexity of emotions. For a long while, he simply looked at Mo Wenju before finally speaking. "Prepare yourself. We shall leave Wire Academy." Turning away, Master Yin continued, "You, who dare to insult your elders and oppress the common people, have disregarded the law. From this day forth, I expel you from my teachings. You are no longer a disciple of Wire Academy. Once you step outside, do not dare to consider yourself my student. Begone." Mo Wenju, momentarily stunned, felt as if struck by lightning. "Master, you wish to cast me out? Where can the student go?" "Naturally to wherever you desire," Master Yin replied coldly. "The belongings in your study are property of the Literary Alliance. You shall not take them with you. Should I see you again within a quarter of an hour, do not blame me for being ruthless." With that, Master Yin swept away, leaving Mo Wenju rooted in place for a long moment. After a brief pause, he glanced at the study, the receding figure of Master Yin, and then the direction of the main hall of the academy. Without hesitation, he set his feet in motion, quickly departing the academy to locate his steed outside, the Bloodsmoke horse. "Giddy up," Mo Wenju urged the horse, galloping swiftly toward the capital of Daiyu. In the imperial palace, within the royal family's secret vault, in the most crucial sealed chamber, Lu Chen effortlessly broke through the restrictions. once again beholding his family's ancestral supreme martial art, the Qingtian Baiju. It floated in midair, enveloped by layers of golden light and exquisite jade lamps, emanating an overwhelming essence of martial prowess. Threads of divine light intertwined and coalesced into awe-inspiring and formidable apparitions, captivating the heart and soul. However, Lu Chen's purpose for this visit was not to claim it. Rather, he sought to validate a hypothesis. Previously, Lu Chen had learned that the royal family was currently practicing a version of the Qingtian Baiju that had been optimized and refined by Emperor Xingxi, aimed at making it simpler and more accessible for the royal lineage to cultivate. However, optimizing and refining this supreme martial art was an enormous undertaking, not something that could be accomplished merely through desire. It was not that Lu Chen underestimated his ancestors. Rather, the Qingtian Baiju was already remarkably outstanding, overwhelmingly powerful, and sufficiently streamlined. Even with Lu Chen's current mastery at the 11th tier, it was challenging to simplify the technique without diminishing its potency. How much more so for Lu Xingxi? Thus, Lu Chen confidently concluded that Emperor Xingxi had undoubtedly made extensive cuts to the original teachings left by their progenitor, sacrificing the martial art's power and dominance for the sake of ease and cultivation. Consequently, the original version of the martial art must still exist within the royal family. After all, if the Lu family was able to produce a Lu Xingxi 3,000 years ago, why should it not be capable of doing so again 3 millennia later? It is undoubtedly to prevent the descendants of the Lu family from becoming overly ambitious that he concealed the profound martial arts through special means, leaving them for the next Lu Xingxi. Thus, Lu Chen gazed upon the resplendent core chamber, illuminated by a divine light of shimmering brilliance. A dazzling azure radiance enveloped him, radiating outward from his being and enveloping the entire chamber. Boom! A tempest erupted. The ground trembled. The heavens resonated with a deep hum. A vast expanse of azure mist suddenly materialized, manifesting the azure sky. A blazing sun and a crescent moon flickered within this celestial realm, eternally illuminating the earthly realm. In the state of the immutable azure sky, Lu Chen seemed to transform into a deity walking among mortals, his form exuding a lustrous azure glow, pristine and untainted. Once more, he observed the entirety of the chamber with the eyes of a divine being. Before him, golden runes materialized in an instant. Upon seeing these golden symbols, Lu Chen recognized that his conjecture had been correct. He had found it, the true immutable azure sky technique. Without hesitation, Lu Chen meticulously examined these golden runes, noting the significant omissions. The authentic immutable azure sky technique left by the progenitor could be broadly divided into 2 paths: the solar aspect, which governed suppression and defense, and the lunar aspect, which governed offensive prowess. However, the emperor of the new era had retained only the solar aspect focused on defense, nearly erasing the profound methods and techniques of the lunar aspect, leaving behind merely its most rudimentary elements. However, such omissions were indeed justifiable. With Lu Chen's current realm and martial insights, even a cursory glance confirmed the emperor's reasoning. Had the original version been practiced as is, only a handful of descendants of the Lu family would have been able to reach the 7th layer. Now, at least 20% of them could attain that level, thereby enhancing the overall strength of the Lu family's youth. As he beheld the golden runes before him, Lu Chen gradually entered a state of rapture. His comprehension and mastery of the immutable azure sky technique deepened, augmented by the restoration of the missing scriptures. The absent lunar techniques were rapidly advancing under the influence of Lu Chen's exceptional mastery of the solar aspect, harmonizing as one, day and night, united. In the palace training grounds, a multitude of individuals were assembled. Surrounding the outer layer, the imperial guards stood vigilant. Within the middle layer, the elite guards of the Luo family sealed off the area. In the innermost layer, various princes and their attendants circled the field, watchfully observing the large group of individuals brought forth. These people were deemed suspicious, having been selected from various families and clans, potentially having had their identities usurped. They were collectively brought to the royal training grounds for identification verification. Upon the dragon platform of the training grounds, the old emperor personally presided over the proceedings. He observed as Chunxi prepared to play the zither, ready to reveal the true forms of the apparitions. Deep within his gaze resided both the blazing sun and the luminous moon. Beside him, an elderly eunuch respectfully approached and whispered, "Your Majesty, everything is prepared." The old emperor nodded. "Then let us commence. I wish to see how these apparitions reveal their true forms." "By your command," replied Chen Shi, as he plucked the strings of the zither. The soothing melodies of the piano once again flowed gently, like a serene stream, entering the ears of those gathered in the courtyard. In a fleeting moment, a tremor rippled through the crowd. Faces began to contort in distress. Witnessing this, the onlookers tightened their grips on their weapons, their gazes fixed intently on the suspicious figures exhibiting peculiar reactions. "Stop playing. I command you to cease." In the next instant, chaos erupted. Shadows exuding a chilling, sinister aura surged forth, racing directly towards the pianist, Chen. "Get away." The guards, well prepared, swiftly drew their blades and struck. The phantoms were besieged by the guards and, under the cleansing influence of the music, were subdued in an instant, collapsing in grotesque agony. "Ah, this cursed Ming Emperor's tune. It is indeed real. This plague-ridden melody has not been lost. Oh, I am losing my mind. Stop playing. I command you to cease." The true forms of the nightmares let out anguished howls. Their bodies twisted and marred, oozing thick, black blood from their myriad wounds. Upon the dragon platform, the old emperor observed that the nightmares in the courtyard had been fully revealed, while others exhibited no abnormalities. He instructed Chen to halt her performance. "Stop now." The music dissipated. The nightmares in the courtyard finally exhaled in relief, as if liberated. You just mentioned the Ming Emperor's tune? Do you know its origins?" The old emperor pointed to one of the most sinister apparitions among them. The guards quickly restrained it. The ensnared nightmare gasped for breath, taking its time to raise its head, revealing a pair of venomous, resentful black eyes. It disregarded the old emperor, focusing instead on Chen. The crowd immediately positioned themselves protectively around her, prepared for any sudden moves. Observing this, the nightmare sneered disdainfully. "The heir of the Ming Emperor's tune is merely this ordinary girl? Huh, just wait. This time, we shall ensure that this accursed melody is utterly extinguished." Before the words could fully escape, azure flames ignited upon the nightmare's spectral form. "Though I am aged, I am not incapable of wielding the divine flames of the azure sky. What is the Ming Emperor's tune? Speak the truth to me." Though the nightmare writhed in excruciating pain, emitting chilling cries that sent shivers down spines, it uttered not a single word beyond its howls, until the flames consumed it entirely. Leaving no trace of its ghostly form, it continued to fix its resentful black eyes on the protected Chen, signifying its determination to obliterate the Ming Emperor's tune. The old emperor's fury intensified. He glanced at the other nightmares that had revealed their true forms. "Damn it, there are quite a few of them. No wonder my commands have fallen on deaf ears across the realm. Very well, then." The old emperor flicked his sleeve and departed from the courtyard, preferring to remain unbothered. He left behind a furious decree: "Drag them out and behead them." "As you command. We shall see to it, Your Majesty." The old emperor exited, and the nightmares in the courtyard were swiftly put to death. Thick, black blood pooled upon the ground, and heads rolled with a sickening thud, instilling fear in those who had been brought along. Fearing for their own safety, they dealt with the exposed human phantoms. "Your Highnesses, how should we handle the remaining individuals?" The princes glanced at those unaffected by the melody. They quickly knelt, pleading for mercy. "Your Highness, please show us grace. We are loyal to the Great Yu and devoted to the court." Lu Yun pondered briefly before approaching Chen. "Miss Chen, to ensure that the human phantoms do not possess any special means to withstand the melody, it would be prudent for you to continue playing for a while longer." Lu Yun was exceedingly courteous. Although she was merely an ordinary young woman, she was the sole possessor of exceptional skills against phantoms. In this time of peril from the Phantom clan, she was indeed a rare treasure, particularly as the heir to the Ming Huang melody. Though Lu Yun was unfamiliar with the specifics of the Ming Huang melody, he understood that it was a formidable art capable of counteracting the Phantom clan alongside the Lu family's divine flames. Thus, her status as an heir could not be trivialized. It was wise to treat such a person with respect. Who could say what the future might hold? Chen nodded and resumed playing the piece known to phantoms as the Ming Huang melody. The enchanting notes flowed for an extended period, and the remaining individuals exhibited no reaction. Chapter 47. A temporary plan, a surprise attack on the imperial city. These individuals seemed to be safe. Set aside the suspicion of being replaced by phantoms. Those who had been chosen were indeed talented individuals. Further examination would determine if they possessed any major flaws of character. If not, they could be considered for positions in local governance. Recently, a thorough cleansing of the imperial court had been conducted, uprooting numerous hidden elements in local areas, leaving a shortage of clean hands for local governance. Patience is needed. By the time of the grand examination in autumn, the current talent gap should ease. Seeing that the remaining individuals had endured the melody for quite some time, without any abnormality, the princes all breathed a sigh of relief and began to discuss their fates. Once deliberations concluded, Lu Lang and Lu Yun, leading the princes, addressed the perspiring Chen Shi. "We thank you for your efforts today, Miss Chen. Do not take the words of those malevolent beings to heart. In our imperial city, such miscreants do not dare to be arrogant. Our royal family will surely do everything in its power to protect you, ensuring that the loyalty of our Great Yu does not suffer." Chen Shi performed a slight bow. "As a citizen of the Great Yu, I have long benefited from the grace of the nation. Now, in its time of peril, I am fortunate to possess this ability and shall contribute my humble efforts to my homeland. I do not seek accolades." Excellent. Not only is Miss Chen exceptionally talented and beautiful, but she also possesses a spirit that rivals any man. If all in our Great Yu possessed her wisdom and courage, how could we fear that our nation would not endure for eternity? The princes generously praised her. Yet, Chen Shi merely smiled modestly, maintaining a polite demeanor without becoming overly elated by their compliments. After exchanging courteous pleasantries, she excused herself, departing the training grounds under the protection of Luo Feng and the city guards. Watching her retreating figure, the 10th prince suddenly turned to the second prince and said, "Second brother, what do you think of this young woman? Might she catch your eye?" The second prince's well-known fondness for wine and beauty was common knowledge, and while he may have lacked many things, he was certainly surrounded by a multitude of enchanting women. In the present moment, how could one remain indifferent in the presence of Chen Shi, a paragon of both beauty and talent, renowned as the most exquisite maiden of Jiangnan? Yet, unexpectedly, the second prince did not cast a single glance at her. Instead, he merely chuckled heartily and patted the shoulder of the 10th prince. "Little 10, you are still young and yet to blossom. My dear brother, I advise you to steer clear of the sordid affairs of adults. Failing to grasp them is one matter, but misapplying them could lead to disastrous consequences." He continued to pat the 10th prince's shoulder before turning away, beckoning to two maidens waiting outside the training grounds, bestowing a passionate kiss upon each. Come, who is it that shall partake today? I have a grand treasure to unveil for you." With that whimsical remark, the second prince departed. The other princes could only chuckle in bemusement. What a peculiar fellow this second prince is. Only the 10th prince wore a slightly ashen expression, his smile appearing rather forced. A gentle pat on his shoulder startled him. Turning, he found the refined third prince, Lu Lang, who spoke softly, "Little 10, your elder brother may indeed be the most enlightened and carefree among us. Sometimes, it is worthwhile to learn from him and adopt a more open-minded perspective." Lu Lang nodded at the 10th prince and added, "I must attend to the ceremonial office to oversee the preparations for the upcoming autumn examinations. We are short on manpower. Will you accompany me, as a favor to your elder brother?" The 10th prince then nodded in acquiescence, feeling compelled by his brother's generous invitation. Thus, the training grounds gradually emptied. In Feng'o, atop an ancient and distinguished mountain, a mysterious figure cloaked in black stood within a pavilion halfway up the slope, gazing into the distance at the magnificent and awe-inspiring ancient imperial court. Behind him, a group of Taiping cultists awaited with bowed heads. The pavilion was enveloped in silence until a high-ranking member of the Taiping cult approached from outside. "Guardian, it has been confirmed that the Ming Emperor's melody has indeed resurfaced in the world. Our infiltrators within the prominent families have been eliminated." The mysterious figure in black replied, "Our plans have proceeded with such remarkable ease, as if aided by divine intervention. This minor setback is merely a reflection of the normal fluctuations I anticipated." The Taiping cultist was momentarily taken aback. "Normal? Guardian, do you mean that the recent events have left you unsettled, leading you to a troubling suspicion? It seems there may be an unseen force manipulating our organization from behind the scenes, one that we cannot perceive or detect. This force appears to be working against the Diyu and is indeed striving to dismantle this ancient dynasty." The high-ranking cultist furrowed his brow, perplexed. If it is indeed in opposition to Diyu, should this not be a fortuitous turn of events? Before he could formulate his thoughts, the Guardian suddenly inquired, "How many of our shadowy agents are available for my command in the 4 prefectures surrounding the imperial city?" "Approximately 300, came the reply. 300, how swift indeed." The Guardian declared, "Prepare for tonight. I intend to leverage the shadows to mount a surprise assault on the imperial city under the cover of darkness. There are 4 objectives. First, to eliminate the unstable threat posed by the inheritor of the Ming Huang melody. Second, to eradicate Lu Chun, who has the potential to become the second Lu Xingxi, a prodigy of the Lu family. Third, to incite chaos, gathering the nightmares within the imperial city, spreading their presence widely, ensuring that all inhabitants are aware of the nightmare's existence, thereby amplifying fear. The upper echelons of the Taiping sect listened intently, yet a prolonged silence ensued. Was it not for objectives? What of the fourth? Remember? The leaders pursed their lips, and without even addressing the unspoken fourth, they found the second objective unrealistic. To eliminate Lu Chen, a top-tier master of the celestial resonance realm? Even with the knight's assistance, 300 nightmares would be utterly insufficient against Lu Chen. Furthermore, what is the significance of this plan? Though the imperial city has been ravaged by that foolish monarch, its foundation remains intact due to the presence of the Lu family. Unless a master above the level of Grandmaster intervenes personally, how could one hope to shake the imperial city? Or do you intend to intervene yourself? Yet, even should you take action, relying on the power of the Nightmare clan may allow a temporary evasion of the formidable guardians of Fengzhou to enter the imperial city. However, with the protection of the Lu family and the imperial guards, it would be entirely feasible for the royal family's direct lineage to flee to Chongzhou, summoning the martial genius King Lushan to rescue them and quell the insurrection. In the end, this would result in nothing but embarrassment for the royal family, exposing our movements and depleting our strength, rendering the endeavor a futile exercise. If the other guardians and the sect leader were to learn of this afterward, it could be dire. Understood, my lord. However, such a significant matter, should anything go awry, the guardian turned, his piercing gaze cutting through the shadows of his hood. I shall bear all consequences of this operation alone. You need not concern yourselves with the significance or the outcome. Simply adhere to the plan. Understood. The upper echelons of the Taiping sect promptly descended, mobilizing a portion of their ranks for the urgent raid planned for that very night. In the stillness of the imperial city, enveloped in silence, the empty streets echoed with the sporadic patrols of the imperial guards. Everything appeared as ordinary as it had in days gone by, awaiting the dawn of the next day. Until suddenly, ghost! A ghost! Help! Help me! Piercing screams of utter terror shattered the tranquility of the night. Bloodshed and panic erupted from the depths of slumber. The imperial guards immediately responded, their patrols racing towards the source of the cries. Chapter 48. The Celestial Martial Artist. Something has happened. Quick, follow me. The patrol rushed into the quiet outer city. Bang! They forcefully pushed open a door, only to be met with the familiar sight of lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. A strange incident had occurred once more. Yet, unlike before, this time, they were still present, killing from afar, right before their eyes. However, the mere mortals could not perceive it. And this was not an isolated incident. It was a widespread occurrence, akin to an invasion. The expressions of the guards darkened. A grave matter had arisen. This time, it was truly dire. In the palace, within the Cloud Palace, the old emperor languished in indulgence, lost in a haze of wine and pleasure. Your Majesty, please chase after me. Hee, beautiful one, slow down. Allow me to admire you properly. The old emperor, blindfolded, pursued the enchanting maidens within the Cloud Palace, seemingly reveling in the moment. Yet tonight, his movements appeared particularly stiff. Report. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. This is dire. Just as the old emperor was indulging in bliss, anxious voices of the guards outside the Cloud Palace interrupted. The old emperor tore off the blindfold, revealing an impatient expression. Useless creatures, always reporting. Can't I have a moment of peace? The maidens beside him, noticing his anger, hastily advised, Your Majesty, perhaps there is an urgent military matter. Summon. The guards rushed in, and upon entering the Cloud Palace, they spoke with a voice that shook the heavens. Your Majesty, the Nightmare tribe is invading. Our imperial city is under attack. They are currently rampaging through the outer districts, and some have even breached the inner city, nearing the palace. Upon hearing this, the old emperor's expression changed drastically. What did you say? The Nightmare tribe is invading. He bellowed. Where are the city guards? Where are the loyal subjects of our Great Yu? What are they doing? They cannot even handle a mere handful of small fiends. How dare those filthy creatures reach my doorstep? The guards quickly explained, Your Majesty. Those fiends are invisible to the naked eye of ordinary mortals. Their entry is silent and unnoticed. Currently, the city guards and court officials have all mobilized to repel the Nightmare tribe with their martial prowess, but they are shapeless and elusive, making them difficult to combat, often breaching our defenses. Upon hearing this, the maidens' faces also paled. Your Majesty, what shall we do? The old emperor paced furiously within the Cloud Palace. This is outrageous. A mere group of small fiends has managed to disrupt the very core of our Great Yu. Do they truly believe that my royal family is without defenders? In the imperial court, there is me and my esteemed fifth son, a master attuned to the celestial, along with the elders of the clan. How can a mere band of fiends dare to rise against us? Send orders to the Liu family clan, commanding those masters and clan elders in seclusion to respond. Before the old emperor could finish, another urgent report came in. Report, Your Majesty. A formidable nightmare has appeared in the inner city, one that can manifest its form, resembling the leader of the Miao Fa sect. The top experts from various critical positions are striving to resist. But the opponent seems to be a being beyond the realm of masters, proving insurmountable. The front lines are rapidly collapsing. I implore Your Majesty to prioritize your safety and temporarily retreat to Chongzhou. What? A being beyond a master? The old emperor was alarmed. The maidens beside him also grew anxious, and they hastily urged, Your Majesty, a formidable being beyond a master is not to be trifled with. Let us swiftly gather the royal princes and the clan experts and retreat to Chongzhou for the time being. Chongzhou is protected by the martial celestial, King Lianshan. We can summon him to our aid en route to Chongzhou. Surely, it will not be long before we can return to the imperial court. Indeed, Your Majesty, your safety is paramount. We need not rush into this perilous situation. The enchanting maidens persuaded the old emperor, who hesitated. In the depths of his unseen gaze, a flicker of struggle repeatedly emerged. Suddenly, outside the cloud palace, a dazzling beam of radiant sunlight pierced through the palace. Night turned to day. The sky brightened. The old emperor's pupils contracted sharply. He stepped out of the cloud palace, confronting the sun above. It was then he discovered that, alongside the sun, there was also a crescent moon gleaming with purity. At that moment, the sun and moon shared the heavens. The azure sky was crystal clear, and at the heart of this celestial spectacle, a familiar figure gradually descended, traversing the realms of day and night with divine grace. As if embodying a deity, it arrived upon the earth. In the royal treasury, Liu Chen, engrossed in comprehending the complete version of the celestial serenity technique, abruptly halted. He gazed beyond the palace walls, where the essence of the sun and moon manifested in his eyes, as if he had pierced through the infinite void to witness the reality outside. He had finally emerged. There was no fear in his leap. The true concern lay in remaining stagnant. For once he had leapt forth, he would merely become a living target in Liu Chen's eyes. With a hum, the void rippled. He vanished from the chamber, ascending into the darkened sky. Gazing down upon the imperial city, he beheld a figure, hands clasped behind its back, strolling leisurely through the inner city, brazenly rampant. Its exaggerated, gaping maw was smeared with dark blood, and its grotesque laughter echoed throughout the entire royal city. Behind it, a chaotic dance of malevolent spirits ensued. Tendrils of darkness spread across the city, as phantoms wreaked havoc, as if crossing over from the depths of hell. Ah, the imperial city. In the past, I trembled beneath your feet. Yet today, we meet again, and, before the words could fully escape, the sky inverted. The profound darkness instantaneously transformed into day. A blazing sun and a luminous moon hung high in the azure sky, exerting their dominion over the universe. The blinding radiance descended like a razor-sharp blade, slicing through the bodies of all malevolent entities, eroding and subduing their dark essence. The cries of the citizens of the imperial city ceased. However, the rampaging phantoms began to wail in terror. The tide of battle shifted in an instant. The leader of the mystic law sect shielded his face with his hand, attempting to evade the piercing brilliance. A deep horror spread across his inky pupils. Celestial transformation. A true celestial being, he exclaimed, astonished that such a being could be concealed within the palace. But as he beheld the majestic figure traversing the void, step by step, amidst the sun and moon, disbelief was swiftly replaced by an overwhelming sense of terror. It was as if he had encountered something unimaginably dreadful, his voice trembling in his throat. Liu Zhong. With a piercing gaze, the towering figure fixed its cold stare upon the leader of the mystic law sect. An invisible sword suddenly pierced through his body. As he lowered his head slightly, the world began to spin chaotically. When the dust settled and the world regained its tranquility, he beheld a headless black form. In a single glance, a millennium passed. Chapter 49. Golden light reigned from that moment onward. His world lost all color. The brilliance in their eyes forever lingered in that moment. Silence enveloped the air. The sun and moon shared the sky, radiating a resplendent light. It was a time teeming with vitality and exuberance. Yet, the imperial city found itself engulfed in an eerie stillness. High-ranking officials and soldiers, steadfast in their defense against the invasion of the nightmarish clan, exchanged glances, their eyes drifting to the severed headless corpse on the ground, then back to the imposing figure descending from the celestial realm. Their minds were in turmoil, hearts surging like tumultuous waves, rendered speechless, unsure of the sensations that coursed through them. Just moments ago, a formidable nightmarish being resembling the master of the Mystic Gate had strolled through the imperial city, treating the guards and their esteemed martial experts as mere trifles. Countless pinnacle masters surged forward only to be effortlessly repelled by a mere flick of its hand. In that fleeting encounter, they comprehended that the might of this nightmarish entity far surpassed that of a master. The existing forces within the city were utterly incapable of resistance. Its path was unassailable, an unparalleled martial prodigy descending from the heavens. Otherwise, they would not have hastily reported to His Majesty, urging him to retreat to Chongzhou and summon King Lishan for assistance. Yet, this daunting and terrifying nightmarish entity was vanquished by a single, powerful glance from the figure in the sky. He had merely cast his eyes upon it. A mere gaze could obliterate a being of such caliber, transcending that of a master. Such strength was staggering. The officials and soldiers were left in awe. The elder generation, steeped in scholarly heritage, was particularly horrified. While the ordinary might remain oblivious, they were well aware of the unparalleled mastery that stood unrivaled in the world. The sun and moon shared the sky. The day transformed into night. It could not be mistaken. This was the 8th layer of the imperial family's ultimate technique, the realm of the clear sky and bright moon. How long had it been since the death of Emperor Chongda? Nearly 8 centuries had passed without anyone comprehending this profound realm, let alone manifesting the ability to shift day into night. And now, gazing at the young figure in the sky, stepping with the rhythm of the sun and moon, the seasoned elders of the imperial city trembled, speechless for a time, their eyes brimming with unparalleled shock. Unbelievable. Prince Chen was merely 20 years old. At such a tender age, he had grasped the clear sky and bright moon, achieving the realm of an unmatched martial deity, far surpassing even the illustrious Emperor Gengshi of yore. Heaven above, was it truly destiny that our Great Yu was fated to rise? Each time the dynasty faced decline and ruin, a prodigious figure emerged to stem the tide. Oh, how fortunate we are. Heaven bless Great Yu. Meanwhile, within the tumultuous ranks of the nightmarish clan, the demise of the master of the Mystic Gate sent shockwaves through their ranks. Dead, dead, they cried in terror. Fear seized them, prompting frantic cries of dread. They abandoned their attempts to feast upon vitality and sow chaos, turning tail to flee with every ounce of strength. Faster, even faster. Yet, how could their escape outpace the brilliance of the sun and moon? Buzzing in the sky, the radiance of the sun and moon grew ever stronger, more blinding. The once blade-like rays became sharper and more searing. Suddenly, a golden rain began to cascade from the heavens. The rain poured heavily, enveloping the entire imperial city, washing away all malevolence. Amidst the dense downpour, the invading nightmarish clans silently lost their forms, dissipating into nothingness. Some reached out tentatively, only to discover that it was not mere rain, but a radiant light of substance. After a brief moment, the rain ceased, yet the sky remained overcast. The brilliance of the sun and moon was lost, and the imperial city was once again shrouded in darkness. Half an hour later, within the palace, in the floating world hall, all officials and the prominent princes gathered. Silence enveloped the hall, as everyone cast furtive glances at the most unique, tall figure among the 13 princes. Upon the dragon throne, the old emperor scrutinized Lu Chun, while the other princes directed their complex gazes towards him. In that moment, Lu Chun resembled a rare and exquisite treasure, inciting covetousness from countless onlookers. Occasionally, soft gasps of astonishment could be heard, accompanied by murmurs of admiration. Within the silent floating world hall, a subtle and intricate emotion lingered in the air. After a long while, the old emperor finally spoke, addressing the 5th prince. "Your Highness, I am here," Lu Chun quietly replied. The old emperor, unusually silent, took a considerable time before he continued. "The technique you employed to slay that great nightmare. Is it not the 8th realm of our Lu family's ultimate skill, a profound state that only a martial celestial can comprehend? The radiance of the azure sky and the bright moon?" Upon hearing this, the officials could no longer afford to steal glances. They turned their heads slightly, awaiting Lu Chen's response. Though they were certain it was indeed the radiance of the azure sky and the bright moon, receiving confirmation from the principal held a different weight. Indeed, the moment those words escaped Lu Chen's lips, the audience visibly flinched. He is but 20 years old. A martial celestial at 20? He must be the reincarnation of a martial sage. On the dragon throne, hearing Lu Chen's affirmative reply, the old emperor let out a deep, lingering sigh. After 800 years, after Emperor Chengde, a prodigy has finally emerged among the descendants of the Lu family, one who has comprehended this supreme realm, rekindling the brilliance of our imperial lineage's martial prowess. Excellent, excellent. Upon hearing the emperor's praise, the courtiers hastily echoed in agreement. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Highness. With Prince Chen here, our Great Yu shall surely turn the tides and usher in an era of lasting peace. The courtiers showered genuine flattery. Yet, the old emperor shot them a cold glance. Did I permit you to speak? The courtiers immediately bowed their heads once more. A bunch of useless wretches. You boast of your intellect and cunning, yet now that the nightmarish clan has encroached upon our Great Yu, nearly breaching the palace itself, only now do you awaken. Were it not for my son exhibiting the celestial technique of the radiance of the azure sky and the bright moon to turn the tide, our imperial palace would have been besieged, forcing us to abandon the city. How would the world view our imperial family then? What mockery would those rascals of the peaceful teachings unleash? You rely on these incompetent fools, yet where is the promised peace? Is it merely spoken from your lips? The old emperor thundered, his anger palpable. The courtiers recoiled, though many had arguments ready to counter. Experience warned them that defying the emperor in his wrath would lead to a fate worse than death. The third prince, Lu Lang, stepped forward, imploring, "Father, please quell your anger. The recent invasion by the Nightmare clan cannot solely be blamed on the court. It is indeed our lack of understanding of the Nightmare clan that left us vulnerable, allowing them to strike when we were least prepared. Moreover, the foundation of the imperial city has been weakened under your rule. Capable loyal ministers have either been demoted or dispatched to guard the borders. How many skilled individuals remain to protect the capital?" Lu Yan added, "Your Majesty, what my brother says is true. I have learned that the nightmares are not particularly strong, but they possess an eerie nature that eludes our mortal perception, making it difficult to defend against them. Otherwise, how could these mere nightmares have evaded the numerous eyes of our royal family and bypassed the major defenses to infiltrate the heart of our imperial city?" Other princes echoed in agreement, "Yes, Father, please temper your wrath. The pressing issue now is to discover a method to counter the nightmares and thwart their silent invasion. Otherwise, we will be perpetually faced with an unseen enemy, which will undoubtedly wear us down." The old emperor coldly scoffed. Next time, he cast a glance at Lu Chen. "My fifth son, at just 20 years of age, has already mastered the radiant sky technique and reached the realm of martial transcendence, acquiring various profound skills. Even the formidable masters of the mystic path have fallen before my son's might. In this world, which of the top sects can stand against my son? My son is unrivaled. With my son within the imperial city, who would dare to invade? This indeed poses a compelling question." The other prince's lips twitched in response. As members of the royal family and practitioners of the radiant sky technique, they understood better than most the terrifying power of this supreme art. Those who could ascend to the 8th level of the radiant sky technique are unmatched in combat, towering over their peers. This legendary technique is not mere empty talk. In essence, Lu Chen stands unmatched among the martial transcendent of this era. In an age devoid of celestial beings, Lu Chen's claim of being invincible in the world seems hardly exaggerated. The thought of such invincibility caused the princes to stiffen momentarily. Only Lu Huan wore a broad smile, finally grasping why his elder brother remained so composed throughout. It became clear why he had never bothered to expand his network or gather followers. With such unparalleled strength, who would not be calm? I can obliterate gods and demons alike. Who would dare oppose me? As for the so-called followers, flowers bloom and butterflies come. Cultivating unmatched prowess far outweighs the frivolous pursuit of gathering a retinue. The formidable forces from outside can be stripped away at any moment. Yet the strength cultivated from within is impervious to theft or destruction. Lu Huan lacks the capability and talent. Had he possessed such gifts, he would have willingly followed his brother into seclusion for 2 decades. As for the emperor, with the 5th brother stationed in the imperial city, our Great Yu's capital shall remain as impregnable as a fortress. However, the menace posed by the nightmarish clan is boundless, as you witnessed tonight. They have already amassed into a formidable presence, resembling an army in formation. According to Lu Yu, as time progresses, the nightmarish clan will only grow stronger, eventually descending upon this land in its entirety. Therefore, if we do not address this matter promptly and seek a method of counteraction, even with the 5th brother's formidable strength, He may find himself stretched too thin and utterly exhausted when the time comes. The old emperor pondered this and turned his gaze toward Lu Chen. You, as a celestial of martial arts, possess numerous capabilities. What is your perspective on this matter concerning the nightmarish clan? Lu Chen glanced at the old emperor and remarked, Father, you appear unsettled tonight. Your performance has waned. Given your esteemed persona, at this juncture, you ought to declare, the Lu clan, of imperial lineage, is deeply rooted. How could we fear such a trifling nightmarish clan? Just as the founding emperor subdued them, so too can I and my sons. Should they dare approach, we shall ensure their return is but a distant memory, defeated under the everlasting glory of our great Yu. Thus, Lu Chen continued, I believe that since the founding emperor successfully suppressed the nightmarish clan, he must have bequeathed essential methods to the royal family, or perhaps scattered them among rare texts in the populace to serve as a warning and assistance to future generations. If we thoroughly investigate the ancient tomes of the royal court or scour the royal treasury, we are bound to uncover some traces. The old emperor nodded in agreement. Indeed, given the founding emperor's sagacity and martial prowess, he must have anticipated the future implications of a nightmarish clan. I surmise that within our royal family's secret archives, or in the unique collections of prominent clans, there must exist strategies left by our ancestors to counter our foes. My son, your intellect is truly remarkable. The old emperor expressed his admiration for Lu Chen, his genuine satisfaction evident, causing the other princes and their officials to shift uncomfortably. The emperor's demeanor suggested that their prospects were dwindling. Their faces fell, yet what could they do? A 20-year-old celestial of martial arts. Such a being is extraordinary. Who knows if he might one day ascend to become a land-bound deity, etching his name into the annals of Great Yu as its third legendary emperor. Had they been in the old emperor's shoes, they too would have bestowed their legacy upon Lu Chen. Such a decision would ensure their place in history, akin to the legacy of the founding emperor. Whenever the founding emperor is mentioned, one recalls his father, the heavenly abundant emperor. The ministers exchanged silent glances, their expressions betraying their thoughts. Only the members of the Luo family could not suppress their triumphant smiles. They had already triumphed too often. Your Majesty, I have a matter to report. It pertains to your recent command for us to delve into our family's ancient texts in search of clues regarding the nightmarish clan. Oh, the old emperor straightened slightly, intrigued. Have you discovered a method to counter them? Indeed. In my examination of the ancient volumes, I chanced upon a legend concerning the soul fire. Soul fire? The minister spoke. According to the ancient texts, the soul fire is a unique flame that condenses a warrior's vital essence and merges with their spirit. Although it may not rival the celestial flame, its power surpasses that of martial vitality, rendering ordinary beings of the Nightmare clan too fearful to approach, as they would be severely restrained. Upon hearing this, the old emperor was filled with rage. If such a method exists, why was it not presented during the previous invasion of the Nightmare clan? Why was the soul fire not utilized? Your Majesty, please temper your anger. It is not that I withheld the soul fire, but the matter arose unexpectedly, and I was unprepared. The minister replied hastily. Though the technique for the soul fire is straightforward, it cannot be mastered in just a few days. Moreover, the soul fire is connected to another element of a rule-based nature. If that element does not exist, the soul fire will become ineffective, and I cannot ascertain its efficacy. The old emperor frowned. An element of rule-based nature? What do you mean? The minister uttered two words, the core. Upon hearing this, many of the noble families present, with their long-standing lineages, shifted in expression. One inquired, are you referring to the legendary core that protects the land and its waters? The minister's face revealed uncertainty. I cannot say for certain. You cannot say? You brought it up, yet you claim ignorance? Are you mocking me? The emperor retorted sharply. I would never dare to jest. Your Majesty, the minister quickly assured. It is merely that the ancient scroll mentioning the soul fire also referred to this object. It is said that the soul fire exists based on the power of the core. If the core does not exist, then the soul fire cannot be cultivated. With that, the minister presented a scroll with both hands. Your Majesty, please take a look. This is the scroll detailing the cultivation method of the soul fire. The old emperor opened the scroll and, after a cursory glance, was momentarily taken aback, though he quickly regained his composure and pretended to continue examining the scroll. After a few moments, he furrowed his brow. According to the scroll, the soul fire indeed seemed to possess a semblance of truth. Such an ingenious concept. I wonder which great power conceived it. My dear minister, you discovered this scroll. Do you know its origins? The minister shook his head. Your Majesty, I found this scroll while perusing various ancient texts in my family's library. At that time, it was the only item I found, leading me to believe it was deliberately hidden by our ancestors. The old emperor nodded. If the method of the soul fire is indeed effective, then the remaining issue is the core. At this juncture, the old emperor suddenly recalled something and glanced at Chen. I almost forgot. Fifth, take a look at this scroll regarding the soul fire. With your insights and understanding, you should be able to discern the essence of this technique. With that, the old emperor tossed the scroll directly to Chen. Witnessing this, the other princes felt a jolt of surprise. This was a direct. Chen received the scroll detailing the soul fire, first casting a glance at the old emperor before focusing on the scroll. He had noticed the emperor's momentary pause. There was no doubt that the soul fire harbored an issue. Yet, this was not something the emperor could address, for he was a ruler of folly. Upon merely glancing at the scroll, Chen swiftly comprehended the crux of the issue. The soul fire indeed possesses utility. However, it is a product of spiritual belief. Its essence lies in the combustion of one's spirit while simultaneously depleting the Earth's core. In other words, this method not only consumes human lives, but also incinerates the very core of the planet. Father, I fear that the technique of soul fire may not be applicable to our Great Yu. If it were ever to be employed, it would be in the direst of circumstances, when all other avenues are exhausted, and we are left with no choice but to fight desperately. Upon hearing Chen's words, all present widened their eyes in astonishment. The minister who proposed this method was drenched in cold sweat. The implications of the Crown Prince's statement were abundantly clear. This was an explicit indication that the soul fire harbored risks and should only be considered as a last resort. They harbored no doubts about Chen's assessment. As a prodigy capable of mastering the 8th layer of the Azure Sky unyielding technique, Chen's martial prowess and scholarly achievements are unparalleled in the realm. If even the foremost expert deems this method problematic, who would dare to dispute it? Moreover, as a member of the royal family, he had no reason to conceal anything that could benefit the dynasty. After all, what was at stake was the very realm of the Liu family. The minister who had proposed the soul fire immediately bowed and pleaded for mercy, drenched in perspiration. Your Majesty, please forgive me. Your Highness, please pardon me. I assure you, I never harbored any treasonous intentions. I merely thought I had discovered a means to counter our foes, and thus the old emperor waved his hand dismissively. I trust you would not dare to flaunt your skills before my son. Rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. The old emperor then scanned the assembly once more. Aside from the soul fire, have any of you discovered anything else? No one responded. What of those who mentioned the Earth's core? The old emperor called out. The individual who had previously spoken promptly replied, Your Majesty, regarding the Earth's core, I have only encountered scant references in ancient texts at home. It is known to be a miraculous essence condensed from the dragon vein energy of our Great Yu, possessing the extraordinary ability to protect the land and its waters. The more potent and pure the core, the more distinguished the place becomes. Beyond this, there was nothing further to recount. I had always believed it to be a mere legend until I heard it mentioned in relation to the soul fire just now. The old emperor nodded with a lack of enthusiasm. Very well then. After the court assembly, I shall dispatch someone to meticulously search through our royal archives. I suspect, as my son has indicated, that there may be contingency plans left behind by the first emperor within. At this juncture, the eldest prince, Yun, interjected, Father, aside from seeking a means to counter the nightmarish clan, I believe there is another matter we must not overlook. Before the old emperor could inquire further, Yun continued, Father, let us not forget, the master of the Miao Fa sect was once a perfectly ordinary person. Upon hearing this, the old emperor's expression darkened immediately. The attending ministers also changed their countenance. The master of the Miao Fa sect, a venerable and seasoned master from Fengzhou. The assembly was all too familiar with the master. When the old emperor was still a prince, he was among the emperor's guests. After the old emperor ascended to the throne, he utilized this connection to flourish, ultimately achieving the golden core of martial arts and establishing the Miao Fa sect, receiving substantial favor from the imperial court. However, now it is this very individual, so familiar to them, who has, unbeknownst to anyone, silently turned against the court and transformed into a nightmare. A living, breathing person has been metamorphosed into a nightmare. The means behind this transformation are utterly terrifying. Yun continued, This is beyond doubt, for he had once visited King Lai Shan, and based on his relationship with you, he sought the king's guidance. A master of martial arts would surely be able to see through the form of a nightmare. with King Lishan's celestial abilities. How could he not discern the truth of this matter? This implies that the master of the mysterious Dharma sect has indeed transformed from a human into a nightmare. Someone interjected, "Your Highness, could there be another possibility? Perhaps a human skin nightmare quietly replaced him after his visit to King Lishan?" Lu Yun shook his head. "Impossible. The master of the mysterious Dharma sect has been a martial arts master for many years. Moreover, he has close ties to our royal family. Any disturbance would be immediately known to us, unless that nightmare silently supplanted him. But for a human skin nightmare to quietly replace a master so close to our royal family, no, perhaps it is two individuals." Recent news from Fengou indicated that along with the master of the mysterious Dharma sect, the head of the Lu Yun sect also vanished. Lu Yun surveyed all present. If they could be so effortlessly supplanted by a nightmare, do you not think, esteemed guests, that this is 1,000 times more terrifying than a human transforming into a nightmare? Chapter 52, The Greatest Under Heaven. The heavenly Saint Martial King Lu Yun's words pierced the hearts of all like a cold needle, both painful and chilling. If this is indeed the case, how many among us in the vast Yu Dynasty can claim to be untainted? The Nightmare tribe need no longer conceal themselves. They could rise in mass and obliterate all. Thus, the master of the mysterious Dharma sect must have transformed from a human into a nightmare. Lu Yun firmly concluded this matter regarding the master of the mysterious Dharma sect. What could have caused such a transformation from a fine individual into a nightmare? Is it a pursuit of immortality? Or a quest for greater power? Or perhaps he was seduced and led astray by the nightmares? Furthermore, how did the Nightmare tribe manage to approach the master of the mysterious Dharma sect? Did they truly possess such audacity to target a master once aligned with our royal family? If we can unravel the intricacies of these relationships, it would mark a significant breakthrough in our understanding of the Nightmare tribe. Lu Yun articulated his thoughts with conviction, causing those who listened to shudder in shock. The old emperor nodded in approval, acknowledging that his son had begun to find direction in his thoughts. Lu Yun stated, "I merely speculate that perhaps extreme desires could attract the Nightmare tribe. Just as Emperor Gung destroyed the traces of the Nightmare tribe to halt the spread of fear, desires might also serve as sustenance that empowers the nightmares. The desires of the master of the mysterious Dharma sect may very well be the pursuit of a higher level of martial arts, thus granting him strength beyond that of a master after his transformation into a nightmare. Of course, this is merely my immature conjecture. The specifics will only be revealed once we uncover the methods for overcoming enemies left by our ancestors." A prince, upon hearing this, let out a soft sigh. The grand repository of my royal lineage houses an extensive collection of tomes, and in light of our ancestors' foresight to conceal their contingency against the nightmarish clan, it is evident that our efforts, relying solely on our current manpower, will yield little result without a span of 10 days to half a month. The third prince, Lu Lang, cast a glance at Lu Chun, reassuringly indicating that this concern need not weigh heavily upon us. With our fifth brother stationed in the imperial city, its defenses are as solid as fortifications can be. How dare the rebellious wretches attempt another incursion? It would be a futile endeavor, leading to their demise. We have ample time ahead of us. However, we cannot burden our fifth brother with every task. The foundation of the imperial city is precarious, and resources are scarce. Thus, we must prioritize these matters promptly, for the grand examination in the Golden Autumn cannot be delayed. Additionally, the incident concerning the imperial city tonight has stirred considerable unrest. It is imperative that we swiftly contain the situation, providing the populace with a plausible explanation to mitigate the spread of news regarding the nightmarish clan's emergence. Subsequently, the various princes and court officials deliberated on the myriad issues facing the imperial city, as well as the event of the nightmarish clan's invasion that transpired this evening. Upon concluding their discussions, the old emperor surveyed those present. Was there anyone else wishing to speak? As silence enveloped the room, the emperor shifted his tone, announcing that he would now address matters of import. Matters of import? Your Majesty, is there still business to attend to? The assembly pondered in astonishment. The emperor then called forth the fifth prince. Step forward to receive your decree. I am here. The emperor regarded Lu Chun with satisfaction and pride. It has come to my attention that those in the martial world have bestowed upon you, my fifth prince, the illustrious title of the Martial Prince. This martial designation is splendid, as it epitomizes the unmatched prowess of my royal son. I bestow upon you this title, altering your name from Prince Chen to Martial King. Furthermore, as my royal son is an unparalleled martial genius, a once-in-a-millennium talent of the Great Yu who has exposed the nightmarish clan upon returning to the palace and thwarted their schemes against the peaceful sect. It is indeed a divine mandate bestowed upon our Great Yu. Thus, I confer upon you an additional honorific title, Heavenly Sage. You shall be known as the Heavenly Sage Martial King. Henceforth, all matters regarding the nightmarish clan's treachery shall fall under your purview. I shall obey your command. Thank you, Father Emperor. Upon hearing this commendation, the gathered officials were nearly rendered speechless. To be named Heavenly Sage Martial King and tasked with vanquishing the nightmarish clan? Such authority, such a title, this matter of import is indeed exceedingly significant. One might as well declare Chen the heir apparent to the throne. Thus, the courtiers exchanged glances, and in the next moment, the hall resounded with harmonious congratulations. Congratulations to the Martial King. Hail the Heavenly Sage Martial King. We pay our respects to the Heavenly Sage Martial King. The jubilant voices echoed throughout the floating world hall. The old emperor laughed heartily, proclaiming, "Excellent. With this, our Great Yu subjects shall rest assured." As waves of laughter filled the air, the old emperor departed from the floating world hall, concluding the court session. The following day, in Fengou, at that unremarkable ancient site, the half-mountain pavilion remained unchanged. Yet the individual present was no longer the spirited figure of before. The enigmatic black-robed guardian, listening intently to the reports at hand, emanated an aura of profound despondency. This operation has resulted in grievous losses. We have not only suffered the annihilation of all nightmares across the 4 states of the imperial city, but have also lost the pivotal piece in the master of the marvelous method, hindering another plan within the sect. The deputy leader's wrath was palpable as he commanded your immediate return to the sect to elucidate the origins and developments of your foolish scheme. The black-robed guardian sighed upon hearing this. All his meticulous plans had come to naught, for he had not anticipated that Chen had already ascended to the realm of martial deities. Otherwise, his subordinates, cautious yet inquisitive, cast a furtive glance at him and remarked that due to this incident, the other guardians held deep reservations about him, asserting that his plan had been futile from the outset. Yet, he remained apprehensive of their opinions. The black-robed guardian scoffed disdainfully, declaring that such ignorant individuals could never comprehend the true purpose behind his scheme. His subordinate was taken aback, for he too had his doubts. The black-robed guardian then fixed his gaze upon him and posed a thought. Have you ever considered a possibility? The so-called foolish monarch within the imperial city may not be foolish at all. He is fully aware of everything that transpires. The subordinate's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, "This is impossible. How could the emperor, if not inept, have allowed our sect to reach such a state?" The black-robed guardian gazed towards the imperial city and softly mused. Who knows whether it is indeed the emperor? I initially intended to use this plan to provoke him further, to gauge the reactions of the emperor or perhaps another figure. For according to my design, this sudden assault plan would surely not escape his notice. He would inevitably become aware. At that juncture, I would merely need to interpret his reactions to deduce which members of my sect are his pawns. Alas, Chen's unexpected emergence has thwarted my intentions. In response, his subordinate suggested, "At least you have uncovered Chen, this hidden martial deity ahead of time. It is far better to be forewarned and adjust the plan than to be caught off guard by Chen's prowess." Perhaps, the black-robed guardian conceded, rising to his feet. "Let us depart. They are all awaiting my misfortune. We must not keep those fools in suspense." Chapter 53. Intelligence on the Grand Autumn Trials once more. The autumn air grew crisp. In the bustling city of Fengzhou, whispers of news spread rapidly in all directions. The latest rankings of the Heavenly Earth list had been unveiled. Members of the royal family had secured a spot. The title of number 1 in the world had changed hands. In the streets and alleys, people gathered in clusters, discussing this momentous news. Look, behold, number 1 on the Heavenly Earth list, the divine martial king, Chen. His cultivation realm, celestial being. Practiced martial arts, the 8th layer of the Azure Sky unyielding technique and the 8th level of the flourishing flower sword technique. My goodness, the 8th layer of the Azure Sky unyielding technique? Has the world's foremost divine skill finally been mastered to such a degree? No wonder the divine martial king has ascended to become the new number 1 in the world. Isn't it said that members of the royal family typically do not partake in the rankings? What does it matter now? The royal family desperately needs the prestige of being number 1 in the world to suppress the peaceful sect. Indeed, our divine martial king, the 5th Prince Chen, bears a title that is surely unprecedented in the annals of Daiyu's history. This title indicates that His Majesty the Emperor has high hopes for him. It is hardly surprising. A martial deity at the tender age of 20, and he has achieved the 8th layer of divine skill. Who knows what heights he might reach by 30? He is even more formidable than the former Emperor Gingshur. If the throne is not passed to him, then to whom else could it possibly go? Our esteemed emperor has indeed performed a commendable deed for the people. Yet, how did this ranking of realms and martial progress come to be? Could it be that the martial king himself declared it? Rumors have it that a formidable master of the demonic path has emerged from the imperial city, intent on using dark powers to wreak havoc upon the populace and dominate the realm. Fortunately, the martial king presided over the imperial city and vanquished him with a single strike, thereby thwarting the nefarious plot of this dark master. As the people discussed and deliberated, a weary scholar, leading a humble old horse, ambled past them. He cast a glance at the celestial rankings in their hands, his eyes betraying a mixture of bemusement and melancholy. His mentor's words rang true. A true scholar must maintain a sincere heart in pursuit of knowledge. One must recognize that there are greater heavens beyond the skies, and individuals beyond mere mortals. Ah, Mo Wangju, how myopic you were in your earlier days. After a self-deprecating smile, Mo Wangju continued on his way toward the imperial city, his eyes brimming with fervent aspirations and hopes. At long last, he was nearing his destination, the imperial city, the Zhongxian Palace. Inside, Luo Feng was reporting on the current situation following the Yanzhu clan's assault. Although we publicly assert that the emergence of the Yanzhu clan is due to the peculiar techniques of a demonic master, it is unlikely this can be concealed for long. With the rise of peculiar incidents in various regions, the public will inevitably connect the dots. The good news, however, is that since you revealed your celestial prowess and eliminated the leader of the Miao Fa sect, the rebellious elements across Great Yu have significantly stabilized, raising their banners in surrender. Especially those fence-sitting factions that were previously indifferent toward the court have begun to respond positively to the court's decrees, gravitating toward our Great Yu. The public sentiment has calmed considerably. As he spoke, Luo Feng glanced at Lu Chun, hesitating momentarily. Sensing this, Lu Chun encouraged him, as brothers. We should speak candidly. Luo Feng, emboldened, asked with a hint of audacity, might I inquire, Your Highness the Martial King, is your true level of cultivation not merely that of a martial celestial? The night of the Yanzhu clan's surprise attack had left Luo Feng utterly astonished. As a close aide to Lu Chun, Luo Feng had maintained contact since Lu Chen's arrival in Yanzhou. Furthermore, with Lu Chen's seclusion from worldly affairs, delegating all external matters to the Luo family, Luo Feng had regularly reported to the palace. Having watched Lu Chen grow up and thus possessing a fair understanding of his profound and inscrutable abilities, upon learning that Lu Chun had attained the Golden Core Mastery, he felt this was indeed to be expected, given that Lu Chun was able to match him at 12 and achieve mastery by 20. However, just as he entertained such thoughts, Lu Chun transformed yet again into a celestial master of the Azure Sky Divine Flame. This was not beyond comprehension, he thought. It was a rightful culmination of the years Lu Chun had devoted to his cultivation. Yet, when he discovered that Lu Chun was indeed a martial celestial, it surpassed all expectations. This was truly unfathomable. It evoked in Luo Feng a sense of illusion, as if he believed Lu Chun to be a terrestrial immortal. Thus, he boldly posed the question. Lu Chun responded with calm assurance. Above the terrestrial immortals lies the realm of the unknowable. In matters of cultivation, Lu Chun harbored no intentions of secrecy. The world would inevitably come to know. If circumstances permitted, he would relish the opportunity to engage in a spirited duel, a means to assess the fruits of his 20 years of diligent practice. Regrettably, to date, there has not been a single individual capable of withstanding even one of his strikes. Even the esteemed technique known as Qing Tian Ryu Ming, regarded as remarkable by the masses, was merely mediocre in Lu Chen's eyes. Its consumption of his energy could hardly be deemed significant, verging on non-existent. If he could not bear even Qing Tian Ryu Ming, one could only imagine the futility against other techniques. The Taiping sect and the Nightmare clan were rather lackluster. Upon hearing Lu Chen's candid remarks, Luo Feng nodded in agreement, realizing that His Highness was indeed divinely endowed. As for his belief, the answer was evidently clear. The pinnacle of martial prowess only ascends to the realm of earthly immortals. It appears that the prince, too, possesses a flair for just beyond that. At this moment, outside the Zhongxian Palace, a silver-armored guard approached. Your Highness, Prince Huan has arrived. Please, Lu Chen replied. With a furrowed brow, Lu Huan entered. I pay my respects to Prince Huan. Brother Luo, You are here as well? Splendid, Lu Huan remarked. News from the Mirror Shadow platform suggests that our coordination with the Wendao Alliance regarding the Grand Autumn Tournament may be delayed. Luo Feng instinctively frowned. Delayed? Is the Taiping sect causing trouble again? Lu Huan shook his head. Nothing has transpired as of yet. It is merely that the Mirror Shadow platform has received word that the Wendao Alliance's efficiency concerning the Grand Autumn Tournament has slowed. Just then, another guard rushed in. Urgency in his demeanor. Your Highness, there is a person named Mo Wenju outside the palace, claiming to be an acquaintance of yours from the Wire Academy. He possesses crucial intelligence regarding the Grand Autumn Tournament that he wishes to report to you. Wire Academy. Grand Autumn Tournament? Lu Huan and Luo Feng exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Just moments ago, they received news of the Wendao Alliance's reduced efficiency regarding the tournament, and now, a messenger from Wire Academy arrives with significant information. Could it be? Before long, under the escort of several guards, the weary yet determined Mo Wenju appeared before Lu Chen. In stark contrast to his former refined and scholarly demeanor, he now appeared rather disheveled. Commoner Mo Wenju, I pay my respects to His Highness, the Martial King. No need for formalities. It has been half a month since we last met, and you have changed considerably. Mo Wenju replied with a hint of bitterness. Your Highness, please forgive my disarray. I have fled from Wire Academy. Oh. Mo Wenju then recounted the events leading to his expulsion by Master Yin in their entirety. Upon hearing Mo Wenju's account, both Luo Feng and Lu Huan displayed subtle shifts in expression. One was the heir of a powerful sect in Fengzhou, and the other the master of the Mirror Shadow platform. They were certainly familiar with both Mo Wenju and the esteemed Master Yin, renowned figures within the academy. Mo Wenju was far from the undisciplined individual that Master Yin might have described. Master Yin, a man of great virtue and respect, would never utter such words lightly. There was undoubtedly a deeper meaning behind them. Mo Wenju continued, having accompanied my master for many years, I am well aware of his character. The venerable elder's utterance led Wenju to a singular conclusion. The Wendao Alliance had orchestrated a unanimous decision among all educational institutions in the Great Yu to abstain from participating in the forthcoming Golden Autumn examination. Lu Huan's gaze turned icy as he questioned, Are you prepared to bear the consequences of your words? The entire Wendao Alliance's withdrawal from the Golden Autumn examination would be a monumental event capable of impacting the entirety of the Great Yu. What if it is merely the Wire Academy that retracts their participation? Mo Wenju shook his head, asserting the distinction between the two scenarios. If only the Wire Academy chooses to withdraw temporarily, a simple explanation to the court would suffice, and the master would not expel me from the academy. However, if the entire Wendao Alliance were to renege, it would constitute a conspiracy of rebellion, a grave transgression against the court. The master had specifically referenced the Wendao Alliance, serving as a reminder that this matter was intertwined with the Alliance's interests. Are you certain? Lu Huan's cold gaze scrutinized Mo Wenju, assessing him with a sense of pressure. I am indeed certain. After a prolonged silence, Lu Huan found no fault in Mo Wenju's demeanor. His frigid expression softened, replaced by a hint of concern. Another wave of turmoil arises just as we have resolved the issues in the Nightmare Emperor City. Our hopes for the Golden Autumn examination now seem precarious. What on earth do these scholars intend to accomplish? Lu Chen glanced towards the palace exterior and remarked, It may be akin to the situation with the Miofa sect and the Luoyun sect. At this, both Lu Huan and Luo Feng felt a surge of anxiety. The abrupt betrayal of the Miofa sect and the Luoyun sect was a troubling thought they were reluctant to entertain, for if today these sects could betray, tomorrow others might follow suit, including the Wendao Alliance. Although the means by which the Nightmare Clan achieved their objectives remained unclear, if the Wendao Alliance were to mirror the actions of the Miofa and Luoyun sects, what hope would remain for the Great Yu? Could there still exist a faction of the true human race worthy of trust? Alas, one could only hope that within the royal archives, a method to counter the Nightmare Clan left by the ancestors could soon be uncovered, unveiling their enigmatic nature. Otherwise, they would be utterly lost, caught in an inextricable dilemma. Then we shall pay a visit to the Wendao Alliance, Lu Chen proclaimed. At this moment, Luo Feng was taken aback and hastily cautioned, That would be unwise. Your Highness, the Wendao Alliance is not akin to the previous raid on the Imperial City. Within the Wendao Alliance reside genuine martial arts experts of the celestial level, along with a multitude of skilled practitioners and a vast network of disciples. Moreover, should they harbor connections with the rebels, The number of concealed experts lurking in ambush is unfathomable. Should you venture forth, even with your unparalleled strength, unforeseen incidents could transpire. Lu Huan concurred, brother, the Wendao Alliance is backed by the 4 premier academies of the Great Yu, and their collective strength is formidable. If the Wendao Alliance truly harbors ulterior motives, it would be prudent for our father to issue a decree mandating that the Alliance finalize preparations for the Golden Autumn examination within 2 days. Otherwise, they could be charged with defying imperial orders, and a military force should be dispatched to ascertain the truth. With the formation of this legion and the pretext of defiance, it is indeed not too late for us to proceed. Lu Huan and Luo Feng both advised Lu Chun against his intention to head directly to the Wendao Alliance. However, Mo Wenju interjected, Your Highness, I have a thought that may be deemed inappropriate to voice. Speak, Lu Chun replied. After bowing respectfully to Lu Chun, he continued earnestly. I believe Your Highness should embark on this journey. What audacity! Luo Feng immediately rebuked. How dare you incite His Highness to jeopardize himself? What is your standing? Lu Chun raised his hand, urging him to let Mo Wenju speak. Very well, Mo Wenju conceded. I beg your pardon for my impudence. The current state of Yu is tumultuous, with chaos reigning and the ancient dynasty revealing its frailty. At such a juncture, most will remain passive spectators, aligning themselves with the victor, whether it be the Taiping sect or Yu. The Wendao Alliance is the intellectual beacon for the scholars of Yu and serves as a formidable pillar for the entire realm. Should even they turn against us, it would set a disastrous precedent, prompting other sects to follow suit. The once indecisive fence-sitters would also be swayed to embrace the rebel forces due to the Wendao Alliance's stance. Thus, we cannot retreat. Not only must we hold our ground, but we must advance with vigor. We must demonstrate to all that Yu is not aged. We still possess the strength to uphold the dynasty's rule. Mo Wenju articulated his perspective passionately. Therefore, Yu urgently requires a decisive battle to showcase its might to the world. Furthermore, the victor of this battle must be a figure who symbolizes the royal lineage, capable of uniting the hearts of the people and igniting hope for the next generation. Only then will the common folk and the wavering supporters recognize that the Lu family of Yu is capable successors worthy of their allegiance, fostering a spirit of triumph. The so-called myriad strategies, the foremost being the conquest of hearts, is exactly this. Upon hearing Mo Wenju's words, Lu Huan and Luo Feng pondered deeply, their brows furrowing in contemplation. Is the incident in the imperial city, where a formidable figure of the demonic path was slain, not sufficient to instill fear in the hearts of the wicked? Mo Wenju calmly replied, May I inquire, esteemed sirs, how widespread was the recent demonic incident in the capital? How many witnessed it? Among those who can attest to this event and possess a degree of standing and influence, how many are outsiders to the Yu court? Most critically, who was the demonic figure that Your Highness vanquished? What esteemed martial artist did he represent? This is the crux of the matter. Based on this, all current narratives are merely the Yu court's claims, and one could assert that Yu has manipulated the heavenly rankings to fabricate its status as the world's foremost power. Though this may bear some utility, its significance is limited. In other words, the imperial city incident lacks sufficient weight. What Yu requires now is an indisputable, truly formidable confrontation. Hence, I believe that Your Highness should indeed journey to the Wendao Alliance, for it represents the most symbolically significant target for our campaign. Defeating the Alliance of Literary Ways not only has the potential to conquer the Yu faction, ensuring the timely execution of the autumn examination, the recruitment of talent, and the stabilization of court order to strengthen governance, but it also serves as a means to intimidate adversaries, dispelling any treasonous sentiments that may lurk in the shadows, an endeavor of multifaceted gain. Upon hearing the words of Mo Wenju, Luo Feng and Lu Huan contemplated a response. However, Lu Chun raised a hand to halt their discourse, signaling Mo Wenju to continue. Mo Wenju's ideas resonated well with Lu Chun, aligning seamlessly with his own thoughts. As the saying goes, a single strike can prevent 100 retaliations. If the Alliance of Literary Ways is subdued, the realm will naturally acquiesce. Encouraged by Lu Chun's gesture, Mo Wenju pondered, carefully selecting his words to articulate his refined thoughts. I believe Your Highness could represent the court in reviewing the autumn examination under the pretext of a tour of the Alliance of Literary Ways, compelling them to prepare in advance for the inspection. Historically, a prince's status, representing the royal family and the court in such evaluations, is invariably accompanied by security assurances. Thus, We could dispatch the armies from Yongzhou and Xuanzhou to stand by outside Yuehua City and Yuhua City, safeguarding your highness. Regardless of the alliance's reactions, we would maintain the ability to advance or retreat as necessary. Upon receiving news of your highness's intended tour, the alliance may respond in one of two ways. The first possibility is that they suspect a leak of information, prompting them to rebel outright. In that case, your highness could transform the tour into an expedition, justifiably leading the armies of Xuanzhou and Yongzhou to quell the insurrection. The second possibility, since Mo Wenju's escape, has shown no signs of rebellion from the alliance. It appears they are either unprepared for a full response or are clandestinely biding their time, planning some significant undertaking, hoping to delay exposure for as long as possible. It is likely they would not confront your highness directly but rather engage in a charade, adapting as circumstances unfold. If that is the case, all the better. Your highness could use the review as a pretext to showcase genuine strength, decisively suppressing representatives from the various academies of the alliance, quelling their treachery in its infancy. Of course, this is merely Mo Wenju's humble opinion. I hope your highness can overlook any shortcomings in my reasoning. Once Mo Wenju concluded, Luo Feng and Lu Huan fell into contemplation, considering the feasibility of this strategy and its potential ramifications. Prepare the carriages. We shall commence the eastern tour, Lu Chen declared. Having made his decision, he was a man of action rather than words. If there are rebels rising, we shall strike first. Little brother, inform the Mirror Shadow Pavilion to relay a message to the Alliance of Literary Ways. Seeing Lu Chen's resolve, Lu Huan ceased his counsel, adding, Brother, do take care. The Mu family holds some influence in Yongzhou. I will arrange for their experts to await your orders alongside the Yongzhou army at the border. Lu Chen acknowledged with a nod and then instructed a silver-armored guard, make another visit to the Cloud Palace. Yes, at Xuanqing Palace, the emperor's carriage arrived. The old emperor dismissed those around him. Mother, the silver-haired Empress Dowager Wu turned to find the tall, imposing figure of the old emperor, the murkiness in his eyes having vanished. He appeared as a completely different person compared to his former self. However, the Empress Dowager merely sighed, remarking that he had aged further. It seems the emperor may soon depart this world before her. The old emperor shook his head. If his son's life could secure the continuity of Yu for over 20 years, it would suffice. He cast a glance at the Empress Dowager, suggesting that she should refrain from speaking for now, as he had already entered a state of deep introspection, while she had not. It was best not to let those matters come to light. Upon hearing this, profound sorrow welled in the Empress Dowager's eyes. She pressed her lips together, remaining silent for a long time. The old emperor continued, expressing that the invasion by the Night Clan that night was directed at him. Due to the recent trials orchestrated by his sons, suspicions had begun to arise against him, even though the fifth son had intervened to obscure the past. Once the seeds of doubt were sown, there would inevitably be a second and third occurrence. The longer this persisted, the less he would be able to manipulate, and the weaker he would become. He glanced outside the palace at Jingzhou, realizing that the changes in the world's rules had surpassed his expectations. The core of the earth was nearing its end. It would not be long before the mortal realm descended into complete chaos. This was an inevitable trend, and the collapse of the world's rules could not be halted. The Night Clan was correct. This was their most formidable assault, and our weakest moment. A flicker of confusion crossed the old emperor's eyes as he contemplated the future's outcome. He resolved to take further action. He clenched his fists, intending to leave a cleaner Yu for the fifth son, who was younger and possessed greater potential than he did. During the tea gathering, he had found it difficult to see through him, initially believing that he had mastered a unique method of concealment. Little did he know, the fifth son had already reached the same realm as himself, perhaps even surpassing it. At this point, the old emperor glanced at the sun above, counting it as a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune, grateful for the blessings of his ancestors. He then looked at Empress Wu, who bowed her head, fiddling with the flowers in her hands, not uttering a word. The old emperor remained silent for a prolonged period. Finally, he spoke, acknowledging that time was growing scarce and that he intended to initiate the Jingzhou plan. Should misfortune befall them, he entrusted Yu and the fifth son to her once more. With that, the old emperor rose and departed from Shenkin Palace, looking to his family of 3 generations, hoping to carve out a future for this world once more. He commanded, return to the palace. Silence gradually enveloped Shenkin Palace. Empress Wu gazed at the old emperor's receding figure, remaining silent for a considerable time. Summon concubine Yuan to see me, she finally commanded. Yes. At the border of Xuanzhou and Yongzhou, on Wenxin Mountain, the site of the Hanhai Academy, the One Dao Alliance, which rotates among the 4 premier academies every 20 years, was currently under the auspices of Hanhai Academy. Under the blazing sun, news reached the upper echelons of the One Dao Alliance. What did you say? Chen intends to embark on an Eastern tour to inspect the talents participating in the Golden Autumn examination. The head of Hanhai Academy furrowed his brow upon receiving the news. The senior officials beside him were equally perplexed. Why would the newly acclaimed #1 martial king of the world come to oversee the Golden Autumn examination? Chapter 56. The pressure on the One Dao Alliance. Could it be that the news had leaked? The lord of the estate remarked, perhaps the Xinjiang Academy does not share our sentiments. Their faction may be unpredictable. However, it could also be that the newly appointed officials are eager to make an impression, coinciding fortuitously with the grand examinations of autumn, using our literary alliance to enhance their own reputation. Regardless of Lu Chen's intentions in our literary alliance's stronghold, we need not fear him. Let us prepare diligently. Prolonging matters as much as possible, the longer we delay, the more advantageous it will be for us. I must caution those below to maintain decorum in the coming days, lest they fall into the hands of the martial king. The martial king, the sovereign among warriors, a title that the foolish monarch is quick to bestow. This realm is rife with hidden talents. Even the venerable former lord of our Hanhai Academy, who has navigated through 5 dynasties and comprehended the myriad facets of existence, would not dare claim invincibility. Who, then, would presume to call themselves the martial king? One should not disregard the potential consequences for his son's longevity. After all, he is but a foolish ruler. One cannot expect him to grasp the intricacies of reason. The Great Yu is destined for ruin under his reign, and it is no injustice. Now, to return to the matter at hand, let us prepare thoroughly for Lu Chen's inspection, ensuring he finds no fault. Understood. Thus, commands were disseminated, prompting the members of the Literary Alliance to mobilize urgently in anticipation of the forthcoming review. On that day, an ornate carriage from the imperial city approached the borders of Yongzhou. Leading the way, Luo Feng skillfully directed his blood steed to the forefront of the assembled army. Commander Yanqing, I have long revered your esteemed name. Seeing you today, it is indeed as magnificent as I had imagined. And Master Mu, your spirit seems rejuvenated. Have you achieved yet another breakthrough? Young Master Luo, you flatter me. My humble reputation pales in comparison to that of His Highness the Martial King. You still possess the gift of eloquence. The 3 exchanged smiles. Today's affairs will require the assistance of Commander Yanqing and Master Mu. What are you saying, young master? This is my duty. Let us refrain from such talk. His Highness the Martial King is akin to family to us, and the old man would not aid outsiders while neglecting his kin. As they conversed, the silver-armored guards expertly brought the carriage to a halt before the army. Yanqing promptly struck his armor, respectfully bowing before the carriage. Master Mu from the Mu family stood beside him, grinning amiably. Yanqing, I pay my respects to His Highness the Martial King. Our forces are prepared and have established contact with the army from Chuanzhou. Once directives are received from His Highness, we shall act at the opportune moment. A calm voice emerged from within the carriage. I appreciate your efforts. To the death, we shall serve. The command was given, and with the silver-armored guards guiding the reins, the carriage departed Yongzhou, heading toward Wenxin Mountain. Atop Wenxin Mountain, the members of the Literary Alliance, led by the Hanhai Academy, had awaited for quite some time. Upon the arrival of Lu Chen's carriage, surrounded by the silver-armored guards, they immediately knelt in reverence. We pay our respects to His Highness the Martial King. May you live for 1,000 years. We welcome your Highness to the Literary Alliance for the Grand Autumn Examinations. As the carriage curtains were drawn back, a vast sea of kneeling figures sprawled before the entrance of the Hanhai Academy, a sight so dense it was hard to discern whether it was an expression of fervent welcome or a show of force. Lu Chen glanced casually. Luo Feng and Lan Yun flanked him, escorting him from the carriage. Your Literary Alliance certainly boasts a considerable number of members, he remarked. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, the crowd lifted their gazes to behold the legendary prince of the martial sovereigns, yearning to unveil the mystery surrounding him. Young and handsome, his demeanor was refreshingly crisp, exuding an aura that suggested he was not to be trifled with. The current head of the Hanhai Academy promptly responded, with the Golden Autumn Grand Examination approaching. Participants from various academies have convened here for scholarly exchange, hoping to excel in the upcoming trials. He continued, afterward, we shall proceed to the imperial city together for the examination. Lu Chen cast a sidelong glance at him. Let me witness the fruits of your labor. With that, Luo Feng and the silver-armored guards led the way, as Lu Chen stepped into the Han Hai Academy. The head followed closely, instructing those nearby to be prepared. For the Prince of Martial Kings was before them, and whether they would earn his favor depended solely on their own capabilities. Yes, a throng of individuals surrounded Lu Chen, akin to stars orbiting the moon, as they gradually entered the main hall of the academy. Your Highness, please take your seat. Once Lu Chen settled, the head gestured for the students awaiting appraisal to approach. Before he could finish, Lu Chen raised his hand to halt him. The head was perplexed. Your Highness? Lu Chen surveyed all present. In these extraordinary times, we must employ extraordinary measures. The recent upheavals in our Great Yu have surely reached your ears. Now is a crucial moment for our nation to utilize talent. Therefore, aside from the younger participants, the elder heads, scholars, and instructors may also come forth for my evaluation. Upon hearing this, the head and others were momentarily taken aback. At our age, we would prefer not to trouble the court and leave the opportunities to the youth. They replied. Lu Chen lightly tapped the table, his indifferent gaze locking onto the head. All of you may come forth for my evaluation. The expressions of the senior members from various academies shifted slightly. There was no room for doubt. Lu Chen was indeed there to provoke. And what manner of evaluation does His Highness desire? Lu Chen glanced at the ground. In our Great Yu, martial prowess is fundamental for entering the court. As he spoke, a sharp glint ignited in his eyes. With a resonating clang, a deep sword scar cleaved through the main hall of the Han Hai Academy, radiating an indomitable sword intent capable of annihilating all. Cracks spread across the beams and walls, a testament to the passage of his blade. This single strike penetrated the ancient halls of the academy, leaving an indelible mark in its long-standing legacy. Boom. Then, the sound of air being sliced apart echoed incessantly. The compressed air, split by the sword scar, birthed a roaring whirlwind that rustled the garments of those present. The fierce gale seemed to harbor the sharpness of a blade, manifesting streaks of blood in its wake. The members of the Literary Alliance found themselves reeling and struggling against the tempest. Until the storm subsides, the Wenda Alliance reveals its disheveled state. At this moment, those who cross this line will be deemed qualified. Do not disappoint the solitary one. The piercing-eyed martial king of the heavenly sage sat at the main seat and uttered these words. Silence spoke louder than words. Chapter 57, A Sword Scar. The atmosphere became profoundly still. After a considerable pause, the crowd finally reacted. The martial king's display of power was undeniably domineering. Instantly, a flicker of rage ignited within them, oppressed by the weight of authority. This was particularly true for those from the Han Hai Academy. They gazed at the sword scar, exuding a chilling sword intent, which traversed the entire main hall of the academy. The members of the academy clenched their fists. This was their main hall, an ancient symbol they had inherited for countless generations. Today, this was akin to receiving a slap in the face. Such blatant oppression. One of the academy's scholars, filled with indignation, was about to step forward to argue. However, the academy's headmaster stepped out first, placing himself protectively in front of everyone, casting them a look that signaled not to cause a disturbance. He then forced a smile, albeit insincere, and addressed Lu Chen. Your Highness, what remarkable skill. I am in awe. Lu Chen ignored him, closing his eyes as if to gather his thoughts, and casually remarked, I have little time, let us begin. He dared to close his eyes? How audacious. So exceedingly arrogant. This was their territory, the Wenda Alliance. The faces of the Alliance members turned an ashen green in response. Before long, a senior figure from the Wenda Alliance stepped forward. I am the Vice Principal of Wanyue Academy, here to accept your Lordship's evaluation. The Vice Principal of Wanyue Academy was a formidable figure. Having delved deeply into the realm of martial intent for many years and nearly stepping into the Golden Core Master realm, he was the first to present himself for Lu Chen's assessment, demonstrating the prowess of a high-level vice principal. While other factions may have been oblivious to Lu Chen's true capabilities, believing it to be a ploy by the Great Yu Kingdom, the Wenda Alliance, being their own, certainly understood. This individual had indeed suppressed the master of the Miopha sect with overwhelming force, exhibiting the prowess of a martial genius. To confront the sword scar he had created, only the high-level leaders of the various academies could take action. And this, perhaps, was Lu Chen's true intention. He had come today explicitly to suppress all academies within the Wenda Alliance. However, did he truly believe that this mere sword scar could crush the entirety of their Wenda Alliance? Was he underestimating them so gravely? He was far too self-important. Beware. Your Highness, for fists and feet know no eyes. With that, he stepped directly in front of the sword scar. The martial intent reaching the pinnacle of clarity enveloped his being as he raised his foot, preparing to breach the sword scar drawn by Chen. Yet, as soon as he lifted his foot, the sword scar that spanned the entire main hall emanated a chilling, sinister aura. Clang, clang. A series of tangible sword energies began to awaken around the scar. Crackle, crackle. The frosty sword intent swirled around him. The sharp blades concealed within the air pierced his skin painfully. Every pore and inch of his skin trembled, instinctively warning him, do not cross. It would mean death. As the sword energy flowed, cracks resembling spider webs spread around the sword mark. The ground, walls, and beams of the main hall began to tremble, teetering on the brink of collapse. Drip, drip, beads of cold sweat, as large as soybeans, fell from the Vice Dean's face, splattering upon the swirling sword energy. Boom. The terrifying backlash erupted in an instant. The Vice Dean's body was instantly contorted into an arc, propelled away like a cannonball. He landed squarely amidst the formation of Wanyu Academy. The Vice Dean collapsed to the ground, his fate uncertain. Chaos enveloped Wanyu Academy. All those present from the Literary Alliance were taken aback, their eyes wide with disbelief. What manner of technique is this? Merely a sword mark rendered a formidable warrior. On the brink of becoming a golden core master, unable to advance even a fraction while suffering such intense backlash. Does the royal family's Qing Tianbu Yizhu possess such arcane arts? The high-ranking members of the Literary Alliance exchanged glances, each seeking answers in the other's eyes. Yet none could provide a response. Such a technique was likely an exclusive skill comprehended by Chen beyond the Qing Tianbu Yizhu. Their gazes met, then turned towards the day's students and a few instructors left bewildered by Wanyu Academy's plight. This cannot continue. In the next moment, another high-ranking member stepped forward. I am the master of Tianyu Academy, here to seek guidance. The master of Tianyu Academy, a seasoned and renowned master, wielded the majestic energy of Tianyu, reaching the pinnacle of its essence, celebrated on the celestial rankings. Golden Core Masters are all formidable figures, each a dominant force in their own right. Yet, he approached the sword mark in the guise of a challenger. His entrance elevated the situation to an entirely new level. All eyes widened, anticipating this veteran master to break through the sword mark and vindicate the Literary Alliance. However, even in the face of this esteemed master, Chen did not deign to open his eyes. With a cold snort, the master of Tianyu unleashed a torrent of majestic energy, creating various phenomena in midair, as if his primordial spirit had departed. He aimed to shatter the blockade of the sword mark. Whoosh! He commanded the majestic energy, transforming into a radiant rainbow, morphing into a legion of thousands, aiming to breach the barrier of the sword mark and traverse this chasm. But bang! The boundless sword net annihilated the entire legion conjured from majestic energy. The master of Tianyu followed in the Vice Dean's footsteps, unable to force his way through. Blocked outside the sword mark, a mouthful of thick blood erupted, crashing into the ranks of Tianyu Academy. The exchange was swifter than that of the Vice Dean. They had scarcely comprehended what had transpired. A profound silence enveloped all present. Were they dreaming? How could it be possible? Even the venerable master of Tianyu could not breach that mere sword mark? And it wasn't even Chen's direct intervention. Merely a sword mark manifested from his concentrated gaze. How could such a thing occur? The master of the Han High Academy was visibly distressed, his expression darkening as he observed the panic-stricken crowd, akin to those who had encountered a ghost. It is one thing to admit that a venerable master like himself could not prevail against Chen. However, to be thwarted by a mere sword mark is utterly absurd. If word of this spreads, how will the world view the Literary Dao Alliance? They would be deemed incapable. Subdued by a simple sword mark on their own territory, what a disgrace. Such an affront to their honor. The master of Han High cast a deep glance at Chen, who remained composed and unyielding in his position. Your Highness, the divine prowess you possess is unparalleled. I, too, wish to test my mettle against you. I humbly seek your guidance. An elder from another prominent faction within the Literary Dao Alliance stepped forward, echoing the sentiments of the master. Since all of you have taken the plunge, I cannot lag behind. Count me in. Another leader from a prestigious academy joined the fray. The three approached the sword mark. And at this moment, the leaders of the three great academies of the Dayu Empire gathered, all of whom were top-tier masters at the pinnacle of the heavenly resonance realm, mere steps from becoming martial deities. In any context, They were formidable figures capable of representing their respective realms. Yet now, they united their efforts to confront a mere sword mark left by Chen. This sight left many members of the Literary Dao Alliance wide-eyed and apprehensive as they observed the three academy heads, who appeared as if facing a dire threat. Juxtaposed against the serene figure of the heavenly Saint Martial King, who remained unfazed, having not opened his eyes since the sword mark was inscribed. Even in opposition, many within the Literary Dao Alliance found themselves awed by the composure of the heavenly Saint Martial King. Such is the essence of a true man. In the next instant, the three academy heads appeared to have coordinated their movements, each occupying a distinct position, forming a triad of heaven, earth, and humanity. They unleashed their unique and formidable techniques simultaneously. The combined pressure of the three top-tier masters instantly coalesced into a formidable array, exuding a terrifying aura that surpassed anything previously witnessed. An imposing manifestation of the literary sage, radiating an aura of righteousness, materialized above the trio. Clutching a scroll in his left hand and a brush in his right, he epitomized the power of literature, crafting a sweeping narrative that soared into the heavens. The winds roared and the clouds surged above Wenxin Mountain, as an overwhelming force of righteousness enveloped the expanse, subduing all malevolence beneath it. In the border city of Yongzhou, Yanqing and Master Mu observed the gathering literary righteousness in the sky, which subtly coalesced into the silhouette of the literary sage. They tightened their grips on their weapons, recognizing the grandeur of the scene before them. It was indeed a magnificent display, suggesting the involvement of multiple masters at the heavenly resonance level, capable of harnessing such vast celestial power. It was none other than the heads of the four major academies. This was merely a demonstration, yet they had taken it upon themselves to engage directly, and in the presence of the prince no less. Were they expressing their dissatisfaction, or proclaiming their might? It appears that the alliance of literary and martial arts indeed harbors treasonous ambitions, with the heavens high and the emperor distant. This group has recently augmented their power within the alliance, truly believing themselves to be sovereign rulers, intolerant of any provocation. Now that the true emperor has arrived, they are in a state of panic. All troops, prepare to support His Highness, the Martial King, and crush the alliance of literary and martial arts. Yes, in the border city, the air was thick with the ominous aura of battle, poised for action. Inside the vast Ocean Academy, three individuals, cloaked in the ethereal presence of the sage of literature, stepped cautiously towards the sword scar, which loomed like an insurmountable chasm for those from the alliance. With each step they took, the sage's manifestation wielded its brush and ink, inscribing a magnificent landscape and summoning forth a tide of righteous spirit. The overwhelming force of their presence weighed heavily upon everyone's hearts, gripping their very souls. They widened their eyes in anticipation, waiting for the three leaders to unite and shatter the shackles of the Martial King's sword scar. Closer, closer, the sage of literature made contact with the sword scar. In the next moment, an ear-splitting clang echoed. The sword scar, once etched in silence, reverberated with a chilling sword energy, revived as if in response to a challenge. This time, the sword energy was particularly fierce and unyielding. With a swish, a tremendous gust of wind erupted, stirring a terrifying vortex. Within the tempest, a dazzling white light flickered and vanished in an instant, leaving the onlookers engulfed in an abyss of void. Only the resplendent white luminescence remained, until it finally dissipated, leaving a tranquil stillness in its wake. As the world came back into focus, the sunlight was crystalline, the autumn breeze gentle, and time seemed to stand still. On the ground, the sword scar remained, intact and unblemished. Yet the three leaders wore pallid expressions. Wait, sunlight, autumn breeze, where did this come from? Upon realizing the state of their surroundings, shocked gasps erupted from the alliance of literary and martial arts. Gasp! Before them lay no longer the grand hall of the vast Ocean Academy, which had stood for centuries, but merely a ruin with its roof torn away. Looking to the sky, thick clouds had been ripped apart, leaving only a long, unending scar across the heavens. Beneath this celestial mark, the three foremost leaders appeared ashen. A deep crimson wound nearly traversed their entire chests, their garments soaked in blood, a vivid hue staining the fabric. As they gasped for breath, silence enveloped the crowd. It was only when the leader of the vast Ocean Academy regained a modicum of strength that he trembled, his pupils dilating in disbelief as he gazed at Chen. What on earth is this technique? A mere sword scar, already etched, could disrupt the triad formation of our combined might? At this moment, Chen finally opened his eyes and cast a glance at the three. Is the alliance of literary and martial arts comprised solely of such shallow, and unlearned individuals? You cannot even recognize the sword-intense form left by the Luo family. Sword-intense form. At this, Luo Feng, beside Lu Chun, was taken aback. Oh, wait, are you saying this is the sword-intense form from the 7th layer of the blossoming sword point? Good heavens, my father never mentioned its true might. The three masters of the Hanhai mansion were momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, one of them exclaimed, impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could mere sword intent manifest to such an extent? Indeed, ordinary sword intent could not achieve such feats. However, martial arts are inherently subjective, varying from person to person. For instance, a basic technique in the art of transforming energy may simply be a series of movements in the hands of an average practitioner. Yet in the grasp of a martial genius, even the simplest technique can be infused with unique insights, elevating it to a realm of sublime mastery. As for Lu Chun, both his cultivation level and his understanding of martial arts surpassed those of ordinary individuals. This sword scar was merely a trifling aspect of his vast repertoire of techniques. Hardly worthy of note. It appears that this is the culmination of the efforts of your literary alliance, to the point where not a single one among you can traverse a mere sword scar. You have left me quite disappointed. The members of the literary alliance opened their mouths, poised to respond, but upon glancing at the Wan Yu Academy and the Tian Yu Academy, and then at the three lords who had suffered defeat beneath the sword scar, words failed them. A mere sword scar. Just a single scar had kept the entire literary alliance at bay. Who would dare to believe such a tale? Just as the members of the literary alliance fell into silence, a colossal ancient will awaken deep within the Hanhai Academy. The youth is indeed formidable. The air was filled with swirling literary essence, and a righteous aura surged forth, sweeping across hundreds of miles. It spiraled and coalesced in midair before finally descending to the ground, taking form as a dignified figure of a great sage, embodying an aura of transcendence within the main hall of the Hanhai Academy. However, to see this sage oppress my literary alliance so brazenly is rather disrespectful to an old man like me. Upon the appearance of the great sage, a faint smile graced Lu Chen's lips. At last, he has emerged, the Hanhai Celestial. Chapter 59. The Immortal on Land. As the Hanhai Celestial materialized from the boundless literary essence, the members of the literary alliance found a renewed source of hope, directing their reverent and expectant gazes towards him. Old Master, they called, paying homage to the Hanhai Celestial. The term celestial represents the highest honor in this realm, an individual who transcends the mundane. A celestial is a person who connects with the heavens, existing in a realm entirely distinct from the martial realm of the Golden Core. Each celestial stands as the pinnacle of their respective fields, elevating their martial prowess to a level where they harness the power of the heavens and become one with the vast cosmos. Thus, as a celestial, they roam boundlessly, living for a millennium. Their every action possesses the immense power to cause mountains to crumble or unleash cataclysmic tsunamis. Each celestial symbolizes the zenith of martial prowess, existing beyond the confines of the earthly realm and serving as an indomitable cornerstone of their respective factions. Whenever a celestial is present, there exists an unwavering confidence. Moreover, the Hanhai Celestial is a venerable elder who has weathered the changes of 5 dynasties, easily suppressing countless storms and tribulations. With his presence, the literary alliance cannot falter. The emergence of the Hanhai Celestial rekindled a spirit of glory among the members of the literary alliance, who eagerly called out his esteemed name. The Hanhai Celestial, however, did not acknowledge the crowd. Instead, he regarded Lu Chun with solemnity. The master observes the form, while the celestial perceives the countenance. It is precisely because he is a celestial being that he comprehends the profound and unfathomable power concealed within this young prince. This is a formidable adversary. Lu Chun cast a glance at the members of the literary alliance before turning his attention to the celestial of the vast sea, stating, after such a long preparation, you have finally emerged. It seems you are well equipped to counter my solitary endeavors. You, and those hidden figures lurking in the shadows, all come forth and demonstrate your capabilities to me. Upon hearing this, the expression of the celestial of the vast sea shifted. His demeanor grew increasingly serious. Had Lu Chun already sensed his strength? Ha ha ha, the celestial of the vast sea pondered gravely. Across the heavens, a cacophony of reckless laughter resounded. Ha ha. Suddenly, a gust of dark wind swept in, scattering feathers of ebony. A figure cloaked in malevolent black emerged, coalescing from the descending feathers. He floated upon the wind, his hands clasped behind him, revealing a pair of fiercely domineering eyes that shimmered with a hint of darkness. My dear brother of the vast sea, the Prince of the Martial Kings has graciously extended an invitation. Why do you still hesitate? If you delay the feast any longer, the prince may accuse my peaceful teachings of lacking in manners. This is not how we conduct hospitality. With that, the figure in black waved his hand, causing several tendrils of black mist to descend among the members of the literary alliance. The individuals ensconced in the black mist appeared momentarily bewildered. In the next instant, an eerie red glow began to emanate from their eyes. Their breathing quickened and became erratic, strange guttural sounds escaping their throats. They were losing control, gathering the celestial souls into the great array. Whoosh! Within the vast sea academy, many students tore through their own flesh, transforming into phantasmal beings. They manifested in the world, taking their designated positions in the prearranged array. Bang! Bang bang! Rocks flew through the air. Additionally, more shadowy figures surged from the depths of the academy's foundations, soaring into the sky, their distorted forms resembling bats with outstretched wings, suspended amidst the clouds. One after another, layer upon layer, they amassed like a dark cloud, blotting out the sun. Boom! A phantom dark red array descended from the heavens, enveloping each phantasm and intensifying their ferocity. The rampant aura of slaughter, intertwined with the ominous black energy of the phantasms, transformed the entire Wenxin Mountain into a scene of apocalyptic despair. Everywhere, an ominous darkness prevailed, instilling a sense of hopelessness in the hearts of all. The figure in black sat regally in the void, like a demon lord reigning over boundless darkness, issuing commands with reckless abandon. Celestial souls gathered. The mortal realm becomes a prison. Prince of the Martial Kings, how do you find this grand gift prepared by my peaceful teachings? Does it meet your approval? The figure in black laughed with audacious arrogance, as if victory were already assured. He turned his gaze toward Lu Chen. Years ago, your grandfather, the enlightened emperor, perished beneath my celestial soul's might. And now, his sharp finger pointed at Lu Chen. It is your turn. Do not blame me. Blame only your own arrogance and hubris. Knowing full well that my peaceful teachings have long remained hidden, you dare to venture eastward alone. As the figure in black fixed his gaze upon Lu Chen, Luo Feng and Lan Yun hastily positioned themselves protectively in front of him. He drew his sword with a swift motion, and the powerful chi of the seven mysteries surged forth, dispelling the encroaching, boundless darkness. Yet, there stood another celestial being alongside a multitude of malevolent creatures. With the presence of the vast sea celestial, two such beings were now present. He glanced around at the rogue members of the Cultural Alliance, their eyes alight with madness, surging towards them like soulless husks. A feeling of foreboding washed over Luo Feng. The situation had escalated perilously. Your Highness, the enemy's might is formidable. We must immediately contact the border city. Suddenly, the man in the black robe erupted into laughter once more. He surveyed the border cities of Yongzhou and Chuanzhou. Do they think those rabble can breach my heavenly soul's 100 refinements great formation? How foolish, so much idle chatter. As he spoke with reckless abandon, he was abruptly met with the indifferent gaze of the figure seated above him, who offered a curt evaluation without even a glance in his direction. Stunned into silence, a fierce glimmer of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Seeking death, Han Hai, let us strike together and eliminate him. With that, the black-robed man activated the heavenly soul's 100 refinements great formation, summoning the darkest energies of heaven and earth, pressing down upon Lu Chen. Meanwhile, the vast sea celestial did not hesitate to condense his literary essence and unleash a judgmental strike. Boom! The two celestial beings unleashed their combined might. The heavens trembled, and Mount Wenxin let out a thunderous roar, plunging the vast world into an eternal abyss of darkness. Yet, amidst this profound gloom, a dazzling azure light, radiant as a savior's beacon, emerged. Upon its appearance, it crushed the dark energy with overwhelming force, forcefully dispelling the oppressive shadows. Buzz! Light shattered the darkness once more, descending upon the mortal realm. Under the illumination of the azure light, those influenced by the black mist, their eyes turned crimson, awakened from their madness. Yet, in the next instant, they were seized by an overwhelming terror. In the sky, a colossal face materialized, spanning the horizon. This visage belonged to none other than the fifth prince, Lu Chen, whose ethereal demeanor resembled that of a celestial being descended from the moon palace. In this moment, he regained his divine majesty. With his cold and indifferent divine gaze, two azure flames erupted, shattering all beneath his commanding presence. At this moment, the black-robed man and the vast sea celestial widened their eyes in disbelief, their pupils dilating and contracting as they struggled to comprehend the reality before them. Is this Lu? A tremor of fear escaped their throats. The Earthly Immortal. Chapter 60. The Might of the Earthly Immortal, the Plains of Yongzhou Border. Seeing the massive Mount Wenqin shrouded in swirling black mist, Yanqing felt an immediate sense of dread. This black mist. He turned to his companion, Master Mu. To his surprise, Master Mu had donned his battle armor and mounted his steed, prepared for a fierce confrontation. Quickly, assist His Highness. Celestials are engaging. Yanqing's heart raced, and he swiftly unsheathed his battle blade. With a powerful urge, his steed surged forward like an arrow loosed from its bow. All troops advance. Form the battle array. Solidify the military spirit. Support Prince Wu. Clang. The army promptly mounted their steeds, revealing their formidable prowess. Yes, the collective vitality of the troops coalesced into a tangible essence, manifesting as a blood-colored giant wolf, howling at the heavens amidst the oppressive army formation. The colossal wolf unleashed a ferocious roar, its fangs glistening ominously. Under its ominous shadow, the weapons in hand and the armor worn became stained with crimson, reflecting a blinding red radiance. Kill. Support His Highness, the Martial King. Charge. The thunderous sound of hooves echoed as clouds of dust billowed like waves. The valiant military formation departed from the borders of Yongzhou, advancing into the heart of Wenqin Mountain. Their presence was formidable, a force that could devour miles like a tiger. Meanwhile, the army from Chuanzhou approached with the might to eclipse the sun. A blood-red giant bear roared above their ranks, seeking to shatter the shroud of darkness. The two armies galloped forth, as the mists of Wenqin Mountain thickened, enveloped beneath a black canopy. Yanqing squinted slightly, recognizing the formation. Prepare the formation-breaking spear. Vanguard, probe the right flank. Yes, the thunderous gallop of swift steeds traversed the battlefield. At the center of the Grand Army, a massive blood-red spear rapidly coalesced under the illumination of the military spirit. Master Mu, I beg your. Before Yanqing could finish his sentence, a dazzling azure light, brilliant as a sword, pierced through the darkened sky. Atop the mountain peak, an unparalleled radiance erupted, illuminating the entire border. Boom. Just as the great formation of Wenqin Mountain had begun to coalesce, it shattered with a resounding crash. A violent hurricane swept through. Yanqing covered his face with his hand, struggling against the gale, striving to discern what transpired atop Wenqin Mountain. As he finally grasped the truth of the events unfolding within the halls of the Han Hai Academy, the smile on the black-robed man's face vanished. The madness in his eyes was replaced by sheer terror. He understood now why the master of the Miao Fa had left not a trace behind before his demise. But realizing it now was too late. The celestial being of Han Hai gazed upon the gargantuan visage that dominated the sky, his fingers tightening and paling. The weight of despair bore down upon him, unmistakably the legendary terrestrial deity. After Lu Xingxi, had another terrestrial deity emerged from the Lu family? And so youthful. Heaven above. The fate of the Lu family had not yet waned. Another divine child had descended to avert calamity. Had we, the Han Hai Academy, chosen the wrong path? Oh, Zhengyang, how I am overshadowed by your prowess, even in vision. Contemplating this, the divine visage in the sky receded, replaced by an incomprehensibly vast hand. The palm obscured the sun, rendering the venerable Wenqin Mountain, which had stood for millennia, utterly insignificant in its presence. As the hand descended, it conjured a lethal gale. In that moment, the celestial beings of Han Hai and the black-robed figure felt as fragile as mortals. How could mortal flesh withstand the might of divinity? The howling winds crushed against their forms. Boom. With weakened knees, they collapsed to the ground. As the colossal hand pressed down, they sank deeply into the earth. The nightmarish entities that had torn human skins either disintegrated into ash amidst the tumultuous winds, succumbed to the pressure and exploded, or were deeply absorbed into the ground. Boom. The entire Wenqin Mountain split apart with a thunderous roar. The ancient mountains and historical sites, revered for countless generations, have now shattered, reduced to mere dust. Within 100 miles, the four cardinal directions lie in tranquility. The once majestic peaks stand absent, the mountain ranges are no more, and the lush greenery has vanished. The desolate expanse is stark and bare. The only remnant left behind is a colossal handprint. It stretches from the border town of Chuanzhou to the frontier city of Yongzhou, spanning the territory that once constituted the alliance of literary and martial arts. This spectacle left the townsfolk and wandering martial artists who came to witness the event in utter astonishment, gasping in disbelief. Numerous skilled warriors, emboldened by curiosity, hastily fled the border town to uncover the truth of the occurrence. Upon their arrival, they beheld a vast, open land where 2 legions stood in perfect formation, reverently encircling something. A wave of shock surged through the crowd. How could 2 legions emerge unscathed amidst such tumult? The people, their hearts racing, turned their gazes toward the heart of the encirclement. At the very center, a figure, ethereal as if descended from the heavens, stood proudly clad in a dark black python robe. Before him knelt a throng of dark-clad individuals. In that moment, the martial artists seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves of emotion. In the center of the 2 armies, Chen gazed upon the prostrate masses before him and remarked coolly, "In the end, none of you from the so-called alliance of literary and martial arts have passed my scrutiny. Instead, you have staged a farce of rebellion." The members of the alliance bowed repeatedly, pleading, "Your Highness, we bear no ill will towards the court. We had no knowledge that such monsters lurked among us." Chen paid no heed to their entreaties, stating, "It seems that the existence of the alliance of literary and martial arts has not only failed to benefit the students of Yu, but has also become a breeding ground for the ambitions of certain individuals." He cast a glance at the 3 pale-faced leaders of the major academies. Yu boasts 4 top-tier academies, and aside from Zhengyang, the rest are all present here. The rebellious elements that have emerged were predominantly from your 3 factions. He approached the 3 leaders, his icy gaze looking down upon them. "Do you 3 have anything to say?" The 3 leaders trembled in fear, their eyes wide with terror. Recollecting the recent events, they remained haunted by the memory. 2 celestial beings, so many nightmares, and that formidable great array of heavenly souls, all obliterated in a single strike. It seems you 3 academies have nothing to say," Chen remarked as he turned to leave, casually uttering a single word, "Kill." Upon receiving Chen's decree, Yanqing and the soldiers exchanged fervent glances with him, their eyes ablaze with zeal as if they had witnessed a divine presence. As commanded, they approached the assembled members of the 3 academies, forming a long line and ushering them to the most prominent position before the alliance of literary and martial arts. "No, no, Your Highness, spare us. Have mercy." Then, with a swift motion, the blades fell. One by one, heads tumbled across the desolate plain. The acrid scent of blood coalesced into a river, adorning the newly formed expanse with a vivid crimson hue. Chapter 61. The sword scar across 2 states, blood flowing profusely. A vivid crimson mist, thick with the scent of blood, cascaded before all members of the literary alliance, flowing beneath their very eyelids. A faintly sweet and metallic aroma surged into their throats, rendering their faces pale with dread. Many students swallowed hard, their eyes trembling, unable to steady themselves for an extended moment. Even the esteemed masters and palace lords stood in silence, their faces ashen, not a word escaping their lips. The atmosphere was thick with tension, as if even the slightest sound could summon disaster. Yet, softly, the sound of light footsteps approached them. The glimmer of the python-patterned robe caught the gaze of the crouched observers. With a steady rhythm, heavier footfalls followed, accompanied by the clashing sounds of armor. A battalion of armored soldiers encircled them once more. The alliance members could be heard nervously swallowing in waves. Amidst this overwhelming anxiety, the sovereign who governed their fates finally spoke again. "From this day forth, the literary alliance shall be disbanded. All universities and academies will fall directly under the jurisdiction of my court. Do any of you dissent?" His chilling words conveyed an unyielding coldness. They had no doubt that anyone daring to oppose him at this moment would face a fate 1,000 times more tragic than that of the 3 great academies. Thus, they braced themselves, quickly responding, "Yes, we shall faithfully obey the decree of His Highness, the Martial King." A chorus of affirmations echoed throughout the venue. However, in the next instant, an overwhelming and terrifying pressure enveloped their hearts once more. Bang! Bang! A multitude of individuals were forced to bend under the oppressive weight, sinking heavily to the ground, their heads nearly embedded in the earth. Your tone of response suggests discontent. Do you harbor objections to my royal edict? Chen coldly surveyed those pressed into the ground, stripped of their power to resist. There were teachers, students, and palace lords among them. Drag them out. Understood. The armies of Chuanzhou and Yongzhou sprang into action once more, entering the literary alliance to extract those who could not withstand the pressure and had been bent low. The glint of shining blades flashed in the blinding sunlight, emanating a chilling light. The executioners, gazing at the severed heads, glowed with a sinister green in their eyes, awaiting the martial king's command to once again feast on the blood of traitors. No, you cannot kill us. I harbor no resentment. I am not a rebel. We are all subjects of the Great Yu. You cannot. Execute. With a command, the sound of steel rang out as heads fell to the ground once more. The literary alliance grew ever more silent. The celestial beings had perished, the members of the 3 great academies had died, and the lively scholars of the various academies were also lost. They were all dead. You stand up. Amidst the swirling blood mist, Chen casually pointed to a young scholar. The individual jolted, trembling, and immediately rose with trepidation. Did you hear clearly what I just said? Yes, I heard clearly. His Highness the King Wu intends to dissolve the literary alliance. Henceforth, all universities shall be directly governed by the imperial court. Speak louder, I cannot hear. The pallid face of the speaker flushed crimson, and with all his might he proclaimed, His Highness the King Wu shall dissolve the literary alliance, and from now on, all universities will fall under the jurisdiction of the court. The resonance of jurisdiction trembled deeply within the hearts of all present. The king then directed his gaze towards the others. Did you hear clearly? The remaining individuals hastily strained their voices, desperately shouting at the top of their lungs. We heard clearly. The voices of countless scholars from the literary alliance echoed across the vast plain, converging like mighty rivers. They surged and rippled, spreading far and wide, reaching the ears of every wandering soul drawn by curiosity. Excellent. It seems there is no need for me to reiterate. Casting a final glance at the now-defunct literary alliance, I observed the terrified scholars. Chen turned to depart, his ceremonial dragon robe fluttering gracefully in the breeze, becoming a breathtaking sight for all to behold. Return to the palace. Yes. Amidst the adoration of the multitude, as if witnessing divinity, Chen ascended the carriage. Just as he was about to leave, a thought struck him. He turned back. Regarding the results of this inspection, I am most dissatisfied. Although the scar of the Han High Academy has vanished. At this point, Chen waved his hand, effortlessly drawing a blade from the waist of a nearby soldier. In the next moment, a thunderous roar erupted. With a single stroke, a divine sword cleaved through the chaos, descending from the heavens. The ethereal sword energy spanned across Chuanzhou and Yongzhou. Whoosh! The air crackled with pressure, and a deep fissure, seemingly endless, suddenly bisected the 2 great states, stretching for thousands of miles. All present felt their pupils constrict, their mouths agape in astonishment. This is astounding. The blade returned to its sheath. This line, I hope you will remember it well, as a constant source of motivation. With that, Chen's carriage began to move back in the direction from which it came. In the wake of this astonishing feat, everyone remained in shock, struggling to comprehend the monumental event that had just transpired. After a long pause, they finally came to their senses. Hiss! Meanwhile, within the ranks, the soldier from whom Chen had borrowed the sword was left in a daze, disoriented as if his soul had departed his body, unable to distinguish reality from illusion. It was only when someone reached for his sword that he jolted awake, forcefully swatting away the hands that sought his possession. He clutched the precious sword to his chest, vigilant against the intentions of his comrades, vowing to protect his family heirloom at all costs. From this day forth, this sword shall be his ancestral treasure. Even if he were to become a commander, he would not part with it. This is glory, supreme glory. He shall pass it down through generations. When he grows old, he will take his descendants to stand before the sword scar that spans 2 states, recounting the tale. In those days, the holy martial king used this very sword to cleave asunder Chuanzhou and Yongzhou, leaving the most profound imprint on the world of scholars. This sword was wielded by none other than King Wu himself. The other comrades, upon witnessing this, could not help but grimace in regret. How they wished they had stood a little closer. Perhaps King Wu would have lent it to them in passing. Alas, the soldiers were consumed by envy and resentment. Meanwhile, the assembled scholars gazed in a trance at the unfathomable sword mark before them. In their minds, the colossal visage that overshadowed the heavens resurfaced vividly. Beads of cold sweat trickled down their foreheads, dampening their garments. Chapter 62. The Demon Sect, Deities of the Mortal Realm in the Imperial Court of Daiyu. Within the floating world palace, the aged emperor was engaged in discussions with various princes and ministers regarding recent adjustments. My sons, how goes the examination of our secret treasury? Have any leads emerged regarding the ancestral clues to defeat our enemies? In response to the emperor, one prince replied, we have uncovered some hints. In the treasury, if one employs the technique of Qin Tian Bui, certain locations will exhibit vague reactions. The more advanced the cultivation, the stronger the response. Perhaps this is the guidance left for us by our ancestors. Just then, A voice rang out urgently from outside. The tone suggested the arrival of momentous news. Everyone turned their attention, for it was exceedingly rare to hear such news at this critical juncture. Report. His Highness King Wu has achieved great success in his eastern expedition. The rebels of the Literary Alliance have all been suppressed by His Highness with the might of a terrestrial immortal, while the celestial beings of the vast sea and the mysterious deities of the peaceful teach have perished. The three main academies that orchestrated the rebellion have all been publicly executed. The core supporters from the Tianyue Academy, Wanyue Academy, and the three major institutions have been eliminated. The Literary Alliance is hereby dissolved and will henceforth be directly governed by our Daiyu Imperial Court. The messenger delivered the news of the Eastern expedition swiftly and succinctly. Upon finishing, the floating world palace fell into an eerie silence, as if an invisible button had been pressed to halt all activity. Everyone was dumbfounded. The emperor, the princes, the ministers, even the officials from the Luo family were taken aback. The terms terrestrial immortal, celestial beings of the vast sea, mysterious deities of the peaceful teach, and rebels of the Literary Alliance were all familiar to them. Yet, when woven together, they formed a tapestry of bewilderment. After a long pause, the emperor, with his dragon-like eyes slightly widened, asked, "What did you just say? The fifth prince is a terrestrial immortal? What transpired during this eastern expedition? Speak the truth at once. Your Majesty, the events originated from." The messenger swiftly and thoroughly recounted the significant occurrences within the Literary Alliance. Upon hearing this, the courtiers were astonished. All their mouths gaped wide, unable to close for an extended moment. This is unprecedented? A terrestrial immortal annihilated two celestial beings? Chen, madness, madness. The realm of terrestrial immortals is revered as the pinnacle of humanity. Since the last terrestrial immortal, Lu Xingxi, emerged 3 millennia ago, Daiyu has not seen another individual reach such divine heights. The tribulations and challenges faced in this endeavor are beyond comprehension. At merely 20 years of age, Chen has already ascended to the status of an earthly immortal. This is madness. The world has truly gone insane. A tempest of turmoil surged within the hearts of the courtiers. The aged emperor upon the dragon throne remained silent for an extended period, until the stillness of the Fushur Hall was broken by a resounding exclamation, "Excellent, excellent indeed." In the land of Jingzhou, situated at the borders of Daiyu, an unusual master-disciple duo arrived in Jingzhou City. The master, a towering figure clad in a loose beast skin garment, with disheveled hair, exuded an aura of primal wildness. In stark contrast, his disciple appeared immaculate, resembling a frail scholar. They gazed upon the imperial edict displayed upon the city walls, while the sounds of admiration and astonishment wafted to their ears. The master clenched his teeth in indignation, exclaiming, "How utterly preposterous! They truly take us for fools." With a flick of his broad sleeves fashioned from beast skin, he stormed toward the outskirts of Jingzhou City, his clean and pristine disciple trailing closely behind. The master continued to mutter vehemently, "This is an affront beyond measure. Since the era of the Zhaoxian emperor, my demonic sect has distanced itself from the land of Daiyu and has lived in seclusion beyond its borders. Where do these claims of a formidable figure from the demonic path invading the imperial city originate? I am utterly unaware of any such person within my sect. They presume that because we reside beyond the borders, we are ignorant of the truth and thus dare to cast aspersions upon us. The notorious reputation of my sect is solely the result of these lowly miscreants. I have just concluded my meditation, achieving great mastery. And now I am confronted with this nonsense? Let us go. I shall seek justice in the imperial city and discover how the Zhaoxian emperor has raised such a scoundrel as his son, and how that scoundrel has produced a son of celestial lineage." As the disheveled, beast skin-clad man voiced his grievances, the raucous crowd nearby caught his attention. Indeed, this could not be false. Fresh news from Chuanzhou revealed that a renowned master of the martial arts, riding upon a blood-cloud steed, had traversed the entire length of the sword scar, taking the better part of a day to journey from the starting point to the end. That steed, a rare breed with the bloodline of ancient beasts, required a full day of vigorous effort to cover the distance of the sword scar. One can only imagine its length. It was said to stretch across the entirety of Chuanzhou and Yongzhou, and such a claim is no exaggeration. And this was merely a casual strike from the martial king. Was it truly just a casual strike? Would I mislead you? The border forces of Yongzhou are aware, you see. The sword used by the martial king to carve the scar from Chuanzhou to Yongzhou was simply a common sword borrowed at whim from a soldier of the border forces. Many soldiers now lament why they did not stay closer to the martial king at that moment. Otherwise, that sword might have been theirs. Moreover, the most astonishing aspect is that the martial prince's strike, which spanned 2 vast provinces, did not injure a single soul. Such terrifying control has reached an unbelievable level. Upon hearing this vivid account, many in the crowd gasped in astonishment. Hiss! A single sword strike extending thousands of miles. Its energy slicing through 2 provinces without harming a single person. Could the legendary earthly immortal truly possess such terrifying prowess? The terrestrial immortal, a being who has reached the pinnacle of martial arts, far surpassing the celestial beings of the martial realm, is revered as a deity among mortals. For such a divine entity, parting the 2 vast continents would be as effortless as flipping one's hand. Presently, numerous sword masters from various states have embarked under the cover of night towards the location marked by the sword scars, remnants left by the divine. If fortune smiles upon them, and they can glean insights from these traces, the benefits would be immeasurable. With such a god among us, how could the Taiping sect dare to harbor rebellious thoughts? Such aspirations are but folly. The Liu family is indeed destined by fate. In times of peril, there are always those who rise to uphold the balance. Heaven bless our Great Yu. Upon hearing such words, the scholarly apprentice quietly inquired, Master, shall we proceed? The middle-aged man clad in animal skins silently shifted his direction, contemplating. It is possible that our demonic sect has indeed sent someone to create a commotion in the imperial city. But master, that would not be just, the apprentice remarked. Precisely. My skills still harbor certain flaws, and I must return to continue my seclusion and refinement. The disciple pouted, then why return at all? At this, the master glanced back towards the imperial city's direction, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. He gently ruffled his disciple's hair, to save the world. Save the world? You will understand when you too become a master. Now let us be off. Chapter 63. Zhenyang, returned to the palace at Zhenyang Academy. The resounding voice of the Zhenyang celestial being came to a halt. He turned his gaze towards the academy's exterior. The scholars within the academy followed his gaze, yet saw nothing. The Lord has arrived, he announced, extending a finger. Streams of literary energy transformed into a radiant bridge extending from the pinnacle of Zhenyang Academy to the foot of the mountain. Before long, a scholar clad in white stepped onto the radiant bridge. Upon seeing the Zhenyang celestial being, the white-clad scholar promptly reported, Lord, the literary alliance has disbanded. It was scattered by the martial king Lu Chen, who single-handedly defeated them. The celestial being of the vast sea and his conspirators perished on the spot. Not a single one of the rebellious elements from the 3 major academies and Wanyue Academy survived. At this revelation, the members of Zhenyang Academy were momentarily stunned, followed swiftly by a wave of profound relief. Thankfully, their Zhenyang celestial being had maintained his integrity and moral fiber, refusing to consort with the hypocrites of the literary alliance. Otherwise, they too would have faced ruin. Soon after, curiosity surged within them. How had martial king Lu Chen managed to dismantle the literary alliance all by himself? What remarkable abilities did he possess? How had he achieved this? Was it perhaps through the power of military formations, laying down arrays? Within the academy, questions erupted one after another. Meanwhile, the Zhenyang celestial being, with a tranquil expression, turned to the next page of the scripture in his hand. He appeared wholly unperturbed by the outcome, as though he had anticipated it all along. It is indeed the terrestrial immortal, he mused. However, upon hearing the phrase terrestrial immortal, his hand hesitated briefly. He closed the scripture before him. In that case, let us conclude today's discourse here. With the competition of the 3 major academies removed, I trust you will ascend without my guidance. Now be on your way. The crowd, caught between amusement and bewilderment, promptly took their leave. Once the esteemed scholars of the academy had departed, the celestial being of Zhenyang glanced at the location of the imperial city of Dayu, stroked his grizzled beard, and sighed, Zhaoxian, you have not only birthed a remarkable son, but also a splendid grandson. As he spoke, a smile graced his features. He turned and entered his secluded chamber within the main hall of the academy. Beside the writing desk in the chamber hung a long scroll. Within the scroll, a blazing sun and a slender crescent moon hung high, illuminating the heavens. An emperor, adorned in a dragon robe, stood beneath the celestial bodies, conversing and laughing while commanding the mountains and rivers with a mere gesture. Approaching the scroll, Zhenyang ignited 3 incense sticks as an offering. Master Chengde, may your spirit rest in peace. Your descendants have not faltered. They are each exceptional. No sooner had he spoken than the imperial visage within the scroll transformed into an abyss of impenetrable darkness. A pair of inky black eyes emerged from the depths of the scroll, causing it to tremble violently. Observing this, Zhenyang calmly summoned his righteous aura. Manifesting as a resplendent sun, radiating brilliance, it eternally pacified the land. He inscribed a character imbued with the essence of righteousness, Zhen. As the character materialized, the dark eyes within the scroll cast a lingering glance at Zhenyang before sinking back into the void. The scroll resumed its depiction of the emperor. Zhenyang placed the 3 incense sticks into the incense burner before the scroll. Do not rush. I have but a little over a century to live. Patience is key. In the imperial city, as Lu Chen's entourage entered, a wave of excitement surged forth. The citizens of the city lined the streets, old and young, men and women, gazing at Lu Chen's carriage with reverence, as if witnessing a divine presence. As the carriage passed through the city gates, a chorus erupted in the air. Welcome back, His Highness, the Martial King. Congratulations, Martial King. Hail to the Martial King, a terrestrial deity. His Highness, the Martial King, is invincible in the realm. The citizens of the imperial city displayed fervent enthusiasm, their eyes ablaze with passion. Lu Chen lifted the carriage curtain, taking in the fervent adoration of the populace. A wave of vibrant flames ignited among the citizens, radiating brilliant light. It kindled the faith of the masses, embodying hope, aspirations, and the name of Daiyu. He nodded towards the people of the imperial city before drawing the curtain closed and proceeding into the palace. My goodness, did His Highness the Martial King just nod at me? Nonsense, he was clearly nodding at me. At the palace, upon sighting Lu Chen's carriage, the guards promptly saluted, welcoming His Highness the Martial King back from his eastern tour. His Majesty and the court officials have awaited your return for quite some time. The Emperor, upon hearing of the frontline victory, has been waiting for you at the Floating World Pavilion, eager to bestow upon you great honors. The captain of the guard spoke with a trembling body, his words filled with excitement. Heaven has bestowed its grace. This Martial King before us is a terrestrial deity. He is revered as a god among men, akin to the legendary Emperor Gingshi, Lu Xingxi, capable of single-handedly suppressing an entire dynasty. Conversing with King Wu in the present day, how will the annals of history, 3 millennia hence, recount this moment? Will it record? King Wu embarked on an eastern tour, greeted by the commander of the Imperial Guards, who led his steed to the Hall of Floating Worlds. Might I also be remembered in the annals of history? Contemplating this, the commander of the Imperial Guards felt a surge of excitement. With a sudden jolt, he approached the chariot, grasped the reins, and said, Young General, please rest. I shall take the horse. He then seemed to ascend to the pinnacle of his life, exclaiming, Your Highness, please follow me. The guards nearby regarded him with envious eyes, wishing they could lead the horse as well. Under the watchful gaze of the Imperial Guards, the commander strode proudly, leading the horse to the Hall of Floating Worlds. Inside, the aged emperor and his ministers had been waiting for some time. The eunuch's piercing voice echoed, Your Majesty, Your Majesty, His Royal Highness, King Wu, has arrived. The drowsy old emperor instantly perked up. My son has returned? You miserable servant. Why do you not announce his arrival at once? Do you wish for my son to suffer in the carriage? Yes, I shall obey, came the reply. Announce His Royal Highness, Lu Chen, to the court. Outside the Hall of Floating Worlds, Lu Chen's figure emerged. Son pays his respects to father. The old emperor waved his hands repeatedly. Oh, no need for such formalities. Rise. My son, you have just quelled the rebellion, vanquishing 2 formidable foes and countless traitors of the Taiping sect. Surely, you must be exhausted. Thank you, father. Lu Chen replied as he stood up, walking towards his place amidst the incredulous gazes of the civil and military officials and his royal siblings. A multitude of eyes seemed to fix upon him, circling like a hawk. The old emperor upon the dragon throne was no exception. He scrutinized Lu Chen from side to side, up and down, before uttering a remark laden with significance. My son has truly concealed matters from me most artfully. Chapter 64. The Emperor's Revelation. Lu Chen cast a glance at the old emperor. He had hidden nothing. The emperor had not inquired. Moreover, when it comes to concealment, who could surpass this master of shadows? Forgive me, father. The previous enemies were insignificant, thus I refrained from employing such tactics. Upon hearing this, many present felt their skin prickle. Did he truly say such a thing? In the emperor's eyes, only an entire alliance of scholars and the ambush of the Taiping sect as celestial beings warranted the display of his divine prowess? Oh, it is indeed the presence of this earthly deity. Had another taken his place, they would surely have perished amidst the formidable array of the alliance and the ambush. The court officials observed Lu Chen, who had just returned victorious, yet remained unfazed, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. They glanced at their peers, among them, who could claim to be anything but a so-called genius, who had not once reveled in youthful exuberance and carefree abandon. Yet, now they beheld the reality. Compared to this invincible King Wu, their so-called genius was merely the threshold to his greatness. The other princes regarded Lu Chen with a mixture of complexity and silently sighed. He was akin to a celestial being, a divine figure capable of holding a nation in his grasp. Should he not ascend the throne, others, even if they were to take the seat, would find it an uneasy perch. Observing the emperor's unwavering intent to await his return, it is likely that the position of heir apparent will be firmly established in this assembly. Nevertheless, this development may not be unwelcome. The crown prince, Lu Yun, suddenly felt a sense of relaxation, as if some inner burden had been lifted. He glanced at his royal brothers, reassured that they could each enjoy their carefree lives, free from treacherous thoughts that could lead to conflict. The chaos instigated by the rebellious Taiping sect and the Night Clan would soon dissipate under the firm hand of the fifth brother. This is indeed a fortuitous circumstance for the Great Yu. They ought to feel grateful. The third prince, Lu Lang, caught the gaze of Lu Yun and acknowledged it with a nod. He then turned to Lu Chen, offering a smile, yet refraining from further words, embodying the decorum of a gentleman whose friendship is as unpretentious as water. As for the sixth prince, Lu Huan, his support for his brother's ascension to the throne was unequivocal. The old emperor keenly observed the demeanor of his sons, erupting into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ah, what a trivial matter. My son is indeed unparalleled in the realm. With my son here, the foundations of the Great Yu shall remain unshakable." How absurd for the mere rebels and Night Clan to dream of overthrowing the illustrious legacy of our Great Yu. Ha ha. That insignificant Lu Yu dares to claim that our guardian spirit can no longer protect us? He surveyed the assembly, gesturing towards the brilliant sun outside. Look, how radiant it shines. It represents our Great Yu. Our Great Yu shall forever be the sun of this world, the guardian spirit of mankind. How can lowly, disreputable entities hope to contend with the glory of our Great Yu? This is, indeed, the mandate of heaven. The emperor's words were filled with fervor. The courtiers quickly echoed, "Congratulations, your majesty. Congratulations, Prince Wu. Long live your majesty. Long live the Great Yu." The hall echoed once again with the emperor's robust and uninhibited laughter, which eventually subsided. As the laughter faded, a palpable tension filled the room. The attendees understood that the pivotal moment of the assembly was approaching, which was precisely why the emperor had retained them until now. The long-anticipated decision regarding the heir apparent would soon reach its conclusion. This might be the swiftest determination of the heir since the founding of the Great Yu. Amidst the expectant gazes, the emperor declared, "My sons are present." His eyes settled upon Lu Chen, scrutinizing him intently. A flicker of uncertainty danced in his gaze, and after a prolonged pause following the mention of the fifth, he finally spoke. "After your recent tour to suppress the rebels, you must be weary. At present, you are the cornerstone of our Great Yu. Do not overexert yourself. I have not considered this thoroughly. You should retire and rest. We shall discuss other matters on another occasion." "Your son obeys," Lu Chen replied. The emperor nodded. "Very well. Let this assembly conclude. As for the leads regarding the Night Clan, my sons and esteemed ministers, do not grow complacent." Dismissed. With a wave of his hand, the emperor cast one last glance at Lu Chen before departing the hall, leaving the ministers in a state of bewilderment. Their gazes met, laden with unspoken words. "What troubles your majesty? Has the emperor once again succumbed to his old folly?" The ministers and princes of the court stood frozen, struggling to comprehend the situation. "Surely, your intention in awaiting Lu Chen's return is to declare him the crown prince? At the very least, some symbolic rewards should be bestowed, no? Yet you choose to remain silent and allow him to retreat for rest. He is a deity among men. Do you not understand? Does he truly require your mere moments of respite? Moreover, with his formidable prowess, which unseeing prince would dare to contest him? Ask the brothers of Lu Xingxi if they would dare to act against him. This display of yours is entirely unnecessary. They genuinely do not comprehend. It truly reflects the saying, the heart of a ruler is inscrutable." The officials from the Luo family promptly arrived at Lu Chen's side. "Your Highness need not take offense. The emperor likely dreads causing you distress, which is why he has delayed. Indeed, with your Highness's celestial strength, who could possibly dissent? We need only to await a few more days." Lu Chen paid little heed. The glance the old emperor cast upon departing was unmistakable. The resonant power of the clear sky and bright sun was no longer concealed. He was ready to lay his cards on the table. All that was left was to wait. Outside the palace, a carriage, heavily guarded, exited the royal gates, making its way to the fortified Onping residence within the inner city. Adjacent to the palace, inside Onping residence, the leader of the Luo family guards entered the courtyard and beheld a striking figure seated on a stone bench, furrowed brows deep in contemplation over her artistic endeavors. He paused, his expression somewhat peculiar. No matter how many times he gazed upon her, he felt as though he were looking at a mirror image of his own lord. Both were immersed in tranquility, reading, sipping tea, and honing their skills. Yet, the distinction lay in the fact that his lord pursued martial arts, while she engaged in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Miss Chen, the imperial concubine has arrived. The imperial concubine? Chen Shi hastily rose, concealing her unfinished painting, adjusting her attire, and proceeded to the front entrance of Onping residence. The carriage of the imperial concubine approached slowly. A beautiful woman clad in shimmering robes appeared before Chen Shi. Commoner Chen Shi pays her respects to your highness. The imperial concubine. Chapter 65. A father-son heart-to-heart. The royal legend. The esteemed imperial concubine Mu Jintang seized Chen Shi's hand. Are you Chen Shi? Indeed. You live up to your name, not disappointing the title of the most beautiful in Jiangnan. Even I, upon seeing you, find myself increasingly enchanted. Chen Shi hurriedly responded. Your highness, you flatter me. Compared to your unparalleled grace, my mere reputation pales in significance. Mu Jintang gently caressed Chen Shi's cheek, smiling. Oh, what sweet words you have. Come, let us speak inside. I have much to discuss with you. Very well, Chen Shi replied, eager to listen. Mu Jintang took Chen Shi's hand and led her into Onping residence. Observing this, the leader of the Luo family guards felt a jolt. If memory served him correctly, this was the first meeting between the imperial concubine and Chen Shi, was it not? Upon our first encounter, why this intimate gesture of clasping hands? Such demeanor seems rather peculiar. Could it be that the leader is pondering something? Mu Jintang has already escorted Chen Shi, under the vigilant guard of layers of protectors, into the quaint courtyard. The two took their seats across from one another. Little Shi, please, sit down. As a commoner, I have no concerns, once I enter the palace. Such opportunities will abound, Mu Jintang encouraged. At these words, Chen Shi paused, seemingly grasping the underlying significance. However, the noble consort has two sons. Which son could she be here for? Contemplating this, Chen Shi's mind swiftly conjured the image of a figure as cold and pure as the snow of Tian Shan, fleeting as the wind. Yes, it is Lady Xia. Chen Shi adjusted her skirt and gracefully settled down. Observing this, Mu Jintang felt increasingly pleased. How have you found your time in the imperial city thus far? She inquired. Chen Shi replied, thank you for your concern, your highness. With the protection of the imperial guards and the Luo family's attendants, I have found myself enjoying some leisure time. My dwelling is well equipped with all necessities. That is good to hear, Mu Jintang remarked, glancing around. I trust that many have sought you out during these days. Chen Shi raised her gaze to Mu Jintang. By chance, I performed a particular piece, which indeed garnered the attention of numerous dignitaries. Alas, even if I wish to teach it, once the score is in another's hands, it seems to lose its essence. Mu Jintang chuckled, her laughter as delightful as blossoms swaying in the breeze. I did not come merely for that piece. I am here to see which princes have paid you a visit. After all, throughout history, heroes have been captivated by beauty. A captivating figure such as yourself would undoubtedly catch their eye. Who among them could possibly resist? With the unmatched beauty of Jiangnan's foremost enchantress, combined with that singular melody, which member of the royal family would not harbor special sentiments towards her? To befriend her, or even to possess her, would mean acquiring an invincible weapon against the nightmarish clan. In this critical juncture of the princes vying for succession, who would not regard her presence with importance? It merely reflects the difference between those who act within their means and those who do not. Chen Shi offered a gentle smile, responding, all the major princes have sent someone to visit, except for the fifth prince. Mu Jintang hesitated for a moment. He is quite busy with state affairs. As you know, being the martial prodigy of the Lu family, the weight of the nation rests upon his shoulders, leaving him less time than the other princes. Chen Shi smiled sweetly, realizing that this esteemed consort had come to see which son she was interested in. Someone like the prince, a man of great stature, burdened by the responsibilities of state and family, naturally has little time for romantic pursuits. Chen Shi understood this well. Mu Jintang beamed, recognizing Qinxi's sharp intellect, which saved her much explanation. Yesterday, I sent word to the Chen family in Ningzhou. They mentioned that everything has been prepared for you. As she released her grip on her skirt, Mu Jintang inquired with a smile. However, I do not wish to impose. It is best to consult the person involved. Little Shi, what do you think? Qinxi lowered her head. Your Highness and the elders shall decide for me. Your Highness. Your Highness. Suddenly, joyful exclamations echoed from outside Onping residence. Your Highness. The prince has returned victorious. He thwarted the alliance of culture, decisively vanquished the celestials of the vast sea and the celestials of the Taiping sect, and decreed the dissolution of the alliance of culture, leaving indelible marks of the sword in Quanzhou and Yongzhou. Now, the entire imperial city rejoices in the prince's achievements. Mu Jintang was overjoyed. As long as Qin'er returned safely, all was well. She cast another glance at Qinxi, saying, My dear Qinxi. Qinxi replied, There is no need for you to worry, Your Highness. You should go and see the prince. This eastern tour has been arduous. It would be wise to return and check on him. Thus, Mu Jintang boarded her carriage, bidding farewell to Qinxi, and promptly returned to the palace. Watching her depart, Qinxi returned to her small courtyard and resumed painting her unfinished artwork. Back in the Zhongxian palace, Lu Chen had just seated himself and opened the ancient tome of the Eye of Life and Death. An overwhelming force suddenly enveloped the entire palace. A blazing sun and a crescent moon quietly materialized, illuminating the sky over Zhongxian Palace, freezing time in that moment. The autumn breeze stilled, leaves suspended in midair, frozen in the shape of the gust. The tea pouring from the hands of the servant, Lan Yun, halted, with the water forming a crystalline column. Outside the palace, the silver-armored guards remained in a state of closed-eye stillness. Unbeknownst to them, just beyond Zhongxian Palace, the spectral figure of an aged emperor approached with steady, powerful strides, passing by the silver-armored guards and locking eyes with Lu Chen in the pavilion. It was none other than the old emperor. Upon seeing the old emperor, Lu Chen took the tea from Lan Yun's hands and personally poured 2 cups. The father and son sat in the pavilion, each cradling their cups of tea, gazing into the stillness of time and space. Neither spoke first. When 1 cup was emptied, and Lu Chen poured 2 more, the old emperor finally spoke. When you first returned, I indeed intended to name you the crown prince, fulfilling my duty as a sovereign to ensure the legacy and laws of our nation. Yet, as a father, I may have been somewhat selfish. This selfishness does not pertain to the other princes, but rather to you, Lu Chen. He continued, in our lineage, emperors of the Lu family are often short-lived. The higher the cultivation, the shorter the life. Historical records indicate that Emperor Chengde reigned for 57 years before retreating from the throne, becoming the retired emperor and ultimately transcending as a terrestrial immortal, thereafter vanishing from the mortal realm. However, in truth, Emperor Chengde only lived 57 years after ascending the throne. Furthermore, our legendary emperor, Emperor Gengshi, and our ancestor, Shengxi, are recorded to have reigned for 48 years before relinquishing their earthly ties to seek the path of immortality, ultimately ascending to the celestial realm in their 98th year. Yet, in reality, Emperor Gengshi, a divine figure of his time, also lived merely 48 years after his ascension. Chapter 66. The theory of the Earth's core. Take me, for instance. My time approaches as well. The old emperor gazed at the sun and moon above, murmuring, This year marks the 26th since my ascension. Perhaps it is 26 years. Perhaps 27. Since I took the throne, my lifespan has dwindled to this extent. Your grandmother was right. Our Lu family is indeed cursed with misfortune. The emperors of the Lu family are particularly so. Generation after generation, they have devoted their lives for the sake of humankind and for the grand nation of Daiyu. Thus, I find myself hesitating in my position as the crown prince. The old emperor turned to Lu Chen and remarked, You are truly exceptional. So remarkable that no one in the illustrious history of the Lu family can compare to you. At merely 20 years of age, you are akin to a celestial being, a born martial sage. Your future is resplendent, filled with the potential to seek immortality, to explore the boundless possibilities of freedom. Just like the Emperor Gengshi of yore, he could have chosen not to step forward, to chase after the ancient deities, seeking loftier vistas, leaving behind a legacy of his own, instead of burning his life away as a guardian of humankind. The old emperor lowered his head, idly toying with the teacup in his hands. As a father, I should not, and cannot selfishly impose the responsibilities of the Daiyu emperor upon you. You have far better choices. Lu Chen tilted his head slightly to glance at the old emperor. As your son, I have been nourished by the Lu family and trained in its martial arts. Without the Daiyu Lu family, there would be no present for me. Father, simply inform me of the individuals, time, and place. That which you cannot resolve, I shall handle for you." The old emperor chuckled. "Ha ha ha, such ambition. Truly, you are the earthly deity of our Lu family. Upon reflection, I suspect you sense my concealed prowess during the tea gathering and have been observing everything in the shadows. Haven to you? The assassination plot at the martial arts tea gathering and the nightmare that befell the imperial city, you know they were orchestrated by me? You, my son, are quite ungracious." Lu Chen refilled the old emperor's teacup. "I merely wished to see what great fish you were angling for. Worthy of a martial celestial like yourself to have masqueraded as a dim-witted ruler for so long." The old emperor fell silent for a moment, lifting his teacup several times before ultimately setting it down. With a deep sigh, he mused, "Once, I too aspired to be a wise ruler, to personally change this world for the betterment of the people. Yet, I eventually realized that to avoid being a foolish monarch, one might end up facing a fate akin to your grandfather's. Your grandfather was simply too ostentatious, underestimating the resurgence of the Nightmare clan. By the time he discerned their presence, the Nightmare clan had already infiltrated the realm, amassing considerable power. His failure to master the 8th layer of the celestial clarity technique cost Daiyu dearly. Were it not for your grandmother's reputation and cunning to stabilize the court and secure our dynasty, the situation would likely be far worse than it is now." The old emperor finished his tea in one gulp, adding, "At that time, I had yet to achieve my breakthrough. Had I pursued the Nightmare clan like your grandfather, it would have been impossible. I could only feign ignorance, conceal my true self, and lead them to believe that everything was under control, thus lowering their guard and granting Daiyu more time." However, he placed the teacup down, his already frail form appearing even more feeble. "This time, the world does not stand with us, the human race." He gestured towards a direction, that of the Daiyu border, the region of Jingzhou. "The core of Jingzhou has reached a point of exhaustion. It can no longer sustain itself." Before Lu Chen could inquire further, the old emperor elaborated. "The origins of the core remain shrouded in mystery, though it is known to be linked to my Great Yu's founding emperor, Lu Xinghe. It has existed since the end of ancient times and has been passed down through the generations. Each of the 36 provinces of Great Yu possesses a core that condenses the essence of the land's veins, safeguarding its tranquility while repelling the incursions of the nightmarish clan, preventing their descent into the mortal realm. To this day, these cores have protected Great Yu for nearly 10 millennia. Throughout this time, the nightmarish clan has relentlessly assaulted the cores, employing various means to deplete their power." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen recalled the recent incident involving the soul fire. The soul fire, the old emperor nodded. Indeed, that self-destructive method of consuming the core is undoubtedly the handiwork of the nightmarish clan. They have gone to great lengths to diminish the strength of our cores, employing every conceivable tactic. Some of their methods are so insidious that one hardly perceives their involvement, rendering us defenseless. Take, for instance, the Tianfeng emperor of Ur. He fell victim to the nightmarish clan schemes, resulting in a grievous blow to the Jingzhou core, throwing Great Yu into disarray. To avert further deterioration of the Jingzhou core and maintain stability, it was ultimately the first emperor who sacrificed his own life to replenish its strength, restoring balance to the situation. At this point, the old emperor cast a profound glance at Lu Chen, and that is the reason for the brevity of life among the emperors of our Lu family. Only the bloodline of our imperial lineage can replenish the core's vitality. Each generation has borne this burden. Lu Chen understood, glancing at the old emperor's gray hair. "No wonder you have aged so considerably." The old emperor shook his head. "If this mere aging could ensure the enduring peace of Great Yu, it would indeed be worth it. Alas, the Jingzhou core has reached an irretrievable state. Even the sacrifice of countless members of the Lu family can no longer extend its life. The grievous wound inflicted 3 millennia ago can no longer be suppressed. The weakening of our daytime suppression over the nightmares heralds the impending demise of the core. Soon, the mortal realm shall become a purgatory, especially around Jingzhou. In the future, a chaotic world of demons will ensue, where humans and nightmares coexist, struggle, and fight against one another. This will become the norm. Therefore, I must take action preemptively. I intend to abandon it, using the Jingzhou core as bait to incite an all-out war between our human race and the nightmarish clan." The old emperor stood with hands clasped behind his back, exuding an imperial aura. This decision may contradict ancestral laws, but the current era is not that of the first emperor 3 millennia ago. The decline of the core is inevitable. Strictly prohibiting any traces of the nightmarish clan will only deprive humanity of the means and courage to confront them in the future. Over time, how shall we face the impending racial conflict? Times have changed. Stagnation breeds failure. Thus, I have been guiding you to engage with the nightmares gradually, with a view to expanding this knowledge to the citizens of Great Yu. Chapter 67. The Ming Emperor's Melody, Valley of Wolves. This was my initial thought. Since it was the beginning, it is only natural that subsequent events unfolded differently. As anticipated, it appears that Lu Chen's thoughts were indeed correct. The emergence of Chen Shi, or rather the appearance of the Ming Huang Chu, was beyond your original design. The old emperor nodded in approval. The insight of the Lu Di Shenxian realm is truly remarkable. Indeed, the manifestation of the Ming Huang Chu was not part of my plans. Its arrival has, in fact, thrown my original intentions into disarray. Not only did it expose the presence of the unwanted figure, Pai Yin, to the public eye, but it also heightened the vigilance of the Taiping sect, leading to their swift suspicions regarding me. The old emperor let out a gentle sigh. I had no choice but to thrust you into the limelight of the Great Yu, hastening the arrangements I had initially intended for a later time. However, this is not the crux of the matter. The rules of the mortal realm are becoming increasingly tenuous, and the revelation of the Yin is merely a matter of time. The emergence of the Ming Huang Chu at this juncture may even present an opportunity. What truly caught me off guard was you, my fifth son. You are the greatest surprise. For every step you take seems to elude my expectations. Do you recall the whispers in the palace suggesting that I feared you would become another Lu Xingxi? You are remarkably gifted. At merely 20 years of age, you have already attained the status of a martial arts master. Such talent inevitably attracts envy, leading to unnecessary troubles for you. Thus, I intentionally allowed others to believe I was wary of you, hoping to divert their attention and grant you more time to focus on your cultivation and growth. Yet, at the martial arts tea gathering, you unveiled the prowess of the Qing Tian Shenyan. With your mastery of the Qing Tian Shenyan, none can rival you unless a celestial being emerges. To keep you hidden any longer would only limit your exposure and place you in a passive position in the future. Hence, I granted you command over the imperial city's military, once again guiding you towards the secrets of the Yin clan. Yet, the unexpected appearance of the Ming Huang Chu ensued. Following that, the attack on the imperial city and your display of power within the literary alliance only compounded the unpredictability of your path. After expressing his thoughts, the old emperor returned to the subject at hand. And what of the Ming Huang Chu? Does it pose a problem? The old emperor shook his head. I cannot articulate it clearly. I have merely unearthed some clues regarding the Ming Huang Chu from the fragmented legacies left by our ancestors. It is said that the Ming Huang Chu embodies the essence of righteousness in the world, possessing the power to counter all malevolence and darkness. It is an incarnation of the world's fundamental laws. As for the origins of these laws, it is akin to questioning why the bloodline of the Lu family can replenish the earth's core, or why the Qing Tian Shun Yin is capable of restraining the Yin clan. Beyond our respective progenitors, no one knows. Furthermore, the lineage that inherits the Ming Huang Chu, in a certain sense, is inherently opposed to the Yin clan, akin to our Lu family, representing the purest essence of humanity. Regrettably, this lineage was annihilated by the Yin clan in ancient times, leading to the destruction of their legacy. Even within the Yin clan, it is believed that the Ming Huang Chu has been completely lost, leaving our Great Yu Lu family as its last remaining nemesis. Yet now, this unparalleled skill, long vanished since ancient times, has resurfaced once more, and it appears, by a most fortuitous coincidence, at such a pivotal moment. The old emperor cast another glance at Lu Chen and said, "And you, my son, have become the most prodigious heir of the Lu family, mastering the Azure Sky Divine Flame, coincidentally born in this era. With both the Azure Sky Divine Flame and the illustrious Ming Emperor's melody converging, we find ourselves in a moment of profound significance. At times, I cannot help but ponder whether this is the design of fate itself. In the era when the nightmarish clan is at its zenith and humanity is at its nadir, hope is once again bestowed upon our kind." Before Lu Chen could respond, the old emperor continued, "I yearn to believe this. Yet, some matters are not to be taken lightly. At such a critical juncture, it is wise to proceed with utmost caution. As I previously mentioned, the nightmarish clan will employ every conceivable means to weaken the core, utilizing tactics so insidious that even you might not suspect their origin. Thus, when you inquire about her, I must shake my head. My time is limited. This dilemma, you must resolve for yourself. Perhaps only someone of your celestial stature can discern the true nature of the Ming Emperor's melody. If there are no issues, then we shall rejoice, for she will be your greatest ally. The Lu bloodline, in conjunction with the Ming Emperor's melody, might yet possess the power to reshape the world, even if humanity is cast into hellish realms. Lu Chen nodded and broached the subject of the old emperor's Jingzhou plan. How do you intend to ignite Jingzhou? The old emperor did not respond directly, instead turning to Lu Chen, affirming once more, Fifth, are you truly prepared to bear the weight of Diyu? You comprehend the gravity of my words. This burden is heavier than you can imagine. The might of the nightmarish clan surpasses your expectations. I must impart further grim tidings. You must understand. Even the legendary divine emperor of the past ultimately perished in the crucible of the core, rather than leading humanity in a counteroffensive against the nightmarish clan. This implies that within their ranks exist formidable beings that even the divine emperor could not contend with. Grim tidings? Is this not, in fact, a blessing? Lu Chen retorted. Let us hope that these so-called nightmarish strongmen can withstand the trials he shall impose upon them. Since that is the case, allow me to share some encouraging news. Lu Chen declared. While the world cannot perceive the depths of the nightmarish clan, how could they possibly grasp the entirety of my capabilities? The celestial beings regard me as a star, while the terrestrial immortals see me as the moon. Even should I bear the weight of the populace and uphold Diyu, I can still forge an era of unparalleled peace. With me, Diyu shall not falter. At that moment, the brilliance of the sun and moon intensified, elongating the silhouettes of father and son. The old emperor fell silent for a prolonged moment. I am growing old, he mused, a faint smile playing upon his lips. In all my years, I find that my son possesses a heart more ambitious than my own. Excellent. If you possess such spirit, then let us, as father and son, orchestrate a grand performance against the peaceful sect and the nightmarish clan, igniting Jingzhou and teaching them a lesson they shall not forget. In that instant, the old emperor's frail form seemed to regain a measure of its former vigor, as if he had returned to the spirited youth he once was. He turned and departed, leaving behind a solitary remark. At the next morning assembly, I shall proclaim you as the crown prince, granting you the authority to govern the realm under that title. As he reached the palace gates, a thought crossed his mind. Ah, the tome of the deathly eye. Never mind. You possess more resolve and insight than I. I merely caution you that the techniques cursed since ancient times are far from trivial. Particularly concerning the whereabouts of this tome, even I am unaware. It likely has leaked from the upper echelons of the Nightmare clan. Exercise greater vigilance. The celestial bodies in the sky began to fade. The stillness of time and space resumed its flow. The old emperor stepped forth, his figure vanishing without a trace. Outside the palace gates, the silver-armored guards, previously with their eyes closed, were now able to open them, blinking as they resumed their watch over the gates. Time passed swiftly, and soon half a day had elapsed. Beyond the borders of Diyu, in the land of the Wolf clan, the setting sun cast its glow over the Wolf Valley. The sunset in the Wolf Valley is renowned across the world as a breathtaking spectacle, beloved by many. At this moment, shadows draped in black robes observed the sun's descent, their eyes growing ever darker and colder. Thanks to Lu Chen, I haven't witnessed such a beautiful sunset in ages. Then you should cherish it. For this wretched thing shall soon be out of your sight. Let us hope so. Hope. Are you afraid of Lu Chen's appearance? Not fear. Merely a sense that perhaps fate indeed favors the Lu family, ensuring their lineage does not perish. Despite the current emperor's state, a figure like Lu Chen has emerged to turn the tide. This emperor is likely no ordinary individual. You ought not to underestimate him. Do you still wish to defend your foolish plan? You are correct. Your foolish plan has squandered countless precious resources of our peaceful sect. You are correct. Even our other plan. You are correct. Two strange flames ignited among the shadows clad in black, colliding and intensifying as they blazed. A powerful wave of energy began to surge, a tense atmosphere enveloping the scene, with conflict on the verge of eruption. Just then, a shadow descended from the heavens. Halting the imminent clash, he pressed down on the heads of the two. Do you two not comprehend my words? Chapter 68. The Rupture of Rules. A piercing, frigid gaze emanated from beneath the hood of the black robe, striking the two with the weight of icy dread. An unbearable chill enveloped them. The others present lowered their heads, unable to meet the gaze of this sudden, descending presence. I have stated countless times that internal discord is prohibited within our sect. Regardless of the grievances between you, before our singular enemy, the Lu family, you must endure. What? Are my words ineffective? Must the sect leader personally intervene to rectify your deplorable habits? As the hand pressed upon their heads, a thread of ominous black energy seeped forth. The powerful hands became as unyielding as granite, crushing their skulls to emit a series of ominous cracking sounds, threatening to distort them entirely. The expressions of the two men shifted drastically. Vice Master, please temper your wrath. We were merely caught in a moment of desperation, and would never dare to forget your teachings. A moment of desperation? The Vice Master, cloaked in darkness, cast a penetrating gaze upon the two. He released his grip, warning that next time, they would truly understand the meaning of desperation. Indeed, they replied, exhaling in relief as drops of blood trickled down from their heads. Thank you, Vice Master. The Vice Master flicked his cloak and positioned himself at the forefront of Wolf Valley, gazing at the setting sun on the horizon. Speak, Guardian Yun. How are the arrangements in Jingzhou City progressing? Guardian Yun was one of the two, who had suspected treachery from the Emperor and hastily initiated the plan to assault the Imperial City. In response to the Vice Master, all is in order in Jingzhou City. We await the opportune moment to breach the heart of Jingzhou and completely dismantle its blockade. But what? Yun hesitated. We had not anticipated the existence of Lu Chun. With his prowess as a land immortal, it may prove exceedingly difficult to ignite our plans in Jingzhou, particularly since this undertaking holds immense significance. Yet neither Jingzhou City nor the court, nor even the Heavenly Sword King and the Sword Howl Legion, are aware of our intentions. The operation has proceeded far too smoothly. I cannot shake this unsettling premonition. Upon hearing this, the other guardian, Wan, chuckled derisively. I believe you are overthinking it. They are currently preoccupied with the rebellion of the Literary Alliance and Lu Chen's cultivation. Their internal turmoil renders them oblivious to our movements. Your paranoia will hinder your ability to manage significant affairs within the sect. I am merely considering the greater plan and advocating for caution, Yin retorted. Rest assured, the Great Yu as not the Vice Master turned back to the two with a fleeting glance. They promptly lowered their heads, silenced. Observing them, the Vice Master calmly stated, Guardian 1 is correct. The purpose of our sect's existence is to overthrow the Great Yu and annihilate the core. Hesitation will lead to failure. Wan's expression brightened momentarily. But before he could speak, the Vice Master continued, Yet, Guardian Yun's concerns are not without merit. It is wise to consider all possibilities. Take, for instance, the Literary Alliance's ambush. Had the facts not been laid bare, who could have predicted that Lu Chun would be a land immortal, possessing the strength to cleave two vast territories with a single sword? Could you have imagined it? The Vice Master's gaze swept across the assembly, and they all shook their heads in unison. The existence of a land immortal had only been realized once in 3 millennia by Lu Xingxi, an unparalleled anomaly. Otherwise, the world would not bestow such a divine title upon this realm. They could not fathom the possibility of Lu Chun being a land immortal. A land immortal at the tender age of 20, this surpasses even Lu Xingxi, who would dare to entertain such thoughts. Thus, nothing is absolute. The Vice Sect Master gently patted the shoulder of the Cloud Guardian, advising that it is prudent to remain vigilant in all matters. The Cloud Guardian felt a sense of relief. It mattered not that the Guardians were foolish, for as long as the Vice Sect Master harbored seeds of doubt, it sufficed. The Vice Sect Master then declared that due to the unexpected variable of Lu Chun, the Jingzhou plan would be postponed, maintaining a stance of restraint. The core of Jingzhou was irretrievably lost. Such was the decree of the world's rules, and its demise was merely a matter of time. Even if the Lu family were to produce another immortal, what could they possibly achieve? How could they prolong the life of this core? We can afford to wait. The royal family, however, cannot afford such luxury. The Vice Sect Master gazed at the setting sun on the horizon, murmuring about waiting to see who would falter first. Indeed, the Wire Academy. Giddy up, giddy up. Whoa. Mo Wenyu's old steed was once again replaced by the Bloodsmoke horse. After the resolution of the Winda Alliance incident, he rushed back to the Wire Academy without delay. Upon arriving at the Academy's gate, Mo Wenyu dismounted and hurried to the residence of Master Yin. Along the way, he noticed numerous fellow disciples looking at him with envy and admiration, offering their greetings. Brother Mo, we appreciate your hard work in traveling so far. For this Golden Autumn Grand Examination, we wish you the best in making a name for yourself and thus commanding respect in the Great Yu Court. Mo Wenyu was somewhat baffled. What are you all doing? The Winda Alliance turmoil has been resolved. Shouldn't you be preparing for the exams? His fellow disciples shook their heads, saying, Brother, you are unaware. The palace has decided that for this Golden Autumn Grand Examination, only you from Waya Academy shall participate. Mo Wenyu was momentarily taken aback, immediately suspecting that the palace master harbored ulterior motives and sought to create chaos once more. However, upon further reflection, he recalled how the Prince of Martial Kings had decisively shattered the Wenda Alliance's audacity with his sword during his Eastern tour, a memory still vivid in people's minds. The palace master, ever cautious, would not engage in such futile endeavors. Surely, there must be other considerations at play. As Mo Wenyu pondered this, Master Yin was already beckoning him from the grand hall of the academy. Wenyu, Master. Master Yin nodded in satisfaction. You have done well. This is thanks to you, Master. We shall discuss this later. Come with me. The palace master wishes to see you. Very well. He too was curious to discern what the palace master was truly up to. Master Yin escorted Mo Wenyu to the main hall of the academy. The palace master, with hair as white as a crane yet bearing the visage of youth akin to an immortal, had been waiting for a considerable time. Upon seeing Mo Wenyu, he said, You must be quite puzzled as to why I have declared that only you shall participate in the examination. Before Mo Wenyu could respond, the palace master continued, Because apart from you and your master, all others from Wire Academy are deemed lost souls in the eyes of the royal court. Should they participate, it would render your position exceedingly precarious and embarrassing, especially in comparison to those from the Zhenyang Academy. Mo Wenyu's pupils widened. He seemed to grasp the palace master's intentions. The palace master stated, Gathering to conspire against the throne is an unforgivable crime at any time. The court cannot allow a group of conspirators with ulterior motives to create turmoil within the court. This time, His Highness, the King of Wu, refrained from annihilating us entirely. For the Wendao Alliance encompasses a vast number of the upper echelons of scholars in the Great Yu. Should he execute them all, it would result in a severe disruption of the Wendao influence, leaving the court devoid of capable individuals at a crucial moment. Thus, only the leading rebel factions, including the 3 great academies and the Tianyue Academy, were punished. As the saying goes, one can evade the first day of the month, but not the 15th. The crime of conspiring against the state will forever be noted by the court. The old palace master murmured, foreseeing that this autumn's grand examination would undoubtedly be dominated by the faction of the Zhenyang Academy. As long as they are not utterly inept, the court will utilize them. Conversely, once other academies and schools produce alternatives to us, we shall inevitably face retribution from the court, leading to our complete downfall. Eventually, we may find ourselves inexplicably embroiled in major scandals, resulting in execution that could implicate the entire academy. Yet, one must possess sufficient ability to remain in the upper echelons to face such a fate. Those lacking capability may meet their demise in ways so bizarre that they would astonish anyone. At this juncture, the old palace master cast a glance at Mo Wenyu, cautioning him not to think he was jesting. The consequences of a failed rebellion are indeed severe. However, your situation is different. First, you have rendered services by delivering intelligence. Second, you are well acquainted with His Highness, having aligned yourself with him beforehand. You are a loyal minister of the King of Wu. Your fellow disciples who accompany you to the autumn examination will only tarnish your reputation and adversely affect your standing in the eyes of others, leading to unwarranted exclusion and suspicion. Do not assume I am exaggerating. The political realm is fraught with darkness. Some individuals, in their pursuit to bring you down, will seize upon even the most trivial blemish, transforming it into an indelible stain. Moreover, this blemish is tied to conspiracy against the state. The old palace master, seemingly imparting earnest advice for Mo Wenyu's benefit, was fully aware of the underlying implications of his words. His desire for a smooth political path was genuine, as was his concern for the future of the Wuyo Academy. For only Mo Wenyu could save the Wuyo Academy. The old palace master understood the wisdom of self-preservation all too well. Such has always been the case. Mo Wenyu sighed deeply, reflecting that had he known this would come to pass, he would have acted differently from the start. The old palace master paused momentarily, then sighed, a hint of bitterness in his tone as he remarked, The affairs of the world are like a game of chess, beyond one's control. I harbor no lofty ambitions for the Wuyo Academy. I merely wish for it to survive, to avoid perishing under my stewardship. Who reigns over the dynasty is inconsequential. What truly matters is the ability to prevail. You may find it lamentable that a martial arts master like myself lives in such a subdued manner, as one might expect nobility. Yet, amidst the multitude, I am but an ordinary old man. I have said all that I need to. You may go now. With that, the master of Wuyo closed his eyes and gestured for Master Yin and Mo Wenyu to depart. The two exited the main hall. Along the way, Master Yin observed the somewhat despondent Mo Wenju and inquired, "Are you disillusioned with the Wuyo Academy?" Mo Wenju shook his head and then nodded, unable to articulate his feelings, only sensing a sudden heaviness. "And that heaviness is well-placed," replied Master Yin. Master Yin walked ahead of Mo Wenju and said, "Do you still remember the words I spoke to you at the Qingqing tea gathering? There are certain truths that cannot be gleaned from the texts of the Academy. There remains much for you to learn. At that time, you were unable to absorb it, for you had yet to experience life. Now, having gone through it, you understand the value of those words." Master Yin sighed. In life, many matters cannot be as bright and righteous as the teachings in the texts. Some yield to reality. Others cling to ideals, and still others drift with the tide. With countless experiences come countless individuals and countless hearts. We can never arbitrarily judge who is right or wrong. For not having walked in another's shoes means you cannot comprehend their journey. With a smile, Master Yin patted Mo Wenju's shoulder. "Do not concern yourself with what the old palace master has said. Just focus on being the best version of yourself. Now go. The grand examination in the Golden Autumn is just around the corner. Gather your belongings and set forth for the Imperial City. Are you not coming, Master?" "With your knowledge and wisdom." Master Yin chuckled and shook his head. "My knowledge and wisdom are right here." He tapped Mo Wenju's forehead. "Go now. Take care, Master." Master Yin stood at the gates of the academy, waving farewell to Mo Wenju. Days passed and autumn deepened. The trees of the Imperial City had withered slightly. Golden leaves, resembling scattered butterflies, blanketed the streets and alleys. Occasionally, a passerby would step upon them, producing a soft rustling sound that elongated the whispers of autumn. On a leisurely day, the silver-armored guards exited the palace to seek out intriguing folk classics or martial arts manuals for Lu Chen. Previously, this task was handled by Luo Feng. But now that Luo Feng was occupied with managing the guards of the Imperial City, he entrusted the responsibility to the silver-armored guards he had personally trained. "Ah, General, you have arrived." The passers-by were all familiar with him. "Come, take a look at our new arrivals." The silver-armored guard glanced over, noting that the items were indeed new, still covered in dirt. "Where did these come from?" The shopkeeper chuckled. "General, you flatter me. No one can fool you. Who doesn't know you serve the Martial King? Rest assured, all these items were purchased with genuine gold and silver. I have personally inspected each one. They are all rare treasures not commonly found in the market." "From which tomb were they unearthed?" The silver-armored guard, using a handkerchief to wrap the ancient tomes speckled with mud, casually flipped through a few pages. The quality was indeed uncommon, and he observed, "This is quite new." "Well, in those desolate outskirts, we only heard rumors from the merchants selling them. They say it belonged to a long-extinct local family that once flourished." The silver-armored guard continued to examine the freshly unearthed books, scrutinizing several pages without discovering any flaws. This one, and that one," he remarked. Suddenly, a loud crash caught his attention. Turning around, he saw two members of the Wolf clan staring mournfully at a shattered wine jar on the ground. "What happened? How careless. Please, gentlemen, do not be upset. This jar is ours. We will purchase it at market value," the shopkeeper replied. "Very well, proprietor, you are a reasonable man. Hurry and unload. We still need to procure more." Upon witnessing this, the silver-armored guardian inquired of the nearby bookseller, "Have the Wolf clan ventured to sell their wine in the Imperial City?" The shopkeeper cast a glance at the two Wolf clan members and replied, "Ah, those two? They arrived in the Imperial City not long ago for trade. It is said that after indulging in the drunken nectar at the Drunken Immortal Inn, they boasted that the wine of the Imperial City was nothing remarkable. One day, when they taste the wine of the Wolf clan, they shall truly understand what exquisite nectar is." Such words, once spoken, stirred a ruckus. Everyone clamored for the Wolf clan to prove their worth, demanding that they showcase their skills. If the Wolf clan indeed possessed wine superior to the drunken nectar, the Drunken Immortal Inn would gladly purchase it at full price. The shopkeeper gestured dismissively, and thus, it has come to this. Every tavern in the Imperial City is eager to acquire it. At present, it is a highly sought-after commodity. Those who travel to the Imperial City after a fierce contest often enjoy a couple of jars. It is truly delightful. The silver-armored guardian exclaimed with feigned nonchalance. "Have you partaken of it? Is the wine of the Wolf clan truly so delectable?" "Delectable may be too grand a term," the shopkeeper mused, smacking his lips. "Their wine may be crafted through different techniques, or perhaps it incorporates unique ingredients native to the Wolf clan's land. Compared to our DU wines, it indeed possesses a distinctive flavor. Once it touches the palate, one feels a wild surge, so unrestrained. having grown accustomed to DU wines. Encountering this is certainly a refreshing novelty. Beyond that, I find little else to say. I believe it is merely a fleeting excitement. Once the novelty wanes, our DU wines will ultimately withstand the test of time better. He further queried, with this wine flooding the imperial city, is there no one? The shopkeeper chuckled heartily. General, you worry too much. This foreign product entering the imperial city and thriving in trade has undoubtedly passed through countless inspections. From the Wolf clan to the imperial city, how many checkpoints and examinations must it undergo? Moreover, to engage in trade in the imperial city, it must pass through the scrutiny of the city guards and the approval of the Mirror Shadow platform. Countless experts oversee this process to ensure everything is in order before it is permitted. That is indeed true, the silver-armored guardian acknowledged, as he gathered the recently unearthed ancient texts and retrieved 2 gold ingots from his bosom. The shopkeeper hurriedly interjected, General, you are putting me in a difficult position. To charge for items meant for His Highness the Martial King would be to slap my own face, and would showcase my lack of discernment. His Highness has sacrificed so much for our DU people, thwarting demonic forces in the imperial city and advancing the cause of the Literary Alliance. How much effort he has expended. If this small offering of mine can provide His Highness with even a slight edge against the enemy, it would be a testament to my ancestors' immense virtue. The shopkeeper then tucked the books into the guardian's satchel. Then I am deeply grateful, the guardian replied. Not at all. General, you are always welcome to visit again, the shopkeeper responded. The silver-armored guardian, now burdened with a package of ancient texts, strode back to the palace, accompanied by the gradually cooling autumn breeze. On this day, the air turned even chillier. Within the heavily guarded royal treasury, several princes seized a moment of leisure to search for clues regarding the Nightmare clan. Though the throne was now beyond their reach, however, resisting the foreign guardians of Daiyu is the inherent duty of these princes. With the fall of Daiyu, what fate awaits these princes? Third brother, you have arrived quite early, remarked Lu Yun, casually flipping through an ancient clan text, addressing the third prince, Lu Lang. Lu Lang set aside one ancient book and picked up another to peruse. Thanks to the fifth brother's fortune, the past few days have seen a tranquil Daiyu, free from troubles. This has afforded them the leisure to continue seeking the clues left by their ancestors. Indeed, Lu Yun concurred. In this perilous time, with a celestial being like my fifth brother safeguarding our family, we can rest assured. This was indeed a stroke of fortune for the Lu family. As they conversed, the 10th prince silently leafed through the clan's secret texts. In the past, he would have interjected with remarks, but now he refrained from speaking further. He had shed all unnecessary thoughts. The presence of a celestial being was enough to extinguish any delusions. At this moment, whether it was instigation or sowing discord, he had but one sentiment. I fear my fifth brother might misunderstand. The other princes shared the 10th prince's sentiment, having come to a similar understanding. With a celestial being present, what was there to compete over? What was there to fight for? They would simply lie back and follow their fifth brother in his endeavors. Perhaps one day, they would even share in the glory of this legendary scion of the Lu family, leaving a commendable legacy in history. This was surely preferable to dying in vain, becoming mere casualties of a lost struggle. The princes remained silent, diligently engaged in their tasks. They released the power of the Qing Tian Bu Yi Ju, fully attuning themselves to the guidance left by their bloodline's divine art. As time slipped away, half a day passed. The princes grew weary from their exhaustive reading. Just then, the first Prince Lu Yun opened a sealed text from the clan. The divine command, created from the unique bloodline of the Lu family? He mused. Refining it could fortify one's purity and repel foreign evils? Lu Yun raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the potential of this secret technique. Upon turning to a specific page, his heart skipped a beat. There was a hidden layer. He quickly peeled it open. Lu Yun's pupils constricted. This was Lu Xingxi. Lu Xingxi? The old emperor in the floating world palace expressed astonishment. Lu Yun held the divine command in his hands, exclaiming, Indeed, I have discovered a golden plate concealed within the layers of this divine command. By channeling the power of our royal family's Qing Tian Bu Yi Ju, one can see the 3 characters Lu Xingxi inscribed upon it. I am certain this is a clue left by our ancestors regarding the Nightmare clan. However, my own martial prowess is insufficient to unveil more secrets beyond those 3 characters on the golden plate. It stands to reason that this plate is ensorcelled by our earliest ancestor, with the depth of its mysteries revealed only to those of greater skill. The old emperor waved his hand, and the old eunuch understood, preparing to present the divine command and the golden plate to the emperor. Yet, The next moment, he was met with the emperor's scorn. "You witless fool." The emperor glared at the old eunuch. "I command you to present the golden tablet to the fifth prince. Did you not hear my royal son mention that this golden tablet requires profound mastery of divine skills to be unlocked? In the entire court, aside from myself, the terrestrial immortal known as the fifth prince, who else could possibly decipher the golden tablet left behind by the first emperor?" The old eunuch promptly assented, handing the golden tablet and the imperial divine art to Chen. As soon as he grasped the golden tablet and the divine art, the voice of the late emperor resonated once more from the dragon platform. While we convene this court assembly, I must proclaim a matter of great national significance. The heir apparent of our Great Yu has been decided." Upon the utterance of these words by the late emperor, the ministers in attendance exhibited little reaction. The position of the heir apparent had been rendered devoid of suspense ever since Chen single-handedly dismantled the alliance of scholars. There was not even a hint of uncertainty. The scar of the sword that cleaved through Yongzhou and Xuanzhou still sears the land, instilling dread in the hearts of many. It sends shivers down the spines of every scholar who dares to tread across it. The might of the terrestrial immortal is sufficient to obliterate this struggle for imperial power into oblivion, bringing it to an early conclusion. Countless families and factions, who had prepared and plotted for years, found their efforts turned to naught, their schemes rendered futile. Yet, what could they do? For this generation of princes bore a monster even more outrageous than Lu Xingxi. With his capabilities, not only could he claim the position of heir apparent, but should he desire to ascend the throne at this moment, he would be met with a chorus of support. A collective sigh escaped the assembly. The old emperor continued, "I have decided to establish my fifth prince, Chen, as the heir apparent of our Great Yu, endowed with the authority to oversee the realm." Upon the conclusion of the emperor's proclamation, the attending eunuch took up the prepared edict, raising his voice in a high-pitched announcement. "The crown prince Chen, endowed with extraordinary intellect, ascending to the virtues of the sage, has already accomplished great feats. It is thus appropriate to grant him the authority to oversee the realm. Thus decreed, I, your son, shall comply with your wishes." "I thank you, Father Emperor," Chen replied. As anticipated, the princes and ministers, fully prepared for this moment, immediately bowed in respect and proclaimed, "We pay our respects to His Highness the Crown Prince. Long live the Crown Prince. May he live for 1,000 years." Observing the bowing ministers, the old emperor nodded with satisfaction. "With my royal son as the overseeing crown prince, stationed in Great Yu, I shall see how those rebellious factions dare to stir unrest or undermine the eternal glory of our Great Yu. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. May your reign endure for millennia. With His Highness the Crown Prince here, the fortunes of our Great Yu are assured." The ministers showered praises upon the emperor. The old emperor laughed heartily before shifting the topic back to the golden tablet. "Fifth prince, with your prowess, do you think you can decipher the tablet left by our ancestor Xingxi?" Chen lifted the golden tablet in his hand, and a powerful torrent of magical energy surged forth from it. To Chen, this golden tablet radiated with the intensity of a miniature sun. Such a formidable reaction of magical energy. Had it truly been in the royal treasury, how could he have overlooked it previously? Clearly, this golden tablet had only recently appeared in the treasury, deliberately placed for the princes to uncover. It seems that Father Emperor's plan to ignite the situation in Jingzhou has already commenced. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Chen infused the gold plate with pure celestial energy, fully activating it. The moment it hummed to life, the name Lu Xingxi faded away, replaced by a myriad of densely packed smaller characters. These inscriptions contained crucial messages left by the founding emperor, Lu Xingxi, for the descendants of the royal lineage. They detailed information regarding the Earth's core, the Lu family bloodline, and strategies to counter the resurgence of the nightmarish clan. Chen absorbed the contents with keen interest. "How is it, fifth brother? What does the gold plate reveal?" The old emperor inquired eagerly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Chen presented the now illuminated gold plate. "Please, Father Emperor, take a look." The old emperor grasped the plate, scrutinizing it intently. As he did, his expression shifted dramatically. His pallid face flickered between astonishment, terror, and then rage. Observing the emperor's changing demeanor, the courtiers grew curious about the extraordinary revelations inscribed on the plate that could provoke such a transformation in their sovereign. A hush fell over the court, everyone awaiting the emperor's pronouncement. After a brief pause, the old emperor set the gold plate down with a thud. He slammed his palm against the dragon table in fury. "Traitor!" he bellowed, his eyes widening with indignation as he fixed his gaze on a particular individual present. The assembly was startled by the emperor's response and hastily averted their eyes, shifting their positions. Soon, one figure stepped forward, recognizable as the minister who had previously presented the secret technique of the soul fire. "Kneel before me," commanded the emperor. The minister, taken aback, immediately prostrated on the ground. How could the messages left by the founding emperor 3,000 years ago possibly involve him? Did he possess such formidable influence? The old emperor demanded. "Who instigated you to present the soul fire technique? Speak the truth." The minister, bewildered, stammered, "Your Majesty, I beg for mercy. I indeed stumbled upon the soul fire scroll within my ancestral mansion. Please, Your Majesty, I am unwaveringly loyal to Daiyu, with no ulterior motives." Oomph. The old emperor's fury was unabated. "Do you comprehend what the Earth's core truly is?" "I do not know, Your Majesty." The founding emperor stated that the Earth's core is the very lifeblood of Daiyu and all of humanity. 36 states, 36 cores. Together, they form the celestial array that safeguards our realm from the incursions of the nightmarish clan. If the Earth's core is damaged, humanity itself is endangered. Should any flaw arise, the nightmarish clan could breach the defenses, wreaking havoc upon our world. At that time, humanity would descend into a hellish abyss, and the people of Daiyu would suffer under the tyranny of the nightmarish clan. Yet you dared to offer the soul fire, which consumes the power of the Earth's core, intending to jeopardize the lifeblood of Daiyu. With a resounding crash, the old emperor smashed the dragon table in his wrath. "You shall pay for this. Guards," he bellowed. "Drag him away. Execute him." Clang. Guards surged into the hall, seizing the minister and hauling him away. "Your Majesty, spare me. Have mercy," the minister pleaded in desperation. With swift precision, the guards delivered the fatal blow. Crack. A severed head rolled away, and the scent of blood filled the air. The old emperor finally exhaled, feeling a sense of relief. These damned traitors seemed impossible to eliminate entirely. His piercing gaze swept across all the officials present, rendering them silent with trepidation. After a considerable pause, one of the princes broke the oppressive silence. "Father, the 36 cores together safeguard our realm of Daiyu. As long as the cores remain intact, our world shall be secure. Yet now, the Yanju tribe quietly resurfaces, secretly supporting the Taiping sect to wreak havoc upon our land. Does this not imply that there is an issue with the 36 cores?" The old emperor nodded. "According to the words of our esteemed ancestor 3,000 years ago, the resurgence of the Yanju tribe led to great chaos in Jingzhou. During this turmoil, the core of Jingzhou suffered severe damage, and our ancestors expended tremendous effort to stabilize it. However, the Yanju's desire to annihilate our human race remains unquenched. They seized upon the vulnerability of the wounded core, eroding it day and night until it was drained of its essence, thereby weakening the Qingtian Grand Array, allowing them to breach the rules and conceal themselves in our world. This has resulted in numerous calamities." Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. While it was the first time they had heard of the connection between the cores and the Yanju tribe, they were acutely aware of the significance of the matter, especially considering that the illustrious Emperor Gengshi, a terrestrial deity, had deemed it necessary to leave behind a golden inscription as guidance. Furthermore, 3,000 years ago, he had conducted a widespread destruction of texts related to the Yanju tribe. This foretold that the matter was certainly not trivial. Contemplating the various folk legends about the Yanju and the recent uncanny events surrounding them, one could hardly dismiss the old emperor's assertion that the loss of the core equates to the loss of our world as mere exaggeration. Just as they pondered this, the old emperor burst into laughter once more. "Are you all worried that the Yanju tribe will rise and disrupt our Daiyu?" he said. "There is no need for concern. Whatever these little demons can achieve, our ancestors would have foreseen." The venerable Emperor Gengshi, with his far-reaching foresight, anticipated today as calamities 3,000 years ago. He inscribed several divine methods to restrain the Yanju on this golden tablet, sufficient to ensure the preservation and victory of our Daiyu. He then glanced at Chen. "With my son, the unparalleled terrestrial deity of this era, at the helm, how could the trifling Yanju create any significant disturbance? If the Emperor Gengshi could subdue the Yanju, surely my son can defy fate. Moreover, our dynasty is now aided by the wondrous melody of Ming Huangqiu, a support that even the Emperor Gengshi did not possess." The old emperor shifted into a more comfortable position, reclining upon the dragon throne. "The Yanju tribe is but a minor concern. Even the rebellious Wendao alliance fell before my son's astonishing prowess that spanned 2 provinces with a single strike. What can the Yanju do? They are merely insignificant insects." My son can annihilate them with a mere gesture. The calamity of the Yinju poses no worry. You all need only to follow in my son's footsteps, rallying behind him with enthusiasm and support, without hindering his efforts, to ensure that our mountains and rivers remain intact, and our world is free from worry. The gazes of the multitude turned towards Lu Chen. Even after perusing the secrets of the Nightmare Clan and the core of the earth inscribed upon the golden tablet, he remained as untroubled as a wandering cloud, as serene as a gentle breeze, with not a hint of disquiet gracing his countenance. It seemed that no matter what transpired, this fifth prince, who appeared as ethereal as a celestial being, would remain unmoved. His tall and statuesque form stood resolutely like a divine mountain within the imperial court of Diyu, emanating a reassuring divine light that upheld the ancient dynasty. By your command, we shall devote ourselves to assisting His Highness in repelling the Nightmare Clan and restoring peace to Diyu, declared the ministers, their voices resonating with fervor. With His Highness present, should the Nightmare Clan dare to invade, they shall find no return. They proclaimed that Diyu would once more usher in an era of unparalleled glory akin to the age of creation and renewal. Hail to the wise emperor! Hail to the mighty prince! The court echoed with spirited exclamations. The old emperor, his heart brimming with satisfaction, let out a hearty laugh. It is these very words that have brought me joy in recent days. Your Majesty, one of the ministers interjected, seizing the moment of the emperor's delight. Might we inquire what means the former emperor has bequeathed upon the golden tablet? Is there any humble task we may assist with? His Highness, with such a precious life, must manage state affairs and guard against the threats of the Nightmare Clan. It is only natural that we wish to lighten His Highness's burdens, another minister chimed in. Let us not allow trivial matters to trouble His Highness's tranquility. Indeed, if every matter necessitates my son's personal intervention, what purpose do you loyal subjects serve? The old emperor replied, lifting the golden tablet once more. Our ancestor has bequeathed two methods to counter the Nightmare Clan. The most fundamental of these is the divine control technique. It is accessible to all, allowing one to strengthen their purity, resist external malevolence, and unify their essence, thus perceiving the illusions of the nightmares and exerting a more potent suppression than mere martial prowess could offer. In other words, once you cultivate this technique, you will be able to discern the true forms of the nightmares, freeing yourselves from the constraints of rules invisible to ordinary folk. Furthermore, diligent practice of this method will also guard against bizarre entities such as human skin nightmares. Upon hearing this, the assembly was visibly shaken. This technique is splendid, they mused. What had we to fear from the Nightmare Clan? Was it not their exploitation of the world's chaotic rules that left us defenseless? With the divine control technique, we can perceive the nightmares' true selves. Who then would remain fearful of them? A martial artist who does not engage in battle cannot be called a martial artist. Fifth brother, what do you think? Just as the assembly relished the prospect of no longer being the helpless victims, the old emperor suddenly posed a question. This divine control technique was devised by the Emperor of Renewal after suppressing the Nightmare Clan's rebellion of yore, yet it has never been practically implemented. We must confirm its efficacy ourselves, otherwise it may lead to endless troubles down the line. The ministers exchanged glances, their expressions twitching. Without the divine control technique, how could the Emperor of Renewal have resisted the Nightmare Clan? The old emperor continued, according to our ancestor, our inability to see the nightmares while they can strike at us is merely due to the chaos of the world's rules. After the chaos subsides, the rules tend to stabilize, allowing us to perceive their true forms. Thus, the creation of the divine guardian technique was not intended to merely behold the nightmarish entities, but rather to preserve our own purity and prevent the invasion of malevolent forces. The ability to perceive these nightmares was a precaution added by our illustrious ancestors, who, having been caught off guard by the Nightmare Clan, sought to ensure that we, their descendants, would not find ourselves in such a vulnerable position during turbulent times. Understanding this, the crowd felt a sense of relief as they turned their gaze towards Lu Chen, who appeared lost in thought. Your Highness? Fifth brother, have you exhausted yourself from last night's training? Lu Chen shook his head. He had merely been struck by a sudden insight upon observing the enemy countermeasures left by the founding emperor. Much like the refinement of the life and death demon eye and the intricate techniques of the Azure Sky unyielding art, he too could devise a specialized martial art targeting the Nightmare Clan. Though he himself would not require this technique, it could prove invaluable to those around him, such as the Luo family, the Chen family, and the countless citizens of Diyu, ensuring they are well prepared. He planned to capture several high-ranking members of the Nightmare clan for martial experimentation, dedicating time to study them thoroughly. The Divine Guardian technique posed no significant issues. However, he felt that another technique, the Blood and Qi Sacred Fire, was unsuitable for the people of Daiyu. Chen spoke with solemnity in his latter statement. Upon hearing his earnest words, a flicker of hesitation crossed the old emperor's eyes. After their frank exchange, both father and son understood the underlying implications of one another's words. Clearly, his fifth son was warning him against revealing the method of the Blood and Qi Sacred Fire, indicating that it possessed inherent flaws. The old emperor was well aware of this. The Blood and Qi Sacred Fire, akin to the human soul fire, did indeed possess remarkable efficacy against the Nightmare clan. Unlike the human soul fire, which scorches the earth's core and depletes one's essence, the Blood and Qi Sacred Fire does not consume the core, but instead, horrifically drains one's lifespan. Each flame ignited upon the Nightmare clan is a brutal theft of vitality, a genuine longevity warfare technique. For practitioners of this art, the warriors of Daiyu would find their lives insufficient to sustain its toll. Yet, there was no other choice. The rupture of the Earth's core was inevitable, and no matter how many elite members of the Liu family offered themselves to replenish it, the outcome could not be reversed. The resurrection of the Nightmare clan in 3,000 years was a fate decreed by the world. At that time, humanity would have no choice but to fight desperately. The founding emperor, who understood this better than anyone, created the method of the Blood and Qi Sacred Fire, at least providing humanity with a fighting chance. Without even the opportunity for a desperate struggle, true despair would ensue. Now, however, his son was rejecting the ancestral chance for survival. The old emperor pondered. I believe the Blood and Qi Sacred Fire could significantly strike a blow against the rampant Nightmare clan. Does my son possess a better idea? Chen simply replied, naturally. I shall take it upon myself to resolve all impending calamities. Rest assured, father. The old emperor was momentarily taken aback. He cast another glance at Chen, observing the calm and composed eyes. It is futile, indeed. I have grown old. This era belongs to you. You are the future emperor of Daiyu. Since you have your aspirations, then pursue them with conviction. The old emperor sighed inwardly, yet he laughed heartily on the surface. Excellent. With my son's words, I am reassured. With my son as regent, I can rest easy. Ha ha ha. The ministers in the court echoed the old emperor's sentiment. As for the sacred flame of vitality, even a peerless martial genius like the crown prince dismissed it, so what were they still concerned about? Although that technique was left behind by a divine being, when one considers Chen's age and the sword mark that spanned 2 vast continents, who holds greater authority remains unquestionable. It is wise to follow this new generation's destined child of Daiyu. Have the other princes not relinquished their claims to the throne, all looking to him for guidance? Your Majesty is astute. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Best wishes to the Crown Prince. Moments later, another minister spoke, Your Majesty. Since the core of the earth is so crucial, why not send skilled guardians to protect it? To prevent the Nightmare clan from taking advantage of any vulnerabilities and secretly sabotaging our core? The assembly exchanged silent glances, taking note of this individual. Where's the core of the earth? Are you truly foolish or just naive? Such matters are undoubtedly safeguarded by the royal family in secrecy and cannot be revealed to outsiders. If outsiders were to discover it, how could the core remain secure? The old emperor regarded him with a glance. You need not worry about the safety of the core. With the means left by my ancestors of the Liu family, outsiders will not locate it. Indeed, it appears I have been overly concerned. Subsequently, the court discussed the arrangements for disseminating the divine command as well as defensive strategies. The court session concluded with the old emperor's command to disperse. After the court, the old emperor sat in the carriage returning to the Cloud Palace, unable to suppress a smile. How many years had it been since he felt so at ease? For years, he had fought alone, vigilant against the incursions of the Nightmare clan. Now, at last, someone was able to shoulder the burden, to tell him, I will take action. The old emperor leaned back against the carriage, gazing out at the palace adorned with the melancholy of deep autumn. Yet, it appeared exceptionally vibrant and refreshing. At that moment, the breeze was gentle and the flowers fragrant. His son was truly remarkable. Father, do you see? Daiyu has a worthy successor. In the Zhongxian Palace, as the regent crown prince, Chen should have moved to the palace designated for princes of past dynasties. However, he was sentimental and had long grown accustomed to the layout of the Zhongxian Palace. Relocating elsewhere would feel disconcerting. The various memorials were sent directly to Lu Chen's Zhengxian palace. Initially, there were many, chaotic and disorderly. Moreover, there were numerous memorials filled with flowery language and flattery, culminating in a mere inquiry about the crown prince's well-being. These individuals, if they cannot write, should refrain from doing so. If there is nothing to report, they need not bother. Lu Chen had no interest in the daily memorials. If there was nothing to discuss, he wished to be left in peace. Thus, an order was issued to send everything back, urging them to think carefully before reporting. This action effectively reduced the accumulation of memorials. On this day, Lu Chen found time to review the memorials. Among them was a letter penned by Luo Feng. Lu Chen extracted it for a glance. Luo Feng's writings consisted of summaries regarding the patrols of the imperial city guards, adjustments in personnel at the 4 main gates, and various matters he deemed noteworthy. Notably, Luo Feng mentioned the Wolf Clan people, detailing their involvement in selling wine within the imperial city. Although the wine had undergone multiple inspections without revealing any issues, Luo Feng harbored suspicions, for it had been years since any foreign entities had appeared in the imperial city, and now, at such a critical juncture, these outsiders suddenly emerged to engage in trade. He feared there might be some hidden schemes at play. At that moment, the silver-armored guard returned from outside the palace, carrying a jug of wine. He first removed the package from his back. "Your Highness, this is a collection of ancient texts I retrieved from outside, some new acquisitions." He gestured towards the jug of wine. "This wine belongs to the Wolf Clan. Recently, 2 members of the Wolf Clan have been selling wine brazenly within the imperial city. Although it has passed inspection without any issues, I cannot shake the feeling that these 2 Wolf Clan individuals harbor ill intentions. Why would they leave their home in the Wolf Valley and come to our imperial city? I fear there may be deceit involved. So I brought a jug back to seek your counsel, Your Highness." Lu Chen nodded. The silver-armored guards selected by Luo Feng were indeed meticulous and loyal. "You have done well. Thank you for your praise, Your Highness." Lu Chen's gaze fell upon the jug of Wolf Clan wine, and in his eyes, a blazing sun and a crescent moon rose simultaneously. The jug appeared ordinary, yet the wine within was anything but. This was no ordinary wine. It contained 2 special ingredients. One was a poison capable of dispersing genuine energy, reminiscent of the extinguishing powder used by the Taiping bandits at martial arts gatherings. However, it was undeniably more sophisticated than the extinguishing powder. The other ingredient was a subtle and elusive special insect. Lu Chen had never encountered this insect before. It was likely a secret weapon unique to the Wolf Clan. When these 2 components were mixed, they formed a remarkably intricate concoction. They complemented each other, enhancing the potency of the brew while also making its undetectable properties even more pronounced. Behind the Wolf Clan lurked a highly skilled and ingenious insect master. Nevertheless, even so, this batch of wine would have to pass through the Sword Howl Legion, which was under the command of the Celestial Sword King, the illustrious scion of the Lu royal family. The Celestial Sword King, born with a sword body and a clear sword heart, had devised the Heart Sword realm, achieving effects akin to the brilliance of the sun and moon. He was certainly no fool. Did these Wolf Clan wines possess the necessary passage permits from the Sword Howl Legion? The silver-armored guard nodded. "Yes. I have confirmed that they have indeed been processed by the Sword Howl Legion." "And the Celestial Sword King?" It was rumored that the Celestial Sword King had gained insights into the 8th layer of the Azure Sky incomparable technique and had entered seclusion long before this batch of wine crossed the border, hoping to break through to that 8th layer. His timing for seclusion was too impeccable, almost as if deliberately providing the Wolf Clan an opportunity to smuggle wine into the imperial city. Lu Chen understood. It was indeed as he suspected. This batch of wine has likely been permitted by his father, the emperor, to enter. Lu Chen lightly tapped his fingers on the table as he set aside Luo Feng's memorial. The first destination of the Wolf tribe entering Daiyu is Jingzhou. It appears that this marks the inception of the emperor's plan for Jingzhou. The grand spectacle to ignite Jingzhou has commenced. Go and inform the guards of the imperial city to immediately capture the members of the Wolf tribe and imprison them in the dungeons. All wine circulating in the market must also be reclaimed. Those who have consumed the Wolf tribe's wine should be restrained for observation. "Yes, Your Highness." Once the order was given by Lu Chen, the silver-armored guard promptly proceeded to notify the imperial city guards. As he exited, he unexpectedly encountered the 6th prince, Lu Huan, who was on his way to the Zhengxian palace. "I pay my respects to His Highness Wang Huan." Lu Huan nodded and entered the palace. Observing his hurried pace, Lu Huan pondered if something had gone awry. Upon his glance, he noticed the wine jars on the ground. As the overseer of the Mirror Shadow platform, Lu Huan was well aware of the wolf tribe's wine dealings. His visit was not only to convey a message, but also to discuss the matter of this wine. Seeing the wine present in the Zhengxian Palace and the silver-armored guard's urgency, Lu Huan's heart skipped a beat. Could there truly be a grave issue with the wine? Lu Chen replied nonchalantly, "The discovery was made early. It is not a significant matter." "Oh, then it is well." Seeing Lu Chen's calm demeanor, Lu Huan felt reassured. If his brother deemed it insignificant, then it was indeed nothing to worry about. However, should his brother ever appear anxious, then that would indicate a serious issue. While Lu Huan contemplated this, he prepared for an all-out war with the wolf tribe in the coming days. Lu Huan was taken aback, his lips twitching slightly. An all-out war with the wolf tribe? Isn't that considered a major event? The wolf tribe has existed for countless years, and numerous emperors from generations past have sought to conquer them, to seize Wolf Valley and explore the vast mountains of the wolf territory, only to return empty-handed. How is it that for his brother, this is not deemed a significant matter? How audacious. Lan Yun, pour the tea. Yes. Lan Yun set down the fabric she was handling and rose to serve tea. Lu Huan waved his hand repeatedly, indicating that tea was unnecessary. He would soon take his leave. "I came here to relay a message to you, brother." "A message?" A subtle smile crossed Lu Huan's face. "Well, you have been quite busy lately and haven't visited Yuan Palace. You may not be aware that our mother is currently organizing a selection of consorts for you." "Selection of consorts?" Lu Chen lifted his head, thinking it premature. Although, as a member of the royal family, it is essential to propagate the lineage of the Lu family, especially now that he holds the esteemed title of Crown Prince. A Crown Prince without an heir brings instability to the state. Nevertheless, it does seem a bit early. He is only 20, at the pinnacle of his physical prowess, and experiencing rapid advancements in martial arts. Considering consort selection at this time feels rather hasty. Lu Huan shrugged, stating, "To my knowledge, our mother indeed did not intend to select consorts at this moment. However, after being summoned by the Grand Empress Dowager to Xuanqing Palace, she became anxious." Xuanqing Palace? Upon hearing the name, Lu Chen was slightly taken aback, but soon realized the implications. So that is how it is. He pondered for a moment before recalling the name. Chen Shi, is that correct? Upon hearing this, Lu Huan's eyes widened in surprise. "You could guess that?" "It seems I was indeed correct." "All right, I understand now." Lu Huan was speechless, realizing how calm his brother remained regarding the selection of a concubine. Lu Chen remained noncommittal. While it was labeled as a selection of concubines, in reality, it served as a means of surveillance, as they had stated during their confrontation. He no longer had the time to ascertain the truth about the Ming Emperor's Melody and Chen Shi. This dilemma was one he must resolve on his own. He had placed Chen Shi under his watchful gaze, which also served as a form of protection. After all, as the sole heir of the Ming Emperor's Melody in this world, where could be safer than beside this terrestrial deity? Observing Lu Chen's indifference, Lu Huan felt a sense of helplessness. His brother was truly obsessed with martial arts. He did not even regard such a significant matter as the selection of a concubine. "Sigh. Never mind. Mother will be here shortly. I must take my leave. When she arrives, do not mention that I spoke of this." With that, Lu Huan exited the Zhengxian Palace, glanced around, and circled back from another direction. Not long after Lu Huan departed, a guard arrived outside the palace, reporting to His Highness the Crown Prince. "The noble concubine is on her way to the Zhengxian Palace." Lu Chen set aside the memorial and rose. "Please invite her in." Yes. He arrived at the entrance of the Zhengxian Palace, waiting for noble concubine Mu Jintang's arrival. Moments later, the magnificent figure of noble concubine Mu Jintang, adorned in a shimmering robe, appeared. "Chener, your son greets you, mother." Mu Jintang said with an expectant expression. "Guess what good news I have brought you today?" Lu Chen feigned ignorance, furrowing his brow as he contemplated. "Today does not seem to be Mother's birthday, nor is it a celebration for myself or my younger brother." Seeing that Lu Chen could not recall, Mu Jintang chuckled lightly. "It is not a birthday. Rather, I have a surprise for you." Chapter 75, Selection of Concubines, Surveillance. A delightful event? Mu Jintang laughed softly, covering her mouth with her hand. "Look over here." She then beckoned towards a sedan chair behind her. "Xiao Shi, do not be shy. Come out quickly." As she spoke, everyone turned to follow the sound, and the curtain of the sedan chair was drawn back. A stunning beauty emerged, resembling a flower in bloom, with skin as smooth as cream and a countenance as enchanting as a celestial maiden. She exuded an ethereal grace in a simple yet elegant white dress, reminiscent of a snow mountain goddess. She approached Lu Chen gracefully, performing a respectful greeting. "I am Chen Shi, paying my respects to His Highness the Crown Prince." Her demeanor was poised and respectful, which only endeared her more to Mu Jintang. She reached out to take Chen Shi's hand, saying, "Xiao Shi, come with me." Turning back, she also grasped Lu Chen's hand as they proceeded towards the Zhengxian Palace. Winking at Lu Chen, "Chen'er, how do you find this surprise?" Only then did Lu Chen realize that the surprise his mother had mentioned was indeed this. "Thank you, mother, for your efforts on my behalf." After saying this, he cast a glance at Chen Shi. The radiant sun and a crescent moon suddenly appeared in his eyes. "Mother, your efforts are hardly burdensome. What I can do for you is limited to this." Mu Jintang sighed as she spoke. She gently caressed Lu Chen's face. Her eyes filled with compassion. However, upon realizing the presence of others, she swiftly masked her concern. Turning to Chen Shi, her expression transformed into a radiant smile. "Xiao Shi, you previously encountered Chen Er at the Qin Tower, where he was preoccupied with official duties and did not observe you closely. Now that you have truly met in the Zhengxian Palace, what are your thoughts?" Although Mu Jintang inquired about her feelings, her words brimmed with pride. How could she be unaware of her eldest son's worth? In terms of temperament, appearance, physique, and talents, he was undoubtedly a rare gem within Yu. Furthermore, with his unparalleled martial prowess and extraordinary cultivation, who among women could resist such a hero? What woman could be deemed worthy of him? Her inquiry was merely a form of modesty. As for whether Chen Shi would accept or feel accustomed to it, or whether it would feel foreign, when had women from noble families ever encountered such fortuitous opportunities? The concept of parental arrangements and matchmakers often meant that many women had never even laid eyes on their future husbands before committing to a lifetime bond. Lacking a foundation of affection, they would only meet their spouses for the first time on their wedding night, discovering what manner of man he truly was. In the end, feelings would either flourish over time or lead to perpetual sorrow, yet there was little to be done about it. To be chosen by her eldest son Lu Chen, a paragon of excellence and a future unparalleled emperor, was an immense stroke of fortune. She was fortunate to be the descendant of the Ming Emperor Chu, which afforded her such a privilege. Thus, where would the notion of discomfort arise? Hearing Mu Jintang's words, Chen Shi glanced at Lu Chen, then lowered her head, softly replying, "To be able to accompany His Royal Highness is a blessing that I have cultivated over several lifetimes. I defer to the decisions of the Empress." Mu Jintang was not surprised by Chen Shi's response. The girl was not foolish. With a gentle laugh, Mu Jintang felt a sense of reassurance. "Very well. I shall take charge of this matter for you. Come, have a seat and rest." Mu Jintang guided Chen Shi to sit in a pavilion, then took Lu Chen by the hand and led him outside the palace. "Chen Er, come with me. I have matters to discuss." The two exited the Zhengxian Palace, leaving a momentary silence within. Chen Shi, feeling somewhat uneasy, glanced around and noticed a young maid dressed in a light blue gown, equally possessing stunning beauty, standing respectfully beside her. "I am Lan Yun, your servant. I pay my respects to your highness, Shi. I am the personal maid to His Highness and manage all internal affairs of the palace. Should you have any instructions or require assistance, please do not hesitate to command me." Additionally, the silver-armored guards outside are all personal attendants trained by General Luo Feng. You may also entrust them with any matters you have beyond the palace. Chen Shi nodded. "Thank you, Lan." Lan Yun hurriedly interjected, "Your Highness, I am aware of your kind heart, but please do not say such things. It truly embarrasses me. Your Highness, please follow me. I shall guide you through the Zhengxian Palace, for it shall be your home henceforth." With these words, Lan Yun warmly led Chen Shi to familiarize herself with the palace. Outside, Lu Chen and Mu Jintang stepped aside to exchange whispers. Mu Jintang's expression shifted, her delicate brows knitted in worry. "My dear, do you understand why your mother has been so eager to arrange a selection of brides for you? I have heard that she visited Shenkong Palace." Mu Jintang nodded, sighing. "Mother received some unsettling news from your imperial grandmother." She glanced at Lu Chen, hesitating to speak further. Lu Chen gently patted her hand, reassuring her, "Mother, speak your mind. I am here. Word has it that the emperors of the Lu family do not enjoy long lives, particularly in recent generations. Just look at your grandfather and then at your father. There seems to be a shadow looming over our family, an inescapable cloud. Your father's time is drawing near, and soon this nation will rest in your hands. At that moment, you shall be the emperor." The worry etched on Mu Jintang's face deepened, lingering heavily. In these tumultuous times, with chaos rising and rebels emerging, and even strange occurrences like the nightmarish clan. I fear for you. At this, Mu Jintang swiftly quelled her words. No, I mustn't utter such ominous thoughts. But if you were to leave behind a son or daughter, at least I would have something to hold on to. Our Great Yu would still have a line of imperial blood to continue the ancestral legacy. Thus, I hastily arranged for your selection of brides and found Chenxi. I have seen her. She is exceptionally intelligent and well-versed in the arts. Moreover, she possesses the skill to play the profound Minghuang tune. She can be of great assistance to you. Seeing the unease in her mother's heart, Lu Chen gently caressed Mu Jintang's hand. Mother, fret not. With me here, our Great Yu is as secure as a fortress. The world shall not fall into chaos. They call me the divine being of the mortal realm. Your well-being and happiness are the greatest support you can offer me. Chapter 76. Capturing the wolf clan. Uncertain of what his imperial grandmother had conveyed to her, Mu Jintang appeared somewhat burdened by worry. Lu Chen comforted her, channeling a serene energy to dissipate her anxieties. He recounted amusing tales from their childhood, and a smile gradually returned to Mu Jintang's face. After a moment, she glanced at the sky, noting the late hour. I must return to Xinkong Palace to converse with the Empress Dowager. You should head back. There's no need to see me off. With that, she winked at Lu Chen, then boarded the carriage to Xinkong Palace. Watching Mu Jintang depart, Lu Chen returned to Zhengxian Palace, where he found Lan Yun guiding Chenxi through the various chambers. Upon seeing Lu Chen's return, they immediately greeted him. Your Highness. Lu Chen nodded lightly and addressed Chenxi. There are many unoccupied rooms within the palace. Feel free to choose one for your stay. If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to ask Lan Yun. With that, he retreated to the pavilion once more. After completing today's edict, he resumed his contemplation of the mystical eye of life and death, as was his custom. The arrival of Chen did not disrupt his established rhythm of life. For him, the palace merely represented the addition of an extra pair of chopsticks and a new breathing entity. As for selecting a consort, this realm was far removed from Earth's intricate emotional protocols. Chen Xiu had 37 offspring, with nearly 20 wives and concubines, 18 of whom were introduced to him at their wedding night, akin to a military review, as he systematically pointed out the renowned daughters of Qingshan County. You may wonder why Lu Chen was so well informed. The Chen family also aspired to forge connections, hoping their daughters would ascend to the dragon princess bed. Chen Xiu seized every opportunity to recommend daughters of the Chen family or those closely related, boasting about their exceptional qualities. His ears had grown immune to such boasts. Naturally, he found nothing unusual about it. It was rather commonplace. Moreover, this was not a formal selection of consorts. As Lu Chen perused the mystical eye of life and death, the black and white energy in his eyes gradually intensified. The most unpredictable creation in this world is none other than the human heart, which is notoriously difficult to fathom. He closed his eyes. Yet, the most straightforward and comprehensible pursuit remained martial arts. It lay before him, awaiting Lu Chen's acquisition, and he could not afford to squander this opportunity. Observing Lu Chen in deep meditation within the pavilion, Lan Yun and Chen continued their exploration of the Zhengxian Palace. During their stroll, Lan Yun remarked that the princess' demeanor was inherently cool and not directed at the princess. She would come to understand this in time. Chen merely smiled in response, her peripheral gaze occasionally drifting towards Lu Chen, who remained immersed in his practice with closed eyes. After a while, having explored the Zhengxian Palace, Chen set her chin down and took a seat by the garden opposite the pavilion. She arranged her brushes and ink, alternating her gaze between the sky and the pavilion as she wielded her brush. Following the initial clamor, the Zhengxian Palace returned to its former tranquility. Those who read continued their reading, while those who painted pursued their art. This continued until dusk. Suddenly, Lan Yun felt that her earlier comment had been somewhat superfluous. It seemed that this princess, she resembled her esteemed prince in character. The palace was adorned with fallen, withered leaves. Lan Yun then ventured to the inner treasury, procuring more silks and furs, and preparing a warm stove for the winter. The Zhengxian Palace could certainly benefit from a touch more warmth. In the imperial city, before the Drunken Immortal Tavern, a dense ring of imperial guards encircled the establishment. Arrest them, and reclaim all the wine. With a command from Luo Feng, the guards apprehended 2 members of the wolf tribe and began to carry back barrels of liquor. The patrons of the Drunken Immortal Tavern hastily donned smiles, inquiring, Master, Lord Luo, what is the meaning of this? Luo Feng unsheathed his sword, his icy gaze sweeping across all present. Listen closely. Anyone among you who has consumed wolf tribe liquor, step forward. Is there something wrong with the wolf tribe liquor? But wasn't it previously vetted and approved by the higher-ups? A chill coursed through the hearts of the crowd, listening to Luo Feng. He spoke of the wine of the wolf clan, which harbored a peculiar poison. If you wish to avoid death, it would be prudent to step forward now and not let the wretched subjects of Du mislead you. You lie. Before Luo Feng could finish his sentence, the two detained members of the wolf clan erupted in indignant protests. Our wine is meticulously brewed using secret techniques passed down through our clan and is considered a superior product, even among our own people. It is only savored on festive occasions. Had it not been for our intention to foster goodwill with Du and establish trade channels, you would not have been worthy of tasting our wine. Moreover, this wine has been examined by the sword-whispering legion. Do you truly doubt the capabilities of the Imperial Guards? How dare you slander our wine as poisoned? What is your true intention? Is this how Du treats its guests? Do you seek to instigate war between our clans? The two wolf clan members continued to shout defiantly, while Luo Feng regarded them with an icy demeanor. Have you finished? If so, then accompany this general to the dungeons. Take them away. The two wolf clan members seethed with rage. How infuriating. You must provide us with a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, we shall petition the royal court to ensure Du pays a bloody price. Luo Feng chuckled. Petition the royal court? By all means, go ahead. I neglected to inform you that the order for your capture came from our crown prince. Raise as much commotion as you desire. I'm sure His Highness will not mind reclaiming your clan before his ascension. Upon hearing that the order for the capture of the wolf clan came from the crown prince, the patrons inside the drunken immortal pavilion were immediately struck dumb. After a moment, several who had consumed the wolf clan wine stepped forward of their own accord. If even the terrestrial deities deemed the wolf clan's wine suspicious, it must indeed be so. Regret etched their faces. Damn it, we were too careless. I suspected the wolf clan had ulterior motives in coming to the imperial city to sell wine. Yet those in authority insisted there was nothing wrong with it. Surely the wolf clan must have bribed high-ranking officials. Treachery. There are indeed traitors within the court. General Luo, did His Highness mention whether this poison is lethal? Is there an antidote? Luo Feng cast a glance at the patrons who had stood up. Quite a number had complied. His Highness has commanded you to gather in one place for observation. As for the others, once I have interrogated them and reported to His Highness, you shall be informed. Take them all away. The guards of the imperial city escorted the wolf clan members towards the palace, while other squads continued to search for the wolf clan wine and scattered patrons. Not a single jar of wine nor a soul must be overlooked. Yes. Chapter 77. The Sudden Black Rain. Later that evening, Luo Feng emerged from the dungeons and hurried to the Zhongxian Palace. Your Highness, General Luo Feng requests an audience. Admit him. Luo Feng entered the Zhongxian Palace. This humble officer, Luo Feng, pays his respects to His Highness. Lu Chen kept his eyes closed, merely lifting his head slightly. Did the two wolf clan members confess? Luo Feng shook his head. This humble officer employed various forms of severe punishment, yet those two were as obstinate as unyielding stones, insisting they knew nothing. Even in the depths of unconsciousness, he could not utter a single alternative word. These two members of the wolf clan likely believed they were merely here to sell wine. No matter, Lu Chen calmly declared, akin to issuing a challenge. Luo Feng nodded. It was indeed a fact that the wine was laced with poison, and the wolf clan ought to pay the price for it. The wolf clan had long coveted our Du, and the ongoing friction between us necessitated a decisive reclamation, restoring it fully within our borders. Luo Feng refrained from advising Lu Chen to think twice. The phrase God of the mortal realm is not merely a title. With a mere flick of his hand, he can summon clouds or disperse them. Before the God of the mortal realm, what does it matter if the wolf clan amasses 1,000,000 troops? It is but a trivial matter. Moreover, Luo Feng suddenly recalled Lu Chen's words from that day. Above the terrestrial immortals lies the realm of the unknown. He now pondered the truthfulness of that statement. In the past, Luo Feng believed Lu Chen to be a master, only to discover he was a celestial being. Later, he assumed Lu Chen was a celestial being, yet he transformed into a terrestrial immortal. Now, if he has indeed become a terrestrial immortal, while it is acknowledged as the pinnacle of martial achievement, in the case of his royal cousin, all impossibilities could become possibilities, possessing the transformative power to turn the mundane into the extraordinary. Just as one could hardly believe that a terrestrial immortal could be merely 20 years old before his emergence. Why then could he not be a being beyond the terrestrial immortals? Thus, Lu Chen's earlier jest now seemed somewhat absurd. In Luo Feng's eyes, Lu Chen had become synonymous with omnipotence and invincibility. Lu Chen stated his intentions, and he would follow through, no matter how outrageous it seemed. For his royal cousin would undoubtedly exceed such absurdities. Speaking of which, they could not avoid mentioning their duel from years past, which had ended in a stalemate. Should they not simply separate the family tree? What of those who consumed the wine from the wolf clan? Luo Feng hastily replied that there had been no immediate reactions. It seemed the poison might have a gradual effect, deepening over time. The subordinate had already informed the medical office to conduct a diagnosis and analyze the toxicology. A response should be forthcoming shortly. Furthermore, after a moment's hesitation, Luo Feng continued, since the princes have taken control of the court, the Wu family's influence has remained conspicuously silent, refraining from interference regardless of unfolding events, and their presence in the court has seemingly diminished. This behavior does not align with the Wu family's long-standing modus operandi. The fact that the Wolf clan managed to breach the defenses and sell wine within the imperial city suggests that the Sword Howl Legion might have been unobservant due to the Heavenly Sword King's seclusion. And what of the Wu family? Jingzhou City is their stronghold. The Wolf clan's wine could pass unobstructed beneath the very noses of the Wu family. I fear they are feigning ignorance. If so, once a large-scale conflict arises between the Sword Howl Legion and the Wolf clan, the Wu family could encircle from the rear, collaborating seamlessly with the Wolf clan. At that moment, Lu Chen merely acknowledged with a sound, his heart aware. Yes, you should first go to the Office of Ceremonies and instruct them to draft a national letter. At this point, Lu Chen suddenly paused. Amidst his closed eyelids, a surge of malevolent energy unexpectedly blossomed, becoming remarkably animated. He raised his head to gaze at the heavens. Your Highness? Lu Chen halted Luo Feng, foretelling the impending rain. Rain? Luo Feng was somewhat perplexed. Was rain not a common occurrence? Just as the prince pondered this, a droplet plummeted onto Luo Feng's shoulder. In the next instant, an uncomfortable sensation akin to a burning itch emanated from that spot. Hastily, Luo Feng turned his head to find a black droplet sliding down his armor. Faint wisps of ominous black energy radiated from the droplet. Luo Feng abruptly looked up. In the distance, he beheld black raindrops hurtling towards the earth. Rain, black in hue. With a torrential roar, the black rain descended upon the world, intensifying with each moment, forming an unending curtain of rain that shrouded the land in darkness. Under this deluge of black rain, the entire world was cleansed. Threads of black energy burgeoned forth, as if some rule had been shattered, causing the equilibrium of the world to tip precariously, taking root and flourishing in this realm. Darkness proliferated. In the Cloud Palace, the old emperor stood beneath the eaves, observing the pitch-black curtain of rain. His fingers turned pale from clenching. Black rain. The rules of the world have been thoroughly disrupted, too swiftly. Heaven above. The emperor's face drained of color, a silent cry echoing within his heart. At Xingyang Academy, while the black rain poured outside, the study of the celestial being was suffused with an aura of righteousness, emblematic of the balance of heaven and earth. This aura coalesced into divine manifestations, contending fiercely with the suddenly empowered scroll within the study. The scroll floated, moving of its own accord. The righteous energy continuously surged, suppressing the scroll with the essence of the cosmos. On the scroll, those pitch-black eyes re-emerged, casting a merciless sneer towards the celestial being, as if mocking his audacity and the futility of his efforts. In response, the celestial being remained silent, merely wielding his jade brush to inscribe one character of suppression after another. Outside the academy, in the shadowy domain enveloped by the black rain, spectral figures began to emerge from the void. Bathed in the black rain, they reveled in an unprecedented comfort. Ha ha ha, the demons dance in chaos. Beyond Jingzhou, in the valley of the Wolf clan, the master clad in animal hides leaped to the summit of the highest peak. He radiated a fierce crimson aura, clashing against the torrential black rain. The burning crimson blood transformed into a towering demon deity, intent on reversing the tide of the black rain. Devour. Swallow it whole. He roared. You vile wretches seeking to harm the mortal realm must first contend with me. Do you think the path of my demonic sect was forged without purpose? It exists solely to drain the life from scoundrels like you. The demon deity extended its grasp, seizing the spectral figures emerging within the black rain, swiftly absorbing and refining them. Come on, bring more. Chapter 78. The Ninth Layer. The azure sky is difficult beneath the darkened firmament. Several figures clad in black robes meandered through the obsidian curtain of rain. They spread their arms wide, reveling in the expansive, misty downpour, erupting into boisterous and unrestrained laughter. Ha ha ha, Great Yu. Do you see? This time, even the heavens abandon you. After this torrential black rain, the miasma will flourish and darkness shall descend. Even if the Lu family produces a god among men, what difference will it make? How can one defy such grand celestial will? Heaven decrees your demise, Lu family. Ha ha. Initially, I intended to postpone our plans to weaken you, but it seems there is no longer any need for such delays. Listen well, continue to advance the plan. Detonate Jingzhou for me. Yes. In the civilian realm, the encompassing darkness fused into a prison, ensnaring the populace within the downpour. What the devil? How did such a torrential rain come about all of a sudden? And this darkness feels ominous and strange. Wait, don't you feel a burning sensation from the rain? Just a moment. Why are your faces so pale? Careful behind you. Under the rain curtain, shadowy figures surged towards the citizens, their advance fierce and menacing. Their grotesque mouths gaped wide, emitting chilling laughter. They plunged into the crowd, reveling in their own chaotic celebration beneath the deluge of black rain. In the imperial city, at the Zhengxian Palace, the once vibrant garden had lost its brilliance under the relentless downpour, the blossoms drooping, their colors dulled. The trees, which had previously stood withered, rapidly succumbed to the rain, shedding brittle leaves in abundance. The vitality of the courtyard was swiftly ebbing away under this black rain. Chen extended his hand to catch a few drops of the inky rain. The droplets exuded a faint black mist, resonating with the malevolent aura in his eyes, intensifying the wickedness brought forth by the eyes of life and death. His gray-black right eye, emblematic of decay and mortality, deepened in its abyss, advancing rapidly beyond the sacred white left eye that symbolized vibrant life. The eyes of life and death, yin and yang. Previously, they existed in a harmonious balance. But now, darkness had overwhelmingly eclipsed the light. The scales of the world had decisively tilted. How can there be black rain? Such events are not recorded in history. No forebears have spoken of this. What is this thing? Luo Feng's pupils trembled. Your Highness, He turned to see Lu Chen, eyes closed, enveloped in a radiant azure light that slowly ascended, flowing across his form and enveloping him entirely, transforming him into a figure of translucent beauty, pure and untainted. The scattered azure radiance shimmered, reaching toward the heavens, becoming the sole beacon beneath the darkened sky. This is Luo Feng's pupils constricted, an ancient name, long since mythologized, surged into his consciousness. The 9th layer. The azure sky is difficult. At that moment, beneath the shroud of darkness, the sound of zither music suddenly filled the air. Its emergence seemed to awaken a dormant power, revitalizing and coalescing the grandeur of the earthly realm. A dense, ethereal mist emerged from the void, intertwining with the dark rain. The rain that passed through the white fog appeared slightly lightened to the naked eye. The ominous black energy dissipated within the mist, undergoing a purification process. Upon reaching the ground, it transformed to resemble ordinary rainwater. The inexplicable, chilling darkness receded, diminished by the emergence of the sound of a zither. Lu Chen and his companion immediately turned their gaze toward the source of the melody, where they beheld Chen Shi skillfully plucking the strings, performing the renowned Ming Huang tune. Often regarded as the embodiment of cosmic righteousness, the melodious notes resonated like the clash of weapons, evoking the fervor of battle, akin to a call to arms, commanding legions of righteousness to charge forth against the endless curtain of black rain. Witnessing this, a glimmer of light ignited in Lu Chen's closed black and white eyes, while the sacred white of his left eye, symbolizing vibrant life, suddenly shimmered with brilliance, almost comparable to the wildness of his right eye when the black rain fell. Could the Ming Huang tune possess such power? This was indeed intriguing. However, it was not the time for contemplation on the tune's capabilities. The immediate concern was to resolve the turmoil and prevent the repercussions of imbalance from spreading further. With a single stride, Lu Chen stepped forward, his form radiating a brilliant azure light, pure and untainted. He manifested the divine presence of humanity, a sight unseen for a millennia since the age of the revered Lu Shengxi, heralding the return of an unparalleled royal realm. At last, it burst forth once more into the mortal realm, with might to challenge the heavens. In a flash, the dazzling azure light swept across the sky, centering around Lu Chen and engulfing the entire Diyu in its radiant embrace, casting everything beneath the luminous azure glow. A wondrous wave of energy surged through the boundless void, echoing through the cosmos. A tremor resonated throughout the universe. The heavens quaked. The world thrummed with life. Boom. Above the endless firmament, The darkness was obliterated. A resplendent azure sky emerged. The eternal blue once again enveloped this world. Beneath the azure expanse, a blazing sun radiated boundless light, dispersing the overwhelming darkness that had shrouded the realm, illuminating the world that had grown dim under the reign of the black rain. The pervasive black mist dissolved under the sun's embrace, akin to snow melting in the spring sun. Soon after, a pristine moon appeared in the sky, quietly suspended, casting down strands of silvery light, mending the earthly realm that had been tarnished by the black rain. Under the illumination of the sun and moon, the once barren trees in the palace regained their autumn splendor, and the fallen withered leaves appeared to defy time, rising back up to their golden boughs. The wilting blooms in the courtyard were revitalized, blossoming into vibrant flowers once more. Droplets of black rain were halted midair, suspended in a moment of stillness, before reversing course and soaring back toward the sky. At this moment, the world revolved. The rain curtain hung inverted. Everything was rapidly restored at an astonishing pace, reverting to its state prior to the black rain. Beside them, Luo Feng stood in stunned disbelief. Is this truly the legendary Qing Tian Bui? What distinguishes such power from the divine technique spoken of in ancient lore? Indeed, Qing Tian Bui is an extraordinary phenomenon. In the Cloud Palace, the old emperor gazed at the inverted curtain of rain, his fingers, once white from tension, quietly releasing their grip. His once taut, suspended heart descended in tandem with the unfolding of the Qing Tian Bui domain. He was filled with a plethora of thoughts, yet found himself at a loss for words. In that moment, he could only laugh, a resounding laughter echoing through the halls. Ha ha! He returned to the Cloud Palace, to the study adorned with portraits of the emperors of the Yu Dynasty. He stood silently before each portrait for a long while, until at last, a prolonged exclamation filled the room. May our ancestors bless us. Chapter 79. The Rules of the Ming Huang Melody at Zhengyang Academy. Beneath the resplendent glow of Qing Tian Bui, the once rampant malevolence of the scroll was swiftly subdued. The characters floating within the study, as if aided by divine intervention, surged into the scroll, piercing the eerie ebony eyes. The black eyes let out a reluctant roar of defiance, yet ultimately could only cast a resentful and fearful glance at the extraordinary spectacle outside before being engulfed within the scroll, sealed once more. The darkness in the study dissipated, banishing the chilling aura that had pervaded the space. The celestial being of Zhengyang finally set down his jade brush, gazing at the phenomena unfolding outside with a deep sigh of relief. Qing Tian Bui. He stroked his grizzled beard, his eyes filled with emotion. Teacher Chongda, the regret of not having stepped into this realm to showcase your glorious divine powers has been fulfilled by your descendants. He approached the scroll, lighting 3 sticks of incense and placing them in the burner before him. This world shall ultimately come to pass as you wished, safe and sound. In the Wolf Clan Valley, the blood-soaked demon paused its frenzied slaughter, the crimson hue in its blood-red eyes gradually fading. It gazed at the eternally unchanging azure sky, lost in thought, until the myriad of monsters ceased their incessant emergence. With a cold glance at the surrounding void, it let out a disdainful snort, brimming with overwhelming ferocity. Humph! Consider yourselves fortunate, you wretched beings. With a swift motion, it unleashed a crimson bolt, the scarlet radiance illuminating the skies, striking down the remaining phantoms into nothingness. Subsequently, it shed its hide, concealing the vivid red markings that adorned its body, carelessly squeezing out the heavy black blood from its pelt before retreating to its seclusion. What the devil? The vice leader, witnessing the extraordinary azure phenomenon stretching across the vast Yu, found the guardians staring wide-eyed in shock, rendered speechless. After a long moment, they turned to the vice leader, their eyes filled with astonishment and inquiry. The vice leader, momentarily at a loss for words, eventually sighed deeply. What an extraordinary figure Lu Chen is. The Lu family has truly produced another remarkable individual. With the cultivation of a 6th realm, earthly immortal, and the unparalleled Qing Tian Bui divine ability, even the vice leader could not help but feel a wave of admiration swell within. Is it truly as the world asserts, that the Great Yu is destined by fate? In times of peril, a remarkable genius emerges to avert calamity. In the past, there was Lu Shengxi, and now, Lu Chen surpasses him. At merely 20 years of age, he has attained such extraordinary heights. Given a few more years, who knows what he might achieve? The visage of the deputy leader lay shrouded beneath a voluminous black robe, ensconced in shadow, rendering him indistinct. Deputy leader, we are now, a protector began, only to be interrupted by a raised hand. Wait, was the solitary command. Another wait? The protectors exchanged glances. While he could halt the descent of the black rain, the dissolution of the world's rules was beyond alteration. Otherwise, he would be a deity of creation. To us, this black rain is merely a gilding upon the canvas of life, desirable, yet not imperative. It's merely a matter of perseverance. With that, the deputy leader melded into the shadows, vanishing from sight, leaving behind two resonant phrases echoing across the heavens. What follows is the main event. Be prepared and ready at all times. Yes, above the imperial city, the torrents of dark rain swiftly dissipated under the urgent melodies of the Ming Huang Chang played by Chenxi and Lu Chen's formidable powers. In but a moment, the oppressive clouds were dispelled, and the sky returned to clarity. The enchanting azure light and the unusual sight of the sun and moon in harmony faded, and the penetrating tones of the Qin concluded. Beneath the vast expanse, the ominous specters vanished, along with the chilling black raindrops, and the pervasive gloom that once enveloped the world dissipated. Everything reverted to its state prior to the black rain, as if the preceding turmoil had been naught but an illusion. Yet, the people understood deeply that what had transpired was no mere mirage, but a sudden catastrophe. Now that the disaster had abated, it was due to the presence of the being revered as the god of humanity, who bore the weight of the sky. How fortunate! How blessed! At this moment, the god of humanity, long in the hearts and thoughts of all, had restored his mortal form after expending his divine powers. He cast a glance at Chenxi, who, perhaps drained from exertion, was being supported by Lan Yun, her once radiant face now tinged with pallor. Lady Shi, how do you feel? Allow me to prepare 2 bowls of ginseng soup for you. Do not overexert yourself. Your well-being is paramount. Lan Yun expressed her genuine concern, having witnessed the startling events of the black rain clearly. This lady she could indeed assist her master, becoming his wise consort. Anything that benefited her master was of utmost importance to Lan Yun. Observing Lan Yun's anxious demeanor, Chenxi managed a faint smile and shook her head. There is no need for concern. I am merely fatigued and require a moment's rest. With that, she turned her gaze towards Lu Chun, acknowledging that it was he, the crown prince, who had wielded such powers to halt the spread of the black rain, a feat that must have been quite taxing. It is of no consequence, Lu Chun replied as he approached Chenxi. Aside from revealing the true form of the Nightmare Clan, your Ming Huang Chang possesses such remarkable effects? Lu Chun is currently quite intrigued by the Ming Huang melody, based on its recent ability to mobilize the essence of heaven and earth, dispelling and purifying the ominous black rain. It possesses a power of rules that is both rare and formidable. It is no wonder that it, alongside the Qing Tian Bu Yi Ju of the Lu family, is revered as a nemesis of the nightmares. This is precisely what Lu Chun requires at present. In this realm of martial arts, there exists 6 stages. The first 3 stages focus on refining one's essence, energy, and spirit as a foundation. The latter 3 stages involve the golden core, wherein one comprehends the world, leveraging the human form to unlock the mysteries of the universe and connect with the forces of nature. The ascendant beings traverse the world, drawing in the energies of heaven and earth, achieving a unity with the cosmos to wield its potent forces. Beyond these 6 stages lies the realm of rules. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Chenxi found herself somewhat perplexed. She nodded, then shook her head, uncertain of the efficacy of the Ming Huang melody. It was merely when the black rain approached that an inexplicable intuition surged within me, compelling me to play the melody, as if it were the answer to countering the impending storm. Concurrently, fragments of an enigmatic musical score flickered in my mind, reminiscent of the missing sections of the incomplete score I had previously encountered. Following this instinct, I began to play the melody that surfaced in my consciousness, subsequently entering an indescribable state. As Chun-Shi furrowed her brow, she endeavored to recollect the extraordinary experience, articulating her unique state. My awareness became intertwined with the cosmos. The strings of my instrument resonated with the very veins of this earth. Plucking the strings allowed me to shake off the impurities that lay within the earth's essence, awakening the dormant vitality. It was truly wondrous. As for the rest, Chun-Shi shook her head, unable to articulate further. By the time I emerged from that state, I found myself utterly fatigued. I hope your highness can forgive me. Not at all. Please rest for a while, Lu Chen replied, glancing towards Lan Yun. Prepare 2 bowls of ginseng soup. Yes, your highness, do not worry about me. I shall recover quickly after you drink the soup. When you return, I would love to hear your melody once more. Indeed, if your highness wishes to listen, I shall do my utmost, Chun-Shi responded. Lu Chen nodded and turned back towards the pavilion. Elder brother, Luo Feng remained rooted in place, staring blankly at the vast sky. It was only when Lu Chen called him twice that he snapped back to reality. Huh. Oh. He hurried over to Lu Chen, scrutinizing him from head to toe, opening his mouth to speak, yet closing it again. He had intended to say something, but suddenly found himself at a loss for words. The emergence of the Qing Tian Bu Yi in this era should be a momentous occasion, yet it felt vaguely less significant. Luo Feng's emotions were a blend of shock and nonchalance, caught in a dynamic haze. On one hand, he was astonished that the Qing Tian Bu Yi, a skill that had eluded the royal family for 3 millennia, had reappeared. On the other hand, having witnessed the extraordinary feats from Golden Core Masters to Heavenly Perception Masters, and then to martial arts celestials and earthly immortals, he found that anything remarkable that transpired in the life of his royal cousin felt quite ordinary. After all, above the terrestrial immortals lies the realm of the unknown. He has grown accustomed to it, thus remaining unfazed. Consequently, Luo Feng now finds himself in a quandary, grappling with unspoken words. Ultimately, he can only exclaim, "Your Highness, your valor is commendable." Following this confrontation, it is likely that those rebellious factions of Taiping are now trembling in fear, no longer daring to threaten our Great Yu. Lu Chen gazed skyward and softly remarked, "Lately, pay attention to those upright individuals who are loyal to our dynasty and possess unblemished backgrounds. I intend to establish an additional department beyond the 5 currently in existence. As you command, there is no rush with this matter. Simply prepare accordingly. First, attend to the issues concerning the Wolf clan at the Department of Rights." With that, Lu Chen waved his hand, signaling Luo Feng to withdraw. Yes, this subordinate takes his leave. As Luo Feng departed, Lu Chen's mind was inundated with countless martial principles. Previously, upon witnessing the Royal Divine Technique in the Grand Hall, he had contemplated the creation of a new martial art tailored specifically for the Nightmare clan. Now, after this deluge of darkness, his thoughts had deepened considerably. The dark energy of the Nightmare clan. He rested his arm on the stone table of the pavilion, lightly drumming his fingers upon its surface, producing ripples imbued with the resonance of the Tao. Amidst these undulating waves, a myriad of ingenious ideas began to emerge. He subsequently selected a few concepts that seemed most feasible, possessing broad applicability and practicality, enhancing martial vitality, refining the nightmare energy, and constructing a corporeal golden body barrier. Various notions played out in Lu Chen's mind, and he was unaware of how much time had elapsed. The gentle strains of a zither reached his ears. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld that Chen Shi's complexion had returned to normal. She was now seated, playing the zither, rendering the melody of the Ming Emperor, which Lu Chen yearned to hear. As the melody resonated, a soft white mist began to rise from the lotus pond and garden within the Zhengxian Palace, filling the interior with an ethereal ambience reminiscent of a celestial paradise. Simultaneously, as these wisps of mist ascended, a flicker of sacred white flame ignited within Lu Chen's left eye, symbolizing life. The advancement of his left eye surged rapidly. Initially, the imbalance of the world, with the darkness outweighing the light, had propelled the right eye's progression, but now the death and life magic eye had once again synchronized its pace. Lu Chen mused, indeed. He had sensed the Ming Emperor's melody countering the deluge earlier, though he had not delved deeply into it at that moment. Now, as he settled into contemplation, he discovered that under the influence of the world's skewed rules and the assistance of the Ming Emperor's melody, the progression of the death and life magic eye was far swifter than he had anticipated. Based on his calculations, he had estimated that it would take him nearly 1 to 2 years to cultivate the death and life magic eye to the 9th layer. However, with the emergence of darkness due to the skewed rules, coupled with the support of the Ming Emperor's melody, he would achieve the pinnacle of the 9th layer, transcending life and death in no more than half a year. Subsequently, he could endeavor to advance to the 10th layer, elevating this ancient technique to an even higher echelon, thereby grasping the formidable rules of life and death. Furthermore, the inherent righteousness of the Ming Emperor's melody would also enable Lu Chen to draw connections and gain a deeper understanding of the rules, refining his own Qing Tian Bu Yi Ju to the 12th layer. In the realm of the Ming Emperor's melody, Lu Chen poured himself a cup of delicate tea. As he gently sipped, the fragrant essence enveloped his senses. The emergence of the Ming Emperor's melody was indeed peculiar, and the arrival of this remarkable young woman, Chen Shi, seemed equally fortuitous. Perhaps, as his father had feared, She was a cleverly disguised weapon sent by the enemy to lull the Great Yu into complacency, allowing for an insidious strike from within. Yet what of it? He was determined to savor this deceptive sweetness. In the land of Fengzhou, Mo Wenju rode his blood steed through numerous cities, witnessing a myriad of souls and comprehending their diverse hearts. Having traversed the events of the Literary Alliance and the trials of his own endless academy, Mo Wenju now possessed a profound understanding of the sage's teachings. Indeed, the venerable teacher was correct. Certain knowledge could not be gleaned from the tomes within the academy. Some wisdom must be sought through personal observation, experience, and introspection. Thus, seizing the opportunity before the Golden Autumn trials, Mo Wenju delved into the bustling cities, sometimes masquerading as a scholar hurrying to the examinations, and at other times embodying a chivalrous figure who intervened in moments of injustice, savoring every encounter along the way. Upon passing through Wanqing City, he instinctively glanced at the city gate, where no longer hung the grim specters of the past. This sight elicited a wistful smile from him. Wanqing City marked the beginning of a pivotal chapter in his life, the dawn of his rebirth. It was here that they had participated in the martial arts tea gathering, leading to their acquaintance with the prince and the crown prince. It was through this serendipity that Mo Wenju discovered such extraordinary talent in the world, inspiring him to resolve to follow the crown prince. This eventually led to his expulsion from the academy, the hurried journey to the imperial city to deliver news, and the cultivation of a favorable bond with the crown prince, thus becoming a close aid in their eyes. Chapter 81. War, Sword Valley. Such intertwining fates are truly exquisite. He considered himself fortunate. With these reflections, Mo Wenju led his blood steed into Wanqing City. The city guards, upon seeing him, transformed their serious expressions into warm smiles. Mr. Mo has arrived. Please, rest a moment. I shall promptly inform the city lord. The crowd treated Mo Wenju with great courtesy. Setting aside his status as a contemporary luminary of the Endless Academy, his merit in delivering news alone warranted their respectful demeanor. Moreover, with the Golden Autumn trials approaching, this individual was soon to ascend to officialdom. With his abilities and erudition, coupled with his prior connection to the crown prince, he was destined to become a force to be reckoned with in the imperial court. At this moment, a single smile could very well herald a future of great success. It is always wise to extend courtesy. Mo Wenju returned the gesture with a slight bow. No need for formality. I have come to participate in the Golden Autumn trials and merely paused in Wanqing City for a brief respite. I must soon continue my journey to Quanzhou to witness the awe-inspiring sword mark left by the crown prince. There is no need to trouble the city lord. The guards understood and replied, if that is the case, Mr. Mo should hasten. The sword mark left by the crown prince has reverberated throughout the land, attracting numerous martial artists and common folk eager to witness and comprehend its significance. Particularly, the renowned sword cultivators of the martial world, upon receiving the news, hastened through the night to occupy the most profound location for comprehending the residual sword intent left upon the scar. As you are aware, the crown prince is the sole terrestrial immortal of our Great Yu Dynasty, emerging 3 millennia after the reign of Emperor Gongshi, and is revered as a god among men. Even a mere trace of his sword scar, casually left behind, embodies the supreme mysteries of the sword path, rendering it an invaluable treasure for sword cultivators. Should anyone grasp even a fragment of its true essence, they might immediately coalesce a golden elixir and attain mastery. Moreover, how could one fathom the depth of sword intent contained within such a monumental mark that cleaved 2 provinces? I have also heard that the sword wielded by the crown prince to carve through those 2 provinces was merely a standard military weapon borrowed casually from a nearby soldier. Yet now, that very sword has transformed into a spiritual artifact, a divine implement. It is said that when drawn, it illuminates the night as brilliantly as day. Regrettably, that sword has been claimed as a family heirloom by a fortunate individual who has bound it to his arm, taking it with him for meals and sleep, never parting with it. What a lucky fellow he is. How I wish I had been present at that moment. It is evident that the city guard holds great admiration for Lu Chen and feels genuine regret for not being there. Upon mentioning that fortunate sword, his eyes brim with envy and jealousy. Mid-sentence, the city guard suddenly realized, offering an awkward smile to Mo Wenju, apologizing for digressing. Mo Wenju, with a faint smile, waved it off. No harm done. The crown prince is indeed a hero of unparalleled stature. Who among the subjects of Great Yu does not admire him? It is only natural to speak at length about his deeds. were it not for the Crown Prince's steadfast presence at the heart of Great Yu during this precarious time. One shudders to think of the chaos that might have ensued. Indeed, just the other day, the ominous black rain terrified many, leading them to believe the heavens were collapsing. Yet, was it not our earthly deity who bore the weight of it? With a mere gesture, he turned that eerie rain back, sending those ghastly apparitions fleeing. The city guard paused, chuckling sheepishly, and promptly returned to the main topic. In any case, the location of that sword scar has now become a renowned sanctuary for sword comprehension in Great Yu, and it is already teeming with people. If you do not hurry, my esteemed sir, you might find it difficult to secure a decent spot. Mo Wangju nodded. You mentioned this as the first point. What is the second? Regarding the second matter, the city guard glanced around cautiously. Lowering his voice, he whispered in Mo Wangju's ear, some time ago, around the time of the Black Rain, the Crown Prince sealed a shipment of poison wine from the Wolf Clan destined for Great Yu. Consequently, the Crown Prince has issued an ultimatum to the Wolf Clan. However, the Wolf Clan has responded with defiance, showing no concern and even mobilizing troops to wage war against our Great Yu. Reports from the front indicate that tensions are exceedingly high, with several skirmishes already occurring, and a full-blown conflict appears imminent. These wretched Wolf Clan people, who intended to harm our dynasty from the outset, now act with such audacity. Truly, they are barbaric and utterly unreasonable. Cheng Wei cursed under his breath for a moment before turning his gaze towards Mo Wenju. Mr. Mo, should a conflict arise between our Great Yu and the Wolf Clan, the Peace Sect, currently subdued by His Highness the Crown Prince, will likely seize the opportunity to stir trouble, perhaps even colluding with the Wolf Clan from within. At that time, our Great Yu may find itself in turmoil once again. He glanced at Mo Wenju, and seeing as you are currently alone, it is probable that the Peace Sect will set their sights on you. After all, you have played a significant role in thwarting the plans of the Literary Alliance, a fact they are unlikely to overlook. For your own safety, I believe it would be prudent for you to make your way to the capital at your earliest convenience. Mo Wenju, upon hearing this, fell into deep thought. Collusion from within? During the reign of Emperor Gongshi, there were indeed rebels causing chaos. Yet the Wolf Clan did not dare to utter a word. Now, a being more powerful and youthful than Emperor Gongshi has emerged, and the Wolf Clan has become emboldened? What are they truly thinking? Do they not fear death? Thank you for your warning. I shall remain vigilant, Mo Wenju replied. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Cheng Wei, he mounted his bloodsteed and set forth towards the Sword Scar Gorge, a place destined to be eternally etched in the annals of history. In the land of Chuanzhou, where mountains are resplendent and waters clear, beasts rush through the valleys and birds sing amid the trees. Along the edge of a deep chasm that stretches for thousands of miles, figures stand, some gazing into the distance, others peering into the depths of the gorge. They marvel at the power of the entity that cleaved this chasm with a single sword strike. The Sword Scar Gorge embodies immortality, annihilation, and the intricate interplay of the five elements, infused with profound concepts of yin and yang. How did that figure manage to encapsulate such a plethora of sword intents within a single scar? Moreover, how did he achieve such a flawless fusion, maintaining a harmonious balance among them? The immortal sword intent ensures its eternal existence, while the destructive sword intent rends asunder any who dare to threaten the scar. The dynamic interplay of the five elemental sword intents continually replenishes the vitality of this gorge. This Sword Scar Gorge will likely endure for millennia, preserving its current might and remaining forever imprinted upon this land. Chapter 82. The Grand Examination of Golden Autumn. This Sword Scar Gorge serves not merely as a warning to the literati of the world. It is a warning to all traitorous subjects. Crown Prince Chen truly deserves the title of the god among men. His methods are unfathomable, leaving one in awe. With this gorge preserved, countless swordsmanship prodigies will undoubtedly rise in our Great Yu in the future. A cause for celebration, indeed. Various martial heroes and renowned figures in the martial arts world expressed their astonishment at Chen's extraordinary methods. Meanwhile, atop the highest peak near the Sword Scar Gorge, a blood-clad swordsman sat cross-legged, resting his blood sword across his knees. He opened a narrow slit in its sheath, revealing the chilling crimson blade. The sword's aura, vibrant and red, intertwined with the vast currents of sword energy flowing beneath the gorge. Transformations abound. Before the blood-clad swordsman, a colossal dragon of swords, roaring towards the heavens, seemed to materialize, charging directly at him. The swordsman's pupils constricted sharply, and the sword energy coalescing within him dissipated instantaneously, his blood surging backward. He let out a muffled groan, and a trickle of crimson flowed from the corner of his mouth. Senior brother. The disciples beside him quickly supported the blood-clad swordsman, their faces etched with concern. It's nothing, the blood-clad swordsman waved his hand, wiping away the blood as he gazed towards the sword scar gorge ahead. I was too eager for success. Only then did his disciples breathe a sigh of relief, urging him, Senior brother, do not rush. The sword gorge lies before us. You can contemplate it at your leisure. Be cautious not to act impulsively, lest your sword heart be countered, leading to lifelong regrets. Indeed, this was a remnant of sword intent left by a deity of the mortal realm, incomparable to the ordinary. The disciples felt their words were rather tactful. An existence worthy of being called a deity of the mortal realm. How could the sword intent they left behind be easily comprehended by mere mortals? Had they not witnessed even the celestial beings of the Taiping sect unable to withstand a single strike from that transcendent being? The entire Wenxin mountain region had been leveled, leaving behind a colossal palm imprint even to this day. Senior brother, you are far from understanding. After just a few days, you wish to grasp the sword intent of the deity of the mortal realm? The blood-clad swordsman sighed softly. That may be so. Yet, as a swordsman, who can resist the allure of such profound sword intent? This sword gorge is akin to nectar for a wine enthusiast, stirring an irresistible yearning within. Senior brother. Just as the blood-clad swordsman fell into silence, a figure swiftly approached from below the peak, his face alight with excitement. Senior brother. Good news. The group turned their attention to him as he spoke. I just received news from the Imperial City. It is said that in addition to the expanded recruitment for the Grand Autumn Trials, the Crown Prince intends to establish an additional bureau beyond the 5 ministries of the court. An additional bureau? The crowd stirred, intrigued by the potential roles of this new entity. The man shook his head. What exactly it entails remains uncertain for now. Silence fell over the group. You young man, dare to proclaim good news without even knowing the specifics? Did you hear this from some drunken fool? No. This was conveyed by none other than the young Master Luo Feng of the Blossoming Sword sect. He had already begun preparations for the establishment of this bureau, gathering individuals of unblemished backgrounds who are loyal to the court and possess some talent to serve as the first batch of officials for this new bureau. Furthermore, this bureau is distinct from the 5 ministries, as it has been directly entrusted by the Crown Prince. This suggests that the new team will be under the direct jurisdiction of the Crown Prince. The last statement struck like thunder, reverberating through the hearts of all present. Under the direct jurisdiction of the Crown Prince. Did this not imply that they would be serving directly under the Crown Prince? Would that divine being of the mortal realm become their superior? Would they have greater opportunities to meet the Crown Prince? Thump, thump. In that moment, their hearts raced. They were stirred. Instantly, their gazes shifted to the blood-clad swordsman, Senior brother, Wei. However, the blood-clad swordsman was quicker in action. He had already sheathed his blood sword and risen to his feet. When the others turned to look, they could only see the distant silhouette of their senior brother departing. After a long pause, a voice echoed from the horizon. Let us go. To the Imperial City. Outside the city guard camp of the Imperial City, long lines had already formed. Upon hearing the news released by Luo Feng, many swiftly rushed to sign up. To serve under the esteemed prince is a grand honor sought after by countless individuals. Moreover, this prince is none other than the unparalleled #1 in the realm. Unsurprisingly, once the news spread, the city guard camp was inundated. The zealous citizens of Dayu eagerly gathered outside the camp, chanting, General Luo, General Luo. I come from a respectable lineage, unwaveringly loyal to Dayu, the Emperor, and His Highness the Prince. Please, look at me. Consider my worth. My ancestors have served for 5 generations, all loyal subjects of Dayu, and I am willing to dedicate my life for His Highness. Listening to the fervent clamor outside, Luo Feng sighed in resignation. He had underestimated the immense allure embodied in the phrase the divine of the mortal realm. Merely a whisper of opportunity had led to an overwhelming throng that nearly suffocated them. Brother, consider this, Luo Feng pondered aloud. Commencing any endeavor is fraught with challenges. To excel at a task, the initial selection must be of the highest caliber. Better to have none than to accept the mediocre. Fourth brother, go and inform them that participants must possess a cultivation level no lower than the Qi transformation stage. Furthermore, their lineage must be untainted, with no recorded grave offenses within 3 generations. We shall meticulously sift through the remaining candidates. Understood. As the 4th member of the Luo family departed the camp, another guard approached with news. General, what is it? Reporting to the general, the scholars from the Zhenyang Academy, participating in the Golden Autumn examination, have arrived in the imperial city. At this, Luo Feng raised his head, feeling a slight relief in his heart. Finally, they have arrived. Our Daiyu is on the brink of a remarkable transformation, set to flourish anew. 3 days later, the long-awaited Golden Autumn examination commenced. The old emperor was expected to attend and deliver words of auspiciousness and encouragement to the scholars aspiring for positions of virtue and governance. However, ever since appointing Lu Chun as the regent prince, the old emperor had retreated behind the scenes, leaving the affairs of the court to Lu Chun. Thus, it was Lu Chun, the regent prince, who attended the Golden Autumn examination instead of the emperor. The prince has arrived. Outside the Wenhuo Hall, a sharp voice echoed. The attendees promptly bowed and knelt. They beheld the familiar golden-edged robe, which sent shivers down many spines. Memories of the recent encounter at the Wenda Alliance flooded back. As if reliving the past, beads of cold sweat began to form on their foreheads. We humbly pay our respects to His Highness the Prince. Long live the Prince. Meanwhile, the other princes also bowed respectfully. We, your younger brothers, pay our respects to His Highness the Prince. The heir apparent was indeed a prince. Given Lu Chen's current prestige and strength, he was but a title away from the true throne. In their words, the other princes were already convinced, bowing their heads in submission. No need for formalities. Thank you, Your Highness. As the crowd rose, they cautiously lifted their gazes, clearly seeing the familiar figure on the main seat, one that instilled fear within them. The once mighty academy lies in ruins. The illustrious Wenxin Mountain has crumbled, and that scar of a sword crossing 2 provinces once again looms vividly before their eyes. It seems they have returned to that desolate autumn day, where the acrid scent of blood wafts from not too far ahead. Before their eyes, everything is drenched in crimson, shadowing their very beings. In an instant, almost instinctively, most of them trembled, their heads which had just been raised now bowed low, too fearful to meet Lu Chen's gaze. The onlookers at the great examination could only sigh in lamentation. How spirited the Wendao Alliance had once been. Under the guidance of the 4 heavenly beings, they had wielded their words like swords, commanding the literary world of Daiyu and claiming half of its court. Every gesture exuded their noble literary spirit. But now, what has become of their 4 heavenly beings? The Zhenyang heavenly being has severed ties with the Wendao Alliance, while the Hanhai heavenly being has met his demise. The remaining 2, although they escaped the calamity of Wenxin Mountain, have found themselves hunted by Daiyu, living in perpetual flight. And what of the once proud literati? Oh, they have long been stripped of their courage by this earthly deity of Daiyu, losing their dignified composure. Their present state vividly illustrates the meaning of fearing him like a demon, revering him like a god. It is likely that during the lifetime of their prince, the mere mention of the Wendao Alliance will instill terror in the hearts of scholars, ensuring they dare not rebel for eternity. And their prince, a veritable deity among men, who could possibly rival his longevity. The crowd could not help but cast pitying glances at the trembling scholars. These individuals will likely not breathe easily until they witness the prince ascend to the celestial realm. Alas, had they foreseen this, would they have acted differently? Just as everyone was lost in their reflections, Lu Chen's indifferent decree resonated from the main seat. Raise your heads. At once, the scholars stiffened, then slowly lifted their gazes towards the back of the figure before them, their eyes unwavering. Before the commencement of this grand autumn examination, there is but one matter I must address. Without waiting for a response, Lu Chen coldly uttered 2 words, Yuan clan. Upon hearing this, many in attendance felt a jolt of trepidation. These words, I trust, will not be unfamiliar to the majority among you. Lu Chen's impassive gaze swept across the gathered literati, causing many to fall silent, their hairs standing on end. He continued, a few days ago, a black rain suddenly fell from the heavens. The scholars could no longer remain composed. Surely, the prince does not suspect them of being involved? Immediately, a senior from the academy hurriedly stepped forward, addressing the prince, Your Highness, that black rain has nothing to do with us. Ever since the dissolution of the Wendao Alliance and the execution of the traitorous instigators, we have devoted ourselves daily to reciting the classics and preparing for the great autumn examination, harboring no ulterior motives, nor committing any crimes. Furthermore, those matters were handled solely by the former leaders of the Alliance, of which we possess no knowledge. We beseech Your Highness to see with clarity. Lu Chen cast him a glance. Did I say it was you? Why are you in such a fluster? The descent of the black rain signifies the disintegration of the world's order, yet these individuals lack the capacity to comprehend such a shift. The common people, burdened by guilt, are awed by His Highness's celestial presence, revering him as if he were an ancient deity, and thus, in their moment of anxiety, they falter in their composure. Upon hearing these words, the assembly could not help but smirk slightly. Indeed, when it comes to sycophancy, none surpass this group of scholars. Chen chose not to engage further and spoke. Following the onset of the Black Rain, the encroachment of the nightmarish clan will hasten. Many among the populace have already glimpsed the true nature of the nightmarish beings within that storm. Therefore, I have resolved to utilize this golden autumn examination as a means to disseminate the news of their impending invasion, allowing the people to prepare and solidify their resolve. With that, Chen cast a glance at the silver-armored guards beside him. The guard, understanding the cue, presented a scroll. Chen took the scroll and proclaimed, "Here lies a decree left by the first emperor, a divine script that will aid the common folk in discerning the illusions of the nightmarish clan, preserving their purity and safeguarding against their malevolence. Each of you shall transcribe this document by hand as an additional preliminary assessment for this golden autumn examination. Do any of you have objections?" The crowd shook their heads vigorously, exclaiming in unison, "No, no. His Highness is most enlightened." Chen nodded, "Very well. Then you may begin." With that, he departed from the examination venue, entrusting the remaining proceedings to the examiners. The attendees were accustomed to this, for their prince was ever so composed, speaking little and eschewing elaborate formalities. This golden autumn examination likely marked the occasion where they heard him speak the most. "Your Highness, we bid you farewell." Upon reaching the entrance of the venue, Chen paused, casting a calm gaze over each individual present. "I hope we do not face such a situation again." "We would never dare," they replied earnestly. "To the palace." "Yes." Chen settled into the carriage for his return to the palace, drawing down the curtain. He had anticipated that following this Black Rain, the remaining celestial beings of the Literary Alliance and the Nightmarish clan might present some novel scheme or surprising gift to disrupt the golden autumn examination. Yet, it appeared he had overestimated their capabilities. This examination yielded no surprises, no grand offerings, only tranquility. These individuals behaved impeccably, rendering the experience somewhat dull. The wheels of the carriage rolled onward, crunching the golden leaves as they were swept along by the autumn breeze, soon vanishing at the horizon of the palace. At the examination venue, the assembly collectively exhaled in relief. The princes exchanged glances, pondering silently. After a moment, the 10th prince hesitantly remarked, "Why does it seem like 5th brother appears somewhat disappointed?" The 3rd prince, Lang, smiled but said nothing. The 1st prince, Yun, chuckled helplessly. Perhaps 5th brother thought there would be some unexpected occurrence during the golden autumn examination. The other princes remained silent, understanding the unspoken truth. The Taiping sect and the Nightmarish clan were not fools. After the conflict with the Literary Alliance, 5th brother had already made waves across the realm, suppressing the vastness of Daiyu. To venture into the imperial city now would only mean courting death. They could barely conceal themselves, let alone dare to challenge the might of the earthly deity. In Chapter 84, the esteemed princes, engaged in fervent discussion, were brimming with admiration and praise for Chen, not daring to utter a single word of disparagement or disrespect. As the saying goes, "I fear my brother may misunderstand." In the past, when the Taiping sect and the Nightmare clan descended with great force, causing turmoil within our Great Yu court, the populace was rife with anxiety. Yet, we brothers secretly harbored ambitions to compete, to see who could quell the chaos first, restore the court, and ascend to that coveted dragon throne. But now, had we known that the 5th brother possessed such prowess, what effort would have been necessary? The princes chuckled lightly. Such sentiments, once unutterable, were now casual banter, a reflection of bygone days. Truly, this is a blessing for the Lu family. Lang, opening his folding fan, remarked wistfully, "In this world, the Taiping sect openly stirs trouble, while the Nightmare clan lurks in the shadows, not to mention the Wolf clan eyeing us covetously. Were it not for His Highness the Crown Prince emerging to change our fates, who among us could genuinely safeguard the realm of Great Yu?" Upon hearing this, the princes contemplated briefly and nodded in agreement, setting aside the impending troubles posed by the Taiping sect and the Nightmare clan. The mere thought of the Literary Alliance's insurrection was enough to give them headaches. Speaking of the Wolf clan, what has become of those who mistakenly ingested their poison wine? They have shown no reactions thus far, exhibiting behaviors akin to ordinary individuals, though occasionally experiencing a dispersal of true energy or a depletion of vitality. However, after a period of recuperation, they returned to normal, posing no significant issue. What did the physicians say? The doctors were unable to reach a definitive diagnosis. Aside from the aforementioned dispersal of true energy, there were no other observable effects. Could it be that the poison merely serves to diminish one's true energy? That seems implausible. The Wolf clan must have invested considerable effort to deliver the wine. If it were solely to cause a reduction in our true energy, that would be laughable. The royal family would never partake in the Wolf clan's wine. It is likely that this poison wine conceals ulterior motives. They must be awaiting a particular moment to unleash its true potential. Awaiting? In this current situation, what could they possibly be waiting for? Chen too found himself intrigued by this question. Delaying time? He had never feared a battle of endurance, nor did he dread waiting. For him, waiting would yield the 12th layer of the Qingtian Baiju, and subsequently, the 13th layer. The passage of time would only render Chen increasingly formidable. As for those sinister entities, he found them rather tedious and waved his hand, signaling the messenger guard to withdraw. Subsequently, he resumed his perusal of the death and life magic eye. In recent days, armed with the insights gained from the Ming Emperor's melody and the tilt of the world's rules, Chen's progress with the death and life magic eye was promising. He had already mastered the 5th layer and was advancing towards the 6th. This would ordinarily be a cause for celebration. However, it now felt somewhat lacking. His current mood resembled that of someone who had painstakingly developed their abilities, equipped themselves with 6 divine artifacts, and was poised to unleash devastation upon the world. Upon glancing back, it became evident that the enemy had only just reached level 2, still clad in their initial attire. They indeed wreak havoc. Yet this rendered their 6 divine armors superfluous and rather cheap, devoid of any sense of accomplishment. Casting a gaze around, solitude was all that remained, only loneliness. Oh, the Nightmare clan, who have contended with the Liu family for so many years, forcing even the emperor of the new era to practice core cultivation with his own body as a dire threat. Do you possess not a single method of any significance? Chen sincerely hoped the Nightmare clan would hasten to escalate their efforts. Should they delay any further, even the celestial rules of this world would be unable to preserve you. Unrolling the scroll of the death magic eye, the familiar melody of the Ming Emperor's Qin once again filled the air. The music flowed gently, a soft autumn breeze wafting through. Chen read, while she played the Qin. Lan Yun remained beneath the great tree, weaving a winter fur cloak. Following the conclusion of the grand examination in the golden autumn, winter was not far behind. Within the Zhengxian Palace, the tranquility of yesteryears returned. For several consecutive days, the winds lay still. With Chen, the earthly deity, in command, both the Taiping sect and the Nightmare clan seemed to have laid down their arms, no longer daring to incite chaos. The long-anticipated grand examination in the golden autumn concluded smoothly, devoid of any disturbances from the Nightmare clan or clandestine schemes from the Taiping sect. Not even the slightest hint of favoritism or corruption arose. With no unforeseen events, the court hastened to review the examination papers of the candidates. The Zhengyang Academy and the Wuyi Academy's literary works were specifically set aside for initial scrutiny, followed closely by the talented scholars from humble backgrounds, while submissions from other academies were relegated to the end. Only when there were no candidates left from Zhengyang and the humble scholars would they consider the remaining academies to fill the gaps. How goes the review? Have all been adjudicated? Yes, the Zhengyang celestial beings continue to unwaveringly support our court. This time, they dispatched numerous scholars to participate, and a significant portion of them are indeed worthy. Moreover, the lowered thresholds for the examinations and the broadened recruitment allowed many hidden gems from the common folk to shine, resulting in a considerable number of candidates. But is that enough to fill the vacancies within the central court? Filling the central vacancies is sufficient. However, adjustments may be necessary at the local level. Thus, we shall select the top candidates from those academies and ensure they are assigned beneath Zhengyang. Understood. Please prepare the roster. I shall report to His Highness the Crown Prince. Yes. Thus, the grand examination in the golden autumn concluded without a hitch. Until one deep night, within the urban area of the imperial city, patrons who had mistakenly consumed the Wolf clan's poison wine were gathered under close watch. The night guards suddenly heard a series of strange, eerie howls emanating from the patrons' quarters. The guards, taken aback, immediately steeled themselves, gripping their weapons as they approached the source of the commotion. With firm steps, a cohort of guards arrived at the door. With a powerful kick, they burst it open. A pair of keen eyes scanned the room like hawks. What are you doing? Lift your heads. At the sound of the guards' thunderous command and the illumination of flames from outside, The patrons within the room stood dazedly, swaying slightly before raising their heads. In that moment, the guards' pupils dilated abruptly. Before them, the patrons exhibited hollow eyes, exuding an eerie, inky blackness. Their faces bore mysterious black and red markings, resembling runes, while an ominous black aura, tinged with crimson, enveloped their bodies. Upon seeing the guards approach, the patrons emitted a series of low, beastly growls from their throats. Kill! With each utterance of the word, the patrons surged forth like unleashed beasts, frantically charging at the guards. Chapter 85. You shall be nailed to the pillar of shame. The guards immediately raised their weapons in readiness. Control them. Remain vigilant. Dispatch a few to the palace to inform His Highness the Prince and the court physician. Understood. Anticipating any transformations among the patrons, the guards had long been prepared. The moment they noticed the patrons' aberrant behavior, they promptly organized their formation to execute the apprehension. Clang! Several long spears crossed before the guards, bracing against the patrons' ferocious assault. However, at the instant of contact, a tremendous force surged forth. Creak! Empowered by their inner energy, the spears, crafted from iron, began to bend. Could their strength be this formidable? Just as this thought emerged, a cracking sound resonated as the patrons, driven by primal fury, broke the guard spears with brute force. Not good. Scatter. The guards' defenses crumbled under the unexpected, terrifying might. Die. Die. Several were caught off guard, pinned to the ground by the frenzied patrons, who gripped their necks tightly. Gasping for breath, the guards' faces turned pale as they struggled for air. At that moment, tendrils of black mist infiltrated their nostrils, seeping into their lungs with each frantic gasp. In the next instant, an ominous black haze clouded the guards' eyes, their struggles gradually ceasing. With a final darkness overtaking them, they began to mirror the patrons' vacant expressions, emitting the same eerie, low growls from their throats. Upon witnessing this scene, the patrons atop the guards halted, as if recognizing their kin, abandoning their assault to turn on others. The guards, now eroded by the black mist, stumbled to their feet, their forms hunched and steps unsteady, resembling soulless zombies. Yet, in mere moments, they regained composure, turning to face the crowd. Their faces bore the same black and red markings as the patrons, their eyes now filled with a haunting void. With a frenzied roar, they joined the ranks of the patrons, surging towards others in a wild frenzy. The remaining guards were struck with alarm. Had their comrades been assimilated so swiftly? What manner of creature is this? Not only were they astonishingly strong, but they could also transform others to be like them. It must be the effect of that wolf clan's poison wine. Captain, what should we do now? Should we still attempt to apprehend them? No. We cannot allow them to escape. Those who were attacked by them would inevitably be assimilated. Should they escape, the entire imperial city would be doomed. We must no longer hold back. If we do, we too shall become like them. Indeed, the guards formed a lethal formation, igniting their martial spirit with fervent energy. Sharp blades gleamed under the moonlight, casting a chilling glare. Kill for me. The command reverberated through the air, seemingly stirring the very moon above. The resplendent moon, like a watchful eye, slightly opened its slumbering gaze. A hum of invisible waves spread from the moon's eye, showering the night with a serene moonlight, plunging the night deeper into tranquility. Silence enveloped the surroundings. The frenzied revelers and the guards embroiled in battle were all frozen in place. Time stood still in that moment. A figure, formed from countless rays of moonlight, descended gracefully upon the grotesque, dark-eyed aberrants. Chen surveyed the inebriated patrons, radiating a sinister black aura, alongside the guards rapidly succumbing to the taint of darkness. In his eyes, the duality of black and white, the sun and moon, manifested, piercing through their flesh to reveal their inner truth. Within the bodies of the revelers and the infected guards, tiny black worms writhed, perhaps due to the arrival of the black rain. These parasitic worms had finally hatched and begun to exert their influence. Initially, Chen believed this would be a remarkable poison worthy of his study, a means to advance his medical and martial prowess. However, the outcome surprised him. The worms were not the extraordinary toxins he had envisioned. Rather, they were designed to actively absorb the essence of nightmares. The Wolf Clan's parasitic worms were intended to draw in this dark energy. What a remarkable creation. Indeed, it was an impressive item. Just a single worm evoked a sense of an otherworldly bioweapon scenario. There was no need for capture or bites. Inhaling the worms would suffice to fall victim. Moreover, under the suppression of the celestial formation composed of 36 earthly cores, the essence of nightmares struggled to persist in the mortal realm. for the wolf clan to cultivate such specialized worms capable of attracting this essence. It must have taken centuries of relentless effort. It is truly unfathomable how much thought and energy the wolf clan expended in developing this. Yet, regrettably, the ancestral steps of the Great Yu were far swifter than those of the wolf clan. The efficacy of the divine protection incantation was precisely to safeguard one's purity and resist the invasion of external evils. No matter how wondrous the worms, they could only fall beneath the shadow of the divine protection incantation. With a swift motion, Chen captured several newly hatched worms and extinguished those within the guards and revelers with a single strike, then vanished from the scene, leaving behind a bewildered crowd of awakened patrons and city guards. In the Cloud Palace, where the old emperor resided, a shadow slipped into the depths of the palace's study under the cover of night. Inside, the emperor, exuding an aura of authority, had been waiting for some time. "You have arrived. It seems that Jingzhou has indeed become the chaotic realm I anticipated," he stated. The shadow remained silent for a moment. Yet the imperial city did not descend into chaos. The old emperor nodded, affirming the observation. But is it not laughable that disorder could arise where a terrestrial immortal resides? Even in the realm of acting, such a portrayal is hardly acceptable. The current situation, if forced into chaos within the imperial city, may lead others to believe we are merely ensnaring ourselves. It is best to allow events to unfold naturally. The shadow fell silent for a moment, contemplating the implications for Jingzhou. At present, the imperial city remains stable, and the much-anticipated Golden Autumn examination proceeds as scheduled, with scholars settling into the heart of the imperial city, facilitating communication from top to bottom. Thus, Jingzhou has obtained support and a stronghold. The old emperor raised his hand to halt the other's words, acknowledging that these matters had caught them off guard, just as they had caught their adversaries unawares. Allowing things to follow their natural course and adapting to circumstances is the way forward. Moreover, Jingzhou is teetering on the brink. They would not easily relinquish this piece of fat meat that is almost within their grasp. The other let out a gentle sigh. "Have you truly thought this through? You understand the significance of Jingzhou better than anyone. As the Yu Emperor of the Lu family, should your plans falter, you will be deemed a traitor by both my family and the entire realm. You, the 98th Yu Emperor, Lu Jin, shall forever be branded upon the pillar of shame." Chapter 86. Gale and Steed. The shadow's tone was heavy with concern, urging the old emperor to reconsider. Yet, the old emperor remained unfazed, remarking that if being branded upon the pillar of shame could secure peace for the realm, it would indeed be the most advantageous bargain in existence. Regrettably, the shadow opened his mouth, poised to inquire further, but restrained himself. The true nature of the Nightmare clan is a secret embedded within the Lu family's ancestral bloodline, a profound mystery entrusted only to the next emperor by each generation's Yu emperor before their demise. He lacked the right to question it, nor could he seek knowledge of it. However, he could not comprehend why. With the Lu family's extensive legacy and the trump cards left by the former emperor who honed his core through personal sacrifice, they would still feel trepidation towards the Nightmare clan, especially now that a being of extraordinary talent surpassing even the former emperor has emerged. Such formidable power should be sufficient to vanquish any insurrection. Yet, Lu Jin persists in his caution, opting for 26 years of feigned incompetence to assuage the adversary. Lu Jin is truly a remarkable prodigy, one who has discerned the celestial truths since the time of the Emperor Chonga. Even the so-called talents among the sects of the martial world possess their own pride, how much more so for Lu Jin. Yet, this very Lu Jin, in his vigilance against the Nightmare clan, has chosen to conceal his brilliance, enduring external scorn as a foolish emperor for over 2 decades. The shadow could not fathom it. How did the founding emperor manage to expel the Nightmare clan? Is the gap between the descendants of the Lu family and their ancestor truly so vast? After much hesitation, the shadow pressed his fingers together and gazed at the serene figure of Lu Jin upon the dragon throne. Memories of that rainy night with the Sword Howl Legion flooded back to him. Had it not been for that night, he might still be oblivious to the true nature of his seemingly incompetent brother. A self-deprecating smile crossed his lips. "I once could not accept you, often lamenting that our father did not select me as the Yu Emperor, instead choosing you, the one who appeared lesser in every regard. It turns out, I am indeed inferior to you, in both temperament and strength." The old emperor remained silent. The shadow lingered in contemplation for a long while. After a prolonged moment, he finally turned his gaze towards the direction of the Zhongxian Palace. "Is he aware of our divine presence amongst mortals?" "Certainly, at his level of perception. Some matters cannot escape his discerning eyes, even if unspoken. Together, my son and I shall orchestrate a grand performance for the Yenju clan. The shadow nodded slowly, casting a profound glance at the old emperor before turning away. Upon reaching the palace gates, the shadow paused once more and glanced back at the old emperor, his expression a tapestry of emotions. This time, it is indeed our final meeting, is it not? The old emperor remained silent. The shadow then spoke, the sword emperor. My granduncle has instructed me to inform you that should our plans falter, he is prepared to have the sword Howl Legion stand guard against the Yenju. Much like the mirror state battle of your with the Blade King and Night Hidden King. You must select the next guardian for the mirror state's border in advance. With these words, the shadow offered a weary and sorrowful smile. Your granduncle is this way, and so are you. The Liu family truly has a tragic fate. Yet I, alas, can offer no assistance. Sighing, the shadow shook his head and turned to depart, leaving behind a final remark. Take care, Your Majesty. With a gust of wind, the shadow vanished into the depths of the night. Inside the Cloud Palace, silence reigned for a considerable time. Eventually, a voice broke the stillness. Take care, Brother Emperor. On that night, a steed of the Imperial couriers, fierce as the tempest, galloped in from the frontier. As it passed, countless horses bowed, and the wind howled, stirring up clouds of dust. The horse, entirely azure, bore a tail that shifted like the wind. Its mane danced freely, and its steps were vigorous, exuding an aura of tempestuous energy. This swift steed, a genuine mythical beast from ancient times, far surpassed the bloodwind horses that merely possessed lineage. It galloped with a speed akin to a fierce gale. However, this breed has become increasingly rare since ancient times, even with royal breeding. Only a few have been produced each generation, and each successive generation is weaker than the last. To this day, the swift steed has ceased to circulate among the common folk, and is typically reserved for urgent imperial communications. Each time a swift steed is dispatched, it signifies events of great consequence that could shake the realm of Daiyu. Make way, make way. Urgent news from the Mirror State. Open the city gates. With a resounding clang, the gates swung wide. Giddy up, giddy up. The sound of hooves mingled with the wind, echoing as it sped past. The city guards watched as the swift steed vanished into the horizon like a gale, their hearts suddenly gripped with apprehension. When was the last time the swift steed had been deployed? The last time was during the former emperor's critical illness, when an emergency summons was issued for the current sovereign to return to the imperial city. Now, the crowd exchanged anxious glances, sensing impending turmoil. The swift steed traversed through the checkpoints, ultimately bringing its tempest to the imperial city. Giddy up. The ancient mythical beast finally came to a halt at the imperial palace, entering the Cloud Palace. Moments later, the old emperor, who had been in seclusion and neglecting state affairs for several days, erupted with furious exclamations from within the Cloud Palace. An urgent decree was promptly issued from the Cloud Palace, summoning all major court officials for an emergency meeting in the deep of night. Chen did not take a respite. At this moment, he was intently observing several death row inmates who had ingested the wolf tribe's cursed worms. He had already formulated a rough conceptual framework and corresponding theories regarding the creation of a technique to counter the nightmares. However, he had consistently lacked high-ranking nightmares to serve as experimental subjects. The cursed worms from the wolf tribe, while incapable of matching true nightmares, could still attract nightmare essence into the body, inducing mutations that could serve as a makeshift substitute for observation. After extracting several mature worms from the patrons' bodies, Chen fed them to a few death row inmates to study the patterns of nightmare essence circulation and their varying reactions within the human body. Regrettably, these inmates possessed limited capabilities, unable to endure a greater influx of nightmare essence, nor could they sustain the blood and energy framework Chen sought to establish. Alas, it seemed he would have to capture several high-ranking nightmares for further experimentation. With two flickering azure flames reflecting in his eyes, Chen swiftly ended the lives of the death row inmates. Just as he concluded the experiment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the palace. Your Highness, His Majesty urgently summons you to the Floating World Palace for the Grand Assembly. A swift horse has been dispatched from Jingzhou. It seems there is great turmoil there, possibly related to the previous incidents involving the wolf tribe. Jingzhou? Swift horse? Chen rose, a glimmer of anticipation flickering within his otherwise calm and cold gaze. The stage for igniting chaos in Jingzhou had finally been set. With ample preparation time, he hoped that this time, the nightmares and the peaceful sect would not disappoint him. In a flash, Chen vanished from the Zhengxin Palace. Chapter 87. Let me go on behalf of the Crown Prince in the Floating World Palace. Late at night, officials gathered in the court. Following the grand examinations of the Golden Autumn, the court had adopted a fresh visage, predominantly filled with new faces. The arrival of these new figures rejuvenated the court with a vibrant energy. Their countenances bore little trace of worry regarding the urgent news. Rather, they were imbued with fervent anticipation to showcase their learning and a passionate commitment to reforming the nation. Even in the depths of night, one could feel the radiance of their enthusiasm akin to the morning sun. In stark contrast to the previous atmosphere of lethargy and hidden treachery, the court now thrived. This transformation was undoubtedly attributed to the presence of the individual known as the God of Humanity, standing at the forefront. All understood that as long as he existed, the Great Yu would remain steadfast. Even if the heavens were to collapse, he would be there to bear the weight. They simply needed to follow in his wake, shine brightly, and contribute their share to the stability of the realm, applying their knowledge as best they could. Other concerns were unnecessary for them to bear. If the situation escalated to a point where they too should worry, their concerns would be of little consequence. If even the God of Humanity were anxious, it would be prudent to find a suitable place to bury themselves, and do so promptly. The court was revitalized and brimming with vitality. Yet, the old emperor on the dragon throne was seething with rage. With a resounding clap, he slammed the urgent report from Jingzhou onto the dragon table. This report, freshly arrived from Jingzhou, stated that the wolf tribe had rebelled. Those detestable wolf tribesmen had gathered a great army and launched an assault on the borders of our Great Yu in Jingzhou. This unprecedented upheaval surpasses all past disturbances. The wolf clan is nearly emerging in full force, intent on breaching the borders of our Jingzhou. Meanwhile, our city of Jingzhou is in utter disarray. On one front, various individuals and sects from the martial world have gathered in Jingzhou, instigating chaos and disrupting the order. Within, the nightmarish clan has manifested, with reports of citizens witnessing these malevolent beings committing acts of violence under the cover of night, instilling fear among the populace. To exacerbate matters, a horde of half-human, half-ghost monstrosities is now wreaking havoc throughout Jingzhou, attacking indiscriminately with unfathomable strength. Those unfortunate enough to be assaulted by these creatures are transforming into entities akin to them, exhibiting the same capacity for infection and assimilation. Indeed, Jingzhou has become a veritable den of chaos, a tumultuous cauldron of madness. How dare these wretched beings act so brazenly? They have utterly defied reason. The voice of the old emperor reverberated through the hall of floating life, filled with wrath. The assembly of officials widened their eyes in alarm. With the wolf clan's forces encroaching from without, and the nightmarish clan and martial sects causing turmoil from within, what manner of half-human, half-ghost entities have emerged? Truly, Jingzhou is engulfed in a tempest of chaos. Upon hearing of the half-human, half-ghost monstrosities, Luo Feng's eyes glimmered. He quickly glanced at Lu Chen, who nodded in affirmation, prompting him to rise and declare, "Your Majesty, I have a matter to report." As Luo Feng, a subordinate of Lu Chen, spoke, the old emperor's fury slightly abated. "Proceed." Luo Feng continued, "Your Majesty, the urgent report from Jingzhou mentioned the half-human, half-ghost beings, endowed with immense strength and capable of assimilating their victims. These very creatures also appeared within our imperial city last night." "What?" The old emperor's anger mounted further. "They have infiltrated our imperial city as well. This is insurrection. Who is behind this?" Luo Feng responded, "Your Majesty, these half-human, half-ghost entities are none other than the patrons who partook of the wolf clan's wine. However, due to the foresight of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, they were all gathered for observation to prevent any untoward incidents, thus quelling the threat in its infancy and preventing the situation from escalating. Their behavior post-exposure mirrors precisely that described in the urgent report from Jingzhou. Therefore, I surmise that the proliferation of half-human, half-ghost beings in Jingzhou is indeed a consequence of the wolf clan's wine." At this juncture, Luo Feng cast a sidelong glance at the representative of the Wu family faction, Wu Zhen, head of the Heavenly Punishment Office. "According to my investigation into the wolf clan's wine yesterday, the Wu family was the first to take charge upon its arrival in our Great Yu. My inquiries reveal that the wolf clan, seeking to secure distribution channels, once delivered a cart of treasures to the Wu family. Following their departure, the wine was swiftly funneled into Jingzhou, ultimately reaching our imperial city." Luo Feng left his statement hanging, implying without stating outright that the Wu family was implicated. Upon hearing Luo Feng's words, the court officials exchanged glances with the Wu family faction, their eyes sparkling with newfound insight. Previously, none dared to challenge the Wu family. As they had the emperor and the empress dowager backing them, even the princes would tread carefully around them. Yet now, it is the divine authority of the mortal realm in Great Yu. The crown prince's cohorts are poised to confront the Wu family. Furthermore, it pertains to the tumultuous events of the Mirror Prefecture, incidents akin to insurrection, about which you could speak endlessly without clarity. The Wu family. Your fortunate days have finally come to an end. Upon hearing this, the elderly emperor on the dragon throne cast a furious glare at Wu Zhen and the others, inquiring if the claims were indeed true. Wu Zhen immediately knelt, lamenting that the younger generation of their clan, in their ignorance, had fallen prey to the wolf clan's deceit, pleading for His Majesty's mercy. His Majesty's mercy. Thus, it appears there is truth to this matter. The old emperor, exasperated by their folly, shot Wu Zhen a reproachful glance. You are foolish. The old emperor, despite his grievances, held on to a sense of nostalgia. Were it anyone else, he would have already bellowed, take them away and execute them. Yet, when it came to the Wu family, he merely uttered a word of confusion. Your Majesty, please show mercy. I shall ensure proper discipline over the younger generation, preventing any future transgressions. The old emperor scoffed, mercy? If I extend mercy to you, who will extend it to the Mirror Prefecture? The current state of Mirror Prefecture is largely due to your negligence. It is my leniency towards you that has led to this calamity. He commanded, bring forth the guards. Your Majesty. With a grand gesture, the old emperor ordered, strip them of their official robes and imprison them in the dungeons. Once the chaos in Mirror Prefecture is quelled and the truth is uncovered, I shall deal with you. As you command. Wu Zhen and the others turned ashen. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Take them away. Yes. The guards dragged them away, leaving the court eerily silent. The old emperor, feeling somewhat relieved, turned to address the ministers. The situation in Mirror Prefecture is dire. Which of you loyal subjects is willing to march forth to quell this rebellion? The newly appointed scholars, eager to earn merit and enhance their reputations, were indeed willing to venture to Mirror Prefecture. However, according to reports, this insurrection was beyond their capabilities. Their involvement would only exacerbate the chaos. Presently, it seems that only one among the officials possesses the requisite qualifications to confront the turmoil in Mirror Prefecture. All gazes converged upon the calm and composed figure at the forefront of the civil and military officials. True to expectations, he declared, if that is the case, I shall undertake this mission. Chapter 88. Journey to Mirror Prefecture. Seeing Lu Chen step forward, the old emperor hesitated. Although both father and son were well aware of the overarching plan regarding Mirror Prefecture, they needed to maintain appearances. Their aim was to draw out the treacherous spies and dark agents of the Nightmare Clan, capturing them all in one fell swoop. My son wishes to travel to Mirror Prefecture to quell the rebellion, which is indeed commendable, the old emperor said, though his voice was tinged with uncertainty. However, if you depart, what shall become of the imperial city? Should a surprise attack akin to the last occur again, if you leave? How can we ensure it does not happen anew? If any unforeseen events arise in Mirror Prefecture while you are unable to attend to the capital, then the old emperor's hesitation left the court ministers speechless. Regardless of whether the Lu family had the divine child to rely upon, the emperor would always remain the emperor. The Wolf clan and the Nightmare clan had nearly turned Mirror Prefecture into a sieve, and yet His Majesty was still preoccupied with his own concerns. If even a vital frontier like Mirror Prefecture were to fall, how could other provinces withstand the impending onslaught? At that point, he would truly be left to guard his imperial city alone. Immediately, someone advised, Your Majesty, the situation in Jingzhou has become dire. We must act swiftly. You could allow the crown prince to proceed to quell the unrest in Jingzhou, and subsequently summon King Lianshan from Chongzhou to guard the capital, thus fortifying our defenses. However, the old emperor remained hesitant. At that moment, a handsome official stepped forward to voice his dissent. He was none other than the one who had previously inquired about the location of the Earth's core, and everyone remembered him. He boldly retorted, How dare you? What is your true intention, colleague? The official who had counseled the emperor looked astonished. I am bold. Me? Indeed. You would put the crown prince in harm's way and summon King Lianshan back to the capital? The dissenting official continued. Let us not speak of the crown prince's invaluable life. Any misstep would spell disaster for our entire Great Yu. The very reason why kings of the past have distanced themselves from the imperial capital is for its significance. Do not tell me you are unaware. Now you propose to send the crown prince away from the capital and withdraw King Lianshan from the Chongzhou front. I must ask, Why do you not send King Lianshan to Jingzhou to suppress the rebellion? Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, each reflecting a mix of emotions. This individual, who had previously inquired about the Earth's core, was now preventing the Crown Prince from personally addressing the unrest in Jingzhou, and brazenly stated that King Lianshan should not return to the capital. Everyone understood the reasons behind the king's absence from the capital. Firstly, to secure the borders, and secondly, to prevent any upheaval within the court. Yet, while these truths were understood, some things were best left unsaid. The rebuked official's anger surged. You treacherous scoundrel! How dare you flaunt your rhetoric before His Majesty and the Crown Prince, sowing discord? What have I said that is incorrect? He retorted. Do you not realize that the turmoil in Jingzhou is unprecedented? The Yin tribe is wreaking havoc, traitors are lurking, and various sects are poised to act, such as the remnants of the Window Alliance who have long since concealed themselves. In such a grave situation, aside from the Crown Prince, silence. At that moment, a figure at the forefront of the civil and military officials spoke. The two immediately ceased their argument, nodding in agreement as they withdrew. Lu Chen cast a glance at the handsome official and remarked, I can leave my mark in Xuanzhou and Yongzhou, and I can also defend the imperial city with a blade. The man bowed his head repeatedly, exclaiming, Yes, yes. The Crown Prince is indeed valiant. The old emperor, upon hearing this, allowed a few more smiles to grace his pallid visage. Indeed, my son's bravery is unmatched in the world. Therefore, you shall go and restore order in Jingzhou. I shall obey. As night began to fall, the handsome official returned home after the court session. He instructed his servants to secure the doors, locked himself in a dark chamber, and took out a special scroll emanating dark mist, beginning to write with a grave expression. After a considerable time, he sighed as he wrote, I have done my utmost to dissuade Lu Chen from going to Jingzhou, but alas, Lu Chen, this remarkable individual, is unparalleled in the mortal realm. Once he has made a decision, how could I possibly persuade him otherwise? I can only hope that the forces in Jingzhou have adequately prepared for what lies ahead. After a brief moment, he completed his written message. Rising to his feet, he pressed the peculiar scroll, emanating dark energy, against his chest, quietly reciting a few arcane incantations. In the blink of an eye, the scroll vanished mysteriously, as if it had transcended into another dimension. Only then did he exhale in relief and turn to leave. Have you finished writing? A familiar, cool voice resonated from behind him. He felt as though struck by lightning, slowly turning to see an astonishing sight, the Crown Prince, illuminated by the flickering candlelight in the dim chamber. Lu Chen had inexplicably appeared behind him, seated calmly on a stool, his gaze unwavering. A cold sweat instantly drenched his back. His knees buckled, and he fell to the ground, powerless. You could write more, allowing them to stage a more challenging performance in Jingzhou. At this, the minister broke into a profuse sweat, his lips trembling. Your Highness, please spare me. I dare not. I shall never dare again. Lu Chen shook his head, for he had always abhorred frivolous chatter and jesting. His request for the minister to write stemmed from a genuine desire for the Nightmare clan to showcase greater prowess. After 2 decades of honing his skills without a worthy opponent in this realm, he found himself weary of solitude. He merely hoped that this grand play in Jingzhou would provide him with a modicum of warm-up opportunity, although that might be asking too much. If it could merely elevate his interest slightly, it would suffice as a source of amusement. Casting a sidelong glance at the minister, a fleeting shadow of dark gray energy flickered in Lu Chen's eyes. In the next instant, he vanished entirely, leaving behind only a desiccated skeleton in the chamber. In a small town within Jingzhou, dark energy enveloped the skies. The streets were teeming with mindless, soulless beings, aimlessly wandering with vacant, abyssal eyes. At the forefront of these abominations stood several shadowy figures, regarding the creatures as inconsequential. Guardian Yun. The latest news from the Imperial City informs us that Lu Chen has resolved to journey to Jingzhou. Guardian Yun was unfazed. This was entirely anticipated. Then we shall prepare accordingly. Since we dare to assault Jingzhou, we have naturally devised our countermeasures. Chapter 89. Demon Lord Guardian Yun raised his face slightly beneath the shadow of his cloak, gazing at the ominously darkened sky above Jingzhou. His tone imbued with a sense of satisfaction. Thanks to the encroaching black rain, the balance of power had been thoroughly disrupted. The grand formation of the 36 Earth cores had weakened to some extent, allowing a certain formidable figure from the other side of the world to intervene. He had long harbored intentions towards the Lu family, and Lu Chen's arrival was most fortuitous. At this revelation, his subordinates were taken aback. A formidable figure from the other side of the world? Guardian, Who is this formidable figure you speak of? A faint smile curled at the corners of Guardian Yun's mouth as he cryptically chuckled, diverting the topic while casting a glance at the mindless beings behind him. Let us proceed to the next city. As the mirror state descends into a veritable hell on earth, our aspirations draw ever closer. Indeed, the autumn night, typically filled with melancholy, should have settled into a profound stillness after the fervor of summer. Yet, in this moment, the mirror state is still engulfed in the restlessness of the sweltering season. The night is deep, yet still ablaze with intensity. Help! Help! The chilling cries reverberate through the city of Lihong. Shadows of phantoms wreak havoc throughout the streets, their eerie, piercing laughter echoing ominously. With gaping maw, they sharpen their knives against the townsfolk. Old fiends, how dare you act so recklessly? At that moment, a blinding beam of white light descends from the heavens, akin to a candle illuminating the darkness, forcing back the nightmarish creatures that lurk nearby. Following this, a group of handsome young men clad in azure robes and bearing azure swords glides through the air, landing before the beleaguered citizens. Upon seeing them, the townsfolk grasp at hope as though it were their last lifeline. It is the young heroes of the Qingye Sword sect. We are saved. Children, we are saved. The young heroes, resolute in their demeanor, shield the citizens behind them, halting the advance of the phantoms, directing them towards the eastern city gate, where the Lihong City Guard has established a defensive line. Quickly move. We cannot unleash our full power with you here. Yes, yes. Hurry, we must go. You young heroes, please be careful. With the Qingye Sword sect providing cover, the citizens swiftly make their way toward the eastern gate. The phantoms, sinister grins upon their faces, attempt to pursue, but are repelled by flashes of sword light. This incites the phantoms' wrath, their pitch-black eyes narrowing with malice, their anger palpable, ready to erupt. Die, die. Their wicked laughter fills the air as they converge on the crowd. Observing this, the members of the Qingye Sword sect wear expressions of grave concern. Third Senior Brother. These newly emerged phantoms possess far greater strength than those encountered in Yuanshan City a while back. Moreover, the dark aura permeating Lihong City is of a caliber unmatched by Yuanshan. If this continues, I fear the so-called hell on earth spoken of by those traitorous humans is not far off. The third Senior Brother unsheathes his azure sword from his back, powerful true energy swirling around its blade. Are you afraid? If you were, you wouldn't be following me to eradicate these demons. The junior brother grins, and the thought of our world being ruled by such beings fills him with revulsion. In that case, we might as well engage them in a decisive battle. What frightens me is that we, the Qingye Sword sect, are among the last to stand against this. We cannot falter. The true energy surrounding the third Senior Brother intensifies, a chilling sword aura silently gathering its lethal edge. We must stand firm, no matter the cost. In these times, someone must rise. As he speaks, the sword intent surrounding him reaches its zenith, poised for action. At that instant, a thunderous bang resounds. Suddenly, from the night, a colossal, blood-red hand emerges. Ha ha, well said. The little ones have quite the ambition, just to my liking. The gigantic hand encompasses all, seizing the phantoms before the sword sect disciples, the crimson, demonic energy swirling forth, swiftly refining and absorbing them. Witnessing this scene, the disciples of the sword sect were momentarily taken aback. Such prowess could only belong to a celestial being of martial arts, or perhaps a demon lord. Suddenly, a crimson meteor descended from the heavens, exuding an overwhelming aura of wildness and primal ferocity. A middle-aged man, clad in animal skins, materialized before the crowd. Upon seeing him, the third Senior Brother's eyes widened in astonishment. This man is the Demon Lord? The Demon Lord, a once legendary figure, unified the entire demonic path with his formidable strength and established the demon sect, becoming its illustrious leader, dominating the martial world with unparalleled influence. His power was unfathomable. However, for reasons shrouded in mystery, the Demon Lord had led the entire sect away from the land of Daiyu, retreating to the outer realms with the wolf tribes, marking the end of his legend. The middle-aged man, known as the Demon Lord, appeared slightly taken aback. Oh, after years of seclusion in the outer realms, I never expected a young lad in Jingzhou would recognize me. The third Senior Brother promptly replied, 50 years ago, you battled against the former emperor at the pinnacle of Yenzhou, narrowly losing by half a move. I had the fortune of attending that event with my master, and still vividly recall your unmatched elegance, revered Demon Lord. The Demon Lord shot a bemused glance at the third Senior Brother. You young lad, why bring up that half-move loss? The third Senior Brother chuckled awkwardly, Demon Lord. With your return, I hope you. I will not return. That useless thing in the Imperial City is on the verge of squandering the wealth left by his father and all the previous emperors. The Demon Lord scoffed. Enough of that wretched subject. It's more pressing to clean up this mess. He glanced at the disciples of the Qing Sword sect. You few seem somewhat agreeable. Let me offer a word of caution. To vanquish demons, it is prudent to bring along more companions. In due time, these fiends will become even more troublesome. Also, steer clear of the center of Jingzhou City. The calamities there are beyond your youthful capabilities to contend with. With that, the Demon Lord vanished in a flash, and the violent, primal aura finally dissipated. The Sword Sect disciples could finally exhale in relief. They immediately inquired, "Third senior brother, who was that Demon Lord? He is undoubtedly a significant figure in the demonic path, yet you seem to hold him in high regard." The third senior brother smiled. Although he bears the title of Demon Lord, he is a man of genuine character. In certain respects, he embodies righteousness even more than those of the righteous path, more so than many gentlemen. Had he not departed from DU, I believe the demon sect's reputation would be in a vastly different state today. Alas, he sighed, adding, well, with the Demon Lord in Lihong City, there should be no cause for concern. We should hasten back to the sect and report to the elder brothers. Chapter 90. Descendants of the Wolf God. The disciples of Qing Sword sect departed. Within Lihong City, a tempest of blood and carnage ensued. The formidable demon god reveled in the blood of the nightmares, basking in the ominous miasma that enveloped the city, obliterating all the nightmares within. When the dust finally settled, the city had been thoroughly ravaged and refined by the demon god. The dark haze that lingered above the city gradually began to dissipate. However, the Demon Lord did not relent in the wake of the nightmarish beast's demise. Instead, he approached a certain location in the heart of Lihong City with a grave expression. Gazing at the bizarre whirlpool of nightmarish energy suspended in midair, the Demon Lord's fingers tightened slightly. Mirror Province was on the brink of collapse. He sighed deeply within, pondering how the ancestors, when forging the 10,000 mountains, could not have foreseen that the nightmarish clan would breach not the mountains, but the Great Yu behind them. Alas, what a pity! Just as the Demon Lord lamented, a pair of pitch-black eyes suddenly emerged from the whirlpool of nightmarish energy. These eyes gleamed with amusement and mockery, akin to a deity looking down upon struggling insects. An ancient and malevolent aura instantly emanated from the whirlpool, causing the temperature in Lihong City to plummet, plunging the night from the golden autumn into the biting chill of winter. The frigid nightmarish energy seeped into the Demon Lord's exterior, provoking a sense of threat within his demonic essence, which instinctively surged into action. His demonic energy was in turmoil. Meanwhile, the recently refined nightmarish energy erupted in chaos, standing defiantly against his inner demonic force. At the opposite end of the world, a terrifying figure cast its gaze upon the Demon Lord through the barriers of reality. Upon beholding the eyes concealed within the whirlpool, the Demon Lord's hairs stood on end. His complexion turned ashen. Whether from the sight of those eyes or the rampaging nightmarish energy was unclear. Sinister black cracks began to creep up his face, and tendrils of black mist invaded his eyes, reminiscent of the undead afflicted by the wolf clan's poison. Witnessing this, the black eyes grew even colder, their malicious amusement intensifying. Everything seemed to be within their grasp. Yet, in the next moment, the Demon Lord roared defiantly, "Dare you underestimate me?" He unleashed a more potent surge of demonic energy to suppress the nightmarish force within, his eyes transforming into a blood-red hue, exuding a fierce aura. The signs of the nightmarish energy infiltrating his body instantly dissipated. "I am the descendant of the wolf god." A hand ablaze with blood fire reached out towards the whirlpool of nightmarish energy. Boom! The whirlpool erupted with a thunderous sound, dispersing into the air. The remaining nightmarish energy was completely absorbed and refined by him. With the whirlpool gone, the black eyes became ethereal, flickering in and out of existence. The malicious amusement dissipated, replaced by an increasingly chilling coldness. They fixated intently on the Demon Lord, who did not shy away, locking his crimson demonic gaze in defiance. "You think you can intimidate me?" The cold gaze finally vanished, the last glance resembling that of a corpse. "Umph." In response, the Demon Lord merely scoffed disdainfully. Thus, the nightmarish energy in Lihong City was entirely eradicated. Relieved, the bloodstained Demon Lord exhaled, shedding his blood-soaked beast skin and wringing it dry. Even such matters can influence Mirror Province. What a nuisance, he muttered, casting a complex glance towards the direction of the Great Yu Imperial City. He wondered when the earthly deity of the Liu family would arrive. If he delayed any longer, Mirror Province would surely fall. He donned the beast's skin once more. The demon lord embarked on his journey to the next destination, Jingzhou City. In these tumultuous times, the heart of Jingzhou barely manages to maintain a semblance of stability. A multitude of refugees has surged into the city, creating a bustling scene where people of all sorts intermingle. The already perilous Jingzhou City, plagued by insurrectionists, now seethes with even greater undercurrents of unrest. On this day, the sky was overcast, cloaked in a somber gloom. Surrounding Jingzhou City, numerous refugee camps had been established. Troops from Jingzhou patrolled between the camps and the city, vigilantly scanning each individual entering the city. Move aside. Clear the way. Outside the gates, a cavalry unit charged swiftly into Jingzhou. Their bodies bore wounds, and their armor was stained with blood. The citizens of Jingzhou felt a chill in their hearts upon witnessing this. These are soldiers from Feiyu City, they murmured. It seems Feiyu City has fallen as well. Alas, in recent days, it has been one city after another succumbing to ruin. What calamity has befallen Jingzhou? What heinous acts have sparked such turmoil? They wondered. Recalling the emergence of Yan, the legendary creature of nightmares. I have seen half-human, half-ghost beings. A lad next door was merely captured and turned into one of them. In this chaotic world, the emperor's incompetence is lamentable, but now, one said, it is evident that this foolish emperor, through his misdeeds, has instigated the rebellion of the Taiping sect, unleashing such malevolent beings like Yan upon us. With such a cursed emperor, how can there be any hope for stability in our Great Y? The decline of our dynasty is a consequence of the imperial family's own folly. Upon uttering these words, the crowd glanced around to ensure they were not overheard. Hush! Such words should not be spoken. Though the emperor may be flawed, we still have His Highness the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince is a divine figure among mortals, his abilities surpassing even those of the former Emperor Gingshi. With him, our Great Y shall inevitably restore order and return to the prosperity of your. Speaking of which, there have been whispers from the recent grand examination in the imperial city. It is said that the Crown Prince has disseminated a technique known as the Divine Guardian Art, purportedly designed to combat those YN creatures. Is this true? One inquired. Indeed, it is true. Alas, as Jingzhou lies on the periphery of the Great Y, any news from the imperial city takes days to reach us. By the time the Divine Guardian Art arrives, Jingzhou is already in chaos. However, it is evident that the Crown Prince had prepared for this eventuality. Perhaps, upon hearing of the turmoil in Jingzhou, the Crown Prince is already en route to save us. His presence would undoubtedly quell the strife with ease. Indeed, with the Crown Prince's strength, suppressing the unrest in Jingzhou would be a mere trifling task. As the conversation turned to the Crown Prince, the faces of the refugees brightened with hope. A divine figure among mortals, the pillar of our nation. Once he arrives, Jingzhou shall be salvaged. As the emotions of the refugees surged, a shadow of resentment flickered in the eyes of the one who had previously insulted the Dog Emperor. It was Chen again. Chapter 91. A painting of His Highness the Crown Prince. Outside the city of Jingzhou, refugee camps sprawled across the landscape. Within the city, chaos reigned supreme. Following the outbreak of unrest and an influx of diverse fugitives, the order in Jingzhou had spiraled out of control. Incidents of theft, murder, and public disturbances unfolded in rapid succession. The streets were filled with heavily armed troops patrolling incessantly, preventing total anarchy from engulfing the city. Nevertheless, amidst the turmoil, the varied gazes cast upon each other grew increasingly cold and merciless. The oppressive atmosphere thickened with an ominous dread, leaving one feeling suffocated. Observing the hidden eyes lurking in the shadows, Commander Chi Hung quickened his pace, the armor he wore clashing and producing a crisp resonance with each movement. A palpable aura of intimidation surged forth, striking at the malevolent hearts concealed in the darkness. Commander, we have discovered that the recent unrest in the northern part of the city was instigated by the Iron Fist sect, reported a soldier. Humph, Chi Hung scoffed. Dare a mere lowly sect to create chaos? Continue the investigation. Uncover the influential figures behind the Iron Fist sect for me. No mercy shall be shown. Yes, Commander. Additionally, another group of remnants from Feiyu City has arrived from outside the city. They report that Feiyu City has been overrun by those half-human, half-ghost entities, and even the city lord has been assimilated. Chi Hang's heart sank. Feiyu City was alarmingly close to their territory in Jingzhou. The rapid advance of these ghastly beings was troubling. What is the status along the border? He inquired, tightening his grip. Latest reports indicate that the Sword King has emerged from seclusion, personally leading the Sword Howl Legion to repel the Wolf Tribe. The two sides are now locked in battle at the border, with no clear victor in sight. It seems the prince has no resources to spare for Jingzhou. What of the reinforcements from Huizhou? Commander, Huizhou is also besieged by the Taiping rebels, who are being held in check by the Taiping sect. Bang! Qi Heng's fist struck the stone wall. All bad news. Is Jingzhou doomed to ruin? Just as he cursed inwardly, a report came in. Commander, a cavalry messenger is rushing in from outside the city. The onlookers within the city cast uncertain glances in his direction. Qi Heng's heart raced with anticipation. What new trouble is this? Reports from the front. Those half-human, half-ghost monsters, along with the nightmare creatures plaguing the cities, have suddenly retreated. Stunned, Qi Heng paused momentarily. The crowd in the city fell silent as well. Retreated? You say they have all withdrawn. Indeed, they have organized a sudden retreat, vanishing from sight, with some even fleeing in the midst of combat with our forces. Qi Heng was taken aback. These monsters and nightmare creatures clearly held the upper hand and were aided by treachery from within. If they had continued their assault, they could have easily breached Jingzhou. Why, then, had they chosen to retreat? After a prolonged contemplation, Qi Heng's mind suddenly conjured the image of an individual. Could it be the messenger? Once again, a swift envoy arrived bearing significant news. Traces of the Luo family's silver armored guards had been detected along the border of Jingzhou. They were advancing towards the city, causing all manner of nightmares to scatter in their wake. Upon hearing this, Qi Heng's initial suspicions were confirmed. Indeed, he had arrived. With his heart filled with awe at this revelation, Qi Heng reflected on the divine presence among mortals. Before he even set foot in the city, his name had already instilled fear in the hearts of the rebels, prompting their immediate retreat. Jingzhou was secure. Let us proceed. We shall go forth to welcome His Highness the Crown Prince. Yes. Qi Heng mounted his steed and, leading a contingent of Jingzhou's troops, galloped out of the city gates. Forward! Forward! As they watched Qi Heng and his companions hasten away, many citizens within the city clenched their teeth, reluctantly withdrawing from the crowd to conceal themselves once more, awaiting the opportune moment. 40 miles outside Jingzhou, Qi Heng soon encountered the silver-armored guards, led by Luo Feng, galloping towards him atop a blood-red steed. However, there were only the silver-armored guards. The legendary figure he had anticipated did not accompany them. He glanced behind the guards, but there was no sign of the illustrious youth renowned throughout Daiyu. Luo Feng then introduced himself, stating that he had come at the behest of His Highness the Crown Prince to quell the unrest in Jingzhou. Qi Heng was taken aback. He recognized Luo Feng as the prodigy of the Luo family. However, he felt compelled to voice his concerns. Even if the illustrious Luo Shuyuan, the Swordmaster of Blossoms, were present, it would be of little consequence in the current situation in Jingzhou. How had Luo Feng managed to advance so far, causing the nightmares to retreat? Could it be that the Crown Prince's divine authority had already reached such a magnitude that the enemy surrendered without even encountering him? This was indeed a remarkable feat for the young general. Yet, as for suppressing the rebellion, without the Crown Prince's presence, our forces might struggle. Do not worry, Commander. His Highness is here. With that, Luo Feng produced a scroll from his bosom. At first glance, the scroll was extraordinary, radiating a mystical azure glow. Illuminated by this ethereal light, the previously drifting nightmare energy around them seemed to find its nemesis, vanishing without a trace before it could even flee. Witnessing this, a wildly absurd thought flickered through Qi Heng's mind. He gazed at the scroll in Luo Feng's hand, recalling how Luo Feng had managed to make the nightmares retreat in terror. With a gulp, Qi Heng and his companions struggled to swallow. Just as he was contemplating this, Luo Feng unfurled the scroll. The image depicted on it, an enigmatic and exalted figure, reminiscent of a serene and otherworldly immortal, was rendered with lifelike clarity. Seated in a pavilion, the figure held an ancient tome, eyes closed in tranquil contemplation, exuding an air of scholarly grace that captivated all present. The moment was enough to quell the restless hearts of the onlookers. In the next instant, the regal figure in the painting opened his eyes. The very act of opening his eyes brought forth illumination. A peculiar wave of energy instantly spread from the scroll, reverberating throughout the entirety of Jingzhou. Swept away by the tumult, the dark, nightmarish aura that shrouded the city of Jingzhou dissipated in an instant. As the darkness vanished, the sun re-emerged, casting an infinite light. The brilliance of the azure sky once again enveloped the earthly realm. With a powerful presence, it crushed the dark nightmares, allowing the autumn winds to return to the hearts of the people. Observing the scene before them, Shi Hung and the others felt as though they were in a dream. They had speculated that perhaps the crown prince had arrived in person or unleashed his divine might to vanquish the foes at the front lines of Jingzhou. Yet, they never anticipated that it was merely a painting from His Highness. A painting. And yet it was enough to send the demons retreating in fear. The crowd was momentarily stunned. In that instant, they seemed to grasp the essence of the phrase God of the mortal realm. Oh, divine being. Chapter 92. Arrival at Jingzhou. Time rewinds to before Luo Feng's departure to Jingzhou. In the Zhongxian Palace, Luo Feng reported, Your Highness, the silver-armored guards of the Luo family have assembled, and the war horses prepared are the finest of the Fian breed, ready to march to Jingzhou at your command. Should we set out this morning, with the army moving day and night, we could likely reach Jingzhou by the night of the day after tomorrow. The night of the day after tomorrow? That is somewhat late, he conceded. However, there was little choice. Jingzhou lay at the fringe of Daiyu, nearly 10 great states away from the heart of Yanzhou, with a straight-line distance of tens of thousands of miles on the map. Luo Feng's estimate of reaching by the night of the day after tomorrow accounted for the losses of the Fian war horses, nourished by the gathering spirit Du, and the relentless march, which was indeed ambitious. To arrive sooner would likely require His Highness to fly there alone. The speed of a terrestrial deity was uncertain. In this realm, only one, the Emperor Gengshi, had attained such heights in 3 millennia, and historical records did not detail his swiftness. However, according to the martial sages who traversed the heavens, it could be surmised that a terrestrial deity might reach the borders of Jingzhou from the imperial city in half an hour. Quick, indeed. But such speed was beyond the reach of these mere mortals. If they could not keep pace, then His Highness would have to proceed alone to Jingzhou. While it seemed permissible for His Highness to venture forth alone, it was not in accordance with the royal protocols of military expeditions. Yet, given the chaos in Jingzhou, any delay would only increase the peril faced by the citizens and the soldiers there. To dwell on decorum at such a time felt excessive. As Luo Feng pondered this, Chen approached, cradling a painting. She bowed to Lu Chun and expressed her concern for His Highness's safety upon hearing of his expedition to quell the chaos and subdue the lurking nightmares. Wishing to accompany him in the spirit of the Minghuang melody to lend support, she lamented that her presence might hinder the military endeavor due to her gender. Thus, she offered the painting as a token, hoping it would bring him triumph and a safe return. With that, Chen presented the scroll to him. Lu Chen glanced at her before accepting the painting and unfurling it. There he beheld an image of himself in a pavilion, meditating with closed eyes. The painting depicted him during his cultivation of the death and life demon eye. Chen artistry was indeed exceptional. Each stroke captured the essence of Lu Chun with remarkable vibrancy. Gazing at the artwork before him, Lu Chen cast another glance at Chen. Do you truly wish to accompany me to Jingzhou? Since her arrival at the Zhongxian Palace, Chen had maintained a tranquil demeanor, spending her days either playing the zither or painting, occasionally sewing with Lan Yun. She rarely spoke and never initiated conversation or made requests. This desire to venture to Jingzhou marked her first display of such initiative. Moreover, she mentioned Jingzhou, a place rife with peril, where the Taiping sect and the Nightmare clan had already positioned themselves, awaiting his arrival. Was she genuinely concerned for his safety? Or did she intend to seize the opportunity presented by this grand play in Jingzhou to ignite further chaos in the mortal realm? With a hint of delight in her voice, Chen remarked, If your Highness consents, I shall accompany you as we traverse the lands of Jingzhou. Intriguing. Lu Chen regarded Chen with a sidelong glance before inspecting the scroll in his hand. In that case, he mused, a flicker of azure light reflecting in his eyes. In an instant, the scroll became increasingly vivid, emanating an ethereal azure glow. An indescribable aura of dread radiated from the scroll, enveloping the entire Zhongxian Palace, infusing the air with a sacred and majestic presence that inspired trepidation. Brother, you shall lead the troops riding the blood-smoke horses with this scroll to Jingzhou to quell the unrest. With that, Lu Chun entrusted the scroll to Luo Feng. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng remained unfazed. For an ordinary individual, the notion that a mere painting could resolve the turmoil of an entire region was indeed fantastical, akin to a delusion. Yet, in the presence of his princely cousin, anything seemed plausible. Over the course of their journey, Luo Feng had grown accustomed to his cousin's enigmatic prowess. If Lu Chun could obliterate Jingzhou from thousands of miles away with a mere gesture, Luo Feng would find it perfectly reasonable. In short, one thing was clear, it was wise to heed his commands. I shall obey, Luo Feng declared, securing Lu Chen's scroll before turning to exit the palace. He selected the finest among the silver-armored guards, each mounting their blood-smoke horses, and set forth to Jingzhou to restore order. Go, go. Shortly after Luo Feng's departure, Lu Chun prepared his carriage, embarking towards Jingzhou amidst the encirclement of the silver-armored guards. Days later, Lu Chun's carriage arrived at Jingzhou. He lifted the curtain of the window and gazed outside. Following the resurgence of the nightmarish creatures and the spread of the wolf goo, Jingzhou indeed bore the semblance of a hellish realm. A glance revealed a scene of devastation, filled with desolation and ruin. The once thriving city was now abandoned, with only the chilling autumn wind carrying a hint of decay lingering in the air. However, this was merely the beginning. To ignite Jingzhou, to dismantle and rebuild. This grand spectacle was far from over. The carriage continued deeper into Jingzhou, reaching the heart of Jingzhou city. They have arrived. They have arrived. Hurry, hurry. Luo Feng and Qi Hong, having received the news, had been waiting eagerly. They swiftly approached the carriage. I, Luo Feng, pay my respects to His Highness the Prince. I, Qi Hong, commander of the Jingzhou forces, pay my respects to His Highness the Prince. Long live your highness. Qi Hong paused momentarily. Typically, princes and nobles are addressed with the title of Thousand Years, for it is indeed a rarity for mortals to attain such an age. However, the crown prince is akin to a terrestrial deity. With celestial beings already graced with longevity spanning a millennium, how could the lifespan of a terrestrial immortal be fathomed by mere mortals? To invoke 1,000 years at this juncture seems almost akin to a curse. Conversely, 10,000 years is a title reserved for the emperor. As the crown prince has yet to ascend the throne, such a proclamation would be excessive. This predicament momentarily perplexed Qi Hong. Fortunately, Lu Chun was indifferent to such matters. He merely cast his gaze upon the numerous refugee camps beyond the city walls, astonished by the sheer number of displaced individuals. Qi Hong respectfully stood by the carriage window and remarked, "The emergence of the nightmares and those creatures with the power of infection and assimilation has been both sudden and fierce, catching us utterly off guard. The cities bordering Jingzhou have suffered greatly at the hands of these malevolent entities, resulting in an overwhelming influx of refugees into Jingzhou." After relaying this, Qi Hong promptly added, "However, in the past few days, since General Luo Feng utilized your painting to repel the nightmares and the monsters, order has been restored in various parts of Jingzhou, alleviating some of the pressure on the refugees." Luo Feng remained silent, merely exchanging a knowing glance with Lu Chun. Since arriving in Jingzhou ahead of schedule, Luo Feng had indeed wielded the power of his scroll with unparalleled efficacy, instilling fear in the hearts of the malevolent forces. Numerous evil spirits had been driven back, but even more significantly, many had retreated of their own volition. Often, as soon as Luo Feng set forth, they vanished without a trace. By the time he arrived, the once chaotic realm of nightmares had become eerily vacant. This led Luo Feng to realize that these malevolent beings were consciously retreating, evading the brilliance of the Crown Prince's painting. If a mere painting from the Crown Prince could incite such trepidation, why would they dare to invade? What folly it was to plunge Jingzhou into chaos. Sooner or later, the Crown Prince would arrive. As long as he remained, chaos could not prevail in the mortal realm. Surely, the malevolent beings understood this. Yet they still emerged, still wreaked havoc upon Jingzhou. This could only suggest that the Crown Prince's arrival had been anticipated from the outset, part of their grand design. Their current retreat seemed merely a strategy to avoid unnecessary sacrifices, preserving their strength for a future confrontation with the Crown Prince. These malevolent entities, alongside the traitorous faction of the Taiping sect, were scheming on a grand scale. Lu Chun nodded to Qi Hong, expressing his gratitude for the hard work. "It has been arduous," Qi Hong replied, "but for the sake of our homeland and its people, I would willingly face 1,000 deaths." Upon uttering these words, Qi Hong glanced at the refugees, who had now extended their gaze. He continued, "Your Highness has traveled tirelessly for days. Please, let us enter the city and allow you to rest. Knowing of your impending arrival, the Wu family of the Jingzhou Lord's residence has prepared a banquet to welcome you, wishing to wash away the dust of your journey. The venerable elder of the Wu family, who has long secluded himself to break through to the realm of celestial beings, has come out to greet you personally and has urged me to ensure your timely reception. He has also expressed his longing for your presence." Though Qi Hong spoke these words, a glimmer of disdain and coldness in his eyes belied the sincerity of his speech. The Wu family, at present in Jingzhou, few held any affection for them. Had it not been for their acceptance of bribes from the Wolf clan, leading to the introduction of their poisoned wine, would the cities of Jingzhou have been beset by such half-human, half-demon monstrosities? Were it not for the Wu family's autocratic rule in Jingzhou, their entanglement with dubious associates, and the abuse of power that allowed rebellious factions to infiltrate the cities, would the grand fortifications of Jingzhou have fallen so swiftly? The current plight of Jingzhou is in no small part due to the Wu family's transgressions. Had it not been for the vigilant patrols of the Jingzhou army, which have assuaged the populace, the Wu residents would have long been besieged by the aggrieved citizens, resulting in multiple civil uprisings. The Wu family, aware of their substantial miscalculations, has been wary of potential repercussions from the court, consequently adopting a more subdued demeanor of late. Upon hearing the news of the crown prince's imminent arrival in Jingzhou, the Wu family hastily summoned their reclusive patriarch, the venerable Wu Ji, a master of celestial perception, who has been teetering on the brink of transcendence for many years. Regrettably, despite his long pursuit, Wu Ji has yet to breach the elusive realm of celestial beings and remains ensnared in the domain of celestial perception. However, for the crown prince, Wu Ji's martial prowess is of secondary importance. It is his lineage that holds significance. Wu Ji is the esteemed father of the current empress, thus the great-great-grandfather of the crown prince. The Wu family's standing can only hope to gain favor from the crown prince through Wu Ji's personal involvement. Yet, the gravity of their crimes, which have led to Jingzhou's downfall, looms large. Wu Ji's influence may prove insufficient. Moreover, Qi Heng glanced at his companion, Luo Feng. A new dynasty heralds new ministers. The next generation of officials bears the surname Luo, not Wu. If the Wu family does not face dire consequences, it would be a disservice to the illustrious Luo family of the Blossom Sword sect. Thus, they proceeded into the city. Indeed, Qi Heng and Luo Feng led the way, their carriage clattering as it advanced towards the city lord's residence. Along the route, the populace formed two long lines flanking the carriage. It is the crown prince. The crown prince has arrived. Laughter erupted as the mere presence of the crown prince quelled the chaos brought forth by malevolent entities. Long live the crown prince. Witnessing the throngs of refugees gathering outside the city, Lu Chen nodded at them before lowering the carriage's curtain. The crowd erupted into even louder cheers, prompting Qi Heng, who had been diligently maintaining order in Jingzhou, to reflect on the power of reputation. The mere arrival of the crown prince, without any action taken, has invigorated the citizens, instilling a sense of confidence akin to a soothing balm. Such is the might of a divine presence. Lu Chen's carriage arrived at the city lord's residence amidst this elevated atmosphere. Outside the residence, the Wu family had long awaited their arrival. Notably, a group of youthful Wu daughters stood out, their eyes sparkling with vitality as they gazed at the carriage, creating a captivating tableau. Qi Heng and Luo Feng exchanged silent glances. The Wu family has truly exhausted all their resources, seizing any opportunity that presents itself. We pay our respects to the crown prince. We welcome your esteemed presence in Jingzhou. No response came from the carriage. A blue-clad maiden lifted the curtain to glance around, subsequently inviting the noble from within the carriage to emerge. The intricate golden cloud patterns on the deep black python robe captured the attention of the Wu family, prompting them to lower their heads even further. The prince's silence did not bode well, causing several members of the Wu family to discreetly swallow their apprehension. Moments later, sounds emanated from the carriage, suggesting another individual had descended. It was only then that Lu Chen's calm voice resonated. You may rise. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. Thank you, Your Highness. The Wu family stood up. Wu Xian, the head of the Wu family, was about to usher his daughters into the prince's line of sight when he looked up and was taken aback to see a woman beside Lu Chen, adorned in a simple white dress that rendered her a dazzling beauty, akin to a celestial being gracing the earth. Next to her, Lu Chen's personal maid, Lan Yun, gently held her hand, waiting attentively. Wu Xian was momentarily stunned. The Wu women instantly felt overshadowed and lowered their heads in disappointment, eliciting a sense of satisfaction in Qi Heng, who observed the scene. The Wu family, indeed, deserves this. Your Highness, there are trivial matters in Jingzhou that require your attention. Now that you have safely arrived, I shall take my leave, Qi Heng stated. You may go, Lu Chen replied. At once, Qi Heng and his companions turned their horses and departed. Lu Chen's gaze shifted to the Wu family, searching the surroundings. Where is the great-grandfather? Wu Xian hastily replied. Your Highness, the elder has encountered some mishaps while in seclusion, sustaining internal injuries. He is currently unable to attend and pay his respects, and I hope for your understanding. Internal injuries? Lu Chen inquired. Take me to see him. As you command. Wu Xian led the way, guiding Lu Chun into the city lord's mansion. "Your Highness, please." He gestured as they entered the main hall. Within the hall, an elderly man with graying hair and beard awaited them, seated in a grand chair. "I am Wu Ji, paying my respects to your Highness." Although Wu Ji occupied a position of authority, his demeanor exuded neither arrogance nor pretense of seniority. Instead, it was suffused with guilt and self-reproach. This remorse stemmed, perhaps, from his failure to foresee the downfall of Jingzhou or from his own missteps in practice, which prevented him from greeting the prince in person. "I beg your Highness's forgiveness. During my seclusion, a moment of distraction led to a miscalculation in my practice, resulting in a backlash. Consequently, I have lost all sensation below my waist, rendering me unable to attend and pay my respects." Such severe injuries? Upon hearing this, Lu Chen glanced at Wu Ji's legs, nearly incapacitated and hanging limply from the chair. Shadows of the past flickered in his gaze. Indeed, a sigh escaped Wu Ji as he lamented, "It is entirely my fault for being too eager, too desperate to break through to the realm of transcendency. In a moment of impulsiveness, I lost my composure, mistaking it for an opportunity to ascend. In my haste, my vital energy reversed, disrupting my meridians, leading to the debilitating numbness and pain in my lower body, which has persisted day after day until I ultimately lost all feeling." Wu Ji's eyes were filled with a profound sense of regret and lamentation. It was precisely because of this that he failed to perceive the turbulent undercurrents within Jingzhou City, allowing the Wolf Clan and the rebellious factions to gain the upper hand. He felt a deep sense of shame towards the people of Jingzhou and towards His Majesty the Emperor, who had entrusted him with such a heavy responsibility. Regret consumed him. Sighing, Wu Ji's spirit sank as he lamented his past decisions, regretting his pursuit of the transcendent realm, which had led to the current predicament. The members of the Wu family hurried to comfort the elderly patriarch. Meanwhile, Lu Chun, standing to the side, fell into a peculiar silence. It seemed he had suddenly grasped why his father was such a skilled actor. It was hereditary. His great-granduncle had cultivated an exceedingly profound method of concealing his presence, which Lu Chun recognized as the royal family's secret technique, the Night Veil Sacred Method. This was the renowned skill of the Night Veil King, who had once led the campaign against the great nightmare of Jingzhou. After the demise of the Night Veil King's descendants, this technique was reserved exclusively for the direct descendants of the royal family and had been kept in the royal treasury. For his great-granduncle to have quietly acquired the Night Veil Sacred Method and to have cultivated it to such an extent, only one person in the realm could achieve this, the Emperor. Beneath the guise of the Night Veil Sacred Method lay not just a master, but the already perfected powers of a transcendent being. It was likely that a decade ago, he had already transcended to the level of a martial arts deity. The words he spoke regarding backlash from a breakthrough were all false. The only truth was his paralysis. Indeed, his great-granduncle was paralyzed. However, the cause of this paralysis was not the backlash from a breakthrough, but rather poison. The transcendent realm, with its mysterious essence, was indeed unusual for a being of such caliber to be afflicted by poison to this extent. Furthermore, he remained oblivious to the presence of the poison, mistakenly attributing his paralysis to a failed breakthrough. This family was indeed skilled in the art of deception. Lu Chun, somewhat astonished, remarked, "So, the paralysis of great-granduncle was caused by the backlash of a failed breakthrough?" Wu Ji nodded, about to speak, when Lu Chun continued, "But why does it seem to me that this is due to a sinister poison?" "What?" Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, the members of the Wu family fell silent, their voices caught in their throats, their eyes widening in shock. "Poison? Someone has poisoned my father?" The Wu family was heavily fortified, and the patriarch was a top-tier master. It was nearly impossible for outsiders to poison him. If it was not an outsider, then who could it be? Wu Xian seemed to have grasped something, his face turning crimson with fury. His gaze immediately shifted to the younger members present. "You worthless wretches, come forth and kneel." During the period of Wu Ji's seclusion, it was these very juniors who were responsible for providing the necessary supplies for his retreat. They were the only ones with the opportunity to administer poison. Wu Xian harbored no doubts about Lu Chen's judgment. How could a being of such divine prowess fail to distinguish between poison and backlash? Moreover, given the current circumstances of the Wu family, whatever the crown prince asserted must be taken as truth. Whether it was a case of the patriarch being poisoned or a traitor emerging among the Wu family's youth, they had to be the traitor and must be eradicated to quell the public's outrage. Under Wu Xian's scrutinizing gaze, the younger members of the Wu family immediately panicked. They stumbled forth, kneeling before Lu Chun and Wu Ji, their faces awash with panic. "Your Highness, Grandfather, we did not poison him. Grandfather is the pillar of our Wu family. Why would I wish to harm him? If grandfather were to fall, how could our Wu family possibly find peace in these chaotic times? I await his ascension to transcendence so that our family may also soar to the ranks of the exalted. Indeed, the notion of poisoning is utterly inconceivable for us. The fervent assertions of the young Wu kin were met with earnest glances exchanged among the elders, revealing a measure of contemplation. Could it be that there was no poison? Perhaps the prince's claim of poison was merely a means to provide the Wu family an avenue for retreat. Yet these youngsters, had the prince truly granted us such a reprieve? Should we not seize this opportunity, lest we invite the ruin of our entire clan? As the gazes of the assembly flitted about, the elder Wu Ji sighed heavily. In the wake of the worsening illness, he had harbored suspicions, though he had long been reluctant to believe that his own kin would engage in such treachery, dismissing it as a figment of his imagination. However, now that even the prince had confirmed it, it was indeed a failure of my guidance. He turned his gaze towards one of the more composed young Wu, addressing him directly. Wu Nian, what promises did the Taiping sect make to you? At this proclamation, the members of the Wu family swiftly turned their attention to Wu Nian. You wretched creature, do you realize the gravity of your actions? Do you wish to plunge our Wu family into irretrievable ruin? Yet, Wu Nian remained unfazed by Wu Ji's direct accusation. From the moment the prince unveiled that Wu Ji's paralysis resulted from poison, it became inevitable that the investigation would lead to him. He cast a calm glance over the assembly. Do you now understand the reason? When I was stripped of my hard-earned position as a council member in Huizhou due to my illegitimate status, and that position was bestowed upon a core scion of your family, did you question the rationale then? Speak. Unable to articulate it, are you? Allow me to say it plainly. I foretold your regret. The Wu family's decline to this state is of your own making. His vehement words echoed within the grand hall, rendering the faces of the Wu clan members exceedingly grim. Wu Ji, caught between helplessness and sorrow, sighed once more. Foolish child, do you truly believe that the Taiping sect will grant you what you seek? Regardless of your status as a junior branch, you are still a member of the Wu family. Collaborating with the Taiping sect is akin to walking into the jaws of a tiger. Should our family fall to their onslaught, your demise will not be far behind. Chapter 95. A scheme within a scheme. Wu Nian shook his head. No, you fail to comprehend the true intentions of the Taiping sect and their formidable power. They care not for earthly authority, nor do they engage in the shameless theft practiced by others. Their aspiration is not for imperial power, but to subvert the very fabric of humanity. And their terrifying strength, let me not shy away from revealing this to you, is beyond the capacity of mortal forces to withstand. To oppose them is to invite certain death. Wu Ji fell into silence for a moment. Are you aware that those who are not of our kin will harbor different intentions? Upon hearing this, Wu Nian immediately flashed a mysterious smile, revealing an insidious grin. Then I shall become one of them. The members of the Wu family fell momentarily silent. There was no hope left. Wu Ji ceased his words. Lu Chen glanced at Wu Ji once more. This great-grandfather, seemingly lamenting and helpless, maintained a calm demeanor throughout, his internal energy flowing as gently as a tranquil slumber, devoid of even the slightest disturbance. This scene had likely been rehearsed thousands of times in his heart, hadn't it? He waved his hand dismissively, signaling for the execution. The silver-armored guards of the Luo family promptly dragged Wu Nian away. Even as he was seized, Wu Nian did not cease his taunting. He burst into laughter. Now you choose to execute me? It is too late. I have no qualms in telling you that the arrangements of the Taiping sect have been fully completed. Just waiting for His Royal Highness, Lu Chen, to leap in. In Jingzhou City and the Wu family, I will be waiting for you below. With a swift motion, the silver-armored guard brought down the blade, and Wu Nian finally fell silent. Witnessing this, Wu Ji could only shake his head helplessly and addressed Lu Chen. It is a misfortune for our family. Please forgive the jest. Dad, it is clear that this brat cannot be nurtured properly. It is the Wu family that— Silence. Wu Ji glared at the Wu family member who spoke. You have the audacity to claim another's achievements? Do you still have the face to do so? The man turned pale, attempting to defend himself. But did we not compensate him? We also allowed him to partake in family decisions. Otherwise, how could a mere illegitimate son ascend to such heights? Indeed, this is troubling. This rascal has participated in numerous core plans of the Wu family. I fear he may have embedded his own spies within. Moreover, regarding the Wolf clan's wine, aside from this traitorous brat, there is likely— I command you to be silent. Wu Ji's eyes widened in fury as he smashed the armrest of the Grandmaster's chair. Is this not enough disgrace? The elder's rage was palpable. The man's complexion turned ashen, and he bowed his head, no longer daring to argue. The Wu family hall fell into a heavy silence. At this moment, Lu Chun turned to leave, realizing that the banquet was no longer viable. Great-grandfather, perhaps it is best to cleanse the internal strife of the Wu family first. By nightfall, I expect a satisfactory response. Yes, understood. The Wu family members quickly bowed in deference to Lu Chun. Your Highness, this way, please. We understand your preference for tranquility and have specially arranged a serene and elegant villa for you. Once Lu Chun departed, Wu Ji's gaze turned icy. He surveyed the young members of the Wu family. It seems that during my seclusion, you have all grown quite adept. There are those who collude with the Wolf clan, some who have defected to the Taiping sect, and others who abuse their power to oppress the common folk. You are quite capable indeed. Investigate. I want a thorough investigation. From top to bottom, leave no one behind, regardless of their identity or parentage. Bring them all to me. I intend to uncover who has sullied the name of the Wu family. Should anyone dare to shield them, you will not escape my wrath, and neither will the prince show you mercy. If I can be seen through by his highness's discerning eye, can your petty schemes truly deceive the divine? Having spoken, Wu Ji was carried away by his servants, leaving behind a group of pallid Wu family members. In the Wu family's secret chamber, Wu Ji ignited a candle that emitted wisps of black smoke. He then inscribed several enigmatic runes beside the flickering flame, reciting peculiar incantations. In the next moment, ominous and dark energies began to proliferate within the chamber. The candlelight flickered fiercely, and from the depths of the inky flame, a mysterious figure cloaked in black materialized amidst the swirling shadows. Upon seeing the figure, Wu Ji respectfully uttered, "I pay my respects to the Guardian." The Guardian inquired, "How fares the plan? Is it proceeding smoothly?" Wu Ji replied, "As you anticipated, the moment Lu Chun entered, he discerned the poison afflicting me, subsequently extracting Wu Nian." The Guardian erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Excellent. Let Lu Chun be unparalleled in the world. He shall never suspect that his insight was a deliberate design on our part. He is even less likely to realize that the greatest hidden threat we have left within the Wu family is none other than you, the loyalist of the loyal to the nation, and the most esteemed elder of the Wu family. In this way, Lu Chun will likely lower his guard around you. Henceforth, you shall approach him under the pretense of seeking his aid in dispelling your poison, thereby gaining his trust, until the final confrontation when you strike back. Indeed, Wu Ji affirmed, your wisdom is unmatched. How could the ignorant masses ever fathom the Guardian's methods? He lavished praise upon the Guardian, who basked in the flattery. While he found most people's sycophantic remarks tedious, Wu Ji, being the emperor's maternal grandfather and Lu Chun's great-grandfather, genuinely delighted in his deference. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Ji inquired, "Guardian, what of the latter portion of the celestial breakthrough secret?" The Guardian waved his hand dismissively. "Do not worry. You shall not be deprived of it. Given your contributions, a mere celestial secret is insignificant. When the day arrives that the city of Jingzhou falls and the earth's core shatters, I shall personally bestow upon you enlightenment, conducting the highest caliber of nightmare energy baptism. At that time, breaking through to celestial status will be a mere formality." "Yes. Thank you, Guardian. Now, the coming days are crucial. You must keep Lu Chun occupied, ensuring he remains within Jingzhou and does not wander. Given his earthly immortal status, I fear I may not be able to restrain him. If he suddenly decides to quell the wolf tribe tomorrow, my attempts to dissuade him might raise suspicion. Therefore, it is imperative that you do your utmost to delay him. Even if he is not held back, it matters not. Our fatal trap has already been set. As long as Lu Chun treads upon the soil of Jingzhou, success is merely a matter of time. Indeed, let it be as you say. I shall conceal myself and await your instructions. I bid you farewell, Guardian." The black candle extinguished, and the mysterious runes gradually faded away. The chamber returned to its former silence. Gazing at the extinguished candle, Wu Ji's eyes deepened with resolve. All preparations were in place. The plan to ignite the Jingzhou scheme, meticulously orchestrated over the years, was finally approaching its climax. Come forth, all shall come forth. Chapter 96. The wolf tribe is also one of us in the chaotic Jingzhou. Only the secluded villa offered a semblance of tranquility. Within the villa, the autumn winds swept across the ground, scattering fallen leaves. The melodious strains of the zither, akin to the gentle flow of a stream, dissipate the ominous shadows that linger in the city, restoring tranquility and harmony to Jingzhou. Beneath the falling leaves of autumn, Lu Chen listens to the enchanting music, continuing his profound cultivation of the life and death magic eye. Years of dedicated practice have instilled in him the habit of cultivating wherever he goes. A single day without training feels incomplete. Martial prowess has seeped into his very marrow. Meanwhile, Chen Shi, much like during his time in the Zhengxian Palace, is engrossed in her own pursuits, occasionally gracing Lu Chen with a few notes of the Ming Emperor's melodies. It is serene, as it has always been. Later, Luo Feng arrives, bearing the results of the Wu family's investigation. Your Highness, he intones, the Wu family has thoroughly examined their roots, extracting all implicated personnel and imprisoning them in the dungeons for interrogation. Here's the list. Lu Chen responds with a nonchalant murmur, indifferent to the names. His great-uncle is a master of shadows. He is well aware of which members of the Wu family are suspect. Transitioning from the Wu family, Luo Feng then speaks of the recent unusual behaviors of the rebellious factions, who have been deliberately avoiding confrontation. He recounts his speculations while stationed at the city gates. In my humble opinion, these nefarious beings are secretly amassing strength, conserving their resources, and biding their time for an opportune moment. This perplexes Luo Feng greatly. What could these rebels possibly be awaiting? The assembly of a million-strong army? The power of the earthly immortal realm, evidenced by the scar that runs through Quanzhou and Yongzhou, and the dark rain that once surged, has proven that such might is beyond the grasp of mere mortals. To attempt to encircle and vanquish an earthly immortal with sheer numbers? That would require an army of masters, which is utterly impossible. After much contemplation, Luo Feng concludes that they must be relying on some kind of formation, much like the Grand Array from the Literary Alliance. As for the timing of their plans, I speculate that the Nightmare clan may possess knowledge of an ancient formation capable of harnessing the power of heaven and earth, drawing in the essence of all beings, thereby granting them the strength to contend with an earthly immortal. The retreat of the Nightmare clan signifies a grander scheme. Moreover, with the Taiping sect infiltrating even the Wu family and the Wolf clan preparing to invade our borders, one can only wonder how many more traitors lurk within Jingzhou. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen pauses momentarily, his fingers lingering over the pages of the life and death magic eye, his expression shifting to one of intrigue. He glances at Luo Feng. The Taiping sect has planted spies? The Great Yu has been infiltrated? He is tempted to reveal to Luo Feng that, in fact, the Great Yu has embedded far more spies within the Taiping sect than vice versa. The world appears fraught with peril, with everyone clamoring for rebellion. Yet, the true architects of this conspiracy have consistently been the human race, or rather, the faction of his father that orchestrates these plans. This includes the already erupting invasion of the Wolf clan at the borders. The Wolf clan's incursion has put the frontier in distress. Lu Chen could easily summon the forces to crush the Wolf clan, shattering their 10,000 mountains with a mere thought, thereby eradicating this threat from history. However, he chooses not to act in such a manner. Before arriving, the former emperor had privately imparted a few words to him. Upon reaching Jingzhou, with your prowess, there is no need to engage in any charade. As a deity among mortals, you are free to act as you wish, and the Yanzhu clan would not suspect you. However, one crucial point remains. Do not engage the Wolf clan. Strive to appear rather occupied, unable to leave Jingzhou. I shall also ensure that the Wolf clan and the Jianshao Legion prolong their endeavors, so as not to appear overly urgent or in dire need of rescue. At that moment, Lu Chen inquired, does the Wolf clan also have our people? The former emperor responded succinctly, the Wolf clan has always been our own. From that instant, Lu Chen understood that in the waning days of Dayu, amidst the chaotic uprising, it was likely that more than half of the actors in this tumultuous drama were indeed their own, aiding the Taiping sect in gaining momentum. All these machinations ultimately served the grand spectacle that had been meticulously planned for years in Jingzhou. There is a saying, one can be a thief for 1,000 days, but one cannot guard against a thief for 1,000 days. The reason internal traitors are termed as such is that until their exposure, one can scarcely discern who is the true traitor and who harbors ulterior motives. Despite all precautions, the human heart is the most challenging to guard against. The treachery of the human heart is far more perilous than the evils of ghosts and demons. Therefore, instead of remaining on the defensive, it is far more advantageous to take the initiative, granting them victories that lead the rebels to believe they can triumph. Let them emerge of their own accord. This calls for a thorough cleansing. The former emperor was playing a grand game. Yet, this suited Lu Chen's taste perfectly. He had never been fond of complications. With traitors lurking, it was always a game of whack-a-mole, eliminate one, only for another to spring forth, buzzing incessantly like a fly. Now, with the opportunity to eradicate them all at once, it would alleviate future troubles. As for whether the former emperor might be overreaching, should the Yanzhu clan indeed possess such capabilities, then Lu Chen might as well harbor further expectations. Noticing the glance Lu Chen cast his way, Luo Feng hastily examined himself from head to toe, finding nothing amiss. "What is it, Your Highness? Is everything all right aside from the Wu family's predicament? How are matters elsewhere?" Chapter 97. The Escaped Yanzhu. Elsewhere, Luo Feng shook his head. "Ever since your portrait arrived in Jingzhou, the rebels from all directions have actively avoided confrontation, ceasing their hostilities. In recent days, the atmosphere has calmed significantly, with little disorder to speak of. However, there is indeed one matter worthy of attention." Luo Feng uttered 2 words, "demon sect." He continued, "We have received intelligence that the demon lord, who once unified the Great Yu's demon sect and commanded the myriad demons to retreat from the realm, has reappeared in our vicinity of Jingzhou. Moreover, it appears that his return to the Great Yu is ostensibly to wage war against the Yanzhu clan." Demon Lord? The title refers to the consummate master of contemporary demonic arts, a paragon of the demonic path. At the peak of his renown, he once clashed with his imperial grandfather, the Zhaoxian emperor, losing only by a hair's breadth, thereby securing his position as the unrivaled sovereign of the post-demonic era. Losing by a hair does not imply weakness. Rather, it underscores the demon lord's formidable strength, for he faced none other than the emperor of the Lu family, backed by the profound heritage of a powerful royal lineage and the foremost divine prowess in the realm. Under the reign of Emperor Zhaoxian, the ability to maintain a record of only half a defeat speaks volumes of the formidable prowess of his dark arts. As for the path of sorcery, Lu Chen diligently cultivated martial arts, drawing upon the strengths of myriad schools of thought. Undoubtedly, dark arts are among them, and he had certainly heard whispers of the Dark Lord's renown. His interest in such powerful sorcery was piqued. Alas, the Dark Lord had long commanded the demons to retreat beyond the realms, vanishing from the lands of Daiyu, and thus the demonic path fell into obscurity. Yet now, in a surprising turn, he emerged once more to combat the nightmarish clan. According to reports from the Qingye Sword sect and other sects, the Dark Lord had frequently appeared in the major cities of Jingzhou, vanquishing the nightmarish clan and safeguarding one city after another. Moreover, with the Dark Lord's resurgence, the previously silent demonic factions began to stir in Jingzhou, obeying his commands as they pursued the traces of the nightmarish clan. Before our arrival in Jingzhou, the Dark Lord and his followers had indeed rendered considerable assistance. In this regard, the practitioners of the demonic arts, bearing the title of Dark, seemed more noble than certain self-proclaimed righteous gentlemen. Righteousness, Lu Chen scoffed, reflecting on how some individuals were less admirable than the demons themselves. Whether dark or righteous, it is merely a label. There are no decrees forbidding a gentleman from practicing dark arts, nor is there any rule stating that demonic beings cannot cultivate noble virtues. Power is power in its essence. What matters is the wielder. If the wielder embodies righteousness, even the most malevolent sorcery can be employed with noble intent. Conversely, if the wielder is corrupt, even the purest of methods cannot redeem a wicked heart. The alliance of righteous martial artists can often be akin to cult leaders, while those who embody pure light may, in truth, resemble world-destroying fiends. Such narratives abound in the tales I have encountered in my past life. Thus, I have never subscribed to the notion that a singular impression can encapsulate an entire group. I only trust what I perceive in the hearts of individuals. Have the authorities in Jingzhou seek the whereabouts of the Dark Lord and inform him that I wish to meet him. Understood, Luo Feng promptly replied, swiftly relaying Lu Chen's directive. Once Luo Feng departed, Chen Shi ceased her gentle strumming of the zither. Her eyes sparkled as she glanced at Lu Chen, hesitating to speak. What was on her mind? When Chen Shi did not voice her thoughts, Lu Chen took the initiative. Since coming under his watchful gaze, it was the first time Chen Shi exhibited such reticence. I am merely concerned, she finally said, shaking her head. I have heard that practitioners of the demonic arts are notoriously cunning, often portrayed negatively in folk tales. I worry that you might fall prey to the Dark Lord's hidden schemes. However, considering your Highness's formidable strength, I find my worries somewhat unwarranted. Chapter 98. A deceptive trap after all, you are a deity among men. Which demon dares to act menacingly in your presence? At this juncture, Chen Shi shifted her focus. Looking at the ancient zither in her hands, she continued, Yet, when you mentioned your desire to meet the Dark Lord, The melody of the Ming Huang tune inexplicably filled me with a sense of foreboding, as if danger were approaching. I hope it is merely a figment of my imagination. Lu Chen cast a sidelong glance at Chen Shi, choosing not to elaborate further, and resumed his perusal of the tome on life and death sorcery. The autumn breeze whispers, and the night air carries a slight chill as Lan Yun prepares 2 pots of steaming tea. In the enchanting twilight, she serves it to Lu Chun and Chen Shi, restoring the tranquility of the small courtyard to its former glory. In a remote town within Jingzhou, a formidable demon lord emanating an overwhelming aura of malevolence gazes grimly at the swirling vortex of nightmare energy before him, now more potent than ever. Beside him, a cadre of powerful sorcerers collaborates to harness their arcane abilities, attempting to refine the nightmare energy and curtail its expansion. Yet, despite their concerted efforts, even the most esteemed among them, who have drained their own vitality to pallor, find themselves powerless against the relentless growth of the vortex. My lord, we have done our utmost. The scale of this vortex exceeds all expectations. If we continue to draw from it, we risk being consumed by the nightmare energy ourselves. They concede, withdrawing their efforts and sighing in resignation. The demon lord waves his hand, a flicker of helplessness crossing his crimson eyes. Do not blame yourselves. It is the core of the earth that falters. The speed at which the Jingzhou core is collapsing surpasses his imagination. Just a few days have passed. The demon lord clenches his fingers tightly. Wolf God, can the mortal realm truly not be preserved? He silently laments, his heart aching with despair. Suddenly, the vortex of nightmare energy expands once more, dark tendrils of ominous energy swirling ominously. From within the vortex, a pair of pitch-black and chilling eyes emerges. Alarmed by this sight, the assembled sorcerers feel a jolt of apprehension and hastily take flight, distancing themselves, fearful of the unknown. Only the demon lord remains steadfast, his gaze locked in a fierce confrontation with those shadowy orbs. For a long moment, the 2 parties hold their silence, each unyielding. At last, a voice, cold enough to chill the bones, drifts from the void, penetrating the hearts of all present. The lineage of the wolf and its bloodline, how long it has been. The voice resonates like the grinding of ancient bones, sending shivers down their spines. A wave of icy, decayed terror envelopes the area, pressing down upon each individual like a mountain, rendering them immobile. The implications of the utterance send shockwaves of fear coursing through them. The entity within the vortex recognizes the ancestor of the wolf god. As this thought surfaces, the dark eyes within the vortex sharpen into focus, and a towering silhouette begins to materialize, crossing the boundary from another realm. Upon witnessing this, the crowd's pupils constrict in terror, their hearts racing. They attempt to summon their magic to break free from the oppressive force, but realize, to their horror, that their own magical energy has been insidiously eroded and assimilated by the nightmare essence, turning against them. How unpleasant it must feel to be devoured by your own magic. A colossal hand, conjured from the very essence of nightmares, lightly rests upon the shoulder of a sorceress leader, patting him gently. This is the peril of the wolf lineage. Once the nightmare energy surpasses the threshold of the magical essence, it will swiftly consume and assimilate, feasting upon its master. The wolf, that self-important fool, truly believed he could refine the essence of nightmares and tread a path of symbiosis with them. This is something even his master, Lu Xinghe, could not accomplish. Bang! With a fierce strike, a bloodied claw sliced through the air, aiming for the humanoid silhouette formed by the gathered nightmare essence. The demon lord's crimson eyes reflected a chilling light. You have no right to speak of my ancestors, even less to utter the name of our revered founder. The unknown nightmare was struck by the demon lord but remained utterly unscathed. With a mere flick of its wrist, the demon lord was sent plummeting into the earth, stirring a storm of debris and dust. In just one encounter, the formidable demon lord was bested, a testament to the extraordinary power and cultivation of this nightmare. The onlookers felt their scalps tingle, their palms slick with sweat. You, too, share the same foul temperament as the wolf. It seems not all descendants of the Moon Wolf King are cowards like him. He lacks your fierceness. In the face of my nightmare clan, he has become nothing but a cringing cur. Silence, echoed the voice of the demon lord from deep within the earth. Bang! The demon lord shattered the rubble, soaring into the air, bloodied yet resolute. The moon behind him turned a blood-red hue, and a colossal wolf's phantom flickered within the crimson orb. Wolf, you truly have reserved such a trump card. The unknown nightmare trembled at the sight of the giant wolf's apparition, its dark eyes betraying a grave concern. How tragic that after so many years, your descendants still awaken your will. You find no peace. Yet, despite its words, its actions were swift. The moment the giant wolf's phantom emerged, it unleashed a lethal strike. However, the giant wolf within the blood-red moon was swifter. How the celestial wolf devoured the moon. The giant wolf empowered the demon lord, manifesting an immense maw that engulfed the unknown nightmare, swiftly absorbing and refining it. Bang! Only then did the demon lord descend and stabilize himself on the ground. He belched, spitting out ugh, truly unpalatable. The surrounding crowd was immediately thrown into a state of shock upon witnessing the demon lord consume the unknown nightmare. That nightmare was a being of the land immortal realm. If the demon lord had refined it, did that not imply that a second land immortal was soon to emerge in the human realm? Demon Lord Yu. The demon lord understood the crowd's unspoken thoughts. Such a boon is a mere fantasy. I merely borrowed the ancestral power embedded in my bloodline to temporarily suppress it. To truly refine it, even 10 of me would be insufficient. What shall we do? Hearing this, the followers of the demonic path were thrown into disarray. At this moment, the demon lord declared to Jingzhou City, the core of Jingzhou is on the brink of collapse. The Nightmare Clan is bound to gather their forces for an assault. We must prepare defenses at once. Furthermore, the nightmare within me can only be resolved by that prince. I must seek him out. Move. Delay could spell disaster. Yes. The followers of the demonic path quickly assisted the demon lord, hastening their journey to Jingzhou City. After their departure, shadows emerged from the darkness, revealing the vice leader of the Taiping sect and protector Yun among others. They gazed at the retreating figures of the demon lord and his companions, a mysterious smile gracing their lips. At last, they had fallen for the ruse. Chapter 99. Here they come. That rascal, the Moon Wolf King, truly did not deceive us. Indeed, the descendants of the wolf god possessed the formidable technique of the celestial wolf devouring the moon. Now, with the pretext of the celestial wolf devouring the moon, we can legitimately place that individual beside Lu Chun and ultimately strike a fatal blow in collusion with Wu Ji. Let us see if Lu Chun can escape death this time. Ha! The members of the Taiping sect erupted in laughter, as if they could already envision the sweet taste of victory beckoning them, tantalizingly close. Once Lu Chun is dead, how could the Great Yu possibly have another destined child to turn the tide? The conquest of the mortal realm is but a matter of time. After their mirth subsided, the deputy sect leader inquired, Yin Protector, how is the progress with the Wolf Clan? Yin Protector promptly replied, in response to the deputy sect leader, the Wolf Clan has made all necessary arrangements. As soon as the Demon Lord enters Jingzhou City, they will launch a full-scale assault to break the Sword Howl Legion, executing a pincer attack alongside our forces. At that time, Lu Chen will find himself besieged inside the city by that individual and Wu Ji, while outside, he must fend off the combined onslaught of the Wolf Clan and our Taiping sect's army. This time, even if he possesses extraordinary abilities, he will find it impossible to escape. Indeed, the deputy sect leader nodded in satisfaction. This is excellent. You are quite astute. Lu Chun is a formidable opponent. Much like during the time of the Literary Dao Alliance, when no one anticipated his hidden strength as a being of the earthly immortal realm. To eliminate Lu Chun, we must exert our utmost effort and strike decisively. Only then can we rid ourselves of this grave threat. Indeed, Yin Protector, your contributions to this plan are invaluable. When we achieve success, I shall commend you to the higher authorities. Yin Protector clasped his hands in gratitude. I dare not take credit. It is all due to your excellent guidance, Deputy Sect Leader. You rascal, the Deputy Sect Leader chuckled. Let us speak of such matters later. For now, we must adhere to the plan. Dispatch orders to all halls to mobilize immediately. They are to march towards Jingzhou City. Yes, the protectors departed in unison, each taking their position. As they parted, one protector cast a furtive glance at Yin Protector, a fleeting glimmer of concealed malice flashing in his eyes. One Protector. The deputy sect leader's voice suddenly rang out, causing One Protector's heart to shudder, his expression immediately darkening. Deputy sect leader? You are one I have personally nurtured. Among all the protectors, I hold the highest regard for you. This assault on Jingzhou, do not be overly complacent, lest you disappoint me. Yes, thank you for your guidance. Deputy Sect Leader, I am deeply grateful and shall not fail your expectations. Go now? Yes. Watching One Protector's retreating figure, the Deputy Sect Leader stood in silence for a long while. At last, he murmured with an inscrutable tone, Youth, so impetuous, cannot remain calm. With that, The deputy sect leader surveyed his surroundings before vanishing like a wisp of wind, leaving only a blazing flame to consume all traces of their presence. In the Great Yu Imperial City, the old Emperor Lu Jin once again surveyed the portraits of the emperors throughout the ages. From the founding emperor to his father, the enlightened emperor, he paused before the likeness of the enlightened emperor, gazing intently. The gaze of the aged emperor fell upon the vacant seat behind Empress Zhao Xian. Outside the Cloud Palace, the frail figure of Empress Wu slowly emerged, her complex eyes briefly meeting those of the old emperor. Neither spoke first. After a lengthy silence, the empress sighed. This time, many lives will be lost in Jingzhou. The old emperor, not turning his head, replied, if sacrificing a province can save the entire DU, there is no deal more advantageous than this. Yet, in their final moments, they will curse you as a foolish monarch. It matters not. Lu Jin may be a foolish ruler, but Lu Chen is not. The empress smiled silently. Are you truly confident? The creature in the 10,000 great mountains, combined with the one that will escape Jingzhou, has 2 land deities on its side. Can Chen alone hold them off before the core detonates? My Lu family has never known defeat, the old emperor replied with a smile. Moreover, my family possesses more than just Chen as a land deity in Jingzhou. Having said this, he glanced at the sky outside. It is getting late. I must take my leave. Mother. The old emperor cast a final glance at Empress Wu before his figure vanished into a suddenly shimmering star. Take care. Inside the Cloud Palace, only Empress Wu remained. She approached the dragon table with unsteady steps, picking up the portrait left by the old emperor. Her face, once filled with smiles, turned bitter in that moment. She looked at the portrait of Empress Zhao Xian on the wall, and then back at the emperor's image, falling into a long silence. I am alone again. In Jingzhou City, early in the morning, Wu Ji came to pay his respects to Lu Chen. I am Wu Ji, greeting His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. No need for such formalities. You have come early today. Has something significant arisen in the Wu family? Wu Ji replied, thanks to His Royal Highness. Jingzhou is as solid as gold, and there are currently no disturbances. I have come to request your Highness's assistance in removing a mysterious poison from my body. Upon discovering my affliction yesterday, I consulted the finest physicians in the city, yet none could decipher the poison. Reluctantly, I must impose upon your Highness for help. Removing poison? Huh. Lu Chen scrutinized Wu Ji. After waiting so long, they are finally beginning. You are too kind. Please sit. Thank you, Your Highness. With the support of several trusted aides, Wu Ji seated himself beside Lu Chen. Lu Chen began to assess Wu Ji, casually engaging him in conversation, asking about his daily life, seemingly to tailor a remedy. Midway through their dialogue, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. It is Luo Feng. Your Highness, the Demon Lord requests an audience. Oh, has he found him so soon? No, he has come of his own accord. He appears to have something of great importance to report personally. Admit him. Yes. Upon hearing this, Wu Ji remarked, the Demon Lord? Are you referring to the unparalleled fiend who once unified the entire demonic path and contended with the late emperor? You recognize him? We have crossed paths once. Wu Ji's expression grew grave. That individual was certainly no benign presence. Your Highness, you wish to meet him, but I am hindered by my mobility and fear I cannot be of much assistance. Please exercise caution and remain vigilant. Do not underestimate him or fall into his trap. As I spoke, Luo Feng had already brought the Demon Lord forth. A middle-aged man clad in crimson beast skin, exuding an aura of primal savagery, with life force as fierce as a raging torrent, came into Lu Chen's view. Upon seeing him, a flicker of light flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. He has arrived. Chapter 100. The Assault of the Great Nightmare Wandering Outsider. I have the honor of meeting the Crown Prince of DU. The Demon Lord saluted Lu Chen, the future Emperor of DU, in the manner of the Wolf Clan, affirming his identity as one of them. Yet, he referred to himself as a wandering outsider, seemingly attempting to delineate himself from the existing Wolf Clansmen, indicating his disassociation from those who conspire against the realm. Luo Feng and the others exchanged glances, their eyes narrowing as they regarded the Demon Lord. The intent behind his visit was becoming increasingly apparent. After the formalities, silence enveloped the small courtyard. Lu Chen, seated in the main chair, offered no response. In this quietude, the Demon Lord felt an immense will permeate his being, rendering his demonic essence inconsequential, exposing all the secrets hidden within his heart. You harbor something intriguing within you, Lu Chen suddenly remarked. At this, Luo Feng and the others stiffened, their expressions turning wary as they cast glances at the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord, in contrast, felt somewhat contemplative. Intriguing? He had sealed this great nightmare using the divine power left by his ancestors, yet it was merely deemed an intriguing object by this man. Quite the understatement. He thought with a sigh. No wonder you are recognized as a god among mortals, succeeding the great Emperor Gongshi. You truly cannot be deceived. Lu Chen remained silent, waving his hand to indicate that Lan Yun should provide a seat. Once Lan Yun brought forth a chair and the demon lord took his place, Lu Chen spoke again. Prior to this, I had heard of your benevolent deeds in Jingzhou and wished to invite you to discuss the intricacies of demonic arts. Yet, it seems you have arrived ahead of me, bringing along such an intriguing gift. Let us not be overly verbose, the demon lord began directly. There are two matters at hand. The first is a warning for the crown prince of Yu to be wary of the wolf clan schemes. He cut to the chase, for before this man, he felt no need for superfluous words. Moreover, each unnecessary utterance could increase the peril in Jingzhou. Be cautious of the wolf clan. Lu Chen regarded the demon lord with a discerning glance. A person of true character cannot masquerade as an actor. I do not refer to the wolf clan's army. That is merely a ruse to lull the Yu into complacency. From my understanding of Moonwolf King, their true objective likely involves releasing the monstrous entity imprisoned beneath the 10,000 great mountains. As to how I came to know such secrets, the demon lord continued seamlessly. The relationship between the wolf clan and the demonic path is complex and urgent, too intricate to be articulated in mere sentences. I can only say that our ancestor, the wolf god, was a favored disciple of Lu Xinghe, the founder of Yu. The demonic path was established by our wolf god to resist the nightmarish clan, a path of coexistence and refinement of nightmare essence, which has always been the ancestral law upheld by our kind. The reason why the people refer to the wolf god's method as the path of magic is that it has been misapplied by the descendants of the wolf clan. What was intended for the refinement and devouring of the nightmare was instead used for the consumption and transformation of humans. Consequently, this technique was branded as demonic by the masses. It is precisely due to this that later ancestors of the wolf clan developed differing views, leading to a schism that divided the clan into two distinct factions, the wolf clan and the path of magic. The demon lord succinctly articulated the critical points. Regrettably, the current leader of the wolf clan, the Moonwolf King, is my elder brother. He, unsatisfied with our ancestors' duty to protect the Great Yu, has long coveted its power. With the emergence of the Nightmare clan, he allied himself with them, seeking to use their might to overthrow the Great Yu and establish himself as the sovereign for eternity. This has precipitated numerous calamities instigated by the wolf